Hey guys, welcome back to another video. I'm here at the office. Got Matt over here working away. This video, we have a massive deal. We did a 30K commission deal on one client. Thanks to one of our new agents, Kian. He set the appointment. So I have the full sales call towards the end. I put it towards the end of this video, so you have to scroll all the way to the end to see it. But there's lots of good content in between, like sales training, other full sales calls, one-on-ones with other agents. So make sure you check out all the useful content we have here. But if you're here just to see that massive deal and watch that call recording, towards the end of the video, we had the full appointment set with Kian, and then I had a discovery call with him, and then it was a 3-call close. We did the third call on Zoom. Unfortunately, I didn't record that. Oh yeah, and one more thing, there's a podcast at the end of the video with Falah and I. He's brand new to life insurance. He had a multi-million-dollar exit with his solar company, and we had the chance to do a podcast together. So make sure to check out that podcast at the end of this video. I have another intro for you guys to watch, and then we'll get into the video. Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Last month, I spent the full month in Europe, still rode at a high volume. I had to prove that it's possible. I got into this industry a few months back, and I said, hey, we're doing well. We got to go and try and do this abroad. This is a virtual thing that we do. What better way to try it out, test the limits of what we do, and go spend a full month in Europe and still try to write at a high level. Now the schedule was a little bit different. Since it's 6 hours ahead, I started dialing there in Europe at 2 p.m., which was 8 a.m. Eastern time here in the US. So I would explore from, I wake up in Europe at 8 a.m., go till 2 p.m. there, be kind of exhausted, running around new city, wanting to see it, explore it, and then also still work. So I would dial from around 2 p.m. and then as long as I could before I would just knock out and be way too tired to dial. So I probably would stop. I was trying to go till 10 p.m., but I usually most of the time would just go till 8 p.m. So really only dialing about 4 to 6 hours a day while I was in Europe and still writing at a high level. And then this month I already just finished July. That was the month of June. July, came back home, really doubled down, did 40K this past month, came back working full days again. So if you're traveling abroad and you have time difference, expect a 50% drop in what you can actually put your time into. That's what I've found from my travels. A couple tips I can give you guys if you decide to go travel abroad and do the life insurance thing. Make sure every place you go to has good Wi-Fi. That was a huge thing in my first few places. Wi-Fi wasn't the best, or I would pick a Airbnb. Maybe it was like a portion of a house. And then the hosts of where I was staying, they wouldn't be cool with me staying up late dialing. So a lot of things to check on, or if you're traveling with your significant other, your wife, your girlfriend, make sure you have separate rooms. That way, if you're going to be dialing late at night, that you're not going to be waking them up. Because a lot of, even if you go really far out, you go to Bali, you go out to Asia, you're going to be a 12-hour difference. You're going to be probably dialing all the way through the nighttime. Have not a lot of time. You'll probably only really have time to explore the country you're in on the weekends when you're really far out, because you have to basically sleep the whole day. So, it's still cool to be able to, work the whole week and then on the weekends go and explore the cool place you're in, which is awesome. It's just, you have to figure out a schedule that's going to work for you when you're traveling abroad. Yeah, and that's been my experience traveling to Europe in the month of June. Back to our normal monthly programming. We have all our full sales calls, trainings from some of our top guys. Feel free to skip around. I know my videos are long, so make sure that you just skip around, look at all the different chapters. Whatever you find interesting, hopefully you guys find some value from whatever parts you find interesting. Make sure if you guys want to get more information on working with us, reach out to me on Instagram. It's BSZENT. I'll put it right here. Look me up. Our Instagram for the agency, SIG Agents. Yeah, and I'll see you guys.
They say it takes 10,000 hours to become good at something. That's a lot of reps, a lot of hours. So if you're working at this business 60 hours a week, it's going to take about a year to get good at this. So that's, a lot of people underestimate the learning curve with this business. Like, who here is this their first sales job? Like, yeah, it's gonna be hard. Like a lot of you guys are gonna struggle. Guys, guess what? That's okay. Like, it's okay to struggle. It's okay when things are difficult. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys should embrace that. Because if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. If it was easy, we'd be paid 60, 70 grand a year, just like the cell phone reps at Verizon Wireless. If you guys want something easy, go down the street to Verizon Wireless, or go work at Burger King. Like, this is a business, this is a job. And you're gonna have days where you face adversity. So all those are the character qualities. And when I first started this business, dude, a lot of you guys have heard my story, but I moved here to Chicago. My licensing got delayed. So it was basically, by the time I got started, I was out of money. I put my last $1,000 into leads, worked those, grinded those, didn't make a sale off of those, bought another batch of leads.
And you buy another batch. Those realize that it's again.
Sold my cryptos, sold my stocks. Sold my crypto, sold my stocks, invested that into leads, worked those, booked a few appointments off of those, and still didn't make a sale. And then third, like, I invested, so finally I was able to squeeze about $1,000 together. I don't even know how I did that, but it's like, and so at this point I'm 2 batches in, haven't made a sale. Running in person, virtual sales was not a thing at the time. And it was pretty much between paying rent or buying leads. And I chose to buy leads. And I worked those, booked a few appointments. The morning I did that, I was actually on my way to a local office from our last company that was an hour outside of the shitty city in Naperville. And I had just got the leads Monday morning. I'm already stressed, already anxious, don't know if the business is gonna work, out of money. He's like, I would always get to the office at 7 a.m., start dialing by 7:30, and I wouldn't leave till 10. And I'm driving there, and roads are a little bit slippery, and ended up crashing my car. And was involved in a pileup, crashed my car. So not only am I out of money, now I have a total car. It's not really that. So anyway, I'm like, well, what do? I drive to the office, book some more appointments. Again, virtual sales is not a thing, guys. It's not.
But for your account?
It's just for years ago. And so virtual sales was, it was 4 years ago. 4 years ago now. And I didn't really have a choice. So thankfully my car still drove, leaking fluid. Don't know how it was drivable, but somehow it was. I'm like, well, as long as it's drivable, I'm gonna do my thing, I'm gonna make it work. Drove to the office. One of the guys in the office was like, dude, what happened to your car? I said, we're not talking about it. So and then I was able to grind through the leads, was able to book 6 appointments the next day. And I'm driving the next day. My first appointment was on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin, about 2 hours. First appointment. While I'm driving, and the lady calls to cancel, saying she's not interested. I'm like, what should I do? My upline's like, well, just show up here. Like, all right. Yeah, sounds good. And so then, as I'm driving, and all of a sudden, nobody told me that when you get into a car accident, you're not supposed to open your hood. Because as soon as I got in the accident, first thing I did, like, instinctively, open the hood, make sure everything's okay, it's leaking fluid, make sure my car's not on fire. So, but anyway, so I didn't know that. So as I'm driving down the hallway, about 10 minutes after this lady's called to cancel, saying she's not interested, not come over, my hood flies up, smacks my windshield. So not only do I have a total front end of my car, now I have a shattered windshield. And so it's like, all right. So now I'm like sitting there on the highway, like debating. This is what was running through my mind. I was like, well, do I take out? I still need to go to this appointment, so I don't really have anything else to do. Do I take out my windshield, or do I just keep driving the shattered windshield? So I kept driving with the shattered windshield, and then I was gonna park down the street, show up and be like, hey, and she's like, oh, why are you here? All the office, office phone was in the office today, but this lady lived in the country, so I had to, and it was a busy highway, so couldn't park down the street, had to pull up in her office, or had to pull up in her driveway, excuse me. And so I pull up in the driveway, knock on the front door. She's clearly home, doesn't let me in. I don't blame right. Pull up in a smash car. So anyway, so I go to my next appointment. Next appointment get no-showed. Third appointment, it's either no-show or reschedule. And then show up to my fourth one. I'll never forget. $3,600 sale, isn't hers. Equity protection, got paid a few days later. Was able to get my car in the shop, get a rental, get some more leads. But I share that with you guys. Like, when I look back and reflect on that, I'm so thankful that that happened. And I'm so thankful I struggled as much as I did when I first started. Because, guys, if I would have had success in the beginning, I would not be as hungry as I am now. Whenever a new agent has success their first week, like, it gets me fired up. Like, nothing makes me more happy to see an agent, a brand new agent, make their first few sales and have success. But in the back of my mind, I also see it as a red flag. I'm like, now just don't stop doing it. Because when you have really good success at first, you're like, oh, this is easy. And then when you face adversity, then you're gonna be that much more in your head. Where the very first thing I learned in sales is, guys, stay right here. Stay right here. So when you're having a really good day, you made 10 grand that day, great, good for you, no big deal. That's what you should be doing. You're simply doing your job. When you're having a really shitty day, you're focusing on what's in your control. And that's all you can do. Focus on what's in your control. But how many of you guys set goals? Most of you guys. Guys, I would encourage you, and this is what I've done for the past 5 years that's really helped me with my mindset. Make your goals tied to a discipline, not an achievement. Focus on what's in your control. So every single one of you guys in this lock-in, you guys should all have goals, and we don't need to help you. Like, you guys don't need to share them. We don't need to go over them. But guys, think about what your goals are going to be for this week, and then be honest with yourself and stick to those. And make it a discipline. So a sale a day sounds good, but instead of making a sale a day, be like, hey, I'm either going to make $300 today, or I'm going to get 5 presentations. Whatever comes first, and I'm not freaking leaving this office until one of those 2 things happens. So if you present to 5 people, and all 5 people buy, and you wrote 10 grand, great, good for you. If you presented to 5 people, and none of them, and every single one of them told you to fuck off, you didn't close any, that's fine, because you focused on what was your control and you did your best. Because, guys, I wrote my biggest year, wrote 800,000. You guys want to know a secret? I still had days where I came home at 0. And I still had shitty days. Even months I were up to in the field.
Still many days
I
with 0.
And I'm not lying when I say that. Body's a test. There was still days where I made $0 and lost money with gas, leads, etc. So guys, like, it's okay. Like, it's okay to struggle. There's never been anybody that's been great, that's been successful, that hasn't gone through adversity. Elon Musk, I'm reading his book right now, his biography. Dude, he almost lost PayPal 100 times. He almost lost Tesla 100 times. The reason Tesla didn't go under was because he invested the $200 million he sold from PayPal and invested that all into Tesla and SpaceX, and they still own it. He was just hemorrhaging money, hemorrhaging debt. And if they would have went another 30 days, and if one of their rockets would have failed, he would have been out of business. So it's like, no matter what level you climb, guys, you're gonna face adversity. It's your perspective towards that adversity, towards that, which is what truly shapes you. Because back to what I was saying before, everybody quits in their first 9 months. So make it a discipline, like, hey, I'm just gonna do this for 9 months. Because also, not only does it eliminate the learning curve, and 9 months into this, you're gonna be a hell of a lot better than you are today. But what happens once the 9 tricks?
Back ends.
Back ends. Guys, that's an additional 25% of your income that you had forgot about because you sold those balls in 9 months. 25% of your income starts kicking in. That's basically gonna cancel out your chargebacks to leads, essentially. So just, if you're gonna do this, like, simply stick to it, commit to it, and embrace the adversity and embrace the pitfalls. Because also, you guys, most people, and this may surprise you, it's a controversial topic, but it's true. Most people don't quit when they're doing bad. Most people quit, and most businesses fail when they're doing good and they get complacent. So when you guys are doing good and you guys are having a really good week and you feel like you're the shit, that's the scariest time. That's the scariest time in your business, because that's where the complacency kicks in. And you want to let off the gas and take it easy and not work as hard today. You did great. You deserve a break. You deserve a reward. And and that little bitch brain in your mind starts talking to yourself. If you give into that, and then the second something bad happens in your business, that's the quickest way to run yourself out of business. And in addition to that, guys, again, I keep saying this, and I'm going to keep repeating it 100 times so you're sick of it. This is a business. So what does a business require? It requires funds. It requires investments. Most businesses aren't profitable in the first 2 years of business. Did you guys know that 95% of businesses fail in the first 5 years? And the 5% of businesses that are left after those first 5 years, and then the additional 85% of them fail. So we're in a business where we're in an industry where we have the ability to be profitable really dang quick. Like, you guys know anybody that owns a restaurant? Like, raise your hand if you know any restaurant. Like, the restaurant industry is a freaking grind. You're operating off of 3 to 4% margins, and you're there 12 hours a day for years to just barely become profitable. Like, that's not the case in this industry. Like, guys, I have looked into every sales job and every entrepreneur out. Insurance is by far the best I've ever seen. It's recession proof. Look back at 2008 is how we performed, we thrived. .com bubble, thrived. It's recession proof. It's been around for well over 100 years. It's highly regulated. If there was a World War III and we went to war, our sales would skyrocket. And then even more people would need life insurance. Like, if Bill Gates took over and there was a one world order, like, it would just people would still need life insurance. It's just simply low differential. It's all that would change. So you guys are in an industry that's going to be around. It's been around for well over 100 years. It's not going anywhere. And you think worst case scenario, the banks went under. Guys, the banks would go under well before the insurance companies. Do you know how financially solvent they are and how much cash they're required to legally hold on hand? An enormous, look, Google it after this, an enormous amount. So not only the ability that we have to make such great money quickly, but also that has such longevity. So think about every decision you make, and this is me and Claudia's mindset is, we don't make decisions for the next few weeks or the next few months, the next few years. Like, every decision we make in this business, we're thinking over the course of the next 10, 20 years. And I would encourage you guys to think about that as well. Like, what actions and what activities can I implement in my business that's going to promote longevity and growth? So that's why me and Claudia work so much. Like, you see us all in the Discord 10, 12 hours a day. Like, you see us in the office 10, 12 hours a day. Like, you can't fake that. We're building this up, and we're sacrificing the next 10 years of our lives. We're sacrificing our 20s so that our 30s can be set up and we can do whatever we want. We can be financially free.
So what? That's who we are.
Yeah, we just enjoy working, and we just enjoy being here with you guys. But it's like that seems like a small trade-off.
Not that.
Yeah, so I would encourage you guys, think long-term. And in addition to that, going back to what we were talking about, treating it like a business, and write this down. Your net worth of your business is directly correlated with your self-worth. So if you guys have a low self-worth, it's tough for your business to perform. And it's tough for your business to thrive. The net worth of your business is directly correlated with your self-worth. So that's why that's why we promote healthy habits. Waking up early to bed, early to rise, work-life health. That was a Spartan Solar saying. I can't take credit for that, but I love that saying because that's really how it should be. Like, healthy habits, healthy lifestyle, healthy mindset, because those are the most impactful actions that are in your business today. That's why in the intro we have prosper spiritually, prosper physically, prosper mentally, and prosper financially. You simply get the first 3 of those in check, And the money's gonna come. Money is not hard to make. I can tell you guys that right now, for a fact. It may seem hard right now, because I know some of you guys are gonna have a lot of money, but once you guys get those, and you guys have healthy habits and a healthy lifestyle, you're doing everything you need to do, the money will just naturally come. That's a byproduct. So get those aspects of your life together first. And because it doesn't matter what business you guys are starting, in addition to that, like a business, especially, who here has been here 6 months or less? Raise your hand. Okay, most of this room. Guys, especially in the first 6 months of your business, it is an eating, breathing, sleeping child. So if you don't give it constant nourishment, attention, you don't fund it, feed it, it can die, and unfortunately it can die very, very quickly. This will either be the best business you guys have been in, or it will be the worst, depending on how seriously you take this. So not only working hard, but also investing back into your business. Because every business has expenses. The expenses we buy are leads. Like, you guys need a constant, fresh flow of leads. Claudia, how often would I buy leads?
Daily?
Every month?
No, daily?
Oh, every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Yeah, I would buy leads every single day. Partially because I had to, because we weren't able to get enough leads in our area. Like, where would we buy?
So about our north Wisconsin, hour and a half south to Indiana. Jonah ran into the city, I did not.
Yeah, like, you guys realize how freaking blessed we are to be virtual? Me and Claudia and a few OGs in this room know what it's like to run in the field. And that was a freaking grind. I was driving to Wisconsin every day, and if I wasn't driving 2.5 hours north to Wisconsin, I was driving 2 hours south to Indiana. I would even run in Detroit. Like, dude, we just had to get leads wherever we could, because we didn't have an option. Like, oh, I don't feel like running there. It's like, oh, there's leads there. Okay, I guess I'm going there this week to run business, because that's the only option. Guys, you guys have like the ability to sit in a freaking air conditioner heated office and dial the phones. Like, yeah, we work hard, but it's like, I mean, there's people like my dad. I grew up in the country. Like, both my parents grew up on farms. Like, they're hard. My dad's a hard-working Midwestern dude. My grandpa's even harder than he is. Like, my grandparents, they went through the Great Depression. Like, that, they know how to freaking work hard. Like, yeah, I like to say I work hard, but compared to my dad and my grandpa, like, they worked hard. Like, they were digging trenches, out on the farm, out in the field, out in the elements, fixing machinery. My dad got kicked in the face by a cow. I mean, that's hard work. Like, what we're doing here, typing on a keyboard, dialing phones, like, old Mary told us to fuck off. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? So it's like, it all shapes your perspective. And anytime I've ever thought about, like, oh, I'm tired today, or like, I just think about when I was driving home at midnight from Wisconsin after getting 6 presentations and getting no-showed 8 times. And I'm just like, and I remember so vividly, there were so many nights where, like, I would be driving home and I'd be so tired. I'm just like trying to force myself to stay awake, to stay on the highway and get home, because I'm just exhausted. So I was completely defeated. So a lot of you got, like, raise your hand if you came from door to door. Half you guys in this room came from door to door. Like, cool, how hard was door to door? You were not in Florida. Compared to this.
Yes, like 1,000%. Dealing with heat, dealing with people who don't talk to you all day long, but you learn a lot doing it. So I'm grateful for it.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like, it was a good experience. But I share that as just, for those of you guys haven't done sales, and this is your first sales job, and it seems hard, look at other industries, or look at other people that are doing things, and it's all about perspective. Perspective shapes perception, and perception is reality. So make sure you guys have the right perspective towards the business, and just realize how lucky we are. And going back to what I said before, it's just having the ability, and for us, it's just in the back of our mind, knowing that if you took the agency away, all the agents, strip everything down, just having the confidence knowing that you took everything away, I'll simply just grab a stack of leads, dial the phones, and write business, and build it all back up. Like, you know, it's like me and Claudia were quite literally never gonna be stressed about finding this again. Like, I want that for all of you guys. But it takes the right level of commitment, dedication, forceability to get to that point.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey,
Talk.
Ben. Yeah, I was giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage and we handle the mortgage protection for your file that's associated with your property on Street. Just came across my desk and it's showing me as incomplete. The only reason for that is sometime around when you closed, we sent you several things in the mail about the mortgage.
Well, I didn't get them.
Right. Sorry?
I did not get them.
Okay. Well, this is the coverage that pays off the home if you get sick or pass away. You did the right thing. You filled out the card and you mailed it back into us, but for some reason on our end, we haven't gotten that completed. So I just wanted to make sure we took care of you. Now, is it just you in the home, or is there a significant other or spouse there with you?
Just me.
Just you. Okay. So I just had a few minutes before my next call. Grab a pen and paper for me real quick. It should take about 10 minutes or
God. Just a minute.
so. Okay.
I gotta get to it.
Yep.
Jesus. Now I gotta find a pen. Oh. There's one. Alright, what kind of crap do I need to write down now?
Okay. So I'm required by the state of to give you my full name and my national
Yes,
producer
speak
number.
up a little bit.
I said I'm required by the state of Oregon to give you my full name and my national producer number. My full name is Benjamin Szentpaly. That's S
Just a
as in
minute.
Sam. Yep.
Benjamin. How you spell that?
That's S as in Sam, Z as in zebra, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, P as in Pam, A as in Apple, L as in Lucy, and Y as in yellow. Got
Oh, that was great. Okay. Anyway, go on.
And then, okay. And my national producer number is 210
210 191.
79. Got
What?
that? 210
210.
19179. Got it?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, the reason we do have to share that with you is since we do handle clients' sensitive information, bank account information, social security numbers, the state requires us to provide credentials for your records. That way you know you're speaking to a licensed field underwriter. Not just a random person off the street. So in fact, in order for me to do what I do, or in order for me to have this conversation with you, I had to go through an extensive background check and fingerprinting as a requirement for the license. So I've been fully
You don't have my fingerprints yet?
No, I had my fingerprints done. So I've been fully vetted by everyone.
No. You sound like you needed my fingerprints.
No. So I've been vetted by the federal government, the state government, as well as the individual insurance carriers I'm partnered with. Does that make sense?
Kinda.
Okay. So are you a smoker or a non-smoker?
What difference does that make?
What do you mean?
Why does it matter?
Because the insurance carriers need to know. So are you a smoker or non-smoker? Okay.
They're going to cost me something? Huh?
Yes. Yes. insurance.
Well, how much is it going to cost me?
I don't know until I type in your information into the insurance carrier.
That's such
What's your date of
crap.
birth? Okay. And then what is your height and weight?
Let's see. My height is, and weight is about,
Okay. Have you had any major surgeries in the past 10 years? Are you prescribed any medications, either now or in the past 10
no.
years? Okay. Any criminal background, DUIs or felonies?
I spent 30 years in the military. You think I have a criminal activity?
No. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. And then for your mortgage balance, how much do you owe on the mortgage currently?
I have no idea. I don't
What would
keep
be a
track of
ballpark?
that. I just pay it.
Okay, what would be an estimate?
What?
200,000, 250,000. What's your estimate?
Well, it ain't no 250,000. I wouldn't be able to afford the payments on that.
Okay. 200,000. So it says the original amount was 325,000. So I'm assuming it's a little bit lower now.
All right. It's probably around
That was 200,000.
Yeah, about that. I don't know. I don't track that stuff.
Okay. Well, I would say it's probably closer to around 300,000 because you just closed in 2021. I'm going to assume you didn't get down, unless you paid extra on your mortgage. I'm assuming you didn't get down to 200,000 yet.
I have no
Are you just making
idea.
regular payments? Are you just making regular payments, or are you paying extra
Yeah,
towards your mortgage payments?
it's like $960 a month or something like that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to assume you owe 300,000 on the mortgage then, and then let me see. All right. So I'm going to check here and see what options we have here. Give me 1 minute. I'll pull up the options we have. Okay.
I guess.
Almost done. I didn't forget about you.
All right. Yeah.
1 more minute. One more minute.
Yeah. I got more information for you.
Oh yeah. What's that?
All right. I'm years old. I'm retired military. I spent 30 years in the military, and I can't afford for you to raise my rates.
Okay.
I got a mortgage broker paying. I got a mortgage broker paying my rates.
I see. All right. We'll have 3 options here for you. If you want to decline the coverage, that's fine. I'm just required to give you your options. Okay. You still have your pen and paper handy?
Yeah, damn it.
Okay. And who would be your beneficiary? Would it be do you have kids?
Yeah, it'd be my son.
Your son. Okay. So it does take 1 to 5 business days to see what we get approved on. All these options have what's called cash value. So a portion of your premium that you put in every month goes towards your cash value that after a few years you can take from. Does that make sense?
Not really, because I don't understand that stuff.
Okay, so this is a mortgage protection policy. It's very similar to life insurance. It's not the exact same. But any premium that you pay every month, a portion of the premium you pay every month goes towards your cash value on the policy, which you can take from after a few years. Does that make sense?
After how long?
After 2 to 3 years, you'll start to have cash value that you can take from. Okay?
Well, I've been in the house for 3 years.
Okay. I'm just saying from the day that your policy starts, it's 2 to 3 years from then. Okay?
Well, whatever.
Okay. So since it does take 1 to 5 business days to see what we get approved for here from these options, So if you do pick one, I'll be calling you back once I do hear from the carrier. But for now, I'll give you those three options, okay? You just let me know what's most comfortable, okay? Just let me know what's most comfortable and affordable for you, and we'll see which one you get approved for.
Okay. Damn it.
All right. And this, just so you know, this coverage does not cover the full mortgage. So we're going to find something that fits within a budget, reasonable price. It does cover a portion of your mortgage. So this is what's called equity protection. So this means that if something happens to you, the equity in the home is protected, and your son doesn't have to rush to sell the house if he can't afford the mortgage payments. Okay? Does that make sense?
Well, I just assume that the government will take it anyway.
You don't want your son to have it?
I do, but the government's going to step in. You know they are. Huh?
Who told you that the government's going to step in?
Nobody told me that. I just know they will.
I know. I wish they
loan.
would.
It's a government loan.
Yeah, I understand. But they're simply just going to take the home back if the mortgage payments aren't paid. So unless your son has something to help him pay the mortgage while he's putting it on the market and selling it, trying to recover the equity in the home, the government will take the house back. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
that's
makes
why people
sense.
get this. Yeah, that's why people get this. I'll give you the options here. This will help them cover the mortgage for either 18 months, 12 months, or 6 months, and you'll just pick which one is best for your budget. Okay. So the first option.
What's going to cost me?
Yeah. So the first option is for 18 months, and that's for $134 a month. The second option, this is what most people go with. This is for 12 months of coverage, and that's for $90 a month. And then the third option is for 6 months of coverage, and that's for $46 a month. So
Well,
there's
number
three options.
Number two.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. All right, real quick, if you can go grab your driver's license, I'll start pulling up the application. Let me know when you're ready.
Well, what do you need off of my driver's license?
The driver's license number.
All right, I know that by heart. I had to memorize it in the military.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Okay. Is that a driver's license?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And then, do you have the information for? Well, this is your son. What would be your son's full name and then his date of birth?
All right. I don't know his date of birth, but it's
Okay.
I don't know what year.
You know, year. Okay.
Yeah, he's years old.
Years old. Okay, I can figure it out then. You said what day?
Does
Does that sound right?
that sounds about right.
And what was his full name? Now for the coverage, do you want it to become effective as soon as you're approved in like 1 to 5 days, or do you want to start it on a certain day of the month?
I don't care.
Okay. So what do you like to do for fun, Vern?
I sit at home, watch TV, and take care of my dog. I'm
Oh, really?
years old. Huh?
I said, oh, really? What do you, what type of dog do you have?
She's half. I don't know what the other half is.
What's your dog's name? I like it. Is that named after something?
No, I got her when she was 3 years old. That was all. She already had that name.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, so really quick, they do need a bank on file for when you get approved. So when you get approved, you'll see the first payment out come out, and that's the good news. That's you're approved. Are you going to be using a checking or a savings account?
I have a checking account, and I don't know what the number is.
Okay. Do you have a check or a bank statement?
No.
Okay. All right. We'll just leave that blank then. When I call you back in 1 to 5 days, when you get approved, will you be able to have it?
Shit. I don't know. I get a bank statement every once in a great while. I don't even know where one is right now.
Okay. Well, you can call the bank in the meantime. And then when I call you back, by the time I call you back, just make sure you call the bank to get the number, okay?
All right. Just a minute.
Okay.
God damn. Yeah, I like this stuff. All right. Anyway, I said, yeah, I like this stuff.
What stuff?
What we're doing right now, we mean stuff.
Okay. So you don't have the checking account information?
Just a minute. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
I don't even track my mail. Just a minute. All right, I got something here from, and I need my glasses to read it.
Okay.
God bless America. I'm glad I don't go through this crap every day. I just scream and throw the phone away. All right, now I found my glasses. God, I didn't know I was going to have to go through this.
Did you say that's a checking?
Huh?
Is it a checking or savings?
Checking.
Okay. All right, I'm going to see if they have on file.
Okay, do that.
Did you open the account?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, and
Okay.
I have an account number.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. I'm having trouble reading it.
Yep. Okay, I'll read that back to you. I have. Is that correct?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to read the routing number to you here. We have. Is that correct?
Oh, now you want me to find the damn routing number.
Should be right next to it. Is it not?
I got its account number, statement period.
Okay.
All right, would you want routing number?
Yeah. Do you want me to read it to you again?
Read what to me?
The routing number. We have it here on file.
I'm looking right at the paperwork.
Okay. I'll read it to you again. Let me know if this is correct.
That sounds about right.
Okay. All right. All right. And then lastly, the insurance company is going to run you through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. In order to check that, the insurance company needs your social. So go ahead with your social.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Oh, that's your phone number.
God damn it. All right, what did you want again?
The insurance company is going to run you through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. In order to check that.
Okay, I got that part. Huh?
In order to check that, the insurance company needs your social.
All right. God damn it. Now I gotta dig out my driver's license for that. Just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Are you there?
Yep.
All right. I'm holding my military ID card.
military ID card?
Huh?
No, the Medical Information Bureau uses your social to check your medical report.
Yes. And all of that's on there.
Oh,
Jesus.
gotcha.
I spent
Okay.
30 years in the military. They don't skip anything.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, whenever you're ready.
All right. What do you want, my Social Security number?
Yes.
All right. Social Security number.
I'm going to read that back to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. All right. The policy will be, if you get approved, it'll be mailed out to you in paper. You'll get a packet, which will be about 10 to 12 pages long. You can review it. Make sure you write my full name and number on it when you get it, in case you ever need any help with anything.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
All right. Your full name is what again?
Benjamin Szentpaly. All right. And that packet will come to you in 7 to 10 business days from when you get approved, okay? So make sure you have my number saved. If you don't receive the pack in the mail, I can always call them and have it resent out to you, okay?
Well, give me your number again.
Yep. All right. Now, lastly, Vern, this is super, super important. There's a lot of AI, like artificial intelligence, and different scams out there. So I want to make sure that you know that if anyone does call you about this, make sure that they have the security code. Otherwise, they're not with our office, okay? Give me that security code when you're ready to write down, okay?
Just a second.
Okay.
I have to write this stuff down.
Yes, super important.
All right. Security code is what?
Okay, got it? All right. And then I'll have you write down the info for the company. The company is called Mutual of Omaha, okay?
Mutual of Omaha.
Yep. And that's for $90 a month.
All right.
Okay. And that's for 12 months of equity protection.
All right.
Make sure
So
you give your son a call and let him know. Well, after that'll be after I'm going to call you back in a few days to let you know when you get approved, if you do get approved. And at that point, make sure you call your son to let him know that you have the coverage and that he knows about it, okay?
All right.
All right.
Well, you're going to need a checking number for that.
Yes. Yeah, we have that here on file. Do you have a specific day of the month that you want that to start if you get approved, or just as soon as you get approved?
Well, let's call it the 10th of the month.
10th of the month, okay. Right, that gives you time before I call you back. I'll be giving you a call probably mid next week to let you know on the approval, okay?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I have to go through all this crap.
Yep, perfect. So I'll give you a call in a couple of days. It was a pleasure helping and serving you. Do you have any other questions for me before we go?
Yeah, thank you for your patience. Because I'm an ornery old bastard. Well,
yeah, give me a call or shoot me a text if anything else.
I went through a motorcycle accident 3 years ago, and
Really?
I've been in a bad mood ever since.
What did you say you went through?
Motorcycle accident, and I've been in a bad mood ever since.
Oh no! What happened was it really bad?
Yeah, I died twice.
No way. Did you?
Yeah.
Are you disabled, or are you still able to walk?
Let's say I'm partially disabled.
Really?
Yeah, I can walk.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time doing everything.
Wow. Yeah, that would frustrate me too. I understand. You have a cane, or are you able to walk on your own?
I'm able to walk on my own.
Well, that's.
If I had a
That's a
Kian,
blessing.
I'd throw it away.
Oh yeah, me too. Well, that's
I
a
got
blessing.
one in
At
the
least you can walk.
bedroom.
You have what?
I
in the
got
bedroom?
one in the bedroom, but I don't know where.
Mhm. A cane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you can get by with that one, that's definitely preferred, for sure. For sure. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to whatever you're doing before, and if you haven't had dinner yet, I hope you have a good dinner. And that's all for today. And let me know. Give me a call or shoot me a text if you need anything else. Okay. Have a lovely rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. I hope you have a good day too.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right.
Well,
Bye-bye.
don't be surprised if I don't remember you when you call.
Oh man, I hope you do. I really hope you do. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Number one thing, this is probably the most important one. We'll get into some more, applicable sales tactics for you guys as well. But this might be new to you guys. It's belief. It's all in the mindset. So who here works out every single day, pretty consistently? A lot of people. Who here meditates every day? A lot less hands. Who here reads every day? Okay, a few more. Guys, the power of the mind is so crazy. The number one question that I've been getting asked recently is, what leads are you running? Everybody thinks that that's the magic solution. I was asking the same question when I first came in here. Turner, what leads are you running? Buck, what leads are you running? Guys, it's not the leads, okay? It's your belief. Your belief is going to be what ties to your conviction. Your conviction is going to be what ties to your confidence. And your confidence is going to be what ties to the trust that the client has in you. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time. Your belief is what ties to your conviction. Your conviction is what ties to your confidence. And your confidence is going to be what ties to the trust the client has in you. So there's really two main things I've realized here on why people don't buy. They either don't see the value, right? The price doesn't line up with the value for them. It's never the money. Everybody's got money. Everybody's buying Netflix, going out to dinner, stuff like that. They got money for it.
Can we touch on that? Because that's important.
Yeah.
I feel like anytime someone gets a rebuttal, like, oh, I need to think about it, people's natural instinct and first resort is, oh, it's the price. Why is it not the price?
It's never the price, because they have the money. What I've found most of the time when they say that is you've skipped over steps. You've skipped a part of it, or you just bulldoze your way through into a presentation. I did the same thing when I first started.
Well, if it's not the price, what is it?
It's the value.
It's the value.
It's always the value.
It's the value. Price exceeds value. Guys, write this down. Price exceeds value every time. Price exceeds value every time.
It's always the value. Because I bought a $300 steak 2 weeks ago. Because they came out and they told me that it was raised on a seaweed diet, fresh from the oceans of Japan. They massage the cow daily, and they give it rice wine before they kill it to release endorphins. I didn't care how much it cost. The value of the steak was like, I'm never gonna have a steak better than this. I don't care, take my money, dude. I want the best steak. Value was there.
Shout out to the insurance business.
Amazing. I kind of wish I wouldn't have done it. Shout out to the insurance business. I kind of wish I wouldn't have done it because now nothing else lines up with the value of that steak. I'd rather spend that money on a good steak every time. But that kind of brings me to my next point that I was kind of touching on there of like, it's so easy to just, get excited and start to assume that we know what the people want and start to bulldoze and skip steps. So my approach to every presentation is a little bit different. I like to make it very conversational. I feel like that's the number one thing with new agents is they're very scripted. They're very robotic. Everybody has gotten those calls of telesales people, and you can tell that they're on a script, right? Or another big thing, like I have this with my agents where I don't let them use the mute button, because what happens, Jonah, if you ask me a question, imagine if I was up here and you asked me a question, I'm like, hey, hold on. Hey, well, he just said, he just wants to know about something like this. Now there's this pause, right? There's no credibility there, there's no conviction, there's no confidence, and what does that lead to? No trust in you being the professional for it. So right away, I start off asking tons of questions. Hey, Cole, this is Cal. I'm the one that handles all the mortgage protection for Rocket Mortgage. You doing okay today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Awesome. Hey, Cole, the reason why I'm calling, your file for that property at 123 Main Street, it just came across my desk, and it's showing as
incomplete for some reason, so I'm just looking to get this cleared up for the both of us, okay? I'm getting them engaged right away. I'm letting them realize I'm just a person. I'm just trying to help them get this cleared up for the both of us. Man to man, we're just talking now, just a conversation. So I'm very big on always ending on a question. I feel like that's going to be what keeps you guys in control, what keeps me in control of it. I will never not end on a question and leave it open-ended. That's just giving them freedom to kind of grab the reins and take the sale wherever they feel like they want to take it. That's how they're going to derail you and get off track. Everybody's had that where they end with like this awkwardness for a second. It's like, who's going to talk next? Where it's like every single time I end with a question. It doesn't have to be a big one either, but write these down. I'm always ending with, okay, right, does that make sense? Is that correct? What this is doing is keeping them engaged. It's keeping them active in the conversation so they're not floating out. You guys start implementing this every single pitch, you're going to realize they're right there with you. Okay, yeah, 100%. Giving them the yes mindset as well. But two, it's showing that I'm in charge. I'm in the lead here. I've done this hundreds and hundreds of times. I know what I'm doing. I'm coming across as a professional. So that kind of ties into the next thing I wanted to touch on.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Guys, this is something I'm super passionate about. Like, what Cal's talking about is important, so make sure y'all are listening up. Guys, in order to help a client, you have to freaking maintain control the entire time. I can almost promise you there's a 99% chance if you give the client control at any point in the sale, you will probably not help them. And what Cal was saying, and write this down, whoever asks the most questions wins. Okay? Again, I promise you guys, if you get a client on the phone, and if they ask more questions than you're asking them, you're probably not going to help them. Always end with a question. Make sure they're staying engaged. Hey, John, does that make sense? Are you still with me? Okay, perfect. Because also, especially if you're selling to a his and hers, and both spouses are on the phone, how do you know that they're still there? They're both there. You know, John might have, he might have like walked away already to go check on the kids, to go check on the pizza. You're talking to Mary, you think you're talking to both of them, but if you're like, all right, John, you still with me? Perfect, Mary, you got any questions? Making sure that they're super clear. Because not only do you have to maintain control, but there has to be zero confusion. If there is confusion or uneasiness at any point in the sale, again, you're probably not going to help them. So, what do you do if you sense tension or you sense something doesn't make sense?
Address it right away. Address it right away. It's so much easier, guys, to just nip it in the butt.
Yup.
Than if you go through the whole thing thinking that maybe you'll overcome it with some little one-liner and a little bit of value here, a little bit of value there, and then you show them numbers and they're like, hey, I got to talk to my wife. Now you guys are conflicting. Now you got to retrack and be like, where did I lose this at? Like, it's such a no-brainer. Single husband, only income, wife, 2 kids, like he needs this. But something got skipped along the way.
Did you guys see that? Does that make sense? Because a lot of new agents, like, they'll in their pit of their stomach, they'll know like something's off or something's not right, but they're nervous and they just keep going through it, hoping and praying by the end that John and Mary will want to. That never happens, guys. That never happens.
Never happens. So address it right away. I have checkpoints. I won't go on to the next thing until I know that they're with me, that they're following through every single one. So I get through. No, I don't remember this, I don't know. Okay, cool. Hey, John, just to catch you up to speed, whenever you close on a home, there's 3 different types of insurance you can get. First one, PMI. Second one, homeowners. John, those are both set up for the lender, by the lender to protect their investment. What I handle, it's the mortgage protection. This is the most important one because it's the only one that actually works for you, okay? So like I said earlier, if you get sick, disabled, lose your income from it, or pass away, this is going to completely pay off that mortgage balance for you. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Now, John, I don't know what you could qualify for yet. Is this your first time going through it? Yeah, okay, cool. John, what I do is the senior medical underwriter. There's 3 things. It's super simple, my job here. First one, I'm going to help you figure out what you can qualify for because it's not something you can just sign up for. It's based off your age and your health, okay? Second thing, this is probably the most important one to you. I'm going to customize a plan that's going to fit in your budget because you'll probably agree if it doesn't fit in the budget, it's simply going to do us no good, right? Cool. Third thing I'm going to do, this is the most important one to me, is I'm going to make sure it's something you completely understand and will know how to utilize when the time comes to use it. Now, John, I know I just threw a lot at you, but does all that make sense so far? I'm stopping, I'm slowing down the sale, making sure he's still with me. Now, John, like I said, my job here, super simple. I'm just gonna ask you a couple minutes of some help, some financial questions, figure out where you're at now, and see if this is something that would even benefit you in the first place, okay? Boom, now I'm in my presentation. But the one thing I just did that I wanna make sure I really harp on is I just completely detached myself from the sale. I wanna see if this would even make sense for you in the first place.
Believe me, it's all sales pressure.
All sales pressure.
And guys, I wanna emphasize something Cal said, because it's important. Where he said, I make sure they're fully engaged before I move on. Because guys, you know the best way to maintain control? The best way to maintain control is keeping the same structure. You guys wanna know a secret? I have ran quite literally 10,000 appointments at this point. You know what the secret is? I have said essentially the exact same thing, and I have done essentially the exact same freaking thing every single appointment. And you know what's funny? Is if I didn't stick to the structure and I didn't say the same thing, typically I didn't close it. It doesn't matter how young, how old, term, it doesn't matter, guys. Like guys, if you guys are trying to switch up your presentation every appointment you're in, and you're trying to say something different and tailor it, you're just shooting yourself in the foot. Where guys, we have the script for a reason. It's laid out in 7 steps for a reason. Like, if you guys are a brand new agent, stick to the script. Do not deviate from the script. Stick to the structure. Stick to the process. And your job. You guys, it's not to realize. I had an agent call me the other day. And he's not here. I'm not gonna say his name, but he's like, I'm like, hey, you got leads, you ready? He's like, yeah. You know, I'm just getting my script together and writing my script out. I was like, oh, did you not get the script? He's like, oh, no, I'm just rewriting my script. Like, okay, so first time in sales, right? Yeah. Okay. Never sold life insurance policy? Yeah. Okay. So you help me understand why you think your script is so much better than the other 137 agents that are having success in the script and the script that I used for 4 years and wrote $2 million life insurance. You help me understand why your script is better than that one. He didn't have an answer. It's like guys, like you guys, it's such a simple business, and I don't blame him either. I'm not trying to talk down on him. It's such a simple business where if you don't catch yourself, it's very easy to overthink it. Where you guys don't have to rewrite the script. You don't have to rewrite the script, but what you guys do have to focus on. Simply, your job is the right tonality, the right structure. What Cal's training on maintaining control, and all those different small variables are 80% of it. Because guys, if you guys are sticking to the script, you're saying everything perfectly. You're saying everything the way you should. But that's only 20%. The other 80% is control, tonality, verbal pricing, and all those other factors that we're going to be training on today. So I didn't mean to.
No, you're good, bro.
Training, but
that's fire. And I honestly, so coming into last month, my biggest issue paid month was right around 15K. Last month I more than doubled it. I did 33,000 last month off of a $1,500 lead spend, and I credit it all to that. To having my system so clearly lined out and just having complete control. I sent my credentials to maybe 4 people last month. Like, they simply don't need it when they know that you're in charge. They completely understand everything, and they know that they can trust you. They see the value and they trust you. They simply don't need the credentials. Okay, so a couple other points.
Let me add one more thing to that too. It's important. Guys, it was exactly everything Cal said. To capitalize off of that, it was a lot harder for me to figure out how to write 20 grand in a month than for me to go from 20 to 100. And I mean that with 100% sincerity. I'm not trying to be funny. Because like 0 to 20K was hard for me. But once I hit 20K, like, dude, you saw you would have a 20K month. You know how to sell life insurance. You know how to sell policies. You know how to communicate with the client. So all you have to do is simply just increase the lead spend, increase the lead flow, and the people you're talking to in the work ethic. And then that gap between 20 to 100 is a lot thinner than 0 to 20. I promise you guys.
100%. So a couple other points that I love to check in at is tying down exactly what that person's looking for. What that's going to do is get us on the same page, let him know we're on the same team, we're fighting the same fight. If it's me and Jonah, we both just want to make sure Claudia and the kids are protected. It's not even about Jonah. It's about the beneficiary and the children, and I'm right there on the front line with them, trying to make sure that they're protected and taken care of when he no longer can be. So we go through the inventory sheet. One thing to add on, don't be a robot. Dude, don't get so focused on just going through it, like interrogating these people. Make it a conversation. They talk to you about their grandkids or their kids, their nieces, whoever it is, their dog, like engage in the conversation with them. People like to talk to people that like them. People like to talk to people that like them. So be engaged, even if you don't really care, like be engaged, get to know their family a little bit. Get to build a relationship with them a little bit. Go through the inventory sheet, get all the stuff you need, the medical information, the mortgage balance, how many months of bills they got left, and then tie it down. Hey Cole, looks like I got everything that I really need here to start pulling this through the state of Texas for you. What it sounds like you're looking for to get out of this plan, and correct me if I'm wrong here, you just want to make sure that, God forbid, if something happens to you, that home's going to be paid off for Mary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dude, it's the same thing for every single person we talk to. But I don't get comfortable with. I don't assume that. I want him to admit. Okay, cool. And Cole, hey, since it's just your income in the house, Mary just staying home with the kids, is it safe to say that those living benefits would be important for you as well? And you completely understand how those work?
No.
Okay, they've never been explained to you before?
No.
Cool, the way this is gonna work, since it's just your, see, what did I just do there? I could have just assumed that he did because I touched on it earlier, but he doesn't fully understand it. Now I'm gonna build more value. Cool, the way it works, you get a chronic, terminal illness, lose your job because of that, get a disability, anything crazy like that, this is gonna come in, kick in, and completely pay it off on the living side for you guys as well. So you lose your income, you guys are still taken care of, okay? As well as covering the medical bills if that's what you need to. Because Cole, honestly, you sound like a pretty smart guy, you probably already know this. 93% of people, or 93% of foreclosures come from unforeseen medical bills, not death itself. Because dude, everybody's got life insurance. So this is why people need mortgage protection. So Cole, do you think those living benefits, would those be helpful for you as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You understand how those work now?
Yes.
Doubling down. Not once. I want as many yeses as possible out of them. Okay, cool. So Cole, we're going to look for not only the death benefit, but the living benefits as well. And what I'm going to look for you, Cole, like I said, I'm going to pull it through all 36 providers in the state of Texas. See who's going to offer you the most amount of coverage with the least amount out of pocket, okay? Next thing I'm going to do is, well, this isn't going to be like your car insurance where the price is going to go up on you. It's going to be locked in. So that way, every single month, you know that price is going to be the same and know that you can afford it. Because what it sounds like, Cole, and correct me if I'm wrong again here, what you're kind of looking for is something where, what you really want to get out of it is just, as the man of the house, you want to make sure that your wife, the kids, everybody's taken care of if you no longer can provide for them. Is that correct? Okay, and what you kind of want to get out of this plan, you just want to, what it sounds like you want is just something where you kind of just tuck it away in your back pocket. That way when you lay your head down at night, hey, if anything happens to me, happens to my income, my wife, my kids, they're going to be completely taken care of. Is that correct? Cool. Hey, do you think there's anything I'm missing in regards to this plan for you? Okay, hey, I think we're on the same page. I'm going to put you on a brief hold while I pull these options for you. Give me just a second. Dude, he completely understands. He sees the value. He knows we're on the same side. We're right there on the front lines together, fighting the same fight. I come back on the phone, hey Cole, looks like they came back with a couple different options for you. All these plans are going to work the same way. It's just going to be different coverage amounts because aside from getting approved for it, the most important part is making sure it will fit in the budget for you. So I'm going to present you all three of these. Just simply let me know which one's the most comfortable and I'll do my best to see if I can get you approved for it, okay? But Cole, all these plans, they work the same exact way. They're going to come with those full living benefits, that death benefit as well, if God forbid you do pass away, and that price is never going to go up. Kind of everything that we were talking about that we were looking for. Is there anything I'm missing there? I'm asking again. Is there anything you think I'm missing there? No? Okay, cool. Option 1, option 2, option 3. I'll sit there for a minute, silence, let him stew over it. If he doesn't say anything, I'll let it go for a little bit. I'll be like, hey, cool, out of those three, which one do you think would not only be the most comfortable for you each month, but which one's going to give Mary and the kids enough protection as well?
Yeah, and guys, I want to point out a few things that Kyle did. First of all, notice how intentional he was. everything, I know for a fact that everything Cal does in his appointments, he doesn't ask any BS questions. He doesn't just, even when he's building rapport, it's very intentional. He's very intentional. Write this down: intentional and methodical. That's what you guys need to be as every single person you speak with. So I feel like a lot of people, both ends are guilty of it. Like clients are guilty of it and we're guilty of it. What is that? That's like, for you guys have to realize we're communicating with real human beings. And I'm guilty of this myself. We all are. We're so caught up with like, oh, I need to hit my dials. I need to hit my 8 people. I need to like da-da-da. And you're just going through the motions, and then you become a robot. Like slow it down and realize you're communicating with a real human being on the other end, and vice versa. Like when Mary's a bitch on the phone and she sounds like a Karen, and you want to cuss her out, just realize like, hey, you know, she's probably not that way in real life. She just doesn't see you as a real person. So I think just being personable, not being afraid to be vulnerable, building a little rapport is huge. But honestly, the biggest thing that I noticed when Cal was doing that, guys, notice how much he uses his hands, his body posture. Like, I can't emphasize, that's one thing that's not talked about enough, is your body posture when you're dialing the phones. I promise you guys, at this lock-in, pay attention to the posture of all the top producers. Cal, Jake, Gabe, Jordan, Ben, like, dude, all these guys, typically what they do, they actually walk around and pose a lot, which helps with their confidence. They're walking around, they're using their hands, they're communicating, and they're spreading their body out very wide. Shoulders are back. Yeah. Yeah, like whatever you're doing on the phone. They're not, like, I promise you, nobody that's closing on a high clip is hunched over. No, dude, like if you don't feel very confident in yourself, like just simply spread yourself out, stand up, and just start talking about it. I promise, even if you'll make yourself feel more confident. And I think that's everyone's biggest issue starting in this business. Like the number one common similarity is lack of confidence. And in correlation to that, it's also the most important. Guys, raise your hand if you have your life insurance license. Okay, every single person in this room. Okay, guys, you guys had to memorize an obnoxious amount of information about life insurance to even get your thing. You don't have to have a license to sell cars. You don't have to have a license to sell pest control or solar or anything else, but you do have to have a license to sell insurance. And guys, that license isn't something that Pinnacle issued to you. It's not a completion of training certificate. Like that's something that's literally issued by the freaking state that the client can look you up on a government issued website to validate your credentials. So just the simple fact of every single person in this room, you guys all have a freaking license issued by the state, and you had to memorize an obnoxious amount of information about life insurance to even get the license. That's all the validation you need to be confident on the phones. And like literally worst case scenario, if a client asks you a question that you don't know the answer to, guys, it's okay to be honest. Like just be honest with them and tell them, hey, I don't know the answer. That's a really great question. To be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure. But let me go double check with one of my senior underwriters here in the office. Give me 20 seconds. I'll get right back. And then boom, mute the phone. And then what they're going to do is they're going to appreciate that you actually went out of your way and you care about your job enough to double check with somebody else to make sure you're shooting them straight and you're giving them the right answer. Other than that, it's like either A, whenever a client asks you a question, tell them something, say with 100% confidence and conviction, or tell them you don't know. Because if you're in the middle, 50%, they're gonna they're gonna know that. They're gonna know you're bullshitting. But here's the thing, it's funny, even if you're brand new and you've never sold a life insurance policy and you're afraid of getting asked a question you don't know, it's gonna be a lot less than what you actually think. Like you guys all know a lot more than what you guys think. You just need to put in the box.
100%, bro. 100%. And just to tie into like that body language thing, that's where your tonality comes from. If you just sit there like all hunchback, like you're not gonna have the same tonality. So just to tie into like not only the hands and the way I'm moving and walking around and stuff, like when I'm like initially in my intro, I'm like your file, it's like incomplete. Like I'm leaning in, doing all this stuff. Like it's partially acting. Like, yeah, like Jeremy Miner is one of my favorite sales gurus to watch on YouTube. I know like a few of you guys know that already, but he literally hired professional acting coaches And that's what he credits like all of his sales success to, because that's what taught him the tonality and the way to move his body to get that tonality.
What was his name again?
Jeremy Mine. Yep, you can find him on YouTube.
Can I share something about that?
Yeah.
I think the best thing I ever heard about how sales is described is like it's a Broadway show played by psychologists. Right? It's like acting in like this psychological way to emotionally motivate people to make a decision that's going to be best for them. Yeah.
And knowing how different people react.
Yeah.
Knowing how different personality types like to be talked to. You know, the way I talk to Miss Betty is going to be different than the way I talk to John the truck driver. But I'm going to read that person by asking all these questions and actively listening as well, because I'm not just going to bulldoze through everything. I want to get to know this person. So while it's virtual and it's a phone call, I'm literally imagining like what this person looks like and where they're at. Like I'm trying to create it like it's an in-person environment, so that way I can completely understand this person and his type to best tailor my presentation, my pitch, my show, whatever you want to call it, to that person and that personality type.
100%.
Is that it? That's what
pretty
you got
much,
for us?
Pretty much everything I want to talk about.
Can you please share the stoplight analogy you used with the house or the one of that?
Yeah, for when I go to submit the application.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
so
that's a good one.
yeah, so when I go, so I'm wrapping up the application, right? I'm like, okay, hey, looks like Ben, looks like I just got that back on my end here. Appreciate you getting that back to me. So what I'm going to do now, Ben, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to submit this back to Mutual of Omaha, and they're going to tell me one of three things. The analogy I kind of use is the analogy of a stoplight. Green light, obviously what we're hoping for. Fingers crossed we get it. That means you've been approved for as applied, issued on that first payment date as well. Okay. Like I said, that's what we're hoping for. Yellow light, that's the next one. That just means, Ben, that they're going to take a closer look at everything. I mean, they are talking about having this pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars to you. So they got to cross their T's, dot their I's. Just to be honest with you, Ben, that's the most common result. If it does come back as a yellow light, I should know about 24, 48 hours. As soon as I know, you'll know as well. I'll call you right away and let you know. Red light, Ben, that's obviously just meaning that this provider wouldn't be willing to offer you the coverage, but Ben, I want to make sure you understand, I'm not just going to leave you without coverage. I'm not just going to ghost you. I know how important this is to you, your wife, and the kids. All the red light means I'm going to have to do a little bit more work on my end to make sure that you guys get the coverage you deserve, okay? So give me just a second here while we play spin the wheel. Fingers crossed we get that green light.
Did everybody get that? Yeah, would you mind repeating that one more time? Slow it down a bit.
Okay. Cool, so I'm going to send this back to Mutual of Omaha now. They're going to tell me one of three things. I kind of use the analogy of a stoplight as the best way to describe it. Green light, that's what we're hoping for. Fingers crossed we get it. That means you've been approved for as applied. Like I said, fingers crossed we get that one. Yellow light, that just means they're going to take a closer look at everything before they make the final decision on if you're approved or not. Ben, we are talking about them paying out hundreds of thousands of dollars, so they have to cross their T's and dot their I's when it comes to coverage like this. And just to shoot you straight, the yellow light, that is the most common result that we get here. But if it does go that route, I'll know from them in about 24 to 48 hours the answer. And as soon as I know, you'll know as well. I'll give you a call personally, okay? Red light, that obviously just means this provider, they wouldn't be willing to offer you the coverage. But don't worry, I'm not just gonna leave you hanging without coverage. I know how important this is for you, your beneficiary, and the kids if they have any. So all the red light really means is that I'm gonna have to do a little bit more work on my end to find the coverage you guys deserve. Does that make sense? Give me just a second here while I play spin the wheel. Fingers crossed we get that green light. Everybody got it? Yes, sir. Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys.
Everybody give it up for Cal! All right, guys, now we got Gabe Anderson up here. Let's give it up for Gabe.
What did you see the difference from your first month until now? What do you feel like that you improved on, that you noticed that made a huge difference
Oh, yeah.
in your performance?
It's a good question. I think I noticed the biggest difference I knew was my certainty level on my profitability. So that's a huge thing in life insurance is you're buying leads, and then you're just taking a leap of faith and trusting yourself to make an ROI on those leads. In the beginning, there was that uncertainty. I was like, oh, I'm spending a certain amount of money on leads. I don't know what my ROI is going to be on this. Now, a few months in, I know when I buy these leads, I'm going to make X amount of money because I know my numbers. I know my closing percentage. I know it's just a money printer. You put this money in, this is how much I'm going to get out. And you just have that, it's like that consistency now, that confidence in myself now that I know what's going to come out of it on average.
Have you ever looked up what percentage of term policies ever pay out? And I tell them, I'm like, look, so there's a 1% chance that you'll ever make that money. Or because, I'm sure, you don't think you'll die in the next 30 years, right? No. Okay. And you said that you're paying $100 a month, correct, Ben?
Yeah.
So, look, that $100 over the course of a year becomes $1,200. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then over the course of 30 years, that's going to be about $36,000. That's going into thin air.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we need to get something in place that's permanent, because Ben, that's how these insurance companies make their money. Because the second you said you're 22, so after that 30 years, you'll be about 50. And it's going to be about $300 to $400 a month for that same exact term. Does that make sense? So we need to get something in place now, so that way those rates will never jump up. Now, Ben, are you familiar with the term living benefits?
No, what's that?
So living benefits, let's say you were to get a heart attack, cancer, or stroke, or you couldn't perform 2 of the 6 daily tasks, whether that be getting dressed, going to the bathroom, eating, transferring from a bed to your chair, walking, or showering, then this policy, Ben, it would pay out 80%. Okay. So essentially, Ben, that's what would pay the bills when nothing else could pay the bills. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, are you familiar with the term cash accumulation?
No.
Okay. So let's say this policy, about half of what you do pay into it goes into a savings account. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that savings account, Ben, is going to be growing with the market. So it's going to be growing about 6 to 8% a year. Does that make sense, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say, that premium was $100 like you're paying now.
Right.
That means that after the course of a year, you'd have about $600 in that savings account. You tracking me, Ben?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. And then after that 30 years of having this policy, you'd have about $18,000. Okay.
100.
And that, yes, 18,000. Because 500, yeah, 18,000.
600 times 3.
And
No,
times
it's
30.
18. It's 18. Yeah.
30 years?
Yeah, 30, because I always put into their perspective, their term versus this policy.
Oh, I thought you said 3 years. Okay, I didn't hear you say 30. Okay.
Oh, no, 30 years. So after that 30 years, then you have about $18,000. And that money can be deducted 100% tax-free at any time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And now, lastly, are you familiar with the term whole life or universal life?
No, I only know about term.
Okay. So with this policy, Ben, if you were to live until you're 150, it would stay active until you're 150 without those rates ever jumping up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I do have a couple options here in front of me. Do you have access to a piece of paper and a pen?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Okay. Okay. So, and now your husband, Ben, his name was Kian, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming you were just wanting to protect him if, God forbid, something were to happen to you.
Yep. My lovely Kian.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Now, let's say if you wanted to just leave behind about 300,000 for Kian, That would be about $112. Now to leave behind about 200,000 for Kian, that would be about $87. And now, Ben, if you just wanted to leave behind about $100,000 for Kian, that would just be about $52.
Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong, Ben, these are just starting points. And with half of that going back into your savings account, what option do you think would make the most sense, not only for you, Ben, but for Kian financially as well?
That's such a good closing line.
Yeah. And like throughout like the inventory sheet, like I get very like sentimental with these guys. Like I ask what they like to do for fun. I write that shit down, how long they've been together. And I talk about that before I go into numbers. So if you're active listening to them, they're going to listen back.
Right.
So like, let's say you and your lovely husband were to want to go, like you guys enjoyed camping. I'm like, okay. And yeah, so what this would allow is, I mean, for him to be able to enjoy the things you guys like to do, hiking, camping, if something were to happen, that way he doesn't have to pick up a second or a third job so that he can still be able to do the things that you guys like to do.
Wow.
And they're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Damn.
So
That's really good because younger people, they have more hobbies, they're more active.
yeah. And like, dude, for me, like I literally like, for me, I have a fiance.
Mhm.
So I'm like, okay. And I mean, any tips to 30 plus years? And then they just, it brings them back. It makes them like all lovey-dovey. And then I'm like, now what's the story? How'd you guys meet?
Mm-hmm.
And then psychologically, that's going to bring them back to the best day of their life.
Mm.
And then yeah, and that goes for anyone, bro. Like old people, young people. And then they get all like lovey-dovey. And then I'm like, and I assume that you just wanted to protect them if God forbid something were to happen, right?
Mm.
And you got to think of it from their perspective psychologically. They're gonna be like, well, yeah. And they're tied to this product a whole lot more than just presenting numbers.
Mm. Okay. Yeah, you really made it a lot more emotional.
Yeah. Like for me, and then you just like, for me, people buy from people they like. And when you tie into people's emotions and they see that you're listening to them, they're going to listen back. What I do is I write down 30 years. Like if they've been together for that long, then I write down all the shit they like to do for fun together. So that way I'm able to use that as ammo in my pitch.
Okay, how about this? How about like a someone that's single, 25 years old? How do you build more doubt that, that they're going to get approved, and like they want it for their parents? That's the reason they're looking. He was in like
I mean, like for me, like for someone who's like that, like if they're still on a relationship stage, I'm like, look, so these living benefits, right? This is going to protect you as a whole. Because if, let's say, something were to happen, right? And like, I'm not saying between you guys, I mean, cross our fingers there, and they always chuckle. And then it's like, but like, let's say you were to get into an accident and you couldn't show up to work or perform 2 of the 6 daily tasks, like getting dressed, going to the bathroom, and then I just name those, or like a cancer, heart attack, or stroke. I'm sure that would affect you exponentially. Well, yeah. Okay. Now, are you familiar with living benefits? Okay. So let's say that any of those were to happen, then you couldn't perform 2 of those 6 tasks. This policy would pay out 80%. So essentially, Ben, this is what would pay your bills when nothing else was able to pay your bills. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. This was like
and that's like, I've added that phrase into it. I've added that. This is what will pay the bills when nothing else could pay the bills.
Okay.
And I like, it makes sense to them after I say that.
Yeah, I like that. This will pay the bills when nothing else will.
It's able to pay the bills.
Okay. Do you ever get anyone ask you like, oh, I have health insurance already, I don't need that?
Yeah, so health insurance, that's gonna be great at, let's say, taking care of prescriptions, doctor visits, or anything else. So that's gonna take care of your living side, right? So all the medical expenses that come up. Well, this is going to be taking care of that final expense. right? And I'm assuming that you filled this out thinking of protecting your family or leaving something behind if something were to happen to you, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect, Ben. So that's exactly what this is for now. Is there a particular budget you'd be looking to stay within? I mean, no, that's just kind of how I go into it. And then they give me a budget and it's all depends on their health from there. Someone's gonna want to buy from a person that has emotion and that listens rather than someone who just preaches something.
So that, I mean, that's where that ask, explaining all those things by asking them if they know what they are helps for me.
Yeah. And like, yeah, I'll have them look everything up and then I'll be like, okay, and when that does pop up on your end, go ahead and read off the percentage of term policies that pay out.
Oh yeah, you have them Google it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then they just read it and they're like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, once you bring into the fact that this is going to expire and that they're going to be 52 years old and who knows what could happen between now and then.
Okay. Well, I'll bring that up to that 350-pound girl, but I don't know if she's gonna be approved for an IUL. Do you think there's any IULs that don't check weight?
How
I don't think so. I think they all check
how
weight.
tall?
5'11".
Yeah, but how much? 350?
Yeah.
There might be one, and honestly, bro, Maka, he just told me to put I forget who it was who told me, but I put sometimes like if it's like 342 for 161, that
Oh, just put the
or
height
like
up a
6
little
foot.
bit. Yeah, just put the height up a little bit.
Yeah, just round up.
10
Yeah.
pounds. Okay. That might help.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, dude, just be a person to someone and show them that you care, but then also show them the fact that you're listening to them and that I even tell them like, yeah, so this is what would allow Ben to be able to go camp with the kiddos, be able to take them on hikes, and I mean, be the dad that I know he is without him having to pick up a second job or a third job. So that way you guys can still afford that same way of life.
Are you saying this in a situation where they lost like 2 of their daily abilities? How are they still gonna be able to
No, I say that with like the death benefit.
Oh.
Yep.
He passes away, so you can still go hiking.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. So that way you guys, like your family is still able to do the things that you love to do.
Oh, okay.
Whether that be hiking, going on road trips. And this would make it so that Ben doesn't have to pick up a second job or a third job. So that way you guys can still afford to do that. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yep.
You're saying, when you say Ben, you're talking about the beneficiary.
Bro, I think you did a great job of matching his energy and being very like personable with him, which is huge. You know, like you were being yourself, which is great. You're getting to know him and stuff. One thing that I would do different, and everybody's pitch is different. Your style is going to be different than my style. You know, my style is going to be different than Gabe's style. Everybody's different. But me personally, bro, I would have just cut out a little bit of the rapport. Especially with somebody like that, where like he kind of gave you the green light to like sell him on it. He was like, yeah, maybe like the smallest option, would work. And then like the numbers you ended up showing him were like right around that. I think it was like $66 or something like that you showed him, which is great. And I would say too, for the rapport, because I'm very big on rapport as well. I just use it more for when there's downtime. So like while I'm pulling the numbers, like while I'm getting the quotes pulled up and everything, that's when I'm building rapport, or while I'm going through the application, that's when I'm building the rapport as well. So that way there's not just like this awkward silence. And then the biggest thing, bro, I would just say, be more assumptive, all around with when he tells you something, especially like he said, he got quoted, he thought it was optional. Yeah, it definitely is, John. What was the reason why you declined it before? Was the price too high? Or did you not end up qualifying for it? Oh, the price was too high. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's kind of what I see here on my end. Looks like you were quoted some pretty high numbers. That's actually why I wanted to reach out to you. John, if I was to take the time and pull some more practical options, closer to like 50, 60, 100, maybe $200 a month. I don't know for sure yet. It's going to be based off what you can qualify for. But if I was to do that for you and just find something that would be more practical and affordable, would that help you and your family still? So very similar to how you ended it, but you're just staying more in control there. And then as well as being assumptive when you're asking for the deal. I'm guessing from listening to this, bro, like this was probably one of your first presentations of the day today. You're probably still just like getting warmed up and everything. But I would say, bro, like you just sounded not super confident when asking for him to pick an option, which he's gonna feel like he felt that for sure as well. And then you even gave him the out of like, do you need time to think about it? Like you were like almost second guessing of like if he actually wanted it still. So just stay super assumptive with it, bro. Stay super confident of like, hey, dude, look, congratulations, man. Like I pulled some options for you, and just based off of your age and your health, you kind of being proactive, not reactive. These rates, I think they're going to be a lot more affordable for you. But that's going to be up to you. You let me know. Aside from making sure that it's comfortable, the biggest thing is making sure you qualify for it. So, none of these I can promise these to you. We would have to, submit a request for approval still. But I drew up 3 different options for you here. Let me know which one would be the most comfortable and the most amount of protection for your family, and then I'll simply, help you submit that request for approval. Okay. So with that, option A, option B, option C. Hey, John, out of those 3, which one are you kind of leaning towards the most? Let him pick one. Okay, cool. Look, John, so I'll pull up the application right now to see if we can get you approved for it. Give me just a second while I pull that up for you, okay? And even one thing too, to just kind of circle back real quick, before I show options, I'll always be like, now, John, do you have any questions about how this plan works? And I'll always tie them down too when I go to pool options of like, okay, John, so what it sounds like to me that you're looking for here, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're just looking for something, you said you don't really care about the living benefits. I would have asked him as well, like, what do you have set up currently if you did, lose your income for any reason, cover medical bills, stuff like that. Cool. So what it sounds like to me, John, and correct me if I'm wrong here, what you're looking for is strictly something to where, God forbid, when you pass away, that this home, if there still is a mortgage balance, that it's going to be taken care of for your family. And I would get to know their family a little bit more too. Like, is it a wife? Do they have kids? What's the wife's name? So that way when you tell them that, you can be like, make sure that, Gene and John Jr., that they're able to comfortably stay in the home. Is that correct? Okay, cool. And we're looking for something as well where, the price will never change on you. It's not going to be like your car insurance. So that way you can make sure every month that like that payment's going to stay in the budget. Because what it sounds like, John, is you're kind of looking for something where, you kind of just tuck it away in your back pocket. That way when you lay your head down at night, hey, if anything happens to me, Gene, John Jr., they're going to be able to stay in the home. They're going to be taken care of when I'm no longer here to provide for them. Is that kind of what you're looking for? He'll say, yeah. Okay, awesome. So cool, John. Is there anything that you think that I'm missing with that? He'll say no. He might tell you yes. Boom. Now you guys are on the same page with everything. And then once you get back on the phone to show numbers, be like, cool, John, before we go any further, I just want to make sure, do you have any questions about how this plan works? He says no. Okay, cool. So look, what I was able to find for you, then go into the 3 options. Kind of long-winded there, but yeah, that would be my feedback for you, brother. Let me know if that helps, or let me know if you have any questions about it.
When I'm watching you on the phones, I notice how calm and collected you are. When you were first started, were you nervous? Was it hard for you to overcome objections that were more technically related, like product information that you were unsure of? Did that cost you sales, etc.?
Absolutely. So the key thing when you're first starting, and if you do have issues with product knowledge, is just to be transparent with your client to say, hey, I'm new to this, but I'll find out the answer to that. And your clients are going to respect that. They're not going to see you as some uneducated guy who's like trying to lie. They can see right through a lie if you try to tell them, something that you don't really know. So you're going to have a much better success saying, hey, I don't know the answer to that, but let me get back to you. And you call your upline, get the answer to it, and you're going to have a much better success, being transparent.
But I want to share something that's pretty important, and it all ties together, but it's managing your emotions in this business. Because if you can't figure that out, none of what we go over today, tomorrow, or the rest of this week is going to matter. You guys won't be here, okay? So I want to share some stuff with you guys, but first I want to ask, who made a sale today? Did anyone make a sale today? Raise your hand. A few people. Who got a sale and it was approved? Okay, Ethan, how much was your sale? Okay, that was Ethan's first sale too. Let's give him a quick first sale. Cal, how much?
Like 1,062.
What's the commission on that? Rough estimate.
800.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. Cal made $800 today. It's 1 o'clock. Did a training. How many dials did you make? One. Pretty cool, right? So obviously, like, we're so blessed to be in an industry like this where I don't know like where else you can go. Make $800, make a dial, like that's great. So I want to share some stuff with you guys that you might not know. That's really, really important, and it might shock some of you guys. So the first one, 90% of agents who get started in life insurance quit within the first year. Okay? 90% of people who get started in life insurance, they get licensed, they quit within the first year. Not because they found a better opportunity, not because they went to, go get paid more somewhere else. They simply threw in the towel. They couldn't manage their emotions. They're out of this business. And I was thinking about it today because we're coming up about like a year since I've been a part of Prosper. And my first week in Prosper was a lock-in. Is anybody's first week this week a lock-in? Awesome. I love that. A year ago we did a lock-in in Wisconsin. And I can probably name you at least 5 people who are no longer here. And that was just a year ago. And some of those people were top producers. Some of them produced business, some of them never produced business. And I want to share another stat with you guys too. The average life insurance agent in the US makes about $50,000 a year, okay? So 90% of people quit, and the average agent makes about $50,000 a year. So raise your hand if you guys got your insurance license because you wanted to make $50,000 a year and you wanted to quit your first year.
Yeah.
Nobody. Okay, obviously that's not why we're here. Obviously we know the potential, we know what it can do for us, and we know like that's obviously why we made the sacrifice that we needed to make to be here, to get our license, to be on the trainings, to be on the Zoom calls, to dial the phones, whatever it is. Like there's a level of commitment that it takes, and you guys aren't here to make $50,000 a year. You guys aren't here just to try it out for a year and then quit. Okay? And so keep that in mind. Like, why do most people quit? Why does 90% of people that get their license quit within the first year? And unfortunately, like, you guys are all awesome. I got to meet most of you guys. If I haven't met you guys, I'd love to meet you guys this week. But some of you guys are not going to be here even a month from now. I hate to say it, but I want to be realistic with you guys. Some of you guys will probably not be here. It's just a statistic. Some of you guys will be that statistic. Some of you, it might be 5 months, 6 months, a year. And so I feel like I'm pretty qualified to talk about this stuff. I want to thank God because I've been through it all in this industry, and I've been here for about 2 years. And so a little bit of a backstory I want to share with you guys. When I first got my license, I came from the roofing industry, knocking on doors, selling roofs. Any door knockers? Yeah. It was fun, right? So I was 21 when I got started. My goal is to make $100,000 a year. I said if I could make $100,000 a year, my life would change. I'd have no problems at all. It'd be completely like different. And so I was 21 years old, and I made $150,000 in 9 months. So I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I quit. And I quit to join this industry because I saw how much potential there was to not just make $150,000, but to make even more than that. And to also build a business that's equitable, I can sell it, and obviously make a lot of money from that as well. So I saw a longer term vision for myself. And so 21 years old with sales experience, coming off a 6-figure year, my first year in insurance was great, okay? I lost about $30,000, okay? There we go. From buying leads, like just not the right training, mentorship, whatever it is. There's a lot of different reasons, work ethic, whatever it is. But how do you go from making $150,000 a year to losing $30,000 a year in one of the most profitable industries out there? And it was a lot of like what I'm going to talk about managing your emotions and understanding the expectations of what we're actually getting ourselves into. Because since I joined Prosper, I mean, it's been lights out since. But it's going to be really hard for you guys. If you guys even lose like $5,000, like you guys are terrible. It shouldn't happen. I lost a lot of money from buying leads, you know, just chargebacks. I didn't know how to sell. I didn't know what I was doing. And so I went through so many downs and like so many chargebacks, so many cancellations. I went through so many days without making a sale. So many weeks where I'd get my hopes up. I'd be like, okay, this is going to be my breakout week. This is going to be the week where I write 10K to get all deposited. And it just never happened for the longest time. And it was depressing. And I was losing money. And I remember I had about $50,000 when I started saved up. And I was down to my last like $7,000 before I decided to make a switch. And I don't want that to be the case for you guys. Some of you guys are coming into this business. Maybe you don't have a lot of funds. Maybe it is your last dollar. Like Jonah put his last $1,000 into leads. That might be some of you guys this week. Some of you guys don't have money to invest in this. Some of you guys, your back is already against the wall. And I want to touch on a few things about this. Because last 2 lock-ins ago, I did a training about managing your emotions. And I gave you guys a few tactical things. So if you guys weren't here, I'm going to recap a little bit about what I gave you guys, because it's important. So if you weren't here, I'll have you write these down. If you guys weren't here last time, I'll have you write it down. If you guys were here, you can rewrite it down. Doesn't hurt to touch back on it. So some of the tactical things that I gave you guys last time was, one is to not be upset about the results you didn't get for the work you didn't do. I learned that the hard way. My first year in the business was tough. There was weeks where I was working hard, weeks where it was just like I just felt so defeated, so depressed. I was like, does this even work? So don't be upset about the results you didn't get for the work you didn't do. Okay? You might see somebody this week grinding, they might have a 10K week, and you might not. Right? Don't be upset about the results that you didn't get for the work you didn't do. That was number 1. So if you guys weren't here, number 2 was tie your goals to a discipline and not an outcome. A discipline is going to be presentations. A discipline is going to be how many dials. These are things that you can control. Where's Henry at? Is he in his office? Henry had a nice week last week. What was it, like 11,000, 12,000? And he had about 10 policies. So they were a lot of smaller deals, but he crushed it. You can't control that stuff. So like last week I had a pretty decent week, but I think I only had 5 policies. So if you tie your goals to...
How much AP did you do last week?
Almost 13. So it's like 12-7, I think. But you can't control that stuff. You can control how many presentations you have. You can control how many dials you make. One thing that's even important is you can control what time you get up in the morning. If you go to the gym or not, you can control that. You can control if you get your mind prepared for this business. Like mentally, emotionally, you set yourself up. You guys give yourself enough wins for the day to really just conquer. You can't control, like if you're setting your goal, oh, I want to make 10K. Well, dude, if you write 10 policies and they're all small, like, you're talking to different clients, like you never know. So tie your goals to a discipline, whether it's dials. That was mine at the beginning. I said 300 dials a day. Then it changed to presentations. Maybe it's what time you need to get up in the morning. Maybe it's your diet. All of that plays a factor. All of that actually plays a factor in if you're going to succeed here or not. Because if you're not confident in yourself, your clients aren't confident in you, I promise you. You're not closing anything. And if you do, it's going to charge back. That was me my whole first year. Sell a policy, it was awesome, it would charge back. Rinse and repeat. It was brutal. But we're not going to have that. And then the other thing was, the last thing that I had you guys write down, which was 2 lock-ins ago, was to be optimistically delusional. Or just have like a radical confidence or positivity that just like doesn't really make sense. Right? So like you guys get beat up on the phones, you go 10 presentations, you don't close anything. That mindset is not, oh, I just, failed 10 times. It's like, oh, this 11th one is going to be a massive deal. This family needs my help. Like just staying in the right mindset, because it's so easy to get bogged down in this industry when there's a lot of moving parts. Okay? So that was the last time that I gave this speech. It was a little bit more tactical. You guys can take those, you guys can use them this week. When we leave here, it's going to be even more important when you guys are by yourselves, in your office, at home, or whatever the case is, when you truly have to face these things. If you don't want to dial, like these are the things you're going to have to contemplate. The other thing that I want to talk about is why I didn't quit. Okay? Like I said, some of you guys are not going to be here. And I want that to sit in. I want it to sound ugly. Because I love you guys. And I want you guys to be here. And I want this to keep growing. But we know the statistics. We know how it goes. Some people, it's just not going to work. They can't mentally handle it. And so I want to talk to you guys about why I didn't quit. Because every single, I had every reason to quit. I mean, 30,000 reasons. Okay? It was depressing. I was losing money. Like, it just made no sense at all. No sense. Why are you still doing this if you're losing money? You're not helping clients. You can't even help yourself. Why? Why am I still here? And there's a few things. One is social proof. This was everything. I knew Jonah was making 100K a month. I knew he was having 40K months. I knew he was helping families. I knew the deposits were coming in. For the first year in my business, I was like, is this even real? Like, do people have this? But I knew it. I knew they did. I knew they did. And I knew people like Jonah. I knew people who were also a part of Pinnacle. That's why I'm here. So many top producers, so many managers. I knew they were doing it. So why can't I? I love Jonah, but I always talk about this. Jonah doesn't know how to spell. Okay? Hey, look, you don't need to be a good spiller, so let me. You don't. You can be bad at a lot of things and still be good at life insurance. I want to shout out my brother, Eli. He made his first sale yesterday too. First day on the phone. Let's go! Eli, if you're so brave enough, tell everyone what your GPA was in high school. He just graduated this year. What was your GPA? 1.7? That's my brother. 1.7 GPA. My mom called me the last day of his school crying because he got a D on his math test and he passed. He needed like a D to pass. If he failed, he wasn't passing math, he wasn't graduating. She called me crying. She was so happy that he got a D on his math test and he was able to graduate. He made $500 yesterday, probably more than anybody in his graduating class on a phone call, his first day on the phones.
What was your biggest weakness that you seen the biggest change to help you perform at a higher level? Like, what was the one thing that you saw in your calls by listening to your recordings that you pinpointed and fixed that made you have that jump?
Probably just being too nice in the beginning. I wouldn't be assumptive enough and know what's best for the client. Knowing exactly what's best for the client and having that confidence when you're explaining it to them. Because you don't want to tell people what they need, but you have that confidence in you when you're explaining it to them that is going to come through in your tone and how you talk. So that comes with time.
So what would you say that point in the conversation? Is it really going over the application where you become more stern, like with like harder questions on their end?
A lot of people at our company, we kind of do like a question-based thing. We don't just tell them things. We ask them first, hey, do you know the difference between term and whole life? Hey, do you know what living benefits are? And if they say no, then you go ahead and you explain it to them, because they're kind of giving you permission to explain it to them because they said they don't know it. And that's kind of when you show like that you're the expert, and that's when you build that trust.
I always ask this at the very end, and I touched on it maybe like 2 lock-ins ago, but something you guys should definitely write down is the very last, or probably like the second to last question, right? Because I'm just trying to get them to say yes to me. I don't need them to elaborate 15 minutes of why they need this. I need them to just say yes, right? So the last part, or usually the second last part of my financial inventory is, Mary, now if God forbid you were to pass away, what would that situation look like for your family financially? I'm assuming it'd be pretty tough, right? It's one of the second to last questions I ask. Now why do I ask that? I just went through all of this information, and now I want to understand how it's going to be financially, right? So I'll write this down. If you asked, situation look like? Right? What's that situation look like financially? I'm assuming it's pretty tough, right? So the biggest thing with that is, right, we don't want to open a can of worms. We're assuming it would be pretty tough. But as a show of hands, like genuinely, who has gone through the entire presentation, presented numbers, and literally been told, oh yeah, my son will just take care of it? Pretty much everybody. Dude, who hates that? I hate that. Like with a passion. I'm like, dude, why did you even go through this? Like, are you stupid? Like, what? So like, you want to avoid that, is because she's not stupid. She just didn't sell herself on this, right? You're never gonna, what I told people too is like, you're never gonna tell these people why they want it. You're never gonna tell them, hey, yeah, John, this is gonna help you because your son's gonna be okay and he's gonna be really good, and you're not gonna have to worry about the house. Doesn't that sound really good, John? What the? No, that doesn't sound good, right? It's because you've taken that conversation, you've now taken control of it, but what you've done is you've told them why they need something. That doesn't accomplish anything, right? And what I learned again from Gabe Anderson is when he said, dude, the person who asks the most questions will win every single time. And so for people who are new, dude, if you just simply ask questions, not just asking questions, strategically asking questions, assumptive manner, right? And you ask some of these questions here, you're going to be able to pull a lot more information, and she's going to tell you right there, oh, yeah, my son's going to take care of it. He'll be okay. Okay. Well, you haven't presented any numbers, so at least you didn't screw yourself, right? Now, how do you recover from that, okay? So that's going to lead into our wealthy clients, right? So the 2 biggest questions I ask is, what assets would you want to liquidate in the case of a family emergency? And if you pass, what would that situation look like financially for your family? And there's one more here that I'll go into at the end, which is a good way to just tie it all down in transition. But all right, we have our wealthy clients. So people have a lot of money, their son's gonna take care, my son's got a ton of money, right? How do we deal with these situations, okay? Wealthy individuals are tricky. Who's run into individuals here that have a bunch of life insurance already, they've got like $1 million in term or whatever, and they're set? Who has those people? Okay. So the wealthy clients, especially with guys running age leads, are also the dumbest clients. And why are they dumb? It's because they don't even know what they have. They have no idea what coverage they have. Oh yeah, dude, I got like $1 million. Oh, okay, right? How much you paying a month? Oh, like $20 a month. How old are you? Oh, I'm 60. When'd you get it? When I was like 50? No, like that's not happening, right? and I see some people trip up so much with wealthy clients, is because you just take their word. Oh, dude, I got $1 million in coverage, bro. Sick, dude, that's really cool. But do you actually know that you have $1 million in coverage, right? So what are the steps to uncover our client situation without getting too hung up on their life insurance, right? Because that's the biggest problem that we face is clients who have life insurance, okay? It's the biggest thing, right? It's either life insurance or they have family. So those are the two biggest things that you deal with wealthy clients. They've already got life insurance, right? Clearly, you're this far in a conversation with them, they want this. Otherwise, why the hell would they be talking to you, right? People just like to say that they have coverage. It makes them feel better. I don't know,
Trying to get you off the phone.
Yeah, you be off the phone, or I mean, we're already this deep, so I don't know if they're trying to get me off the phone, but they just might want to sound better. I don't know, people say weird things all the time. I had somebody tell me that like $3 million in coverage, and lo and behold, it was like a $3,000 whole life policy. I was like, what the? But like people lie about what they have. How do we uncover this, right?
Or the agent lies.
Or the agent lies, right? How do we uncover this? John, did you get that policy packet in the mail? Okay. Remember, our job is to sell them mortgage protection, right? Not replace their life insurance policy. So the biggest mistake is people get so hung up on this and ask 17 million questions about their life insurance. At that point, they're just like burnt out and dude, I don't even know what this dude's trying to do. So you only want to ask a few questions, but be strategic because you want to catch them, trip them up on not knowing what they actually have, right? So John, did you get that policy packet in the mail? It's California state law. Oh yeah, it was like 10 years ago. Okay. Now John, with that life insurance policy, did you put that policy packet in a safe place? No. Okay. Now John, it is my job as a fiduciary responsibility here to make sure you guys are in the best position. How would that coverage be paid out if you were to pass away, if your family doesn't have access to the policy packet? Oh, I don't know. I think I just died. Who does your family call? I don't know, right? You've now tripped them up in their own situation. You have no idea what they have, right? Because if they don't have a policy packet, then how the hell is this coverage going to pay out? Okay? So now you've devalued their life insurance, right? You've made their life insurance less valuable than it actually is. That's huge. Your job's not to sell them life insurance, and your job's not to replace their life insurance. You just ask 2 key questions to understand their situation. So if he ever comes in at the end and tells me, dude, that's why I have $1 million in life insurance, you've already proven that he has no idea what the hell he has or where the policy packet is even located. So now you have full control, right? Again, how to deal with those life insurance. You have a policy packet. If he has no idea where it is, right? Perfect. How is that even going to pay out to your family if you have no idea where that is, right? Biggest issue. Now moving forward with the life insurance, maybe he does know. He's like, yeah, I got $1 million in coverage. It makes sense, right? I got like $200 a month. I got it when I was like 40. Okay, cool, bro. That actually makes sense, right? Nothing seems to be tripping up here. I'm still going to ask if you got the policy packet. Still going to ask those genuine questions, right? Understanding more about his coverage. So this is the key question for people who have life insurance. Is there's so many times where I've sold people who have massive life insurance policies with mortgage protection. Again, what I see agents do in the beginning is they spend so much time trying to resell them or replace a policy. Now, what's the key question that we ask here? Cole, you've done this already. So, do you remember what the key question is?
That's what they would be using for?
For the life insurance?
Yeah, what they would be using for.
Right. So, basically, it's fine. I know you just dealt with the client like this. That's why I was picking on you. But basically, it's so John. I'm assuming, right? And I'll write this over here. No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna erase this. Everyone have this written down for the questions there. This is gonna be important. I'm gonna write down the lower income clients. I wouldn't, you don't gotta spend too much time. It's pretty easy. So I just want to spend more time on these wealthy clients. Now, the question you're gonna ask with wealthy, right, John, is I'm assuming that the whole reason is, it sounds like you really don't even need this, right? It sounds like you don't even need this. If Jonah told me that, like maybe like third week I was in, bro, it was like a epiphany moment. I was like, holy shit, bro, like I tell these people they don't even need this, I just alleviated like all of my sales pressure. But it's strategic, right? John, I'm assuming that you don't really even need this. It sounds like it's just more of like highly desired. So your family doesn't have to dip into that life insurance to pay off the home. Does that sound about right? So again, I'm assuming, you're always assuming, right? Now, like I said, I've made people before, if I just ask, yeah, John, so, I'm not even saying I'm assuming. So John, you wanted to get the mortgage protection so that way they didn't have to dip into life insurance, right? That's not assuming, right? That's just an open-ended question. So I'm assuming that you wanted, right? Or I guess here, down is you don't even need this, right? Sounds like you don't even need this. There's something I'm going to have people add here, right? It sounds like you don't even need this, John. I'm assuming that this was highly desired. We'll just put here, I'll abbreviate it for you guys. This was highly desired to pay off the home. No life insurance. Right, so I'll put it down again. I'll say it just so it's kind of abbreviated for you guys. Right, John, it sounds like you put yourself in a really good position financially, unlike a lot of my clients. Right, assuming you've done pretty well financially, actually. But I'm assuming here, John, that it sounds like you really don't even need this per se. It sounds like I'm assuming that you're probably highly desired. So that way, your kids and your family aren't having to dip into that life insurance, if God forbid, to pay off that home if anything were to happen, right? Does that all make sense to everybody? That's the best question question and statement that you could ever ask for wealthy people. It's a long shot with all these wealthy people, but at the end of the day, you're going to give yourself the most amount of opportunities by understanding their life insurance and then getting them to pivot away from the protection of their life insurance and understanding the protection of their mortgage protection. Okay? Does that make sense? Any questions on that? I know it's like a little bit detailed, but I want to make sure, that's the biggest objection pretty much everybody gets. Yeah.
Actually, can we beat that guy? Can you repeat it one more time?
Yeah. So, John, you put yourself in a really good position financially, unlike a lot of my clients or a lot of the families we help. What it sounds like here, John, is it sounds like you don't even really need this. It sounds like this would just probably, I'm assuming, pretty highly desired to pay off that home if anything, God forbid, were to happen, so your kids aren't having to dip into that life insurance. Does that sound about right? Okay, same thing here with your family, right? It's all the same. It's just phrasing the question. So if they have a family, oh yeah, dude, my son's gonna pay it off, right? Oh, my son's gonna take care of it. Okay. I always ask this. Now, have you always relied on your kids?
I love this one.
I'm assuming, have you always relied on your kids to make payments for the home? That's how you know, okay? Now, John, I'm assuming, the reason why you haven't had your kids rely on payments is because you didn't want to leave a burden to them, right? So, have you always relied on your kids to make payments on the home, John? The answer's gonna be no, because obviously not, right? And then, I'm assuming the reason is that because you didn't want to leave any financial burden for them. Does that sound about right? Well, yeah. Okay. So, transition is the burden, right? Burden question mark. The kids, you're just trying to get them to understand that they don't want to leave a burden for their kids. They've not relied on their kids their whole life. They don't want to start relying on their kids. But it's an easy way out, right? People just want to say, my kids are going to take care of it, right? But what you need to allow them to understand is that they don't want to leave another burden to them. It's the whole reason why they're calling you. Why else are they calling you? Why else are they going through financial inventory, right? So for the kids portion, sometimes it's tough, right? Sometimes it's really, really tough to get them to understand. But the biggest thing that I always ask people is, have you always relied on your kids to make payments on the house? They're going to tell me no. And then I'm assuming you didn't want to leave a burden for them, right? And they're going to say yes. Or if they're like, oh, well, I didn't really, they're just going to pay for it anyways and they're super objectified. And you keep asking them more questions like this, you just hang up the phone. It's not worth your time. You're going to save yourself so much headache trying to sell that individual, right? But
what if it's a little different, but what if they say, yeah, just let the bank take it?
Perfect. That's great. You should ask them to be your beneficiary. But yeah, this comes up a lot of times. I've had it a ton of times. Is when, dude, I don't give a shit about my house. Fucking bank can take it, and honestly, go to hell. I hate all my kids. Happens all the time. I'm sure a ton of people of you guys have had that. I love those clients, dude. It's because that believes me to find creativity in their situation, right? A lot of you guys remember this probably from the second lock-in, but one of my greatest experiences in this industry was realizing that I literally could sell anyone on anything if I just discovered their situation. Who can just tell me, it's one characteristic? Who can tell me one characteristic that we do? Trust. Boom, right there, confidence, right? So we talked about confidence already. But what does that even mean, right? Look, here, I can't even spell, see? I failed too, just like Jonah. But confidence, right? What does that really truly mean? I know we talk about it like, yeah, Jake, all you gotta do is just, whatever anyone tells you, just be confident, man. Okay, well, that's cool, but what does that mean on the phones? What really was the tipping point for me of what allowed me to completely, because Jonah remembers this, dude, when I first started phones, I came from solar. I was ruthless. I would be yelling at people as to why they needed to purchase Index Universal Light. Very specific. And I would be pacing like this, people see me in the office, screaming at people. That isn't necessarily confidence, right? Confidence is really a strategy, right? Because we like to think, oh, just confidence on the phone is just saying whatever the hell we want with extreme and utter confidence. That may be great, but there's a strategy to being confident on the phone. One of the first things it's not about what we say, it's about actually how we say it. So, most of you guys come from solar, door knocking, some of you guys come from waiting on restaurants, whatever it is, customer service. We see people. All we do every day is we watch people, we talk to people in person. We're on a phone call, right? There are now new technologies coming out where we can see people immediately. It's a little bit different, but as of right now, 90% of you guys, all they can see and hear is your voice. So confidence, again, it's how we say things, right? So one of the biggest things that you guys can start implementing within your confidence and building that is having tonality and holding yourself to an individual standard of becoming a professional. So most of us think, oh, like, remember Cole, what are we called? What are we called that we say the first thing that we tell people? What are we called?
Senior medical underwriter.
Did you think that we were called senior underwriters in the beginning?
No, just
No. Right. We're actually underwriters. Like Cole, he was like, well, maybe I should talk to the underwriter about this. Well, dude, you are an underwriter. That's what your job is. Your job is to find these people coverage so you can protect their family. So imagine your mother.
Okay, can I interrupt?
Go ahead. Yeah,
Bro, I gotta share this story. This is too funny. So, you mind if I share it? Okay, so, yeah, so Cole, like, exactly what Jake said. Cole, like, comes up to me, he was telling me about this client. He's like, I said this, and this. And I was like, you know, I should call the underwriters. And I was like, exactly what Jake said. I was like, when we both looked at each other, we're like, bro, you are the underwriter. You're like, well, yeah, but, you know, like, I should call the actual one. I'm like, bro, you are the actual underwriter. He's like, so I was like, you guys, and everybody in this room, like, you guys realize, like, the underwriter, medical underwriter, like, that's not a term we made up to alleviate sales pressure. Like, that's literally in your freaking contract from the insurance company. Like, you review your mutual Omaha contract, it says you are the underwriter, you are the eyes and ears of the insurance company. So the most important aspect of this business is doing proper underwriting. Because please write this down, as a side note. Every time you should be asking yourself, like, when you're talking to a client, when you're figuring out what to write them, first of all, what the heck can this person qualify for? And then B is simply, what can this client afford? What's affordable and practical? What can they qualify for? Secondly is, what can they afford? So anyway, so Cole's like, and then I explained that to you, and then you're like, you're all jazzed up, and then you come in my office 15 minutes later, you're like, bro, I have so much more confidence on the phones than I'm actually an underwriter. It's like, fuck yeah. It just walks out. I was like,
no bullshit though, like I started making sales immediately right after that.
Yeah.
And I take it way seriously now.
And you should.
Yeah, like it's a part of my process every time now. Honestly, because I just got sick and tired of getting denied in my carrier, so I just decided to use it.
So for anybody that didn't know, we are all legitimately underwriters. You're in this room. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to tell that story.
I mean, that literally transitions perfectly, because what I was saying is, imagine your mom and your dad are talking to me, right? Like, and I'm selling them a policy. Me, Jake, I'm selling your mom and dad a policy. Now imagine you are sitting there, Cole's sitting here, he's selling my mom and dad a policy, right? I now have this innate ability in myself that I need to be extremely confident about what I'm doing, because this is Cole's family, this is my family on the line, right? Think about that with every single client. I learned this from actually Gabe Anderson when he talked at the first lock-in. He was just talking about the importance of our job. Because a lot of times we just take it as like, dude, it's just a sale. We're just trying to get a quick sale. We're trying to do our job and get paid. But the reality is, if you keep looking at this job like that, not only are you going to get burnt out extremely fast, but you're not going to care about what you do. And so confidence comes with actually giving a shit about what you're doing and helping these people. Because when people have death claims, Jonah's heard it before. One of the stories I always love to tell is, Turner knows this. Where's Turner? Turner's in there. He's in there. I'll explain. But basically, he had a client that he was on the phone with for like a couple of days. Told him he needed to think about it. Person called him the next day, and then let me shut this. Turner, I'm talking about the client you had. You want to share about the client that called you the next day, and you know what I'm talking about, right? We're talking about the podcast.
Yeah, there was someone who I was really early on in business. I'd called them 3 or 4 times. They texted me saying, I called you after work. Didn't follow up with the lead. I went through my lead batch like twice. Called them like a total of 5 times. I was calling my leads like 9 or 10 times for one, going on to the next one. And then I got a call from the daughter. Didn't answer. She left a voicemail. Asked if they got the coverage. Texted me, and I had to respond, tell them that they didn't get the coverage that was in place, that nothing was paying out. because I didn't do my job well enough and wasn't thorough enough with my leads and called enough times. Because I just quickly went on to the next batch and there was still a lot more people to help.
I mean, obviously that's an extreme case of not going through your leads, but you guys understand the point of like, if we don't do our jobs, these are legitimate people out the end of the line. Like, this isn't just a transaction. These are human beings that we deal with every day. And that comes to a part of the confidence. And once I realized that, once I was like, oh, like, shit, I am an underwriter. Like, I'm actually doing something that truly benefits these people, right? Not like solar sales where we come from, we're selling these like massive loans that God knows what's happening after that, right? But like, the biggest thing is we sell this product, this service that is going to last a majority of these people's life, if not their entire lives. And so that's the biggest thing, is not only, again, how we say something, but who we are. Right? So those are the two biggest things that are going to develop your confidence, is once you can mentally put into your own head that, hey, I'm a professional, I'm here to serve somebody, and my job is actually meaningful. Like, I get it, a lot of people come into this industry and a lot of people phase out. But the biggest thing is what determines someone who is successful from what I've seen in this industry and what Jonah's told me, and is actually becoming the person who is there to help these individuals and serve them. And so that's one thing I wanted to touch on, because not many people, we talk about confidence a lot, but we don't really dissect it and understand. And that's going to lead a lot into how we sell not only to wealthy people, but also to low income. It's how we sell to anybody, right? Is confidence. So that's one thing there. If you guys haven't written those two things down, I'll just do that. So as well, now we're going to actually go through, let's see if I have a eraser. So we're selling to wealthy and low income clients, okay? So there's two sides of the spectrum. There's wealthy and then low income, okay? All right. Who can tell me the most important part of our sales process? Is, you know, we have the intro, we have, you know, obviously going through the numbers, the options. Who can tell me the most important part of a close? Building the value. Where do we build the most value? Financial inventory. This, oh, all my sheets are gone. But anyways, that sheet of paper that has the income, your medical conditions, all of those things is so important. And when you think of it, oh no, I'm just trying to qualify, right? I see agents come in from maybe other agencies who just, okay, do you have any major health conditions? No? Okay, cool. And then they try to approve them. That's not understanding their situation. Every single person's situation is completely different. And where I see most agents mess up is in the close when they, you know, are offered an objection. Yeah, like my kids are just going to take care of it when I die. Like after they've given all of the options, wasted all of their energy. Now how do you come back from that? There's nothing you can do. This person's already sold on the fact that their kids can take care of it, which you did not know the whole time. So how do we mitigate most of the objections? Like, we spend so much time memorizing objections, figuring out how do we overcome things. We can overcome almost every single objection before it even happens, right? And the biggest thing is within that financial inventory. So that's the biggest thing, is if we want to sell the wealthy, low income, middle income, whatever, that financial inventory is the most important part. So I want to go through some questions that are going to be one of the most important things that if you don't have in your financial inventory, I want you guys to add them, because they're things that I've not only learned, but everything I'm telling you guys, I didn't just come out of the gate and crush it in insurance. I learned. When you come into this, for people who are new, dude, you have to be a sponge. Like, whatever you learned in whatever sales job, this is not the sale. It's completely different. This is completely different than any sale any of you guys who are fresh into this have come into. Like, I mean, I reference Cole a lot here, but he came from solar, I came from solar. I thought I could just bulldoze through these people and get them to buy an insurance policy. It's not true, right? So what are some questions that we can ask? But first, I kind of want to open it up to people is, what are some really good questions that you guys have found have really worked for you that you feel like you guys could start sharing with the group that might make them improve a little bit more? If anyone has any like really good questions that they ask. No one has any questions? Yeah.
God forbid something happened yesterday. What do you have set up currently that we go into Mary to kind of help us?
Say it one more time louder.
God forbid something happened yesterday, Jake. What do you have set up currently that we go into Mary and the kids?
Perfect. You're asking a question that, so if you guys didn't hear, the main part of it is, what do you have set up currently that's going to help you and the kids? Right? That's a huge one. Anyone else? Yeah.
What assets would you want to liquidate in the case of an emergency, such as a 401k, IRA, Bitcoin, stocks, bonds?
That's a huge one. So I'm going to write this one down because that's actually one of them, right? Is what assets would you want to liquidate?
And guys, we actually, if you guys have a quick side note, we changed that question on the financial inventory, very specifically. So go on the Prosper Agent Hub if you haven't and re-download them. We changed it a couple weeks ago because it used to say, do you have any assets that act like life insurance, such as 401k, IRA, stocks, bonds? What we found is occasionally, you know, you get to the end and Jake would be like, oh yeah, well I got a 401k, it's the worst case scenario, we liquidate that. Versus if you ask them like, well, what assets would you want to liquidate in case of an emergency? And then they tell you, you're like, well, Mary, that's the entire purpose of this policy, so you don't have to liquidate your 401k, you get taxed 30% and penalized.
That's huge, right? I mean, how many people just, you call on the phone, oh, I've got cash in the bank, bro, I'm good. You got cash in the bank? Dude, that's exactly why I'm calling you.
Exactly
right. You're telling me you want to liquidate your entire family's assets to pay for a mortgage when you pass away? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I don't want to tell that to the client, but like, knowing that as a professional, like, you know how to handle these things is because, dude, you know that just all this is common sense, right? So you're asking strategic questions to allow the person to dip into their own life and understand the common sense of why they need this policy, right? And I'll do one more good question if anyone has it. Yo.
What had you interested in filling this out? You did.
Okay. What had you interested in filling out this in? That's perfect. Another way to go about that is assuming that, right? Because a lot of times, you know, in the beginning, we're like, oh, well, what made you want to fill this out? You don't want to ask too much of an open question, but at the end of the day, when you're in the financial inventory, you can ask open up-ended questions like that, right? But you still want to maintain some level of control. So a better way maybe to ask that question is, John, I'm assuming the reason you had filled this out was, God forbid, if anything were to happen to you, that there would be no financial burden left for Mary, right?
Guys, right? Everybody write that down.
So you see how when I ask the questions, and this is something, John, I don't want to get too off topic here, but you want to maintain control every single time that you ask a question. See, the last thing you want to do is ask a question that's so open-ended, like, oh, Mary, why do you even need this? And then they talk themselves out of it, right? You want to maintain control and direct the conversation, because the last thing you want is to leave someone just going off on a
Can you say that again? You said, I'm assuming John when you filled out.
Yeah, so I always, this is the best word ever, and I'll put it underneath here, is I'm assuming. Assume literally everything. This closes all on assumption, right? And one of the things too I wanted to just barely is on confidence is, dude, these people have been told what to do their whole lives. They've been told what house to buy by a real estate agent. They've been told what lender to go with. They've been told how to invest in their 401k. They've been told by their employer how they need to structure their schedules. Like, dude, these people have been told what to do. Now they're relying on you to tell them what to do. So by assuming, right, so I'll just state it again, right? Now, Mary, I'm assuming the reason that, you know, you had wanted or desired this coverage or filled out the card was if, God forbid, John or you were to pass away, you're willing to cover any financial burden for the family. Does that sound about right? Right, something like that, just very assumptive.
Can I add one thing to that?
Yeah.
Never say, why did you do that? Never say, like for example, why did you send in that request? Because that sounds accusatory. And again, like what Jake said, well, first of all, you're opening a can of worms. Secondly, it's accusatory. It's kind of like, well, we'll turn, it's like when you're a kid, well, turn, why'd you do that? And your mom's like mad at you, you're in trouble. So assuming is perfect. Another thing
more for the financial inventory. And so, why are they going through this process anyways, right? Well, let's just say I was going to let the bank take care of it, right? Let's just say, are you in the intro or are you in this, the financial inventory? Or like maybe both?
Probably the intro.
Intro, yeah, perfect. So, you're just asking qualified questions, right? Now, John, I'm assuming when you had filled out this card, you were looking to relieve financial burden for someone you were paying the home to or leaving the house to. Who was that individual that you were wanting to leave that home to? Is it a family member, friend? Right, just asking more questions, because you're not gonna be like, no, John, you don't want to leave it to the bank because they're gonna blah blah blah. Like, no. So asking more questions. Who did you want to leave the home to initially? Most people, they're gonna have somebody, right? And maybe that somebody betrayed them. With this woman that I had, her granddaughter was her beneficiary that she was going to get coverage for, and she just burned her house down. So like, she doesn't want to give it the house to her, right? But with that situation is just ask who they were trying to leave it to in the first place. And that's going to allow you to open up more of a consumption of exactly where you want to pivot to in their certain unique situation, right? And the questions that I ask here are legacy, the biggest thing here, and then also a lot of times if it's just a friend or someone they know. So these aren't obviously wealthy clients, but that leaves a great understanding. This is honestly a huge one here. Is for clients that want to give it to the bank. I'll give you guys a super quick story because I know we'll wrap up here in low income. But quick story, I had a lady, her granddaughter burned her house down. She initially wanted to give it to her granddaughter and she didn't give a shit about anybody. She was just gonna leave it to the bank. Inevitably, I got her to understand, I actually figured out who she cared about in her life. I got to literally the question, who do you care about? That's literally the question I got to. She's like, I care about my cats. Oh, hell yeah, you care about your cats? Okay, now what was gonna happen to your cats if anything were to happen to you? Oh, I'd probably just leave them to an organization or something. I was like, okay. Now is it important to you that organization has some sort of funds to house your cats and make sure that they have a good remaining rest of their years? Well, yeah, actually, yeah, that was. Okay, that's perfect. So my job here today, right, is to look into coverage that would actually allow that organization to keep your home, right? Because the moment that you die or pass away, if there's no mortgage payment supplemented, doesn't matter who you leave your house to, it's probably gonna foreclose or they're gonna flash sale it for a ton of equity less, right? So now I developed, it's her cats, all right? Developed her why on who she wants to leave it. She wants to leave a legacy for her cats. How sweet, right? So cute. So I just positioned it. We found an organization. I called the individual who ran the organization. I got her name and her number, and I notified her that this person wanted to give her house to her as a beneficiary. There's so much creativity in this business, dude. Like, you guys don't even understand. If you get an objection that I rent, or I sold my house, or I don't give a shit about this, like, dude, it's literally the person just telling you that they need help. They need help, and someone hasn't been able to figure it out for them. So do not give up on those clients, because you're throwing away money. You can sell, I've sold so many final expense policies through mortgage protection needs, right? I've sold so many life insurance policies. So there's so much you can do. Does anyone have any questions about that? Because I know that's an important thing to touch on for people who kind of just give up immediately in their presentation.
What's like that transition statement when they say like maybe they are renting or something, like they don't want the mortgage protection?
Right.
What's the first statement that you say to try to transition to other
Same
kind
thing
of
last time when Jonah and Kyle were talking is all you're doing is, or no, Jordan, you said that, right? You responded to that? If I'm renting, you wanna say one more time what you said, because that was actually perfect.
So if somebody's moving or somebody's renting.
If they're renting.
So if they're renting, just let them know that you understand. Be like,
Just tell them here, Jordan, sorry bro, I'm renting.
that's actually the reason I'm calling here, Jake. Now, just to let you know, make sure we're on the same page here. This actually gets assigned to you as an individual, so that way it would take care of any financial burden, such as rental payments or any cost of living. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was important to you when we filled this out.
Yeah.
Okay, my job is to get the options out to you, to see what you qualify for, grab a pen and paper, and get this done.
Same thing. Now I always tell people I'm in charge of the general protection for their family. Yeah, when you guys closed with Chase Bank, we were assigned your case file for the general protection for the family. That just gives you so much ammo. Because now you're not saying mortgage protection, right? I can tell them, if you just say I'm charged with protection for the family, now you can protect them from anything. You know what I mean? So that's how I'll kind of keep things a little bit more open in your intro and not specify too hard. But anyway, so any questions on wealthy clients or people who don't have anyone to leave anything to? Okay, cool. Super quick, moving to low income. It's actually probably the easiest. Is, dude, if somebody tells you they have $0 a month left over, bro, like, they probably can't afford this. Most of the time, like, I can only tell you is like, Jonah, do you want to briefly touch on when you like told that person like change your period, whatever?
Oh yeah. So, I mean, guys, here's the thing. Well, first of all, they're lying. It's like the same person that's telling you we can't afford this is the same person who spent $47 on the gas station on drinks and queens yesterday. So they can 100% afford it. They just simply don't see the value in it. So you just, it's a hit and miss because there's some people that just aren't financially competent. So I wouldn't really waste time with those people because it's probably going to be a bankrupt return charge back. But there's other people that legitimately, like, they just need a little bit of help with their finances and breaking down their finances. So I just ask people, like, hey, how much are you spending a month on groceries? How much is your phone bill? Guys, I've had about 4 or 5 clients that I've helped that told me we can't afford it. I legitimately have $0 at the end of every month. And I asked them, how much are you guys paying on your phone bill? Oh, I'm paying $90 a month. I'm paying $110 a month. Whatever it is. Okay, perfect. I tell you what, go sign up for Cricket. Okay, you can get unlimited for $50 a month. And what we're going to do is we're going to allocate that other $50 towards protecting your family. Because, Mary, what's more important, making sure your phone bill is paid or making sure you're leaving a family or you're leaving a legacy to your family on the worst day of your life and that everything's covered and happy that is. And so, I mean, just breaking down their budget and figuring out where the wiggle room is there. Guys, there's always wiggle room. You can, it's just, again, when they tell you that, it's because they don't see the value. So simply build the value and then figure out where in the budget that it makes sense.
Right? And that's true. I can't tell you, that pretty much summarizes a low income. Like, most of the time they're lying, they don't see the value. But let's be honest, there's actually times when people have $0 left over, and for some odd reason they just want to waste your time and just to see some sort of magical number that's going to appear where it's $7 a month for $1 million in coverage. So don't waste your time on those people, but you're going to be able, how to appropriately tell if an individual is just trying to BS you is asking more about their financial situation, right? Asking the questions that we went over already, discovering more about their budget, about what's going on there. And the biggest question I always ask, and you guys should ask it here, how to really overcome these low income. If you don't have it on your financial inventory, you should ask it. One of the other ways that it's phrased is, how many months of bills you have left over. But I like to say, at the end of every month, all expenses paid money do you have left over? So this allows you to actually understand your budget without saying, hey Mary, how much a month are you willing to spend on this? Oh, I don't know, $7? Well, of course, they're going to tell you the least amount. Sometimes, Henry came up to me the other day and told me that, he has the budget now, which if it works for some people, great. I don't ask for budget because that just opens up someone to say, yeah, I was looking to spend around $20 to $30. It's like, all right, well, now I've set their expectations and now I'm just gonna blow them out of the water, right? Not really great in that case. But what this allows you to do is at the end of every month, all expenses paid, how much money do you have left over? Now if they say, oh yeah, I got $1,000 left over, doesn't mean they have $900 for life insurance, right? So, maybe some situations, but usually not, right? The more reps that you get and the more that you talk to people around you you're selling with and asking them more questions once you make a sale or during when you're pivoting to actually showing numbers, the more you're going to understand how to actually price things and the more times you go through financial inventory, because at the end of the day, everything just comes down to value. It all comes down to that. So if you're not creating enough value, then none of this can happen. So if you think that you can just show up, ask some medical questions, show someone numbers, and you're gonna make a sale, you're in the wrong business. You shouldn't be here. But if you want to provide value, be confident, be a professional, engage with your clients, build relationships, enjoy your job, help people, then you're in the right business. That's pretty much it that I have here is for this wealthy and low income. But any last minute questions?
I actually want to point out a few things. So a couple of tactical things I want to go with you guys. First of all, if you are helping a low income client, typically those individuals are on Social Security or fixed income. So what we always train on is you guys never want to set the draft date out. You always want to draft immediately, except if they're on Social Security. That's the only scenario where you want to set the draft date out. Because Social Security is something you guys don't want to mess with. If they are legitimately a tight budget, and at the end of the month they're typically at zero. So if their Social Security is coming on the 3rd, I'm setting the draft date for the 4th. If their Social Security comes on the 3rd Wednesday, I'm usually setting it for about the 18th of the month, the 20th. And really stressing like, hey, make sure it's really important to make sure that the premium's paid on time, especially for the first year of the policy. Because I think we can both agree, Mary, having protection in place for your family is one of the most important things that you can have.
And then I have a real quick word track to that. How you guys can set immediate drafts. Everyone's like really scared of, like, I don't want to tell them it's gonna draft like in a couple of days, bro. I'm just gonna set that shit out for like a month. You don't do a disservice to yourself. Get paid fast. The client can actually afford it. Okay. Now, how do you state that? Because I'm sure, who in this room struggles with getting the immediate draft date out and getting paid immediately? A bunch of people, I guarantee you, struggle with it without raising their hand. The word track is super simple, right? You're just setting an expectation. They don't know how this works. So John, the way this works here is the first draft will come out within the first about 3 to 7 business days, right? And then it'll come out on the day of the month of your choosing after that. Now, what day of the month is going to make sense for you? I've never had a person, unless they're on Social Security, not agree with that. I've never been someone who's been scared, right? Or if they're like, oh, well, I don't want this to pay out tomorrow, they're clearly not sold on it. They really aren't. So again, the word track is, John, the way this works, it's going to pay out, or the first draft, excuse me, is coming out within the first, sometimes I just say 3 to 5 business days. I say that, sometimes I say a little bit faster, right? But just don't stress on it. Yeah, John, so it's gonna come out in 3 to 5 business days, okay? Like, no, you just state it, right? It's coming out within the first 3 to 5 business days. And this is the part you wanna stress, because this makes them feel good, right? Then after that, it'll come out on the day of the month of your choosing. What day was that, John? And sometimes too, people are like, yeah, let's do like the 15th. I'm like, okay, we should probably do like the 16th, 17th just to be safe. I always tell people that. Just like a good thing if you guys want to add that to your arsenal. Yeah, does that make sense for people who, yeah, go ahead.
Makes total sense. I did just want to like ask a question / just like offer a word of warning. I did that once, and I think probably the only carrier that this would have like gone wrong with was SPLI. Because when I called to change the draft date to be my client's, preferred date, they said there was no possible way to do that, and so I had to cancel the policy and rewrite it.
They couldn't fill out an amendment form to get that changed?
Then you were talking to someone incompetent. They also use a call center in the Philippines and they're reading off the script.
SPLI does?
Yes, so I would have simply asked for someone that had some level of competence and ask them for an amendment form to change it.
Yeah, so there's always, every single carrier has an amendment form to change anything in regards to the draft. Jordan literally just called American Home Life this morning and changed the draft himself. There are also a bunch of different carriers that require different things. But like, that's on the 1% chance that like someone changes their mind on the draft date. So, like, I've simply never had that happen. Jonah, have you had that happen? So it's like, there is a chance though that something might happen like that some carriers may require you to set a certain date. But just simply always tell the client if they're worried, you can always just change this in the future. And it's super easy. You just do DocuSign and have them fill out an amendment.
Every single carrier.
Every single carrier allows you to change the draft.
Yeah, with an amendment form.
So you have the first payment draft in the 3 to 5 days, and like when you want to change it, like let's say it drafts like on the 2nd next month, it's the 30th day, and they're like, hey, I want it like done on the 15th of every month. Do you just reach back out after they paid and just change their pay date, or how do you
like if it's already drafted and then they just randomly want to change it?
Yeah, like let's say like okay, you say what I do is I say that the funds will be drafted within the next 1 to 3 business days. John, will the funds be available to be withdrawn within the first 1 to 3 business days? It's like yes. But like if they're like, yeah, but that's fine, but I want to stick with the payments to come out the 20th of every month after that. You just call like every single time the insurance company just changes.
Oh, they're not billed twice.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I understand. So some carriers are different where you can't do that. So it's like, all right, you gotta bite the bullet and you can't do immediate draft and then set it. But probably 80% of the carriers are gonna allow you to immediate draft upon issue or approval and then set the actual draft date. I think the only person that does that is SPLI and Royal Neighbors. Or no, Royal Neighbors allows you to do it. I think it's just SPLI and maybe one other carrier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know because like I always thought like if you just drafted it for the next 1 to 3 business days, they're like, yeah, that's fine. Then it's gonna be on that date every single month. But I didn't know you could actually tell them like, hey, like then after that, it's any month of your choosing. So.
Well, that's what it is. So it comes out within that month, right. And then next month it's gonna come out on the 20th, or whatever the hell that they have. Like you say you sold the policy on the 25th, it drafts on the 28th, the next one's gonna come out on the 20th. Oh, does that make sense? Yeah. Cool. Next one.
Okay, and I wanna point out one more thing too. Is, guys, I would highly encourage you this. When I was new, I was afraid to show large numbers. Do not be afraid of large numbers, especially with local clients, but simply regardless. Some of your biggest sales will be clients that you would never expect. Where a specific example is, I got frustrated when I first started where I would show a client an equity protection where they wanted to cover their entire home. And they'd be like, we get to the end and they'd be like, well, we just need to think about it. In the back of their mind, they're like, all right, well, we're going to talk to some other people and we're going to try to get our entire mortgage covered. Then I get frustrated, like, I explain that it's just not practical, it's sensitive, and it's just this. Versus, like, guys, if it's going to cost $1,300 to cover their full mortgage, show them $1,300 as an option. You know, like, so just to simply let them know, like, hey, I have what you want, but, and I got this from Gabe Anderson, his track, where he's like, wait, to be honest with you, you really have to twist my arm to go with that. What I'd recommend is, stick with just 1 to 2 year. And be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Here's the thing, about 10% of the time, you'll have a client that picks the full mortgage coverage, and it'll be a 10K sale. But you guys will never get those 10K sales if you simply don't show big numbers. Like, I have been in homes, guys, I've put 500, 900, and 1,200 bucks on the table before, and I was like nervous, like writing out, like, oh fuck, they're gonna kick out your house. I'm like shaking, and like, all right, here's the options, and like, they look at it, don't even bat an eye. They're like, well, what do you think, Mary? Can we upgrade this down the road if we want? All right, we'll start with the $600 option. I'm like, perfect, grab your driver's license, signature. I'm like that. But like, you guys are never gonna get those if you don't show them. And it's like your biggest sales are gonna be people that you would never expect. So, guys, and I also, especially with an alpha male type of personality, I like to give them something to say no to. Because clients like to say no. So never, if you want them to go with the full mortgage option, show them the full mortgage plus 3 years salary or whatever it is. Like, show them, give them something that's out of their budget that makes them uncomfortable, they can say no to. Because Alex Ramosi said, if you're in sales and you're showing a client options and they're not gasping, you're not showing big enough numbers. So like that big number, that first one, you should always think of gasp. And then what it's going to do, it's going to anchor the other two, and it's going to make the other two seem much more practical, much more attainable and affordable.
You want to add? No, that's pretty much it. I think, like I said, a lot of that is just value too. Like, you can show big numbers, but you just learn how to build enough value. Like, you're not going to get nervous anymore because you know these people they're so long. So yeah. Any last minute questions about anything, or it's pretty straightforward?
Guys, Jake's one of the best I've seen with overcoming objections. Any last yes?
What about like a student loan? Like, I had a lady today say that student loan got a big return on it, but they want their adding a big return.
Did you go through financial inventory already? No, she just hung up on you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's just more debt. So at the end of the day, they have that and the mortgage to pay off if he dies, right? So it's like, you just need to build value within that as well. Same thing. John, I'm assuming, the reason you had to fill out the card was to make sure that any financial burden was to be paid off if anything were to happen to you, right? Especially with those student loans and the mortgage, I'm assuming that's going to be a lot for Timmy if you pass, right? Same thing like that, right? They've just given you more fuel, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like another Hormozy sales tip, and pretty much any objection you get, you can flip them on. You can flip it on them where, respectfully, John Mary, I mean that's exactly why you guys need this coverage, because you just told me that the bills are already tight with the student loans as it is. Let me ask you, if God forbid you were to become disabled, you lost your job, or even worse, John passed away, what would that look like financially? Well,
anybody else? Sweet. Thanks, guys.
All right. What are we going to be going over?
Well, last time I talked a lot about me. I want to kind of hear more about Jonah's social media tips, and maybe I'll do some commentary, but I want you to kind of lead it this time. Is that cool?
Okay, sure.
So yeah, tell us about how you got started with your social media and how you got it to where it is, and just start from there. Tell us about you.
Yeah, sounds good. So guys, when I first came in, I also want to preface where the reason I thought Ben was going to be training, I guess but guys, Ben is one of the best I've seen at social media branding.
Thank you, bro.
In this business.
Appreciate
And that's a direct testament. Like, he's recruiting like a savage, and that's a direct testament to how loud he is on social media. Because guys, raise your hand if you came from Instagram or social media. You heard about this opportunity. Okay, almost everybody in this room, like a good majority of the individuals in this room came directly from social media.
So you could be the best producer in the world, but if you're not marketing and branding yourself, it doesn't matter. Because somebody asked, like, I was thinking a few months ago, probably, actually about a year ago now. I was like, dude, like really, like yeah, we sell life insurance, but it hit me like a brick. Really, we're in the marketing business.
Yeah.
Like we're really a marketing agency. And
yeah.
When I first started this business, I didn't post on social media at all. Like I had my social media deleted for a good majority of the time. Yeah. And I was a ghost, which I mean, it's just a different stage of my life. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. Like I had my social media deleted, and I was focused on personal production and figuring this business out. And I'm super thankful for that experience. But it got to the point where I did figure this business out. I was producing at a high level. I was writing 100K a month. But guys, like I was that person that was producing really well, but I had no agents because nobody knew about me because I didn't know how to market myself. So that was something I had to figure out and learn, and I had to implement and become a discipline. And because guys, this again, like I keep saying this over and over again, I keep being like, this is your business. Like who here, and also not all of you guys want to recruit, which is okay. But this is more so to the individuals that want to recruit, hire agents, and scale a group. So raise your hand if you guys do want, either now or at some point, want to build a business and recruit. Okay, so pretty much everybody. Guys, you have to learn to market yourself. So for me, it was just a few things that have really helped me is like first of all letting people know about the business, but marketing it in a creative way, and letting people know about the opportunity. People love stories. They did a study. I read it was a Harvard study review where they said that when someone's the most involved and you're the most connected to an individual when you're communicating is when you're sharing a story and the most tuned in. So, and the reason I bring that up is you have to market, think about how can I market myself in a creative way where, please, I see so many people do this, nobody's maybe the first 2 or 3 times, but nobody's attracted by you posting your screen on the Mutual Omaha saying $1,300 AP with the Mutual Omaha group. The first 5 posts you did were great, but eventually people are just gonna stop clicking your story. And also, people don't care about you. Even when I was doing really good, people are like, okay, cool, Jonah's doing really good, I don't really give a shit. I wanna know about the agents he's hiring and people that he's doing. People wanna hear about other people and other success stories. So a lot of guys in our group do that really well. Ben does that really well. Jake's been doing that. Turner's been doing that. Gabe, Cal, these guys have been doing guys notice they don't post, they might make a few posts about themselves and their sales, but 85-90% of their posts are about other people and their success and the success that they're doing. So just watch their stories. If you guys need inspiration, watch their stories and figure out what they're doing. And this lock-in, everybody here should be posting the shit out of this. Being in Chicago, we're here at Pool City, we're around people, we got training, we're gonna be doing fun stuff this week, we're gonna be working hard, we're gonna be learning, developing. People wanna see that. Think about when you guys, people that are working corporate depressing jobs, or I'm not even trying to talk down, or people where they're not happy about their current situation, and they're looking for a better opportunity. For me, dude, before I found insurance, I was starving for a better opportunity. I just didn't know what was out there. So this is really cool what we have. This is really awesome. This is not normal. Let people know and broadcast that. If you don't market yourself and broadcast it, how do you expect people to know about you? Your social media, guys, your Instagram is your personal brand. Right here, this is your digital business card. Right here. In 2024. If you guys, let's say me, Jeremy, we meet at a Starbucks, hey, what's your name? Cool, whatever, shoot it up. A day later, I've already forgot about Jeremy. But if I add Jeremy on social media, and now I'm seeing stuff, and he's dripping on me, and he's doing different things, well, Jeremy's always in the forefront of my mind, because now I have him on social media and I'm seeing what he's doing. It's the same thing in this business. So
I do the same thing. I meet people in person. I don't talk about what I do at all. I just make sure they get my Instagram when we're done. I'm making sure they're watching my story, and then they're going to reach out eventually after weeks, months. But I don't try to
consciously recruit people, like just let them watch.
Just let them watch.
Yeah.
And then it's a very non-pressure type of recruiting tactic as well. But that's been a big aspect of it, is posting the business. You guys don't want to only post business. You guys also want to post lifestyle. And I'm not talking about lifestyle like the nightclub and rented exotic cars and this and that. Like that stuff's great, like yeah, post it, like you can post a little bit out if you want to, if you're into that. But what really attracts people, and some of you guys are here from that, is like dude, just the daily routine, the daily disciplines. Like people like I think in 2024, people are over the flashiness. Like yeah, 4 or 5 years ago when Instagram was like just coming out, like that was hot, that was trending. What's trending now is people that are disciplined and working on actively developing themselves. So I have, and I'm terrible with it. I'm bad. So I actually have reminders on my phone that says post a gym pic every morning. Like post a picture of my gym, post a picture of me reading the Bible. Like doing the cold plunge. Being here in the office. Like posting your something as silly as like Jake started posting his meal preps. It's like it's not silly. It's like people want to see that. People want to see that you have healthy habits and you're living a healthy lifestyle. And like for me, I always think of like, if I was looking for a better opportunity, what would attract me? And those are the things that would attract me. Like I don't want to be led. I don't want to have my mentor, the guy that's driving a rented Lamborghini and at the nightclub and live it like, dude, I want to know the guy's like, he's dependable, I can count on him, he has good character, he has integrity, he cares about his people, and he's on path of personal development. That's the person I want to be mentored by. So be that person. And you guys first have to develop yourselves. And in addition to that, if you guys want to grow a big business, you guys got to earn your stripes. Like think about, some of you guys have agents, some of you guys don't, but this is the best time. We just talked about this in the manager meeting last week. But guys, this is the best time to lock in and have some masterminds if you want to grow a big business. Because you also have to earn credibility. Where, we were talking about this in the manager meeting, it's like, Jake, I was like, Jake, would you have wanted to come work here if my biggest month was $20,000? Would you have respect for me as much? No. It's like, I wouldn't either. It's like, you got it's, because if you guys want to help and train agents, this is more advanced stuff, but you gotta show the way and show the path. So I'm not saying you have to produce forever, but just lock in, spend a good amount on leads, get some conversations, get some reps, and have some months so you can duplicate that and help other people, and then simply market that and show other people.
There's a lot of people that, I'm just saying this to address everyone. There is someone in this room that doesn't want to build a team, but that's why we have business partners. Jonah is every one of your business partners in this room, and you can take advantage of him directly. You know what a business partnership's about? It's about having your weaknesses and their strengths and bringing your weaknesses and strengths together. And if your skill is not training and making people great at life insurance, recruit people still and tell them, hey, Jonah is the one that's going to teach you everything. And that way you can focus on what you need to do, and then they can plug into Jonah. Don't hold people back from an amazing opportunity just because you can't train people.
Yeah, that's the beauty of business partners. And also guys, if you're brand new, you haven't sold yet, I don't want to deter you guys from hiring and recruiting. Don't think also don't, because there's two ends of it. Where, again, you have to learn how to person recruit, but you also don't have to have it all figured out either. There's a balance, where that's why we have the system we have. Whereas if you were building it all from scratch, you would. If you had a brick and mortar office, it was just you would have to figure out how to get the contracts, how to get an admin, train staff, figure out the sales training. You would have to figure out how to sell to even do this. You guys don't have to figure any of that out. It's simply a plug-and-play system where, we have the new agent boot camp. Agents go through that. They go through, they have other managers they can call, other people they can lean on. That's why we give these lock-ins and different things. So at the end of the day, guys, it's just about, sharing the right opportunity and, focusing on yourself as well and doing what you can to duplicate
and figure out how to scale and level up your business.
Yeah, it's not always about you on social media. Share other people's wins. Like maybe you're not having the best first month, but you know you can because you've seen other people doing it, and you still have that belief in you that you're going to do that well eventually as soon as you develop your skill set. But in the meantime, share other people's wins, show other people that, hey, other people are doing well, so maybe not me, I'm not successful yet. You can be blunt with everyone, be transparent. Being transparent on social media these days is the new wave. Like you don't want to be flashy, like he's saying. Yeah, just be honest with people and say, hey, there are other people that are doing well, I'm confident I will. In the meantime, come work with Jonah, because you might have better success with Jonah than me. Just being straight up.
Yeah, I think, like it's kind of like with a client. Like, you know, if you guys are brand new, haven't sold life insurance policy yet, don't let it deter you from recruiting. But like what Ben said, just be honest, be transparent, and like, hey, this is the system, and leverage, like, again, this is the third time we're saying it, but I really want to hit this home. Leveraging other people and third-party validation is huge. So it'd be like, hey, I haven't sold a policy yet, but you know, Ben, he just came in and his first month he did 30 grand and helped 30 families, and he's crushing it. And he's doing really well. So that's and also, you know, and also regarding the lifestyle, like a little bit of lifestyle is good too. Like you guys it should be, I'm trying to think of a good ratio. Probably be about, you know, 40% business, 40% personal development, and then the additional 20%, you know, dinners. You know, like we're on the boat, we usually, like when we go on the boat, we'll post that. If you got a cool car, maybe post that or whatever, but make the majority of your content, guys, personal development and business. That's what I found works.
What's the percentage?
I don't know, I just made this up on the spot, to be honest with you. I would say about 40% business. No, we'll say, okay, not so good. We'll do like 50% personal development. And then 40% business, 10% lifestyle. I was just thinking as to like how often what I post each category, so right around that.
Cool.
But it doesn't have to be anything crazy either. Like Ben's a really good photographer. Ben is really good videographer. But you know, you guys, like most of my stuff comes from this. Like we all have a crazy good camera on our phones. 10 years ago, we weren't this blessed.
Yes.
You know, 10 years ago, you had to have a legitimate $3,000 camera to get quality content. It's not crazy. And one of the best I've seen at recruiting and social media marketing, and some of you guys have met him. A guy named Tiger, absolute beast in solar. Yeah, shout out to Tiger. Working out of his office, but you know, this is part of the Jake and Logan Paul back in the day, out of the Team 10 house. And, you know, I asked him and I was like, what's the biggest thing that you've learned from Jake and Logan Paul? And his answer was, control the narrative. And perception is reality. And just controlling the narrative. And we talked about how you walk in the Team 10 house and they would have their goals laid out on the board over the next 2, 5, 10, 20 years.
Wow.
Like boxing, doing boxing, that was laid out back in like 14, 15.
Wow.
That was laid out 10 years ago. They knew that. Another one on there, spoiler, they're gonna run for president. So we'll see if that actually happens, but like they have their goals mapped out.
It's not crazy.
Yeah, and you know, same thing with you guys. It's just it's a really fun business to be in. And it just makes me kind of laugh sometimes, like looking around this room. It's like, guys, we're a bunch of 20-year-olds sitting in shorts, t-shirts. You know, I'm wearing a suit today. I'm usually dressed down. I usually roll in the office with a t-shirt. And guys, we're just making dials and helping families with life insurance. We're like, talk about a wild job. Within the span of 45 minutes to an hour, we're getting someone's all of their personal information, their routing account number, social, all their information, and we're providing a massive impact on their lives. Where not to go too off the topic, but how many of you guys have heard my death claim story?
It's a good one.
Okay, so almost nobody here's heard it?
Say it again.
My death claim story? Okay, this is like completely left lane, but I feel like this is important to share. this solidifies the importance of what we do. How many people have had a death claim? Yes, so far. Okay, nobody? Okay, so you guys will. You guys are doing, a lot of you guys are new, but if you've been doing this for any amount of time, eventually you will have a death claim. And I've had 4, but the most impactful one I remember was about 1.5 years ago. And at this point, we had transitioned to virtual, but I had a new agent in my office. He's like, you know what, Jonah? I want to see what a day in the field is like. And honestly, like I was kind of itching for the field. I miss the field. And I would highly encourage you guys. I think everybody should have at least one in-person run day. Like just do it once, just to get a feel. Like it's really a good feeling. Like when you sit down at the kitchen table, you have coffee with them, you look them in the eye, like you communicate with them. You guys should have one run day. You'll feel great, and you'll never want to do it again. but anyway, so I was like, all right, we'll do it. So we grabbed a stack of old leads. We split them up, and we're dialing the phones, and we're grinding through them. And this was in Indiana. We got them in Lake County, Indiana. That was leads that were local leads that were available. And we were able to book about 8 appointments for the next day. And we show up, and we show up to one. I'll never forget it. I called this lady, and it was a 3.5-year mortgage protection. 3.5 years, almost 4 years old. And she called me. She answered the phone. She's like, "Oh yeah, I remember sending that in." Nobody ever got back to us about it. Okay. Well, when can you come over? I was like, well, they got me dispatched out there tomorrow. Reason for my call. Which every lead I called was like this. So anyway, so we booked the appointment with her, and I show up, and it was in Crown Point, Indiana. It was actually about less than 10 minutes from Gabe Anderson's office. And we walk in the home. It was $500,000 home on the golf course, beautiful house. And it's this Hispanic family in their mid-40s. They're just the sweetest, nicest couple. And we sit down and we're going through it. Wife to stay at home with the 4 kids. So they're like, yeah, we're primarily looking to get on the husband since he's working full time. He does, and so the husband turns out perfectly healthy, not a single thing wrong with him. So we maxed our FFT, $500,000, got him approved instantly on the spot. I'm super thankful for coverage. Thank you so much for helping us, et cetera, et cetera. And then I tried to keep my in-home for about an hour. We were in there for about 2 hours. They gave us cookies, coffee. It was great. I got a picture with them. I can send you guys a picture if anybody wants to see it. Anyway, so we left, and then the wife called me a year ago around this time. She called me 6 months later. And I save all my clients in my phone with their name, their contact, and then a picture of like me in the home with them smiling. So I knew it was her right away when she called. So I answered the phone right away, and she's crying. And I was like, finally I calmed her down. I'm like, well, what's going on? And she's like, my husband Roberto, he passed away yesterday at work due to an accident. He did construction. She's like, is that policy still in place that you help us with? So we got that death claim paid out with prosperity, and I was able to deliver a $500,000 check to her, and she just hugged me, crying, and she's so thankful, and it's just such a surreal moment. I was like, wow. I've been doing this for a few years now, but that was the most impactful moment that I've ever experienced in this business. And it's just such a sad moment, but so bittersweet that I was able to make such an impact on her life. Because, again, she was a stay-at-home mom. She had 4 kids, was not working. And if I wouldn't have called that 3-year-old lead, and if we wouldn't have gone over that day, who knows what she would have done. So it's, we're joking about how wild this job is, but it also solidifies the importance of like how seriously you guys should take this, because quite literally, within the span of an hour that you're communicating with these clients, you have the ability to make such a significant impact on their lives in a positive manner. And you should take that very, very seriously. And this is going to sound morbid, and some of you guys may have heard me say this before, but it deserves to be repeated, where every morning I would sit down at my desk at 7 a.m. I would make my first dial at 7:30, and I would look at my lead sheet, I would look at my spreadsheet, and I would say, somebody on the sheet's going to pass away tomorrow, and I'm the only person that knows. And when you guys dial your leads with that level of conviction and that level of confidence, it doesn't matter what they tell you. It doesn't matter, because your job is very, very clear. You're not there to be their buddy. You're not there to get them to like you. Like, yes, it's preferred they like you. Like, yes, you want to build rapport. Like, the college training was great, and that's awesome, and you're going to have better, but like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, your only job is to help and serve that family. So you guys should make that your sole and all-encompassing priority.
Awesome.
So I know I completely took that left field, switch train topics, but that was important. I just really want to stress the importance of really this job and what we do. Anything else you want to go over regarding the social media brand?
I always just say, keep it simple. Make sure that you record what you do on a daily basis. Like, record your sales calls for your own help, just to review, listen to yourself, and then please share it with people. Share it on the internet so people can see what you're going through. It's not that complicated.
Is there any special tactics you did to like grow your social media page quickly, or like
something I got from Tiger when he was here in our office a few weeks ago? He just said simply document everything. Simple as that. Just document everything.
Yeah.
Like, even if you're never going to show the world, just get in the habit of doing it. Get in the habit of taking pictures, taking videos, even if you're just never going to post it. Just so you have it. It's again, we have a crazy good camera with us. Might as well take it.
So one of the best things about this job is you never stop learning. Right? If you think that you know everything, it's the moment you fail. So like, all I did was I just always knew that I could always be wrong. Like, right now, I'm just like, dude, I love age leads. I felt like I not mastered it, but like I got really good at it, only from learning. Like, now I'm going to do newer leads, right? Like, brand new spanking leads. And like, for me, I'm recording everything. I'm like writing down all the things that I'm messing up, and like I'm diligently going through making sure that like I can make small improvements, because I know that like I don't know, you know what I mean? So like, honestly, the best advice I give people, or you or just anyone, is if you're starting in this business, just be a sponge always, and like, don't just think that, oh, I'm just going to consume all of my topics from my upline. He's going to tell me everything I need to know about insurance. Like, bro, just like if your mom tells you, hey, can you fix my tire? And I have no idea how to fix a tire. Where are you going to learn how to fix a tire? Apply YouTube, right? It's the same thing. So like, YouTube content, there's so much out there that you can constantly keep learning, but like, you have to take the initiative yourself to like continue to feed that. So that's how I would say it helped me a lot. It's just knowing that I can always learn something. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, perfect. This is for Gabe. Let's say you're having a bad day on the phones, like a couple leads in a row, shit on you, F up. How do you like flip your mindset, flip your energy like quickly, so you don't like trade bad energy on the phone?
Well, what I love too about this business is, especially like when I was struggling and it was like that was happening every day. Like, where I previously was, like every single day was pretty much like that. And I would always tell myself, like, one thing I love about this business is every day is a new opportunity. Like I said earlier, where that switch can definitely flip. And so it's just looking at it as each day is a new opportunity. Each day, you never know who you're going to talk to. You never know, like, what type of client's going to be on the other end of the phone. And so really not dwelling too much on it, because it's already happened. So like Jake was saying, there's something to learn from it. But every single day you have the same opportunity to increase your income or help a new family, or totally like kind of change the trajectory of where you're going. So just understanding that and not taking that for granted. I'll add on to that as well. I struggled with this a lot. When I started, was just facing the rejection. And what I would do is, when a dog gets in a fight, what do they do right after a fight? Anybody know? They shake their whole body. So it's the same thing with us. Like if you feel like you have bad energy, I would literally go outside and I would jog around the building a couple times, or do some push-ups, or go for a walk and get some fresh air. Like I think just like if you feel like you're getting down on yourself or you have a negative mindset, it's not necessarily productive to just keep hammering your phones. And I think that's one thing where people get burnt out, or they catch themselves going on social media, or they have guys have scheduled breaks.
Yeah.
Where hey, I'm gonna lock in and I'm gonna dial for the next 2 hours. And then 2 hours from now, I'm going to take a 15-minute break outside. Go get some fresh air. And then, so don't make, because I feel like a lot of people, they try to go really hard, and then they, catch themselves, taking an unscheduled break, and it turns into, 15 to 30, and then they beat themselves up, and they feel like shit, and they get a negative, guys, make your breaks a reward to yourself. Hey, I just went hard for an hour. I went hard for 2 hours. I'm going to take a 5-minute breathing break on the hour of every hour. Whatever you got to do, but schedule it in. And if your client hangs up and you need to fuck off, go outside, get some fresh air, reset your mindset, and get right back out there.
So real quick too, I just want to touch on it because I know that's probably your question is the most feared thing in insurance. Well, how do I switch my mindset? I'll tell you one thing too is for new people, don't compare yourself. That's where I think a lot of people coming in this business bro, this dude, it's his second month in, he's buying 40K. What the hell is he doing, bro? I suck at this. Don't compare yourself. Everyone is on their own journey to success. How you want to control that. But obviously, the cool thing about this job is the only variable is ourselves that we can control. But you don't know that person's situation. You don't know what he's writing. You don't know what he's saying. You don't know if half the shit's even real. You don't know. That's where one of the things that I learned was people sometimes that I thought in this industry were gods and that were writing $1 million in AP. There's something that maybe wasn't actually real that I wasn't perceiving, right? Maybe they just posted their shit and it wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't real. So take that into mind is what you see isn't always, correct. And don't compare yourself. Because that's where I feel like you really struggle mentally, is when you start seeing all these people get sales, which is dude, I fucking suck. Alright? So I would try to say that's the one thing if you can try to keep in mind, and I'm a victim of it too, to this day. So, you know what I mean? Just try to keep level-headed with that. Walk with you.
Nice.
I want to ask you today.
Yeah.
I was talking to you one of the breaks.
Yeah.
And I love what you said. Now, do you mind repeating that? How you talked about before you get into pricing and
about
the objections?
Yeah, so you were getting a lot of, I want to think about it, and I was telling you right before you give price, when you give price, you're giving away all your leverage. So you want to make sure, when you're going, you fill out your financial inventory, and then you're taking a minute or two to find some options. And when you get back, you need to rebuild value again, and then also tell them that they have time to think about it. If it's going to take, I never tell people, Buck, I never tell people they get approved right on that first call. I tell them every time it's going to take 1 to 5 business days until I hear back. That way you're going to have plenty of time to talk to your wife, figure out what your situation is, if you really even need this, pushing them away. Letting them know, this isn't even really for real yet. We're still trying to figure out if you need this. And I'm telling them that all the sales pressure is going down, and then by the time we get to the prices, I rebuild value on living benefits, everything, the 1 to 5 business days, and then I give price. That way, they're fresh on the benefits. They're fresh on, I just tell them I killed. I can't. I need to think about it. You're gonna have a much better luck after you give prices, and you're never gonna get. I need to think about it. Was that kind of what I told you? Okay. Yeah.
For Jay, how do you find your dial time throughout days?
So I have this little tracker on my phone or on my computer. If you guys have Chrome, it's a Google extension. It's a timer app. So I literally just put 3 hours or 4 hours. And I just click start. And for 3 to 4 hours, I'm not doing anything else besides that. I don't want to talk to anybody or do anything. And what that allows me to do is keep myself accountable. Because what was that one guy, John? What was his name? John Whitmore?
John Wetmore.
Wetmore. Yeah, this guy named John Wetmore. He explained. He's like, you know how many people work 12 hours a day but actually work 2 hours a day? So many people. dude, how many times you spend chatting, scrolling on Instagram, like all this other crap, and you're not even dialing the phone? So what I do is like, dude, if you're making 8 hours a day of just dialing, bro, there's no way you should not be successful. Like, genuinely. But you ask yourself and be accountable. Like, am I actually dialing 8 hours, or am I like screwing off? The other like 4. So, yeah, that's how I divide my time. But I mean, I'm still obviously guilty of not dividing my time correctly. But that's one of the best ways is like being efficient, actual dial time.
That's a good question. I'll say this too for dial time. The mornings are the best time, and I talked to you about this.
Yes.
When you show up to the office or wherever, like especially if you're at home, even better. 8 a.m. Is typically like right when we should start dialing. So if you're on the East Coast, like 8 a.m. if you're Central Time, you can dial East Coast leads at 7, right? But whether you start your dial time at 8, 7, whatever time, give yourself at least 2 hours where it's nothing but dialing. The first 2 hours, like first thing you do is just start dialing. You get all that out of the way, and then the thing is those first 2 hours, you might get a sale, that's great. You might get a bunch of objections, so you handle them early on in your day, like kind of getting warmed up. You might book a few solid appointments for the evening. Or, you're just dialing away, you're talking to clients, and by the time it's 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, you're already like a quarter or maybe even halfway to like your actual goal, whether it's a dial goal or presentation goal. So if you're like struggling to get your dials where they need to be, or struggling to be efficient with your dials, that first, like 8 a.m. on the dot is your first call. Don't come into the office kind of like, on your phone, like prepping for the day. Maybe you're, like sometimes I'll have an appointment at like 8:30 or 9, so I'll be like, I'll just make my first dial at like 9 o'clock. No, like, that 8 o'clock on the dot, you're making your first dial. And what you're doing is just building momentum for the day. You're getting those early wins. That's one of the easiest ways I've found to hit your goals, whether they're dials, appointment goals, whatever it is start directly at 8 o'clock. Or 7, with 7:30, whatever it is, like where you can actually call legally, like within the guidelines, is starting right on the dot. You can legally call late at 7:30. And guys, like I can't emphasize the importance of that enough. As I actually noticed that between 7:30 to 9 a.m., their time zone, I was running in person, like Central Time Zone, so I was booking appointments in this area. So I noticed that I got the best results between 7:30 to 9 a.m. in the morning. So that means I was at my desk by 7 a.m. making my first dial before or at 7:30. And it wasn't too early.
Central Time.
Central Time. Well, whatever time zone they're in. So like when I started, I was Central because I was running local, but it was, if they if you guys want to start early, like East Coast, start at 6:30, dial East Coast 7:30, but whatever it is. But yeah, that was where I had the massive success. Because guys, if you're waiting till 9:30 to start dialing, if you're already starting behind the 8 ball, you're putting yourself in a detriment. Yeah. Because the phone starts slowing down at 11, 12 o'clock.
And Gabe said waiting for appointments. Don't wait for your appointment. That's the last thing you should do is wait for an appointment. They'll ghost you, and then tears will be shed, and at that point you just wasted an hour scrolling on Instagram waiting for your appointment.
Jake, so what if it's 8:10 and I have an 8:30 appointment? What should I do for the next 20 minutes?
You should dial. Because here's the thing, it's like, if that person really wanted that appointment and really wanted to go through that, if you got someone on the phone who's ready to go through a full presentation, like, that person's gonna reschedule. They genuinely want mortgage protection or some sort of protection. You set a really good appointment. But I think, like, what's the average appointment sit ratio in this industry? Like 10%?
40, 50%.
Oh, okay, well, yeah. I mean, if you got 40, 50%, dude, you're crushing it. But like,
Mindy's got a 65% show ratio.
65%.
I think it's higher, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you got that, then amazing. But like most people, it ain't that. So don't wait for your appointments. It's like the worst thing you can do. Which is wasting so much time.
Guys, again, I can't emphasize the importance of that enough too. I'll share like personally, like guys, don't ever be afraid of running behind for your appointments. I have done this for many years. The amount of times I have been on time for an appointment, I'll be honest with you, I can count on this many fingers. I was never on time, almost ever. And it was okay. Like, nobody got mad at me. I might have had 1 or 2 people ever get mad at me in the past 3.5 years I was running. But guys, it was, and I let people know, like, hey, listen, I got a lot of families that need my help. I got a lot of families to see. Only thing I ask is give me a 30-minute grace period before and after, just in case that I'm running a bit behind and the family before you has a few extra questions. Because guys, if you guys are running 30 minutes late to an appointment, that doesn't necessarily make you look bad.
Yeah.
Because that means you're busy. That means you're busy and you're legitimately, like, you got a lot of families that need your help and got a lot of families to see. Like, if it is 7:27 and I have an 8:30 appointment in 3 minutes and I get somebody on the phone, I'm 1 call closing them. And also, in addition to that, never rush your appointments ever. Never rush your appointments. Always love the ones you're with, guys. I don't care if you're running 2 hours behind. If just make sure you're methodical and you close that family out, and then you move on to your next one.
I'm purposely late to my appointments. I'll always be 3-4 minutes late. I say, oh yeah, I'm super busy. I'm just running behind schedule today, so sorry. Anyway, and then getting to my appointment.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, don't apologize. Don't apologize.
But yeah, just super busy today. But, let's get started. Makes you look better.
And also, I show up early sometimes too. Like, don't be afraid to call them early.
That's it.
Yeah. So, it's like, if you guys book appointments, people are calling, like, they're not super.
They're all like 80, 70, 60, like, bro, they're
not
tired.
doing
If they say they're actually doing stuff, it's a lot.
They're not doing anything.
They're doing it.
Dude, most of the time, I would show up an hour late to the appointment. They wouldn't even say anything.
So now we talked about like meditation and whatnot. What does meditation look like for you, and how does it like help you in this business? Yeah, I think it's probably the most important thing for me in terms of just everything that we deal with in an industry like this. The anxiety, bills are coming up. There's no guarantee of everything. So, I mean, you're asking like what like I actually meditate, like what my thoughts are. What's your thoughts? What do you do? I mean, the first thing is just quieting the mind. Dissecting all the thoughts that are constantly going through the head. We have hundreds of thousands of thoughts a day, most of them are negative, so silencing them. If there's anything that's really stuck in my mind, addressing it, figuring out why am I stuck on that, and then finding a way to turn it into a positive. Really just trying to quiet it though, so that way it's kind of like a blank slate for me to write on, and it reinforces a bunch of positivity. So instead of being stuck in this, negative mindset, like you could be the saddest one ever, like every photo we look at, like, damn, I don't want to call this guy. Like Carl sounds like a real asshole. He hasn't been the nicest guy ever, but everybody gets stuck in that. So it's just reinforcing with the positive mindset of like, hey, like these people want it, these people need it, they gotta know who they are, they're gonna buy it. And like they fill the shop for a reason. So reinforce with that positivity, and then I'm very big on, the difference between attracting versus chasing. So everybody's like, I want to chase the bag, I want to chase the bag. It's like, when you're chasing it, think about what you're saying, like it's running away from you and you're trying to catch up to it. Where I just want to program myself to be the person where that just comes in a bunch. That's it. Yeah, that's good.
Very good.
Yeah. 100%. Law of attraction is so huge in my opinion. Like the power of the mind is so crazy. Anybody who's ever like actually sat down and done it and like got real deep with their desires, it's funny how like the universe has a way of bringing it to you. But the one thing I will like add on to that is you can't just sit there and meditate and pray on it. Just like expect it to come. Like you got to show effort and intent behind it as well.
Yes.
You got to take action on it.
I got one for Gabe. Yeah. Gabe, so I know the answer, but I want you to share it with everybody, if you don't mind. It's after not having success in the insurance industry for a year, what made you not give up?
Well, I mentioned it earlier. One is I had a commitment to myself. Two is I knew the potential. I knew what other people were doing. So I knew it was possible. We all obviously are here for a reason, right? If I told you that you could, work 9 to 5 and make 50, 60K a year selling insurance, a lot of you guys would not be here. But if I told you that it's unlimited potential, you build a business, get paid right away, help families, make a huge impact on their lives, and get paid really handsomely to do that, that's why we're all here. So one, it was like knowing that like people in this room are successful at it, whether you are or not. None of us are any more special than you guys. So understanding that if anyone can do it, you can do it. Insurance does not discriminate. And then two, was just that commitment that I have with myself. I wasn't going to quit. That would have went against everything I was telling myself. 100%.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
Anybody having issues with your intro, getting banking, social, any issues in any part of the sales process that they need help with? No?
And we'll go over that tomorrow with all
All
the
right,
new
cool.
agents here.
All right, bet.
One last question. You're asking a lot of good questions. We got to take your questions. It's
Yeah.
been good so far.
Yeah, for Gabe, dude, so when you went from making 8K a month to now like killing that at 40, dude, like what changed, I guess, from what you did before to perform at the level that you are now?
The environment. He was doing 100. If I could do 40, that'd be cool. I can at least do half. But yeah, the environment. And like my consistency changed. I just saw like, I knew it was possible, then I saw what was possible. I was like, this is everything that I needed to see. You know, bro, you guys, like, obviously nothing against all y'all, but you guys can ask questions all the time, but he's asking a bunch of questions, sitting front row, he just moved to Chicago, he's closing deals, he's doing everything that he wants to do to, like, be successful at this. I know we talked about, like, your goals, all that, like, that's not to say that there's, like, if you're not asking a question, you're not going to be successful, but the intention behind it, that was me. That was me. Anywhere I went to, I was like, I just want to be around these people. I watched Jonah for a long time. I was like, first time I was with you, bro, like I met you, you drove me to Wisconsin. My mindset is like, wow, I can't believe like I'm in your car right now. I watched you for like a year.
Fuck, I'm not that special.
I know, but like, dude, I thought it was like everything for me, and that's what changed. And you guys are about to see with Lorenzo too, so.
Lorenzo, if you don't mind sharing, bro, what has been your biggest issue paid month so far?
Yeah, I want to say, I don't get down to the specific number. Roughly, maybe want to say, I want to just say humbly between 7 and 9.
Bro, you're going to be a freaking top producer.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
you're going to be a 50, 60, 70 month producer. For sure. Okay, like, guys, again, what Gabe said. Like, Lorenzo just moved here to Chicago, okay? He just came back from Andy Elliott and Patrick the David conference. How much did you pay for that?
$2,000.
$2,000. You invested in yourself, working on development. How much value did you take away from it?
So much. Yeah, it's worth every penny. I mean, it's just a one-day event, but it's worth every single penny.
Bro, literally just seeing your energy, like when you came into this office, like this is the first time we saw each other since you got back to the event, like just your energy, like dude, you're like different. Like I can tell you already have more confidence, more belief in yourself. Like you said, dude, you're freaking front row, you ask a ton of, not only a ton of questions, but a ton of great intentional questions. Like you guys, like that's all you have to do. Like you gotta be intentional about this business. So you guys do what Lorenzo, like watch Lorenzo the next few months. Dude, he's gonna freaking blow up. And if you guys all do that, you guys all have the ability to become top producers in this room.
You had a monster first month, and you said you still had to present 50 times and mess it up 50 times before you mastered it.
It's not how much tenure you have in this business, it's how hard you go, how fast.
If you haven't gotten through 100 presentations, you're still new.
I do credit a lot of my success to getting a lot of experience from door to door. Getting doors slammed in your face, getting that experience was huge for me.
It's like what your mom always said, nothing good in life comes easily.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell this to every single agent, I'm like, hey guys, it's simply a matter of time. When it clicks, it clicks.
That's literally me this month. I went to Europe last month and performed at a high level in Europe, but also I was spending a lot over there. So when I came home, I grinded 10 times harder than I would when I got home this month, and I performed my best month yet.
Because you used to be a photographer and videographer.
That was my thing, yeah. Being a business owner as a whole, finding leads, doing the work, delivering the work, doing the full thing. And when I came into this business, I found that
nobody wants to be led by the leader that's posting his fake car on Instagram and turning up at the club.
I just see it this way. If you know 10% more than anyone else, you should be sharing content. So that means after your first week in life insurance, you now know 10% of everyone else. So start posting content.
All right, what is going on, guys? Another episode of Prosper Pod coming at you. And today, I've got my good buddy, Ben Szentpaly with us.
My guy.
Welcome, brother.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
First of all, how do people spell your last name?
So it's like St. Paul, but in Hungarian. So it's just Zent is like the weird spelling of saint in Hungarian, and then Paly is Paul, Paly.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Well,
yeah, I don't think I ever told you that.
Okay, you never did, but cool. Well, how are we doing today?
Doing good. I was just asking you off camera, like, I got my 2 coffees. And I was like, are you 1 or 2 coffee guy? And you're like, I'm a 6 or 7 coffee guy. I'm like, okay.
Yes, I consume an obnoxious amount of caffeine. That is true.
Love it. So yeah, feeling
keeps
good.
Sharp. But I'm excited for this podcast. I want to keep this one a little bit more tactical this time.
Let's do it.
So we're going to go over, first of all, you've had massive success since you've been with our group in insurance.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go over that, and then also just social media marketing, branding, all that good stuff, because you're also really good in that realm.
Try to be jack of all trades.
Absolutely. So first of all, how long have you been with our group?
First full month was in March. So we just started August. So what is that, 5 months now? Or no, 4 full months? Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
Crazy.
And you did 37K.
Yeah.
Your first month.
Yeah.
So came out the gate crushing it.
Yeah.
I think, because we're going to have a lot of new agents watching this, what would you say are we were talking a little bit about this off camera, but what were some mistakes that you made that you struggled with getting started?
Yeah. Well, so I really struggled with getting banking and social in the beginning. You know, I had to go through 50 different presentations until I finally figured out what I was saying that wasn't, building the right connection, getting the right amount of trust to where they felt comfortable with me. We do business over the phone. This is all virtual. You can't, put your hand on their shoulder and, say, hey, it's not the same. You can't touch you don't have that physical, you're next to your client, you're on the phone. So you have to figure out with your voice, your tonality, your verbal pacing, and sounding, you have to sound like someone that, is going to take care of them.
Yes. It's so important. And people need to hear that.
Yeah.
So you didn't get the banking and social first appointment day one.
No.
Like, you had a monster first month, and you said you still had to present 50 times and mess it up 50 times before you mastered it.
Yeah, but this isn't, I think I heard you say this before, it's not a tenure thing, it's more so, or not, that wasn't you, but I heard someone say this, it's not how much tenure you have in this business, it's how hard you go, how fast.
Yes. Because the learning curve can be as long or as short as you want it to be. It just simply depends on how it simply depends on your work ethic towards this business. And the way, we were training on this yesterday, but if you haven't gotten through 100 presentations, you're still new. I don't care if you've been here a week, a year, or 10 years. If you haven't presented to 100 people, you're still new.
Yeah.
And that's where the real training starts.
And they say you got to get that first 100 in the first month. So don't push that off.
Which there's zero reason you should present 100 people in your first month.
Yeah, you should.
As long as you're working. Okay.
So, after that first 50, I still made sure I got my 100 that first month, and I crushed it after that. I just had to get that out of the way. Yeah.
Because I'm glad you brought that up, though, because I feel like the social and the banking is something a lot of people struggle with.
Not everybody. Some people, it's easy.
Not
for them,
everybody.
But, the select, half people that do, it can be hard.
But a lot of new agents. So what did you have to tweak and adjust in order to build that rapport and trust and have better success with getting their personal information?
Absolutely. Should I go into the individual tips?
Yes.
Yeah,
1000%.
Yeah. So I kind of broke it down. So my script is pretty much very free and open. It's not very specific. I just have a very set specific script for my intro and my close. Everything in between is just rapport, talking back and forth, getting to know them, and then giving them options. And then once they pick the option, I get into my closing script. It's pretty free. So my closing script is very specific. It's, the first thing, as soon as they pick an option, I get beneficiary information. So we're working our way into social banking. So I'm getting beneficiary information. Who do you care about? Who is this going towards? Who's most important to you? And then after that, we get, all the info on them, full name, date of birth, phone number. Okay, Great. Now, so if we do get you approved, I do say this with every one of my clients. I don't tell them on the first call if they're getting approved or not. Even if I do get an approval, I tell them it's going to take 1 to 5 business days until we find out if you get an approval. Now, if you do get approved, which day of the month do you want your payment to come out on? Usually like your payments on the first of the month? Do you like it in the middle of the month? What day do you want it to come out on? So now we're getting a buying question. Yeah, I think I would want it like on the first. Okay, great. And now we're working. Now they say they want it. They want it on this date. Okay, now is that a checking or a savings? Another buying in question. Okay, it's checking. And now we know it's checking. Now we say, okay, who do you bank with? We're working our way in. Who do you bank with? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, looks like I think we do partner with that bank. So I look up that bank, the routing number per their state. It's public information. You can look up a routing number for any bank account, for any bank, I mean. So if you look up Chase Bank, Texas routing number on Google, it's going to show up. And I tell them that it's public information. I do see it here on our file. Just confirm with me if that's correct. And I give them the number. It's the only thing we can't see on our end is the account number. So just go ahead with the account number. Straight up like that. If I do have issues with that, that's when I'll pivot, either go to a Zoom call or have them look up my license number and do that. Immediately after that, and I did miss this on my banking. When I do right before I ask for banking, I kill an objection. I don't just straight up ask for account number. I'll say like everything I say. If they were to object, I just put it in front of it instead of just saying it. So that way, you don't have to wait for them to object. You just say what you would say if they objected. That way, it kills it anyway. So I say.
What do you say before they?
So what do I say? I say your account number is what's on the front of a check. It's what you give to strangers. So it's public information, or not public information. It's what you give to strangers. And then I say, okay, so I have the routing number here on file. Go ahead with the account number. So that always builds, more like, oh, okay, I'm okay with this. They feel like it's a secure number. You can also say like, I can't walk into a store and buy anything with your account number. It needs a signature, which is what we're going to get your signature as well. So everything is a secure number. Next thing, social. I don't just say, what's your social? I say, all right, so we're going to run your medical information with the Medical Information Bureau. In order to do that, and I never say I need, I say the insurance company needs. In order to do that, the insurance company needs your social. So go ahead with your social. Instead of just saying, what's your social? Because we're killing the objection up front.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, and then, so that's banking and social. And then after that, it's just driver's license, what state were you born in or what country you're born in. And that's pretty much it.
Just very assumptive, very straightforward. And I think one thing that's allowed you to have a lot of success hearing you close is you're very laid back, you're very casual, you're using your hands to communicate, very blasé, but you're also very direct and very straightforward. You're just very matter of fact, here's the deal. This is how it is. I'm the underwriter assigned to your case and I'm simply here to help you.
Exactly.
Nothing
from
super
you.
complex, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also not saying I need is huge.
Yes.
Where the 4 dirty words to never say in insurance is I need, I can I, and I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
And especially the first 2.
Yeah.
I need and can I, because you never want to feel like you're taking something away from the client. You always want to come across with the posture, the mentality that what I have to provide is so much greater than anything you're getting in return, and I'm here to help and serve you.
Absolutely.
And that mentality is huge. So, okay. And so you broke down how to get the banking. What were some other things that you struggled with that you've had to overcome, would you say?
Definitely, being okay. I want to mention I came from doing solar door to door, and I do recommend that to some people that don't have any sales experience, that you do go and do that first. Not all the time. Some people can come in here and crush it right off the bat, but I do credit a lot of my success to getting a lot of experience from door to door. That's like super hardcore. Getting doors slammed in your face is, getting that experience was huge for me.
Yeah. Or just putting in a lot of reps.
Yeah.
Well, that's
either way.
Because that's why we hire so many people from door to doors, because those skills translate over so well. But regardless, whether you're knocking doors, whether you're calling leads, you need to put a lot of reps in.
You're still getting the reps in
to
no matter
get
what. True. I guess I don't have that perspective of just coming into this. I have that door-to-door experience, so I don't know what it would be like just coming in straight into this. But I'm sure, either way, you can do fine. You just have to put the work in either way.
Either way, you do fine.
Yeah.
It just simply requires a lot of reps.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just have
was
my perspective.
I was somebody. This was my 1st sales job. It required me to put in a lot of freaking reps to get good. And guys, guess what? That's okay. That's okay. Like nothing. It's like what your mom always said. Nothing good in life comes easily. So it just takes work and takes dedication. But I tell this to every single agent. I'm like, hey guys, it's simply a matter of time. Like when it clicks, it clicks.
Yes.
And for you, since you had prior door-to-door sales experience, it clicked a heck of a lot quicker.
Yeah.
For other agents, it takes a little bit longer. But that's okay. But once it clicks, you can go out there and you can write 30, 40K a month at will with your eyes closed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's such a valuable skill to have because, I mean, if you took it all away tomorrow, the agency, the agents, whatever, I would just simply grab a stack of leads, dial the phones, and book some more appointments and help some clients.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Absolutely.
And like having that confidence and having that skill set that never goes away. I mean, quite literally a money printing machine.
Absolutely.
Where me and Claudia are never going to be stressed out about finances again.
Yeah.
Because if we need an extra $5,000, just call us more leads, help some more clients.
Yeah.
Not that deep.
Totally.
Just simply go to work. Go to work. Go to work. Go to work. It's funny. 99% of your problems will go away if you simply go to work.
That's literally me this month. I went to Europe last month and performed at a high level in Europe, but also I was spending a lot over there. So when I came home, I grinded 10 times harder than I would when I got home this month, and I performed my best month yet. So it's really just was being intentional, putting on that extra work, and that's it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. And that let's also talk about that though.
Yeah.
Because you went to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You had a lot of fun in Europe.
I did.
You were on the go a lot.
I was at a new hotel every 2 to 3 days.
I was like,
New country every 2 to 3 days. Yeah.
I was like, damn, if I was gonna backpack through Europe, like I was like, dude, I want to like hang out a little bit.
Yeah.
You were just like go boom, 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 like new spot every night, and like we were FaceTiming a few times, and I was talking to you, and you're just like, yep, I'm going to this country, and I'm going to this country, and
yeah,
da 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 da. But you still had time to dial, right?
Yeah, my schedule was kind of like since it's 6 hours ahead of the Eastern time, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Europe was my time to just do what I wanted and explore. 2 p.m. in Europe was 8 a.m. on Eastern time. So I would just sit down, get back to my hotel, sit down at my desk at 2 p.m. as if I was sitting down at my desk at 8 a.m. in America, and just start getting to work, and do it.
Fire.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny because you're in Europe and you're still on the Discord with us every day.
Yeah.
You're there, you're dialing, you're working.
In our virtual office.
May not have been the most as productive, but I mean,
Yeah.
you're still closing, you're still making money.
Yeah.
And like that's so cool you have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Because there's not many sales jobs and not many opportunities where you can quite literally from anywhere, whether you're in Europe, you're on a beach in Bali, here in Chicago, wherever, where you can just, as long as you got a laptop and a stack of leads, you can make money.
Yeah, I will say I was exhausted. Like exploring in the morning, I wouldn't make it till 10 p.m. dialing. I could only do like maybe 4 or 5 hours. So when I got home and I was able to have my full days again when I got back this month, oh man, it was good to be able to do full days again and actually perform my full level.
You're locked in, baby.
Yeah. Half hours though, still did 15K in Europe, working 50% as much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is great. Let's talk about social media branding.
Let's do it.
So you're really good at social media. You got a pretty built up page. What were you, because you used to be a photographer and videographer.
That was my thing, yeah. For the longest time, I worked at a grocery store called Publix from when I was 15 to 18. Picked up a camera when I was in high school, started getting some clients, quit. Never had a job again since then.
Nice.
So I've always been, making my own money, finding clients myself, being a business owner as a whole, finding leads, doing the work, delivering the work, doing the full thing. And then when I came into this business, I found that, hey, I don't have to find leads anymore. I don't have to deliver anymore. All I have to focus on is just closing deals. Everything else is taken care of for me.
Yes.
That changed everything for me.
Yes. And it's funny, a lot of people don't know this. I actually used to be a photographer and videographer as well, until I found out it doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah.
But I had a lot of fun doing it. And it's funny because we were talking about this on the training yesterday morning, where like, yes, we're in the insurance industry, But ultimately, fundamentally, when you think about it, we're a marketing organization.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to grow a big business, you got to be really good at marketing.
Mm-hmm. It's good to have that background. I'm grateful for everything. Sometimes I think, oh, I wish I could have just gotten this industry when I was 18. But no, everything happened for a reason.
Yes.
I got all that experience, and it stacks. All those skills stacked into what I do now. Now I can take all that experience to build my brand, to build my life insurance agency.
100%.
And market myself. If I just did this out of high school, I'd have no marketing experience.
What are some tips that you can give to everyone to allow them to better market themselves?
Absolutely. And I should preface this. I did photography for businesses. It was a lot of marketing for business. It wasn't just, family photos and stuff like that. It was a lot of, taking their photos, doing their videos, also growing their social media pages, making businesses look good online, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I lost track a little bit. What was your question?
What are some tips to allow people to better market themselves?
Yeah. So a lot of things we did with businesses, it's a lot, if you start a business from scratch, no one wants to buy from a business that has 0 followers. You want to get your account, built up. So, network, make sure you're getting your brand out there to people and, post a lot of videos. This is something I heard lately. Every reel you post is like a lottery ticket. You want to post a lottery ticket every single day. As you get unlimited free lottery tickets. Post those lottery tickets. When they blow up, they blow up. If you're not playing the game, you can't win, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, make sure you're making content and posting it. It really just comes down to being consistent with it, because, the more you play the lottery, the higher chances of winning.
And also Instagram picks up on that, where once I started posting every single day and was super consistent with it, they started pushing my content out to the algorithm. So more and more people would get more followers, more views,
exactly,
et cetera, et cetera. Where, you look at guys like Grant Cardone, Alex Hormozy.
Oh yeah.
And do they have massive platforms and massive following?
They've been posting for years.
Not only have they been posting for years, but dude, how many times a day they freaking post?
Much.
Like, you're posting once a day. You think you're posting a lot. Do they post like 4 or 5 times a day?
Or more, yeah.
Or
across
more.
all platforms.
Oh yeah. So it's like you can't even be mad because they're just doing 10, 100 times the output that you're doing, and then you wonder why they have a bigger platform than you. So
it's free.
Yeah, just
post. It's free. You don't have to pay to post.
So being consistent with the content, is huge. And the biggest thing for me is just documenting everything.
That too. That's something I'm huge on.
Document everything, guys. Where like 10 years ago, we really didn't have the ability to do that, or it was a lot harder because you had to have a professional $3,000 camera.
Right.
Now you have a $3,000 camera on your iPhone.
Exactly.
That has the same quality, and
Really
you can
good.
get great stuff on.
Absolutely.
And one thing that's helped me a lot is just documenting the lifestyle. And when I say lifestyle, I don't mean, in the club, rented Lamborghini. No, when I say lifestyle, it's doing my daily disciplines and daily activities of every single. First of all, I don't drink. Secondly, I think we're in a day and age where people just want real authenticity. And posting in the morning, 4:30, 5 a.m. up, reading my Bible, in the gym, meal preps, in the office with the guys, something related to the business, like all of those different things. Because if you're in this business and you want to grow a business and you want to be a leader, dude, nobody wants to be led by the leader that's posting his fake car on Instagram and turning up at the club. No one's attracted to that guy anymore. Like, people want to be attracted to people that are disciplined, have a high level of discipline, that are in good physical shape, and are consistent. Because I think one of the highest John Maxwell talks about this. One of the highest compliments you can get as a leader is simply being reliable. Like, people want to know if they're gonna follow you and you're gonna lead them. They just want to know, like, hey, can I trust this person? Is this person reliable? Is he dependable?
Well, the first step is, doing all those things you said, being in shape, doing the right things, setting a good example. And then on top of that is, how can you help these people?
Yes.
So first do that. First show that you are, who you are.
Yeah. First of all, get your life together.
Get your life together. And then don't just show how amazing you are. You have to help these people. So I'm very much a advocate of, sharing everything I know with people and being fully transparent. I record everything. I share everything. I just see it this way. If you know 10% more than anyone else, you should be sharing content. So that means after your first week in life insurance, you now know 10% of everyone else. So start posting content.
Yeah. Do you know how many people have hit me up and they're like, they're not even with our group. They're with other insurance companies. They're like, hey, thank you so much for the trainings you put out. Like, thank you so much. That's huge. Or like how many other people have pulled me aside. They're like, dude, why do you put all your trainings on YouTube? Like, why do you put all the podcasts out there and share them? It's like
karma,
dude, there's enough money in the world to go on for everyone. There's enough leads. There's enough everything. Like, even if we don't make $1 and they're not with our group, but it helps them, great.
Yes. Just what goes around comes around.
What goes around comes around. And just simply providing value is huge.
Yeah, exactly. I love
whether
that.
it helps you or not.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can I plug my channel?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I have a YouTube channel. It's called Ben SIG. It's Solutions Insurance Group is my agency that I have partnered with Jonah. And we, if you check out our YouTube channel, we have our full sales calls on there. All our new agents, we're starting to film their calls as well to share that with you guys. Everyone, we're just trying to share everyone's journey. So when first starting, sharing what it's like for them. I shared when I first started on the beginning of the channel, I shared my first month. And that's what I plan to do with all our agents is just share their journeys as well and be super transparent about everyone. So we have all our trainings. Jonah's trainings are on there, full sales calls, everything. They're long videos. Posting like one video a month. They're long, like 10-hour videos, but it's a lot more convenient, to just post one video of everything and you skip around and view the chapters that you want to check out than just posting, 2-minute video here, 3-minute video there. The more you post, like you can't take that back. People can watch whatever they want to watch, but if you don't put it out there, it's not available to be watched. I basically just see it that way. If they don't want to watch it, fine. But if I'll put it out there, someone's going to watch it. And I do have people come up to me. They say, "Oh, I watched all 40 hours of your videos you have out so far." I'm like, "That's amazing," and I hope it helps you.
If I was a new agent, I would. That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Like all the information is out there for free, guys.
Yeah.
Like as a new agent, you should be watching 1 hour to 2 hours of trainings per day.
Yeah.
This is your business. Take it seriously. Have some respect for yourself.
That's what I see them as. I see these as audiobooks. If you want to listen to them while you're working out, while you're getting that run in the morning, you're going to pick up gold nuggets that are going to help you on your sales calls for the day. I'm one of those people that when I hear something, I apply it immediately on my next call.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, think about all the time we spent. Like, I'm a podcast connoisseur. I love podcasts. I love entrepreneurial content. I love reading books. Once a week, every Sunday, watch a little bit of Netflix. But as a brand new agent, first of all, cut out all Netflix, cut out all TV.
Yeah.
Podcasts that you do
Xbox,
watch.
cut out Xbox.
Oh, yeah. Video games. Oh, I stopped playing video games 5 years ago. Yeah, definitely stop playing video games. If you want to achieve success, get to a next level. If you want to stay the same, just keep playing video games. But guys, stop video games, stop Netflix. Any podcasts you watch, like, love podcasts, but as a brand new agent, like, make it insurance related. Like, there's so much training regarding insurance. Just simply watch that for especially for your first 90 days trying to figure this business out.
So much content out
like
there.
You guys have so much time during the day where if you really want to make 6 figures and make deep 6 figures and make doctor lawyer money, well, you're gonna have to work like a doctor or lawyer, and that's okay.
It's funny you say that because my dad is a doctor and I am going to be making more than him this year doing
really
this. Yeah.
Wow. That's a blessing. How old are you?
26.
26. Your dad had to go to school for 10 years?
Long time. Yeah.
10 years. How old is your dad?
He is 56. He's 30 years older than me. So yeah.
How much money did he pay in student loans?
Well, he went to school in Romania. He had to immigrate here. He did his residency here. I don't know the statistics on that exactly, what, how it worked with going to school in Romania and what he paid here to.
Sure.
But yeah, probably a decent amount.
How long has he been a doctor for?
Probably around 30 years now, because maybe a little bit less. I think he started full time when he was 30. 10 years medical school, 20 to 30, pretty much. All like residency, all that stuff. Lots of training.
Bro, that's no joke.
Yeah.
Like, in all seriousness, that's crazy. Your dad went to 10 years of medical school. He's been a doctor for 30 years. He's in his mid 50s.
At the top of his career now.
At the top of his career. He's probably thinking about retirement soon.
And
you've been doing this not even a year in life insurance.
Yeah.
And you're on pace to make more than him.
Yeah.
Like, guys, take this seriously. Have some respect for yourself.
But also, I do want to put this out there. I'm not someone that ever relied on my parents. That if you rely on your parents, it makes it a lot harder to push in this industry. I see people that live at home with their mom. It's like, I don't care if I make 10 or 20K this month. I'll be fine. I can still live here with my mom. Maybe I'll sell one policy this week. That way I can buy a new Xbox. you have to get out there. You have to move out of your parents' house. You need to go live on your own and have the fire under your ASS, you know?
Yes. But you know why you're successful is because first of all, you're super coachable. You're obsessed with this business and you're working hard. Like I see you on Discord. Like you're on the Discord from 8 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. And then I know when you get off, you're watching training videos. You're watching training videos after 8 p.m., before 8 a.m. And if you take a lunch break, you're watching some more training videos.
All I do.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
You got to and you got to be obsessed.
I have goals that I need to achieve, and no one's going to do it for me.
Absolutely.
I'm responsible 100% for myself and my outcome in life. I take full responsibility for everything.
Yeah, and I was just talking to an agent this morning, and he's like, he was upset with what he was doing. And I was like, how can you be upset with your results when you're not even showing up for yourself, you're not even putting in the work you should be? And
yeah,
it's a very simple business where it doesn't take any innate special talent or ability, but does take hard work, consistency, and coachability.
Absolutely.
So as long as you possess those 3 things along with character and integrity, so 4, that's most important. Those are the 4 things that are required to be successful here.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease, though. You can't just get here and expect Jonah to come call you and chase after you and make you to get on the phones.
No.
No, you need to get on the phones yourself, get that rejection, figure out what's holding you back, and then call Jonah, ask him how you can fix it. Don't ask him, why am I successful? And he looks at how many calls he made. He made 20 calls today. You need to put the work in, and then we can help you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Ben, in closing, any other just either tips for a brand new agent or any social media marketing tips?
Yeah, absolutely. I love to share this tip with people because a lot of people don't know this. But you're probably watching us on your phone right now. But if you want to pause it real quick, go to your camera app, open up your camera, and if you go to your portrait mode setting, there is a F button. So unfortunately, this is only on iPhone. Some people are like, "Oh, I have an Android phone. I can't see this option." Unfortunately, it's not on there. But
if you have an Android, just stop watching. Just turn off the podcast.
Go sell some life insurance and go
get an iPhone.
So yeah, this is after you've sold some life insurance and now bought your iPhone. Here we are. You go F on the top right. That's aperture. If you're by default, you're at f2.8. If you drag that all the way to the left to f1.4, your photos are gonna have all this extra depth of field and blur now, and it looks like a real camera, which is insane. It's super cool, and now you can make better photos of yourself on your social media, look that much more professional.
Boom. Money. Well, Ben, appreciate you hopping on the podcast today, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you, brother.
All right, so Colin, man, I've gotten to know you fairly well over the last couple of months, and looking forward to knowing you a lot more. You're an absolute stud. You came from door-to-door pest control. We got a lot of agents that have come from the door-to-door world, and I think increasingly we get more and more coming from pest. Ironically, I was saying this to the guys in Nashville. I had somebody from the company that Colin was with knock on my door. I wasn't home, I was in Nashville, but knock on my door in New Jersey last week. So I said, what are the odds of that? Of course, we got his number. We're recruiting him. But Colin, talk to us, dude. Give us your story. How long were you in pest? How long were you in door to door? And just bring everybody up to speed a little bit on who you are and how you got here.
All right. So before door to door, I was working on a cattle ranch, about 16-hour days, 7 days a week. Finally got this offer, getting into like selling pest control. My rookie year, I mean, I was working 12 hours a day. First one on the doors, last one's off. I did about 290,000 in revenue, with that.
Which is if anybody doesn't know, that's a really good summer. That's a really good summer. So especially for a rookie, that's insane. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I started doing that in New Jersey. And then my second year moved out to Texas to do that. Wasn't a fan of it. It's too hot. And yeah. So and then over the past year I got into a pretty bad like motorcycle crash. So I was not able to do like that door knocking. So I reached out to one of my buddies from the pest industry who came and started doing this under like Melad and Maca.
Yep.
And yeah, ultimately I am where I am today because of those guys. And
how long you been here, Colin? When did you officially start?
Started, well, like my contracting was in October.
Okay.
Then my accident in December, like I had to take about a month and a half off. So I started February.
Started in February. And dude, like you came in with a bang.
That was Tristan and Jan.
Hang on a second, guys. Somebody just unmuted themselves.
Yeah, how'd they go? Tristan just texted me group chat. He's like, it's not
Hang on. Somebody's talking. We can hear you. I'm trying to figure out who
all
it
that
is.
stuff. They also got burned from Gen Z, but that was more of a civil thing. Ryan said it was a business decision of like money wise. Ryan's still
See who
doing
that is?
most of
Normally
the
pops up
things,
on my
and he's
screen,
like
but
right
this time
now
it's not.
he's focusing on other things. So he
Looks
let
like it's
me know,
Dash and
you're my brother. I love you on good terms. I just business decision wise, I just had to get rid of a couple people to put finances elsewhere.
It's Colin's.
And but I just chimed in. He was with Jan.
Colin Mothersole.
And Jan's like, yeah.
Was that you, Colin?
It's like,
That's not me.
so Jan's gonna come to Phoenix.
Coming your mic.
It is coming through your mic, Colin. I'm like I normally could see who is unmuted, but it's there's no one unmuted. All right, you can figure it out, Colin. Now you're muted again. Hit unmute. Let's see what you got. You're muted, bro. You got to hit unmute. We cannot hear you if you're talking, Colin. Guys, bear with us. Technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to
Sorry about that. I had to sorry about that.
We got some weird stuff happening, Colin. Now we're getting double. Do you have a set that's the audio's coming? I think that's what we got going on.
Let me put my headset on.
Everyone's trying to help you in the chat.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's way better. Bro.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries, man. No, dude. This stuff happens. So we got it back. Thank you all for bearing with us. So, dude, you came in, you started off with a bang. All of a sudden, I see your name everywhere. Just crushing it.
No, so I did 92 appointments, 92 inventory sheets before my first deal. It was rough.
But when you started popping off, it went crazy. So wait, let's back up. You're telling me you did 92 appointments before a sale?
Yep.
Oh, let's dig in here. Let's dig in. So you come in from sales. I imagine you had fairly high expectations that you were going to come in and start crushing it.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Out of 92, did you actually sit with 92 and present to 92 people?
But we do booking appointments and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, 92 people.
How long did that take?
I was working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So it only took probably about a month and a half.
So a month. Well, first off, there's a little gold mine. You guys, hopefully you listen to that. He got to his first 92 booked appointments in his first month and a half. That's key. That's why you're still here. So you're selling nothing for 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
How did you stick with that, bro? Because most people in that situation would quit. Why did you not quit?
I mean, like I've always had a mindset, like if I were to tell my 10 to 15-year-old self, like I had the opportunity to go make X amount of money, right? And all I had to do was pick up a phone. Like that would be everyone's dream. So like for me, it really just came down to, I mean, it's like going to the gym. You're not going to get buff overnight, but you got to consistently put in that work, right? And yeah, it's going to be draining. It's going to be, I mean, draining to say the least. But
so 92 appointments before you get a sale. You finally got a sale. I guess it was your 93rd appointment.
Yep.
Dude, I love that story. Did it start to click all of a sudden? Or
yeah. Then over the next 2 weeks, I did 17K in 2 weeks.
That's what I remember. That's why it makes sense now. Because I just remember I see your name all of a sudden and boom, 17 grand. I didn't know that you went 6 weeks with nothing before that. What leads were you working during the
Uh,
first
Tier
Good.
3 and Tier 4.
tier 3, tier 4? So aged mortgage leads. So you're working aged mortgage.
Yep.
Probably like
Anywhere
emotionally.
from 2 to 6 years old.
That's insane. 2 to 6 year old leads. What clicked? Like, what do you remember what it was? Was it just the repetition of everything? Was it the understanding of the actual sales process, the presentation? Like what finally was that light bulb moment for you?
Because like for me, I was very low on funds then, so I was just like, okay, I gotta get it, I gotta get it, I gotta get it. But then, like, I had that first lady I sold, I'll never forget, Rodney and Catherine Wachtel.
Okay.
And they literally said we would be homeless if you did not get this set up. Like we've talked about this, like we knew we needed it and no one has called. So, I mean, I just wanted to thank you for, I mean, you ultimately saved our family because we would be homeless if one of us were to go. And so like for me, it kind of put myself into a perspective of like, and she was like, yeah, I consider you like a grandson, right? If you ever are going through hard times, like just know you have a place to stay.
My
So
God.
for me, it was ultimately looking at someone instead of a number, and then looking at them like, what's their age? Let's say they're 70. That's my grandma, right? Like if it's someone who's a little younger, my mom, like, and I always tell them my ultimate goal is to treat you like family.
Well said. So you started seeing your client through a different lens.
Yeah, different perspective.
Different perspective. Once you did that, it seems like you took off like overnight. So 17 grand in your first 2 weeks. So this would have been what? You're talking, if you started really after convention in February, realistically, you're middle March, end of March.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah. And about that lock-in, like the Dallas one, I literally went every day without one, and then the last hour of the last minute, like it was at 7-8 p.m. when I made that deal.
What is the difference, or what was the difference in the way your clients were responding to you when you changed your perspective on how you viewed your client?
I mean, I've noticed that they're a lot more welcoming, right? They're a lot like their guard just drops. Like they go from like, who is this, to like, oh yeah, no, I'm actually super glad like you called, like how much will this be, like.
And what I want to really highlight here, I feel like a lot of agents, I saw someone put in there 2 to 6 year old leads. Like that's mind blowing to certain people when they hear that. Most people in your shoes, they get rejection, they fail. Of course, failure isn't permanent, it's temporary. And they blame everyone else, everything else. They point the finger, they don't take any accountability. So it's the lead's fault, it's the pitch fault, it's, oh, I wasn't trained properly, it's my upline's fault, my mentor's fault. You didn't do any of that.
No.
When you started winning, what did you do with your leads? Did you change what leads you were purchasing, or you were still using the same leads?
I ran tier 3s up until the start of last month, so up until May.
And up until May, so June, you started mixing in some fresher leads.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, when we say fresher, I talked to you about this earlier. You're still working like 3 months, 6 month, 9 month leads.
Yeah, to 2 year. Yep.
To 2 year. So you're still working all aged mortgage.
Yep.
Tell everybody, what did you issue in June?
55K. No, 57.
$57,000 he issued. What did you spend on leads in June?
2,000.
Yeah, it's insane. So you're fairly profitable, I would say. Dude, you're a stud. You're one of those people that I just really like and appreciate a ton. I respect your hustle. I really have always had the utmost respect for people that take extreme ownership and accountability and work like there's no tomorrow. And that's what I see in you, for real. And by the way, everyone that works around you and works with you, they all say the exact same thing, which is a testament. I tell everybody, hey, sometimes you're blessed with intangibles. Sometimes you're blessed with, a great skill set. You're blessed with a great personality, maybe, a little bit higher on the intelligence chart. Sometimes you just have to grind it out. And if you're willing to grind it out, you more than make up for any intangibles that maybe you didn't have. Because through repetition, your skill set, you're going to outpace everybody. And in the meantime, guess what, Colin? You set the right habits of the right work ethic. So by the time the skill set catches up to the work ethic, you're crushing everybody else. You're blowing past the competition. And I see that with you. I mean, you're intelligent, your skill set's great. And I think it would be easy for people to look at you and be like, dude, this dude's an animal. He must be incredibly gifted. And I'm not saying that you're not gifted, but the secret sauce is you're outworking everybody around you. You're outworking everybody. And what a great example to set. What a great way to lead. So when we talked, you said to me, hey, I think my financial inventory is different than anybody else that I've heard. And you think your financial inventory is a part of the winning sauce in your presentation. And guys, I'm telling you right now, there's 165 of us on here. I have not heard his financial inventory. So I can't vouch for it just yet. I can vouch for his production and his profitability. And I'm really excited to hear this. So we're going to role play. This is recorded. Guys, I would take some notes. To take $2,000, turn into 57. You don't have to be a CPA to figure out my guy's making some money. My guy's making some money. And dude, turn around. Let them see your mullet. I think the mullet might have a small part of the success. I'm not sure. I do like the mullet. That's a good one. Yeah, dude. You're single, Colin?
No. You're
not single?
I'm engaged.
Sorry, ladies. So, dude, Gavin said mullet for the win. Let's dive in. I want to do a full presentation, like everything. I'm going to be a 2-year-old aged mortgage client, right? Play it however you want, but let's go deep and give it to us straight, exactly how you do it with the client. Present the numbers. You told me you present the numbers in a maybe a little bit of a different way. I want to hear exactly what you're doing. And guys, take some notes. Let's dive in, bro.
All right. Hello, Joe.
Yeah.
How are you?
What's going on, man? I'm okay.
Good. Now, Joe, my name's Colin. I work for the brokerage and handle the mortgage protection for Quicken Loans. Now, Joe, the file over on Main Street, it's been flagged for review. Now, only reason for that, Joe, is around when you closed, I sent you several things in the mail about the mortgage protection, right? Where it pays the home off if you got sick or passed away. And Joe, you filled out the card and mailed it in to me. But on my end, Joe, I still haven't gotten that completed. So, Joe, I just needed to make sure I took care of you. Have you spoken to anyone about this yet? Did you set anything up for protection?
Man, that was a while ago, Colin. I honestly don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, and look, you filled out the card and mailed it in to me. So it's my job out here in Clark County to make sure I took care of you. So, Joe, I just go over about 2 to 5 minutes of some health and financial questions. Based on that, Joe, it's my job to run them through all 47 carriers. Then you let me know what's comfortable. And most importantly, Joe, what's affordable. And then from there, we can submit a request for coverage. That makes sense?
Yeah, dude, I'm going to pause you. Dude, your tonality is so good. If you're listening in, I want you to really pay attention to his speed, to his tone. Like, it's so comfortable and it's so non-salesy. It takes your guard as a client completely down. Like, the wall goes down immediately. So keep going, bro.
Okay. And now, Joe, it's shown on my end that your last name is Basso, Basso.
That's correct.
Okay.
And now, Joe, what was the date of birth for you?
6/22/91.
Okay. Okay. And I'm not the best at math, but that would put you at what, 30?
33. Just
Okay.
turned 33.
Okay. Happy late birthday. Did y'all do anything fun?
Oh, had a nice time with the family, man. Nice dinner
Okay.
and yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. And now, Joe, tell me, what do you do for work?
I'm in sales.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Now, what got you into that?
I think sales finds people. I didn't find it. It turns out I enjoyed it. And I love people. So I stuck with it.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. And now, have you had any like surgeries in the past 20 years?
I don't think anything major. I think I had a surgery about 15 years ago.
Okay.
Broken nose. That's it. That shouldn't affect anything for insurance, right?
And what'd the other guy look like?
Dude, it was a football injury. So
okay. Okay.
yeah. Other guy looked fine.
Okay.
Got a shoulder to the face.
And now, do you take any medications?
No.
Okay. And then no DUIs, felonies, misdemeanors for you in the past 20 years?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay. Well, try to keep it that way for me then. All right. And now it's showing on my end, Joe, that you do not smoke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And don't ever start that. Okay. It's a nasty habit. And now approximately how tall are you, Joe? And how much would you say you weigh?
Yeah, I'm about 5'6", 5'7". I'm about 155.
Okay. I might need to take your workout routine down too. Okay.
I love it, dude.
Alrighty. And then Joe, is it just you in the home or is there like a spouse?
I'm married.
Okay.
My wife.
Okay. And what was her name?
Her name is Carmen.
Carmen? Okay. Well, that's actually my my mother-in-law's name. It's a good name.
It is a good name.
Yeah. And now, has Carmen had any surgeries in the past 20 years?
No, she has not.
No. Okay. Any medications?
No, nothing.
Okay. And now I just got to make sure you guys aren't Bonnie and Clyde. She doesn't have any DUIs, felonies, misdemeanors either.
No.
Okay. Okay. And now it's showing on my end, Joe, that she also does not smoke, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then approximately how tall is she, Joe? And how much would you say she weighs?
She's 5'2", and I really don't know what she weighs.
Okay. Okay. And now, how
I'm
long
not dumb, Colin. I'm not dumb. We're on a Zoom call. You're never getting that answer out of me.
Oh, good man. And now, Joe, how long have you guys been together?
13 years.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
September will be 13 years.
I just put a ring on my now fiance. Do you have any tips to 13 plus years?
Congratulations. Yeah, I think it's don't give up when times get tough. They're always going to get tough. Good marriages don't mean that it's perfect and smooth sailing. So you just keep working on the bad days like you work on the good days.
Okay. And now, and then what would you say you guys make a year before taxes, Joe?
Yeah, I think we're probably about 150 grand.
Okay. And then is it just you guys in the home or are there any kiddos running around?
We have one. We have a 5-year-old son.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Is that Joe Jr.?
He's actually the third, believe it or not. I'm junior.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. And now, have you guys had any heart attacks, strokes, TIA, cancer, stents, diabetes, high blood pressure, neuropathy, lupus, asthma, COPD, thyroid, anxiety, depression, kidney, liver disease, or STDs?
No.
Okay,
Nothing.
so just clean living, huh?
Clean living.
Okay. And now it's showing on my end, Joe, that when you closed on the home, you owed about 300,000. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Okay. And then the last time the house was appraised, it's showing on my end about 450,000. Does that sound right?
It's about right, I imagine.
Okay. Okay. And what was the monthly payment on that place, Joe?
I think we're with taxes about 2,200.
Okay. Perfect. And now, lastly, Joe, do you have any life insurance in place?
I think I do through work.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. We're going to have to get that updated. Are you familiar with how work insurance works?
A little bit. You could give me some
Yeah,
info on
so it's a lot like a company car, right, Joe? As long as you work for that company, you'd have access to the car. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's a good way to explain it.
However, the second you go to retire is the second they'd be asking for those keys back, right?
Makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, and then having to buy a new car, I mean, it's going to be a lot more expensive.
Makes sense. I don't think I've ever heard it that way. That makes sense.
Okay, perfect. And now if something were to happen, were you mostly looking to pay off the full mortgage for Carmen?
I mean, ideally, yeah. I don't know what, I don't know what this costs.
Okay. And now to that, is there a particular budget y'all would be looking to stay within?
As cheap as possible. Things are tight, man. It's inflation everywhere. It's wild out here.
Okay. And now you were saying 13 years, right? You and Carmen?
13 years.
Okay. And tell me, what's the story? How'd you guys meet?
We actually met in college, believe it or not. I was a senior, and I met her on her second day of her freshman year. So it was one of those. We met, and we've been together since the day we met. So yeah.
And then tell me, I mean, who made the first move?
I definitely made the first move.
Okay, good man.
We argue about it. She proposed to me.
Okay.
She denies that, but she definitely, pulled the trigger on the proposal.
Okay. Wow. All righty. And now, I did have a couple questions, Joe. Are you familiar with the term universal life?
I don't think so.
Okay. So this policy, Joe, let's say you were to live until you're 150, right? This policy would stay active until you're 150. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yeah, let's hope that happens. That'd be cool.
Amen. And now, secondly, Joe, are you familiar with the term living benefits?
No.
Okay. So let's say something were to happen, whether that be cancer, heart attack, stroke, or you couldn't perform 2 of the 6 daily living tasks, whether that be getting dressed, going to the bathroom, eating, transferring from a bed to a chair, taking a shower, or walking, then this policy, Joe, it would pay out 80%. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. Okay.
So in other words, Joe, that's what would pay your bills when nothing else was able to pay your bills. That makes sense?
I think so.
Okay. And then lastly, Joe, are you familiar with the term cash accumulation?
I mean, I think so, like a whole life policy sort of thing.
Yeah. So with this policy, Joe, about half of what you do put into that goes into a little savings account. Does that make sense, Joe?
Got it.
And that savings account, Joe, is going to be tethered to the market. So it's going to be growing anywhere from 6 to 8% a year. Does that make sense, Joe?
Okay. Makes sense.
And let's say a couple years down the road when the kiddo goes off to college, or, I mean, he might need his first car, that money in that savings account can be deducted at any given time. Does that make sense?
That's pretty cool.
Yep. So I do have those options here in front of me, Joe. Do you have access to a piece of paper or a pen?
I sure do. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Grab a pen.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. And so Joe, let's say you wanted to pay off just that full mortgage. That way, Carmen and your son would be taken care of. That would be $145 a month.
Okay.
Now, if you wanted to just pay off about 2/3 of that mortgage, so about $200,000, that'd just be about $99. And Joe, let's say that if something happened to you and you just wanted to take care of about 1/3, or so $100,000 of that mortgage, that would be just $52. Okay. Now, if something were to happen to Carmen and she wanted to pay off that full mortgage for you, Joe, that would be about $100. Now, to take care of about 2/3 of that mortgage, Joe, for you, that would be about $68 a month.
Okay.
And Joe, if you just wanted to, again, take care of that 1/3 of that mortgage, that would be about $36 a month. Now, keep in mind, Joe, about half of that would be going back into your savings account. But of these three options, what one would you say would not only make the most sense for you, but for your son and Carmen financially as well?
That was good, man. That was really good. I would say, yeah, I would say probably that middle option is most affordable.
Perfect. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get that started on my end. Okay. Now just confirming, your date of birth was June 22nd, 1991. And then from there, I'm just in the application.
That was very good. That was, yeah. Joseph, I'm with you. Giving you a round of applause. Killer, man. You do such a good job of staying low and slow, but also building rapport. I don't know how many questions you asked me. I didn't count. There had to be 30, 35, 40 questions. Asking questions is how you sell anything.
Yeah. And like one thing I also add is like, I forgot to do this to you, but like, I'll even ask what they like to do for fun.
I love it.
Yeah. So, and then I write that down and I'm like, and let's say they were to give an objection. I'm like, look, so what this would allow, I mean, this would allow them to take care of the mortgage, as well as continue to like to do the camping, going on the boat or fishing. So that way they don't have to pick up a second or a third job to maintain your way of life. Does that make sense, Joe?
Yeah, you're literally speaking to now their quality of life as well.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. I mean, dude, that's great. That's one of the better presentations that I've heard because it was personal, but it was also business. Like it wasn't salesy at all. That was the most natural way to build rapport that I've heard in a very long time on one of these role plays. And the cadence and the speed in which you're doing it, you didn't waste any time whatsoever, but you took your time, if that makes sense. And there's no fluff. I felt like all of your words had a purpose and a meaning. I love the ABC close. I think the assumptive ABC is the way to go. You didn't over explain it. I think that's key. I think a lot of people over explain how the policies work. People don't care. Like most people, they don't care at all what's under the hood of a car. They care how fast does the car go. Does that make sense? So, you might lose 2% of your clients by not going too deep. You're going to pick up way more than you lose by keeping it simple. Guys, that was absolutely phenomenal. Who has, I don't ever do this. I rarely do this. I want to open it up to questions. I'll take like 2 or 3 if people have some good questions for you. Because that was just so good. Yeah, Buck, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say about half of it. That's the only thing that I didn't like, if I'm being honest with you, Colin. I think that depending on how the policy is structured, not always half of it goes in. So I would change the wording on that just a little bit.
Right.
Some of that I would just clean up. But as far as, yeah, I agree. Shannon said it right. A portion. I would say a good portion of your premium goes into, the cash value of your policy. I think that makes a lot of sense, and you're not over promising to your client. So thank you, Buck, for clearing that up. I agree. Who else has a question? How do you transition to someone with bad health? That's a great question, Mark. What do you do in that scenario?
So I mean, if they were to be in bad health, I'm like, look, so I work for 47 different carriers. out here in New Jersey, Joe. So I have a lot more access to the marketplace and the cheaper rates. Okay. So the only reason that your account would have come across my desk, Joe, is if there was something you did qualify for. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go over those health and financial questions. From there, you let me know what's comfortable, and most importantly, Joe, what's affordable. And then from there,
I love that. It's a good answer. The follow-up question Benedict asked, and this happens a lot with mortgage protection when you have to pivot to an equity protection program. So how would you pivot once you kind of figured out what their health was in the beginning? I'm assuming the nice thing is you're not really having to pivot a whole lot because you're asking so many good health questions up front. You probably have a pretty good idea before you ever presented a price, whether it was going to be full, half, third, or whether it was going to be equity protection. So how would you address that in your presentation?
Okay, Joe. So has anyone ever explained to you how equity protection works?
I don't think so.
Okay. So what equity protection does is it takes care of anywhere from 2 years all the way to a year of mortgage payments. And what this would allow, Joe, is for you to, for your family to grieve, recover, figure out the financial situation, and most importantly, Joe, move forward in a healthy manner. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Now, quick question. If something were to happen to you, Joe, do you know if Carmen, if she would plan on selling the home, if she would stay? I mean, do you know what she'd do?
I honestly think she'd have to sell it. As
Okay.
it sits right now, she'd have to.
Okay. Yeah. So all the bank needs, Joe, is to make sure that those payments are still coming in month after month. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what this would allow, Joe, is for them to take care of those monthly payments. That way they don't lose the equity in the home, because the second 1 or 2 monthly payments are missed, Joe, is the second the bank would take the house and all that money is gone. Does that make sense, Joe?
Makes a ton of sense.
Okay. So the most amount of insurance you would need is around 1 to 2 years of mortgage payments to allow Carmen time to grieve, recover, figure out the financial situation, and most importantly, Joe, move forward in a healthy manner. Does that make sense?
100%.
Okay. So this would come with getting the house cleaned up, cleaned out, put on the market, and eventually sold. So what this would allow, Joe, is for Carmen that grace period of time to get things figured out, and most importantly, to get the home sold. So she isn't forced to sell the home for 10, 20, or $50,000 less than what it's fully worth, because she couldn't afford that on top of her own bills.
How much? That makes a ton of sense. How much would you say? How much equity protection do you sell, as opposed to full mortgages and whatnot?
I honestly, probably that's most of my book of business.
I would imagine. Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. So I'm glad that was a good question.
I'd probably say about like 60-40.
Okay. Last thing, Kevin asked a good question. And I'm curious to hear your answer too. I know we actually just were talking about this at the lock-in this past week in Nashville. But you're obviously cash flowing like crazy. You're still working a lot of aged leads, tier 2s, etc. Why haven't you transitioned? And I think I know the answer, but I want everyone else to hear it. So, what is your thought process?
I mean, for me, like, I'm very simple. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, I'm able to do, 50, 60 plus off, age leads. And so, for me, it just ultimately comes down to, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And you got a high ROI. Your ROI is outstanding. You just had a perfect record this past week, 22K this past week, right?
Yeah.
22 grand at the lock-in. That's a huge week.
But like I actually did, on, I believe Thursday, I, bought my first set of like appointment booking strong points. So I'm making that leap.
Kevin, you asked a good question. Here's, we did a training on this in Nashville at the lock-in with a bunch of young studs that are all making great money buying aged leads and just grinding it out. I think that everybody should start that way. I just really do. I think that everybody should start that way because it's going to produce you the highest cash flow by far, and you're learning the most. Like it refines your skills at the highest level when you work aged mortgage leads. And then when you go to start working some fresher leads, higher intent leads, now your skill set is that it's ready to rock, and you start buying your time back. And I don't recommend that anybody goes cold turkey from age to fresh. That's a nightmare. That's an absolute disaster. That is a giant mistake I see entrepreneurs make. They come in, they do something really well, and they have this shiny object syndrome. Oh, this person's working that lead over there. I'm going to try that. And then you stop doing what was working, try this new thing, fall on your face. All your momentum is gone. We're playing a momentum game. A business, you cannot separate business health and momentum. It's impossible. So when you have momentum, what you do is you keep doing what's working 90% of the time, and then 10%, you try new things. But you never take your eyes off of what's working, what's cash flowing in your business. And then once you've done 10% here and it starts to work, by the way, the 10% that you try, you're going to fail for a while. So you have to give it some time because Colin, you're smart, took you 92 appointments to get the hang of what you're doing now. You think it's going to just click instantly with the new lead type over here? Probably not. So give it a fair shake, give it time, figure it out, and then go, instead of 90-10, go 80-20, go 75-25, and make sure that this new thing over here is going to be long-term, sustainable, profitable before you stop doing the thing that has brought you the success that you've had in the first place. That's massive. That's massive. So I think that's important. And I only bring that up. I'm sure some people are listening. They're going, well, if he's making that kind of money working tier 3, tier 4 leads, why would he ever stop? Well, the only reason you would stop is if you wanted to build a business. Because if you're working 10, 12 hours, 14 hours a day on the phones to sell what you're selling, you don't have any time to recruit and train. If you buy some of that time back, now you can, and you're not buying the time back to go golf or chill necessarily. I mean, you can, if you just want to be a one-man show, you can. But if you want to build a business, you're basically just reallocating the time and resources into another pillar, another lane of cash flow, another vertical in your business.
Like what I found too is like Christopher Maka, he was like, because I believe May I did like 34, and he was like, now what would you like to do the next month? And I was like 50. And he goes, okay, so what do you think you got to change? And that was honestly scary. Instead of paying $200 for a week's worth of leads, going to, I mean, 350. But I mean, the second I did that, like I noticed a lot more closes, a lot more cash flow, but most importantly, yeah, a lot more free time.
Colin, I'm going to address one last thought before we rock and let everybody get back to their day. There's a principle that I've learned in life and in business that, and yeah, Tyler Gable asked a good question. We'll let you wrap it up with your daily schedule when I'm done this thought. In life and in business, if you are operating out of a scarcity mindset, you're always playing from behind. And when you're always playing from behind, there are times the adrenaline is good, and there are times where it's going to force you to step up in a big way. But if you don't have to operate from behind, like if you're blessed with the opportunity to operate from an abundance mindset, for me, what that does is it gives me a different level of confidence. So you can be motivated by desperation. Let's be clear. Desperation is a great motivator, right? I see most people struggle to stay motivated by desperation because typically it's such an emotional roller coaster that you get emotionally burned out. Does that make sense? So it works short term, but long term it'll never work. And I've seen too many people stay in this desperation mode because they're broke. They do just enough to pay their bills and they stay broke. And so they're always operating that way. You might be mentally capable to handle it. Guess what? Your spouse probably isn't. Your kids probably are not. You're hurting the people around you because you refuse to do the right things to change your mindset to operate out of abundance. Does that make sense? operating out of that abundance mindset, that's how you actually get ahead. That's how you get off a hamster wheel. Who wants to be on a hamster wheel forever? Hopefully not anybody on this call. And I've seen too many people trade a small hamster wheel for a medium hamster wheel, and then a medium hamster wheel to a large hamster wheel. And all you're doing is inflating your living expenses as your income grows. And that's a problem. Now, I also have to say, I believe most people don't have a spending problem. They have an earning problem. You know what I mean? Like, I really do believe that. Like, oh, Joe, I got $8,000. I got $12,000 a month in bills. That's so much overhead. Dude, that's not a lot of overhead. Are you kidding me? You know how easy it is to go create 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, $150,000 a month of income with an opportunity? It's so easy. You don't have a spending problem. You have an earning problem. So keep your expenses where they are and now figure out, how do I go from, Colin, that $34,000 a month to a $55,000 a month with only an extra $1,000 in lead spend? Do you guys listening? I hope this is connecting to you guys. These are high level thoughts that are going to really change your life. And more than that, listen, people ask me all the time. Colin asked during that fake role play, how are you happily married? You know, I just took my 52nd flight of this year. I'm gone all the time. I work like a dog. You know why my wife doesn't complain? And she doesn't. I'm blessed with an angel for a wife. You know why she doesn't complain? Because I keep my word, and she's seen our lives change in incredible ways over the last 13 years we've been together. So they're not hollow promises. We're living a life of abundance because we're putting in the work, and we're constantly looking to grow and to give back and to make an impact. And when you do that, it's all good. There's no complaints. There's no frustration because you're doing what you said you were going to do, and you see the results. The people that you love see the results. Their lives change too. You guys follow me? I see too many people. I'm speaking to the men specifically on this call. I've seen too many dudes convince their girl, whether it be your girlfriend, your fiance, your wife, hey, I'm going to try this business thing. And you don't do what you need to do to win. And you put that person that you love through absolute hell for prolonged periods of time. Look, it's going to be hell for a little while. Like, Colin, I'll bet your girlfriend during those first 92 appointments was freaked out. Right? Anybody would be.
Yeah.
But you did what you had to do to figure it out. And then you put a ring on it. Congrats. So anyway, that was a bit of a rabbit trail, but I hope that helps everybody. Colin, close us out. Give us 2 minutes. We're done at 2:50 Central Time here. Give us 2 minutes on what is your daily schedule?
I wake up about 4:30, 4:45. Go to the gym about an hour to hour 15 minutes. Get home by 6. I read. I'm very big on like I read the Daily Stoic and daily meditations. Then of course I go on a walk. Yeah, just kind of spend time like with nature, pray. Faith is a big thing to me. So yeah, just spending time with God. Yeah, going on a walk, just going on, like taking that. And then yeah, I listen to a little podcast, take a cold shower, and then start working.
What time are you dialing by every day?
9.
No later than 9.
No later than 9.
What time do you dial till?
8, 9.
So you're working 11, 12 hours, period.
Yep. And then I normally do about 2 or 3 recruiting calls a day.
Okay.
And that's like my ultimate goal. But yeah.
Are you, when you say, because some people are listening and they're like, I had a conversation with somebody and they're on this call, so don't take this personally what I'm about to say. When somebody said, hey, I have a hard time filling my schedule. And I'm thinking to myself, well, then you're not doing the right things, because it's really easy to fill your schedule in this job, in this business. Either buy more leads and dial, or start calling people to recruit them. There's way too many things for you to do to make money. Like we don't talk about enough, Colin, but we used to talk about eliminating white space on your calendar. Like most people are poor because they're wasting their time. They're just wasting their time, unnecessary things. Scrolling Instagram, they're Snapchatting all day. They're taking 2.5 hour lunch breaks. You know what I mean? They're doing all the wrong things, and they're wondering why they're broke. And dude, if you're broke, by the way, you're always going to be stressed. And when you're stressed, you don't feel happy. You feel unfulfilled. And like it's a vicious soul sucking cycle. How do you get out of it? You do the right things. You do the right things over and over and over again. And all of a sudden the results show up. And when the results show up, you start to feel some confidence. You feel confidence because you're winning. And the more you win, the more confidence you have. And then you can give back. And we actually feel fulfilled when we start giving back and making an impact in other people, not just our own selves. So you're recruiting a little bit. What does your lunch hour look like? Like, dude, I'm getting to the nitty gritty for you.
Yeah, so I dial from about 9 to 12 or 1. And then I take an hour-long break, go outside, get some sunlight, do some like deep breathing. I'm big on breath work. So yeah, go do that while I eat. And then I take it about 30 to 45 minute lunch, and I'm back to dialing.
Love it. That works, dude. And I'm all for that. I think people need to take a break, but take a 60-minute break and make it impactful.
Yep. And like one thing I also like tell my guys is like coming from blue collar, coming working on a cattle ranch, 16-hour days, 7 days a week. That was like those guys, they're like the escape from home, right? Like that's how they would solve their problems, just working. Whether you were pushing shopping carts, whether you were working on a ranch, doing lineman work, like anything, that's people how they get away from their stuff they have going on at home. So like no one should be able to use their like what they're going through at home as like an excuse, right? Like you have the problem to literally solve all your problems by sitting at home and dialing 10 numbers, right? So I mean, that should be no excuse for someone.
Like that line from the Wolf of Wall Street.
Pick up the phone.
Pick up the phone and start dialing.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone and start dialing. Colin, I appreciate your time so much. I feel like this was a really good training. Dude, I wish I could clone your cadence and your tone. Like you're one of the best I've heard. So congrats, man, on everything. Engagement, on your success. You're one of those people that I want to see win more than you could possibly imagine because you're doing all the right things. So I appreciate you. I'm here to help you with absolutely anything that you need. And guys, let's crush this week. Do you like that? Yeah, Adrian, you see that? I'm in Jesse Parley's office. Look at those things. Jesse, tell him, how much did you pay for those? Because it's wild. Too much. He told me the story before. He got bamboozled. But they are dope. They are dope. Guys, have an amazing day. Talk to y'all real soon.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah, this is Ben. Yeah.
Hey, Ben. This is Ben. I was just giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage. We handle the mortgage protection for Rocket Mortgage. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Just reaching out because the file that was associated with the property looks like here at 123 Main just came across my desk. For whatever reason, it got flagged. It was just showing up as incomplete here at our end. So, Ben, only reason for that would have been sometime around when you closed or refinanced on the home. Sure, you remember we should have sent you several things in the mail in regards to protection.
Okay.
Right, where it would pay off the home if you ever got sick, disabled, or God forbid you were to pass away. So on your end, it looks like you did the right thing. Obviously, you filled out the card, mailed that back into us here, but for whatever reason on our end, looks like no one ever reached out or was able to get that put in place for you. So I'm the manager in the area here. Just wanted to personally reach out myself, make sure we got everything taken care of for you. Now, Ben, was it just you in the home, or did you have like a significant other spouse in the home there with you?
Spouse.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I'm assuming that she would be the beneficiary for this. That way, if anything ever happened to you, the home's paid off for her.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I'm assuming this is your first time going through the mortgage protection process?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Gotcha. It's pretty simple. I just take like 2-3 minutes. We'll go through a couple health and financial questions with you. Based on that, Ben, it's my job as the medical underwriter. just to run it through all the carriers in the state that offer it. Now, once you figure out the options you qualify for, I'll just present them to you. And then from there, you let me know which one's going to be obviously the most comfortable, the most affordable for you. And then once you pick an option, we'll submit a request for coverage, make sure you're approved, and put that in place for you. Now I have the address here. Looks like I said, 123 Main. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And the last name is spelled Szentpaly.
Yes.
All right, gotcha.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Next.
Whole thing.
What's the next part?
Okay, so it looks like we had your age listed here as 25. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And then what was your date of birth?
2/25/98. It's actually 26.
26. Okay, gotcha. Cool. And then let's see here. What are you currently doing for work?
I sell life insurance.
There you go. Doing well or what?
Yeah, doing well.
There you go. All right. And then what would you say your current monthly income is at the moment?
$20 a month.
There you go. Might need a job with you, man. And then what would be your current height and weight?
5'9". Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Dude, you talk so fast though.
I know. I like to get people straight into it, so I try not to waste a lot of time in the intros because I felt like it was dragging on.
I get it.
I try to talk to them one-on-one as soon as possible, so I don't sound like a robot in the intro. I kind of feel like.
I see.
So I just make them laugh, kind of thing. Be personable.
You just want to get it over with. I get it. But also, it's super hard to follow. I'm assuming for someone if hearing it the first time, for you, it's nothing. But have you tried slowing down at all, or is that how you've always done it?
I mean, I'll pause, kind of slight pauses. But other than that, I usually have people that follow. To be honest, I'll have people ask, maybe 10% of the time after my intro, they'll ask what it is again. But majority of people, I call 3-month leads, so majority of people have already been talked to. So I just try to say what I'm calling for right away.
I see, that makes sense.
That way I can kind of get the objection right out front,
Makes sense. So you're calling Cheryl 3 months or and 3 months?
Yeah.
And 3 months, okay. How much are those?
I think I paid $180 for 220.
What? $2?
Yeah. I'm sorry, 1,800 for 220.
1,800 for 220.
That's almost $10 a pop.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And that's all I ran this month.
So how much? What's an ROI? If you spend 1,800, how much do you usually make off of that?
I'd probably say a little bit over 15.
Okay, so what's your average policy size?
1,200.
1,200? Okay. So you're selling 13 policies off of $2,000 ad spend. Have you ever tried running cheaper leads?
That's what I started with, yeah.
Oh, and you just worked your way up? Okay.
Yeah. I started with 3 to 4 year.
Mm-hmm.
And then
you like the more expensive leads?
To be honest, yeah, I can just I feel like I get a lot more on that list.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost buying my time back because I got a lot of guys that I got to train and stuff. So
you don't spend as much time dialing, you think?
I would definitely say I spend a lot less and make right around the same, if not a little bit more.
Okay.
So I mean, I like them, to be honest. I mix it up. I'll run Strong Point with tier 3.
Oh, nice. I haven't even tried Strong Point.
Yeah, I liked them. I did an AI test with them, self-booking.
Wow.
That was decent. I didn't really feel like they were as interested just because you the half filled out ones. those would get submitted. The names on the list that said no on the AI booking were still on there.
I see.
So, I mean, you can still call them, like they're still there, it's still a lead.
Gotcha.
But if I'm gonna pay that much, I'd rather have like a fully completed one, like they're fully interested. If I'm paying $25 a lead, like I want them buying, like they should be buying.
Okay.
And most people say, okay, that's great, you know, we agree, okay. I don't. I'll express concern again to reinforce control and do another takeaway. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good, Sean, but I'm a little concerned about that thing that you mentioned 15 years ago. I mean, I know it was just, you know, a misdemeanor, right? But I don't know if that's going to be a problem. But I will tell you what, if there's anyone that can maneuver around this app and get you approved, it will be me. So let me put it to the side. Again, it does something to people psychologically. We know that 15 years ago is not going to matter on most of the carriers, right? But it's all a game. Sales is a game. It's a psychological game. The third one is suggesting removing features or services, okay? That can be your service on their account. That could be, anything. So let's say they say, well, listen, I want to do this. I'm good. I just have to, make sure that my wife is on the phone. No problem at all. Hey, listen, I get it, right? You can use any of the other spouse objections that I've given you guys in the past. But a takeaway is, listen, I just won't be able to stay on your account as a head broker. Now, I am better than anyone just because I do have a relationship with these carriers and these underwriters a lot closer than most people. I'd hate for you not to have that in or that service, but listen, no problem. I got, 500 agents that, we'll do the app for you, no problem at all. I'm a service. I just took away that service. That does something to people, right? Or you can say, hey, no problem, but I don't know if I can get you the cash value. I'll get you covered. We'll get some death benefits, but I don't know if I can get you that cash value. And for that, I'm gonna need your wife as the insured, right? Because you got diabetes and you want to deny you will, and you're just not gonna get it. That's what it is. We can try it. We have less than 10% chance, so the odds are not in our favor. So no problem. You and I will sit here. We'll do, we'll do term policy but you want that cash value feature? Get your wife on that phone. Simple as that. Do not be afraid to demand presence, to demand control. What is the worst thing that could happen? Honestly, what is the worst thing that could happen? They say no. They hang up. Okay, next. But you will get a lot further doing it this way on 50% of the apps. Now, 4, okay? Very important. Suggest canceling the sale. I used to do that in timeshare, right? So my reps would call me at the end of the tour, hey, Mela, they're right there. Just go close them, right? Like, I'm going to go in and be like, oh, you guys need this, please. It's the 2 last ones we have left. Like, your family's going to, no, that's like begging. I don't do that. I don't sell people. They should buy from you, right? So I would literally go in there, and they were like right there, right? I'd be like, hey, listen, how did you like my agent? He was great, right? Very knowledgeable. I'm so sorry that, he presented you this platinum package. We just don't have it anymore. I apologize. He probably should have given you something like silver or gold, to start you with. Platinum is very exclusive, and the last owner just got that a week ago. I'm so sorry. But, we'll start you with silver or gold. Not a big deal. Oh, people hate, if it's me, I'd hate that. Like, if I'm somewhere and, I have the money I'm trying to spend, I'd be like, I'm not getting the sub product. No, I want that. Whoever got, that's the package I need. And so do that to people. And I'm like, hey, listen. And at the end, I'll test them. That's my temperature check, but that's also before you do the promise note at the end, right, for the conservation, you also temperature check them on that. I always tell them, listen, if you're not 100% sure, and then I list all their dominant buying motives, that 6 to 7% tax-free money is the benefit to you, that, securing your family today versus later on is important, I don't feel comfortable going through with this. And if you're not 100% sure that we can make this payment, I'm not going to take that risk. Because then we're going to have a lapse on an IUL, which is one of the hardest policies to get. And I'm just going to ruin your chances of, you know, ever being able to qualify in the future. So I need to know that you're good. Test them like that, right? That's another form of takeaway. And then the fifth, suggest that the customer is not ready. People hate that. Could you imagine someone telling you you're not like ready for greatness? I'd be like, wait a minute, that's not, you know, like do that. Be like, listen, I understand that, you know, securing your family is important to you. I understand that you want to start early, utilizing some of these cash value policies and protecting your loved ones, but I just don't know if this is the right time for you, because someone in your position that is healthy and that can get a $300,000 policy for $100, which is a cable bill this day and age, should be ecstatic. Like if I were you, I'd probably go play the lottery right now, because I'm upset because I can't get it, right? I always tell them that, like I'll use a, you know, third party store, which is my story. I'm like, I'm pissed because, you know, because my thyroid medication, I can't get it. I said, if I were you, I'd be begging like how fast we can do this. So I'm just not sure that you're ready. Let me know if that's, and maybe like you're just not as enthusiastic as I am, and that's okay. No, I'm ready. No, I'm good. Okay, we're good. You're ready. All right. 6 easiest takeaways you can do at any time. Okay. Now, the timing. Remember, when they are showing interest, that is not when you do a takeaway. That is when you collect information. You find out your dominant buying motives. They're sharing information, right? They're asking you questions. That's good. You can do a little here and there, right? And then when they are showing a lack of interest, and this is what 90% of agents do. When the client is showing lack of interest is when you do a takeaway. Completely wrong time. Because they don't care. You can't take away something from someone that they don't want. You can't take away a man from me that I don't want. Have him, please. Like, what? So you got to reel them back in. It's at that point that you have to get a want. Whether it's you, whether it's your service, whether it's insurance elevated, whether it's a cash value, you got to get them back in. And then you do a takeaway, right? Just a temperature check. All right. What questions do we have so far? I don't want to move too far. Talk to me.
So those key takeaways are most appropriate when you have the, you know, obviously the customer's
Recording in progress.
Right.
Adam, say it again.
So those key takeaways, using those tactics are prime for when the customers, when you have their attention, obviously, right? Just make sure.
Want.
Okay. Want. Okay.
Want is very, very important. Not when they're not interested and not when they're too interested, okay? And here's what I always share with people, right? The best piece of advice that I can give to the people, and they've always asked me, Mela, what sales books do you read? I cannot name one sales book that I've read in 15 years, and I've always been at the top of any sales industry. I follow history. That's your key. Go back to history and follow patterns, okay? Patterns run this world, guys. This is why I'm such I'm not saying it. My dad was a stockbroker, right? But I hit 80% on my stock markets. Why? Because I study patterns. I study earnings quarters. Patterns don't miss. You got to study that in people too. Someone lies to you once, okay, mistake. They lied to you twice. That's a pattern. People follow patterns. The universe, sales follows patterns. You got to learn that. Study history. Study what major armies do, like the Roman Empire and stuff. I know it sounds crazy. I'm a poli-sci and philosophy major, but that's what I study. That's where I get majority of my sales tactics from. If you think about it, your best, one of the oldest and most well-known military tactics is an ambush, right? This is how some of the greatest wars in the world have been won, by ambush, okay? Which is our takeaway. But you can't ambush at the wrong time, right? You're going to lose. Ambush it has to be tactful. It has to be pre-planned. The timing has to be perfect, right? You do it when they're off guard, when they're starving, when they want to give up, right? This is what you got to develop with your clients. When they want it, when they're not expecting. So your timing is everything. Do not do that. I don't know if I can get you approved. Don't. Everybody does that. You know what I mean? Be different. Be unique. Throw them off. People like interesting. They do, because people get bored easy. I do. And I'll tell my friends sometimes, I'm like, you lost me. Within 10 minutes. If it's not interesting to me, I'm like, get to the point. That. But if someone is freaking interesting, I will listen to them for an hour. I might not even know what they're talking about, but I'm interested and I'm buying. Legit, that's it. So in sales, I would really, I know it sounds crazy, follow political and historical books, movies, documentaries. That's how sales is really devised, in politics, you do takeaway, right? Then you close, then you tie down. Then it's fight or flight. Then you got to reel them back in. So it really is all patterns. And if you establish patterns, your takeaways will work from the minute that you say hello to the end. You won't even notice it anymore. It's not going to be a pre-planned thing, right? Because people use it, most agents use it when they lose control, right? I don't lose control of my tour. You can't use a takeaway when you lose control, right? The people are on, they're like, oh, well, the cash value that you showed me, it's not a lot, because my agent will show me that, I can go up to 15%, and then the agent will be like, what do I do now? And they're like, well, I don't know if I get you approved. It's not gonna work. It doesn't have any impact, right, behind it. It has to, at that point, just let it slide. Yeah, of course, yeah. There are products that go up to 15%, but honestly, you can say 25%. It's never done that, right? Someone can offer me, 50% return on a stock, but if in the 30 years that the stock has been on the market, it's never done that, it really means nothing, right? Just like when people are like, oh, the other company is offering me 130% comp, great. You don't write shit. 130% of nothing is nothing. Okay, go. It really is that. It is, you got to look at it like a military strategies. Sales is most connected to market strategies and military strategies. Sales books are good, whatnot, but if you really want to get into deep psychology of it, that's what I would suggest.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Why you look so dead? Wake up! It's a Tuesday. No, not much excitement. All right, any more questions? And then I'm gonna do a close, end of close.
Amela, you said that 90% of salespeople will jump to the takeaway at the wrong time, and what you have to do at that time is reel them back in first. How do you suggest doing that when you're at that point?
Really good question. So there are 4 triggers with people in sales: help, hurry, need, and greed. Those are your 4 pillars, right? Some people trigger on 2, some on 3, some on only 1, but everybody will trigger on those 4. By then, you have to know what their trigger is, or DBM, dominant buying motive, right? And that is what you use at that point. So let's say it's Fiona that's 64 and her grandbabies are everything, right? But you go down this rabbit hole of cash value and this and that, right? And then she's like, well, I don't know, that. Be like, hey, Fiona, listen, I understand. But let me ask you this. How do you think your granddaughter would feel knowing that she didn't have any generational wealth left? Use feel. At that point, you gotta go back to the emotional DBM. Whatever their hardest emotional DBM, you go back to that. I understand, but how would you feel? How would it make you feel knowing that something could happen tomorrow. Not that it will, God forbid, like I hope not. I hope you're here for another, 50 years. But how would you feel knowing that you're going to leave that to the 3 kids that you already said are not that, not doing that well, which is why you want to help your grandbabies in the first place. I don't have the conscience not to try to find you something today, but if you want to take that risk, that's on you. DBM, always go back to the DBM tied into emotion, feel. Use the word feel. Like I always say, you don't tell people, you share. You're never like, oh, let me tell you that, let me share with you. When you get to that point, use the word feel. So how would it make you feel, knowing that something could happen in a week and we didn't do this because we were too greedy, over 5% on cash value with another product that honestly has never really hit in the last 10 years. That wouldn't make you feel good, right? Again, tie down.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Hey, Amela, you said when you were saying that you would do a takeaway, for example, with the driver's license, do you do that? You do that right in the beginning, or you have them send all the personal info right at the beginning, or just was that an example?
Sometimes I do, but it's not because I need it, because they're gonna give it to me anyways, right? It is just for me to confirm control and do a takeaway. It's a play. It's a psychological play. It's all a psychological play. Like I'm like, don't send it to me. I know you're about to. Listen, put it back in your wallet. Okay, let me get you my verified page. Hang on, my mom's texting me. I'm like that. I'd be like, hang on, my mom's texting me. Just so they don't think like they're the most important thing in my life. Like, she wants to take the puppy today. The puppy's going to date. Don't send that license. Okay, got it. Now I'm gonna send my verified page, right? Like you gotta put people like position them like they're. I'm telling you, and I'll think of something like along the way, like I don't know, it just pops in my head, and I'm like, I don't know, like at the end of the application, I'm like, you know what? I don't know if I feel comfortable sending it to this number. Like this is all your information. Is that your cell phone number? Because people be having 2 phones. Is any? Yeah, Mel, it's mine. Okay, I'm just confirming. So if I send it to this number, it's good, right? Because I am protective of your personal information. Like just stupid, but it really, and I do it with such conviction that people never question it. Let me end this. Someone's calling me. Let me tell them I'm called. I genuinely have never tried this approach. Oh, it works like it's crazy. Even I was here yesterday and we were talking about this guy and I'm like, oh, this guy. Like literally he was like, Amela, here's my daughter's date of birth. He listed everybody's date of birth, all their social securities. He was like, do you need later he sent me a copy of a voided check all through text. But I established that amount of trust, and thank God I am a trustworthy person, thank God, that it's not, a con, but people will read energy. I'm telling you, like I tell them, I'm like, I will call you, do not text them. But I'm like that with them. Like when it's that little like baby takeaway or whatnot, just to establish more trust. You almost want to tell them not to do what you want them to do to establish more trust, if that makes sense. All right, gang, Tuesday gang. Any more questions? Let me know. You guys got my number. You have my DM. Anything you need, always here.
Question.
Yes, tell me.
Great. Thank you for your time. Also, what is your response to someone that's, I'm shopping around, I have XYZ quotes, I'm working with XYZ. How do you come up, back at that?
Very good question. I did a training on this too. When it came to objections, right? I give them all of the objections before they give them to me. And then if they get hung up on it, so that's one of the ones that I use all the time, right? So I'll say, hey, listen, Most people will confuse you. It's a very simple product. I'm gonna give it to you in a nutshell. Are you okay with that? Do you like the right? Oh yeah, thank God. Okay, great. And I give them like the 3-4 main points, and then I use that objection. I give them the objection before they give it to me. I'm like, so the reason nobody shops around when it comes to indexed universal life, this is not health insurance. It's not car insurance. Okay, all the carriers use the same formula. The formula, John, is your age, your state, and your gender. They might be $1 or $2 within each other, but now do you see why no one shops around? Again, you just covered an objection and you just did a tie down. They're like, oh yeah. So now do you see why no one says, oh, I gotta talk to my, spouse, or I'm gonna wait till later because XYZ. So I give them all the objections at the beginning. The key to top 1% of sales, you gotta kill your objections in the very first 5 minutes. Because what we're dealing with, keep in mind, is a lot of amiables, right? They're nice, they're sweet, they're gonna agree with you. And then 2 hours later, by the time I've done 2 applications, you're wondering why Susie from Alabama said you're such a sweet kid, was lovely talking to you, but she's got to talk to Billy Bob. And you're like, what? Because they're amiables, right? Right. Most people, more than 50% of people are amiables. So you got to get those objections right away. And then even when I have them out of the way, I'm like, so let me ask you, is there anything besides affordability that would stop you from doing this today? And if they say just affordability, then that's a given. I can make that happen. I'll push it out 20 days if I need to. I'll get them to start with $50 if they have, or whatever the case is, right? But yeah, kill those objections in the first 5 minutes, because I promise you, they will come up. Just like in personal life, if you don't establish what you need from a person, whether it's in a business relationship, in a personal, in a friendship, it will come up. That will be the break of that relationship later on. If you don't say, hey, I don't like this. I don't like people not responding to me or for a day. I don't like that, right? It's going to come up. 3 months later, you're going to be like, man, F you. You never respond to my emails. You don't, why didn't you just establish that 3 months ago? Save yourself to save them the time too. That's what I do. Let's save us both at a time. Is there anything besides affordability that that would stop you from this today? Because I'm on a tight schedule. I got 5 more calls, right? You called me. And I tell them I go home the same way I come in. My family's good. This is for you.
I did.
Thank you. My family, aka my Pomeranian. My kids are good. Well, so but give them those objections right away. That's a common one. I'll always use the most common ones. I'll be like, now do you see why no one has to tell me they have to talk to their spouse? They have to think about it. They have to shop around because X, Y, and Z. Because when you do it later, when they bring it up to you, you're coming from a position of defense. I never defend. I'm always on the offense, right? Always come from, but never defend. When people ask you, well, how do we know that, that we can trust? I'm like, don't trust me. Matter of fact, don't trust anybody. Do you see what the world, please don't. People are so shocked. Who's expecting someone to say that? No one. So they're like, holy crap, right? And I'm like, now, am I a trustworthy person? Am I licensed in, 40 states? Absolutely. But who I need you to trust is Mutual of Omaha. So, or America, or Aetna. So if you got to do some, credibility check, please, you got to check out Omaha. But the reason, guys, no one really does, right? It's because it's Apple. Who researches Apple? It's Coca-Cola. It's a staple of U.S. insurance, right? I'm just the guy in that Apple store that's taking you to the iPhone 15. So I just need you to trust Apple. I just need you to trust Omaha. Now, I sent you all my credentials and stuff, so but that's how you got to position it. 99% of the people will be like, well, here's Insurance Elevate has been around for 2 years. We're the fastest growth. Stop. It's like your defense. Stop. Do not ever defend yourself. Cool. Don't trust me. I don't trust you either. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I don't trust my mom sometimes. But I do trust Apple. I do trust Omaha. That's who so always do that. Defense, no offense. More questions? Cynthia, that green looking good on you, girl. That's your color. For real?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be my color moving forward.
I think so. I like it. It's kind of like a little last green. All right. Yeah, anyone else? Let me know. And if you think of something else, you guys know I respond to you right away. This is literally what I do. I wanted to take a lot of personal production off this month, so I'm just like focusing on a lot of trainings, and onboarding new people. I just want to be like more hands-on so we can get kind of everybody going.
Hey, Amelia, I got a question.
Yes,
All right, so what's your approach when you're cold calling in like the first 15 seconds to like grab their attention?
Cold call, like, I work IE leads, so most of them will know why we're calling, right?
Okay.
But what I always do, and let's just say it is a cold call. Let's say it's someone from the street, right? I act as if I know them, and I act as if they know me, okay? Whether they do it, I'm telling you, it works every time. I'm like, Sherry, hey girl, what's going on? How's your day? Just like, and it always takes them, it's so funny. Again, this is a pattern. It takes them 2 questions before they actually ask who I am. They'll never do it on the first one because their brain now goes to this side and they're like, where do I know her from? Is it my ex-coworker? Is it a family member, right? And they're not going to be rude to you. You're not going to be rude to someone you know, right? So now their wheels are turning, right? But it's too soon for them to, like, the brain hasn't caught up yet. So their first response would be like, oh, good. I'm like, awesome. Hey, how's Georgia? Did you guys get that heat wave or is it? And it's after the second question that they'll ask who it is. They're like, yeah, it's been hot. I'm sorry, who is this? I'm like, it's Amela. like I'm shocked that they don't remember me. I'm like, it's Amela. I'm so sorry. It just took me a couple of days to get back to you, but I got your message, and then I will use their email, right? Because you really won't know someone's email unless they really did write on your webpage. So that also gives them the factual information behind it, right? That it's not just a spam. Sometimes they'll tell them that too. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. You probably don't have my number saved. It's not a spam call. I will literally tell them that. Because why are we hiding facts, guys? Like, you can be that upfront with people. Like my friends would be like sometimes, oh, did you mean to was that directed towards me? I'm like, yeah, that was directed towards you because you haven't shown up for 4 days. Sure was. I'm not like, no, yeah. So I tell people, I'm like, hey, I know you probably think it's a spam call. Listen, it's not a spam call. It took me about 2 days to get back to you, but I got your edens.guerrero@yahoo.com. You wanted to know about generational wealth. How can I help you?
Okay.
That's it.
So basically you're saying now, since everybody's being sold to and everybody's so salesy, it's like much better nowadays to just be yourself and just be an actual like human.
1,000%. 1,000%. And people gravitate towards something that's different, but also work the psychology aspect of it, right? Patterns are incredible. They are incredible. People wonder why they get left off on the app, right? It's because you haven't studied your demographic. Demographic in terms of race, in terms of age, and in terms of geography. It's huge. It's huge. There will always be a certain geographical, racial demographic that will leave you on the account. You know why? Because for ages, certain groups have been taught that banks are bad. People don't want to they will give you their social and they will not give you their account number, whether they got money in it or not. Because this is historically what they've been taught. So I got to approach them different than I would someone from Montana or Idaho who's going to pay me cash anyways because they don't believe in financing. Midwest doesn't believe in financing. So you got to learn that too. Like, I play on psychology because you learn these patterns, right? East Coast has a certain pattern. Immigrants like me, we have a certain pattern. Spanish cultures have a certain pattern. West Coast has a certain pattern. Study those as well so you know how to approach them, right? I won't approach someone in my hello from Montana the same way I will a New Yorker. Right? A New Yorker, I'm going to be like, Rodney, what's going on, my man? How's your day? You busy? He's going to chop it right back up with me. Before, on that second question, he asked me who I am. Okay. Whereas Cheryl from Montana would be like, Cheryl, my love, how are you? How's your family? Why? Because they're family oriented. Family means something to them. To them, it's all about security and safety. Do not mention generational wealth and be my own bank to people from the Midwest. They do not care.
You're the best. I appreciate you.
That's crazy.
I mean, I try. Anybody else? We got any takers? How's everybody doing? How's everybody's week? Are you guys happy? How's your head? Good?
It's a good week so far.
I love that. Hey, keep this in mind for anybody that has teams, okay? I always suggest this to people. You have to focus on people's mental before you do sales, okay? It's very important. 90% of salespeople will fall off because of this. They get in their head. Whatever happens, personal. So when you check up on your people, check up on them and ask them how their head is, how they're doing. Not have you had any deals? How's your production? You call? How you been? How are you feeling? Talk to me. Anything I can help with? If your people's head is good, their production is going to be good. This is why I focus on a lot of things that people don't understand, like, you know, but there is a huge segment to that, you know? Make sure your people are good mentally, emotionally. If they need a talk, be there for them. We're all a family at the end of the day. Do not go back and forth with anybody. Gotta stick together. Anybody else? Should we get off this thing? Should we go back to
I had
work?
a quick question.
Talk to me.
How do you respond to somebody when they try to rush you off the phone? Like they're like, oh, I'm busy or I'm driving. Like, what do you like kind of go around that?
Very good question. I go to the left side of the brain, okay? That is your emotional, that's your sensory, okay? You can't keep them here. And that's what most people try to do. They'll be like, well, they'll talk analytics. Well, you know, insurance is important, or yeah. No, you cannot do that. Take them to the left. So whatever it is that they're doing, I go to the sensory part of it, right? So let's say they're like, and it's gonna sound ridiculous, but it works. They're gonna be like, I'm just busy right now. I'm like, oh my God, what is that in the background? I heard a bunch of are you a teacher? And you'd be, because they're waiting for me to be like, well, listen, I know you're busy, but this, no. It's just like, oh, yeah. I'm like, no way, I love that for you. 4th grade, 5th grade, elementary. And it is, they will start a conversation. All of a sudden, they're not busy. They're talking about how immature their 5th graders are. I'm like, I'm telling you, these kids these days, they're wild, right? And she's laughing, and I'm like, girl, how long have you been doing it? I went completely to the left side of the brain. Trust me. Whatever it is that you can hook on, people will be driving. I'm just driving. Oh my God! I hear are you driving in the rain? And they'll just laugh. But I'm like that ridiculous with that. I'm not acting. It's just how I am. I'm not right, but it works. And they're like, yeah, it's right. I'm like, dude, you guys have gotten so much rain this month. What has been going on? Are you safe though? Because I want to keep you. Don't want to keep you on the phone. Takeaway. He already told me he doesn't want to be on the phone with me, right? No, it's okay. It's not too okay. Where are you going? You heading from work, or are you going out somewhere? Once you get that, like past 5-10 minutes, you'll be shocked. Before you know it, 20 minutes later, you're on an app. But when people are that with you, do not keep them in the analytical policy insurance brain. It's just not going to work because they're rejecting that, right? You got to go to the sensory.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope that helped. But honestly, be ridiculous with it. People like that. People laugh. These people's lives are tough, man. You know, They got kids, they got bills, they got all kinds of issues. Like, make them laugh. Like, give them a little break in their day, you know?
Amazing.
Thank you, guys. All right, if anybody else, if we're all good, go back, crush your day. Absolutely have an amazing week.
Hello?
I'm
Yes. Just Ben. I'm the one that oversees the mortgage protection for guaranteed rate. Are you doing okay today? Yes, I'm doing okay. How are you? Good, thank you. I was just giving you a quick courtesy call regarding the file for your property on Kailua Street. It just came across my desk. Yeah, it just came across my desk earlier as flagged for review. So I'm just looking to get this cleared up for the both of us. Okay. 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 Now, for what I can see on my end, it looks like a little bit ago we had sent you that notice in the mail regarding the mortgage protection. This is the coverage that would pay off the loan if you were to get sick, disabled, or pass away. I definitely wanted to reach out to you because, I mean, you did the right thing. You called in and followed all the steps. Shortly after, I assigned a junior underwriter to help walk you through this, but it looks like they never fully closed the file out. Was he ever able to help you with this? Do you remember about when that was? Like how long ago? It must have been back when you closed. It says your closing date was on 9/27/2022, and it looks like they tried to reach out to you right after, and then a couple months after, and then they just stopped trying. So I just wanted to make sure you got taken care of. I honestly can't remember. I've been away for a few months, like off island, so I may have missed a few calls. Yeah. So yeah, I can help you get this knocked out now. I am the manager here. I do need to share with you my credentials first, though. Would you prefer to write it down on a piece of paper, or I can send it to you through text? You can send it via text. Yeah, text will work. Okay. Okay, let me know when you get that. It should be coming through. Is this a good number to text it to, the 210 number? Oh yeah, that's a good number. It just didn't work when I was overseas. Okay. Well, let me know if this comes through. Okay, I just sent it over. It should have a picture of me and a link. And then if you click on that link, it should have my license number and a picture of my license with the state of Hawaii. All right, okay. 1 second. Yeah. Through, I just need to put the link into a URL. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. Medical underwriter. Oh, okay. Okay, I see you. Okay, perfect. Yeah, see me. Okay, perfect. So the first question here, actually, before I get into questions, I'll give you an overview of how this works. So I have 3 objectives with all my clients is just to figure out what you would qualify for. Number 2 would be to find something that would fit in the budget because it doesn't do us any good if we can't afford it. And 3 is make sure it's something you completely understand and think would actually benefit you. If we can't check off all 3 of these boxes, then honestly, I don't even want you to do it. I'll just close the file out, make sure you never get another call about this again. So does that sound fair? Okay. Yeah, that works for me. Okay. And then, and then also some people, they don't know this, so I just want to make sure you know. There's 3 different types of insurance on the home. Do you know about all the different types? Not off the top of my head. Okay. So there's the PMI, which is the private mortgage insurance. That's what they require if you put less than 20% down. And then the second type is the home insurance, so that covers you from floods, fires, and hurricanes. And then the third type is the most important. This is the one that protects you and your family if something happens to you, if you get sick or pass away. Does that all make sense? Okay. It does. Okay. So yeah, I have to ask you about 2 minutes of health questions, and then based on that, I can pull up. Basically, I'm like the Expedia of insurance, so I have access to all 50 of the carriers in the state of Hawaii. and it'll tell me which carriers approve you. So first question here is what would be your date of birth? Oh wow, mine's the 25th, right after you.
Oh, that's cool.
92 though. All right, cool. All right.
Yep.
Pisces.
Yeah.
And then how? Yeah, so that would be. That means you are 6 years older than me. So that would make you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. And then, what is your current occupation?
It'll be 14 years in August.
Oh wow. So yeah, you definitely worked your way up, huh?
Yeah. It's been an interesting journey.
Oh really? Oh man.
Yeah.
If I had, I didn't want to take up too much of your time, but I would. Otherwise, I would ask you all about that. That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's been
anyway,
fun.
Next. Sorry.
Oh, I just said it's been fun.
Oh, it's been fun. Okay. That's good. Okay, so next question here. It could be a ballpark. I know some people it fluctuates, but what would be an average monthly income?
About like $4,500.
Okay, $4,500. And is that? Do you have any other side incomes, or just is it the one job?
Just the one job.
One job. Okay. And then in the home, do you have a spouse, any other family members that contribute to the household income?
No, I don't. It's just me contributing.
So it's just you. Okay. Yeah. When you originally filled this out, you wanted to protect somebody. If something happens to you that the home's paid off for, who would be that beneficiary for you?
Probably my dad right now.
Your dad. Okay. Does he? You guys do you take care of him, or does they live nearby?
No, he lives in Pennsylvania.
I live in Pennsylvania. Okay, but you're just making sure that if something happens to you, that he doesn't have that burden of the mortgage payment.
Yes.
I see.
At least that's the idea.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Next question here would be: are you a smoker?
No.
Okay. And then what is your height and weight? Okay, got it. All right, next question. Have you had any surgeries in the past 10 years? Anything major?
No, I have not.
Okay, perfect. And then are you prescribed any medications either now or in the past 10 years?
No. Nope.
And then lastly, DUIs, felonies, robbing banks on the weekends, anything like that?
No, no criminal activity in my background.
No criminal activity.
Nope.
I would assume not. Okay. And then still gotta ask. And then there's a list of medical conditions here. Just stop me if any of these apply to you.
Okay.
Heart attack, stroke, TIA, cancer, stents, diabetes, high blood pressure, neuropathy, lupus, asthma, COPD, thyroid, anxiety, depression, kidney or liver disease, or STDs?
No, none of them apply.
Oh. All right, perfect. Crossed it all out.
Yep.
All right, and then for the mortgage, it looks like I have here that it says the original balance was $434, but $775, but that was a few years back. What would you say approximately it would be down to now for the balance?
I just looked at it the other day. I think it's like $420, I think.
$420 now? Okay.
Yeah, about
okay.
that.
Okay, got it. And is that a 30-year term, 15-year term?
Yes.
For the mortgage?
Yeah, 30. Yeah, 30-year mortgage.
30, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that your first home?
It is, yes.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thanks.
That's exciting. All right.
Yeah, it is.
And then, yeah, right. And then I'm looking here on the property records here. It looks like the current value is $445. Does that sound about right? Looks like it went up a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds right. I just checked it on like Redfin. I think it was like a month ago, and that seems right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
all
that
right.
matches.
Okay. So you have a good little bit of equity there, 25,000 in equity.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then
pretty good.
A little bit. Pretty good. And then what would be the monthly payment on the mortgage?
I believe it's $2,300 about.
2,300. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then do you pay anything extra towards the mortgage to pay your loan off early?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then is this do you know yet? I know it's your first home. Do you know if this is going to be your forever home or if you plan on moving anytime soon?
I'm still thinking about it. Still trying to figure it out.
Of course. Yeah. Are you originally from Hawaii or?
No, I'm from Pennsylvania originally.
Oh, right. Where your dad is, of course. Okay.
Yep.
So, yeah, you like Hawaii so far?
I do. Can't beat the weather, you know?
Oh, my God. It must be amazing. I'm over here in Florida. Pretty good, too.
Oh, Florida.
Oh, yeah. Read your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm out here in Tampa, Florida.
Oh, Tampa's really nice.
Have you ever been to Florida?
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Yeah.
I only went to Tampa once, though.
Okay. Next question here. As far as months of savings, how many months of bills do you think you have saved if something were to happen? Do you have zero income?
How many months? Probably.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say probably like about 30, maybe like 30 months worth.
30 months. Okay.
If I was really frugal with my money, you know, I could make it.
Of course.
I could extend it if that. Yeah.
World War III happened tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd be all right.
All right. Okay. All right, and then last question here: do you have any other assets like 401ks, IRAs, stocks, bonds, anything like that?
I have an IRA through.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Charles Schwab IRA.
And yeah, I have a Schwab IRA too. It's great.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, they're a good bank. And then for life insurance, do you have any existing life insurance? Do you have anything private currently?
No, I don't have a private insurance.
Okay. All right. Yeah, the only reason we don't count anything through work is because if you were to stop working, if you get sick, then it's kind of like a rental car. It goes away. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Perfect. So I have all the information here. I need to pull up some options here for you. And then we can see what the... Hey, Marley.
Hello? Yeah, sorry, the call
Hey, I thought you got mad at me.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so I just have about 2 minutes here to pull up some options, and then I'll see what we can get you approved for, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, 1 second.
Okay.
While I'm looking here, I figured I should ask you if you have a certain number in mind, because there are different options based off your budget that I can give you. They have extra riders and different options. Depending on your budget, I can look here for you. Like I said, I'm like the Expedia, so I have a lot of options here.
Well, in your experience, what do you recommend?
Yeah, great question. Usually what I recommend is something that has living benefits.
Okay.
So a lot of people think that, mortgage protection is just if you pass away. It's also, they also have plans here that have living benefits. So if you get cancer, you get a heart attack, you get disabled in any way, that removes your, 5, daily needs. Like if you're unable to walk on your own, if you're unable to feed yourself, then you qualify for the living benefits.
I see.
So that's, those plans are a little bit more expensive than just the plain death benefit coverage. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And what I've seen, from the statistics I've seen, it's 89% of foreclosures. It's not due to, an ability, sorry, I worded that wrong. 89% of foreclosures are due to inability to work, due to unforeseen medical bills, stuff like that.
Okay.
So that's where the living benefits really do come in handy. But
Okay.
yeah, that's kind of what I recommend. Is that something that you think is important to you, or do you just
I
kind of
think
looking for the cheapest options?
I mean, it is a good idea, but I think like right now I'm just looking for like the cheaper options.
Okay.
And then maybe I can
Okay.
like reassess later, like later down the line.
Okay. Yeah, you can always add coverage. You can always decrease coverage. I'll be your guy. You know, I'm always available for you 24/7. And
Okay.
whatever coverage you do get approved for, I'm your direct connection to the carriers, so you don't have to call any 1-800 numbers or anything. I'm your direct point of contact. Okay. Yeah. So as far as budget goes, then I can look in different ranges for you. We can look in like a $50 to $100 range, a $100 $200 range, or something between $250 $500. What do you kind of think would be your budget?
Is this like a monthly? It's monthly, or is it?
Yeah, monthly. Yeah.
I'm kind of looking. I'm trying to save money these days, you know. So like maybe like 200.
Yeah, of course.
If that's possible.
Maybe like 200. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. For that range, what you would qualify for is they have what's called an IUL, so it's an Index Universal Life. So it's not just plain protection to cover just the mortgage. It also has an aspect of it that goes towards cash value. So whatever premium you put into it, it's not just pure, you know, just going directly to the insurance company, and you know your money's being saved. So a portion of it goes to cover the mortgage. Yeah, which is really cool. So I'm going to see what how much coverage they can do for that. So Hawaii. Yeah, so the IUL, it usually falls between 6 to 10% returns at the market. And then if the market goes down, it just stays flat. Okay. So it looks like, yeah, you'd be able to cover the full mortgage for, so with Mutual of Omaha, they max out at $300,000, and that's $141. And then what we would do is get a second IUL for the remainder with either with either Foresters, another carrier, or America. So I'll look at that. It looks like it's going to come out to exactly 200 because 300,000 in coverage is 141. So and your mortgage balance was 420. So it looks like it's going to come out exactly to the 200. All right. So does that sound like it'll be enough for you? Because what we can also do, it's going to be right on your budget, but I usually offer people 3 options, something like a 75% of the mortgage coverage, the full mortgage, and then a third option would be like the full mortgage plus a year of living expenses. But that's usually if you have like a spouse or someone that's depending on you. But for you, it seems like what you're looking for is just, you know, coverage for the mortgage for your dad, right?
Yeah.
And then also have that savings aspect. Okay. Yeah. So that's how much it would cost for that. I'll also give you another option here, just like a cheaper option that doesn't have the living benefits and the cash value, just so you know. Because I want to educate you on all the options for sure, so that way you just know what the options are.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. So I'm looking here for just the plain term option, which doesn't have the which has living benefits but doesn't have the cash value aspect. That one, it comes out to so it's saying $80 a month for the 300,000. So if you get the additional carrier for the additional 120, it's going to come out to around $110, $120 a month. So it's up to you if you really like that IUL option with the cash value, where you can take money out in a few years and get that money back that you put in, or if you're looking for just the cheapest option that doesn't have the cash value.
Just the cheapest option right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I asked you that, because it's, at the end of the day, it's really important to just make sure you have something that's comfortable and affordable for you every month, because the last thing we want to do is, cancel it when the bills get tight, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so that 110 a month would be more manageable for you?
It would.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want to stretch it. All right. So then as far as your beneficiary, I just would need to know who you would want your beneficiary to be on file. What would be the full name for your father? Okay. And then his middle initial?
Uh,
And then his last name is the same last name?
Same last name.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And then what is his date of birth? May 16th, 1961. Okay.
Yep.
And do you have his, can you pull up his phone number as well?
Yes, one moment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see. Info. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
It's correct.
Okay. All right. So what we'll be doing here is I'll be submitting an application with Mutual of Omaha for $300,000 and another application with American Amicable for the remaining $120,000.
Okay.
It'll come out to around 120. I'll get you the final number in 1 to 5 business days when I get the approval. As far as the payment date, do you want it to be set for the first? As soon as you get approved, it can really be put whenever you want. I can set it out to up to 30 days for your starting date.
I think, let me think. Because I try to split my bills, between the 1st and the 15th, like when I get paid each month,
Same here. Yeah.
Is there any way, could you do it like on the 15th of the month, or does it have to be the 1st?
No, doesn't. It can be any day of the month you want. For the 15th. Okay. Yep. And did you want to start this month, the 15th, or August the 15th?
Can we do August 15th, please?
Yeah. Of course. August the 15th. All right. And then, okay. And then who do you bank with?
I have USAA.
USAA. Okay. And is that a checking or a savings?
I have both.
Both? Okay. And are you going to be using the checking or the savings?
I'll be using the checking.
Checking. Okay. And did you open that account in Hawaii or in Pennsylvania?
No, I've had that. Where did I open it? I opened it in Maryland a long time ago.
Maryland. Okay. You've been all over. Okay. All right. Checking if they have that on file here. It looks like they do. Okay. All right, so I'm going to read out the routing number. I already have it here. It's public information. It's what you give out to strangers. It's on the front of a check, so it's a secure number. I just don't see the account number here on my end. Let me know when you have that pulled up. I'll read out the routing number, which I have here already. It could either be a check or a mobile banking app. That's where it would be.
Okay. All right, 1 second. Getting my app.
Okay.
All right, where are we here? Okay. Where is it? 1 second. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Yep. So I have the routing number as 314-074-269. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. And then go ahead with the routing number. The account number.
Okay, 1 second. It's just loading.
Oh, and what state were you born in, by the way?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Sorry, it's not coming up.
That's okay. It should be right next to the routing number. It's showing up as in a separate area for you.
Yeah. Okay, I have it now.
Huh. Okay. Whenever you're ready. Okay. Perfect. And then they're just going to verify with the Medical Information Bureau that you don't have anything on your medical report. You told me you don't have any medications or surgeries, but they still need to check that. In order to check that, they check that with your social. So go ahead with your social.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry, something else just popped up on my phone.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, you ready?
Ready? Yep.
Okay.
Perfect. And then lastly would be your driver's license number. Do you currently have a Hawaii license or is it a Pennsylvania license?
I have a Pennsylvania license.
Pennsylvania. Okay, Pennsylvania. And then whenever you're ready with the number. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there no number, no letters?
No letters.
Okay, no letters. Okay. Perfect.
Yep.
And did you want that policy mailed out to you in paper, or did you want it digitally through email when they get through with that?
Can you send it via email, please?
Email? Yeah, sure thing. They usually do still send out a paper copy to you, so it'll just send you both, just so you know.
Okay.
And that address we had on file was the one you wanted. It's sent to the. How is it, adapting, being in Hawaii as not as a local? Are they accepting as, to people that aren't native there?
So I live on Oahu, which is like the more touristy, like metropolitan part of Hawaii. So most people are from like elsewhere, but I've never encountered any like, I don't know, I've never encountered any like discrimination. Racism.
Yeah.
But yeah, but if you go to like certain spots, it's like locals only, like natives only, like that sort of thing.
Okay, I see. Have you been to the other islands before?
Yeah, I actually just got back from like the Big Island. Like it's like if you see like a map or a picture, it's the Big Island
right.
to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I just got back from there. It was pretty cool.
Did you do anything for 4th of July?
Like fireworks, the usual. But
fireworks.
That's part of the.
Usual, yeah.
I went to the Big Island as part of that. It was like a weekend trip. It's only like an hour flight from Oahu to the Big Island, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, someone did that. It was cool.
That's amazing. I can't believe it takes an hour. How long is the flight from the mainland?
It's like 7 hours or something, depending on where you.
God.
Yeah, depending on where you come from, I guess. But yeah, it's like
long.
6 or 7 hours.
Pennsylvania.
It's
so long from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's like a whole. I think it's like from Pennsylvania. It's like 10 or 12 hours total. Like if you flew straight.
Did you do it in one flight? Or was it connected did you like stop in Cali or something? No? Just one flight?
Well, I've done layovers in like LAX, like Los Angeles, Denver, Fort Worth, I think I flew through. But they do
okay.
I flew out of DC to Hawaii, and that was a direct flight. Yeah, it was like 10 hours. I was like, oh
my
it was rough,
God.
but
That's crazy.
I know.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's far.
Yeah, I don't want to take up too much more of your time here. We're almost done. So when you get approved here, it'll take 1 to 5 business days. I'll give you a call back. Do you have a certain schedule of work that I shouldn't call you at for when I know if you get approved or not?
You could probably call me. You can call me like at the same time that you called me today. The main thing, like I said, I was off island for a few months just doing work. But that should work.
Not planning to go anywhere now, are you? You're staying put for a little bit?
No, not anytime soon. Yeah, just hanging out here for a little bit.
It's good to relax, yeah. All right, so this time around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. And then when you do get that packet in the mail, or if you don't, let me know if you don't get it either. I'll have them resend it back out. But write my name on there because I'm the underwriter that assisted you, and I'll be the one that, if anything happens to you, I'll be the one that directly deals with the insurance company to make sure that your father gets paid out fast. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'm going to give you, of course. Now I'm going to give you a security code to write down. There's a lot of AI, like secure artificial intelligence and different, scams out there. So I want to make sure that if anyone does call you, make sure they have the security code. Otherwise, they're not with us. Okay.
Okay.
So that security code is. I also texting it to you right now.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you.
I texted that to you as well. Yeah, you're welcome. And,
all right, I just got it.
Yeah, perfect. Yep. And then I'll have you write down the info for the companies, or if you want, I can text it to you, whatever you prefer.
Can you text it to me?
You want to write it down, or do you? Yeah. Okay, so I'm typing it up right now. So it's Mutual of Omaha, and American Amicable. Those are the two companies.
Okay.
And then that will be for $420,000 in coverage.
Okay.
And then the monthly amount, I will confirm with you exactly when I get the approval. I'm going to shoot for around 110, 130, between that range.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
I'll just put 130 on the text. Yeah, I'll just put 130 on the text. That way that way when I get back to you and it's lower, it's better than it being higher.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And then, there should be like a 10 to 12 page packet from each company. And you can always call me if you have any questions, okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of complicated with all that. That's why it's a lot easier when you deal with a broker and they don't have to look at all these 10 to 12 page packets and figure it all out yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot.
So anyway, yeah, there's a lot to learn and just understand about this stuff. So it's good to have someone walk you through it. So yeah, I'll be calling you in a few days, let you know if you're approved. But for today, it was a pleasure helping and serving you. Did you have any other questions for me before we go?
No, I don't think so. You've been very helpful, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. It was nice to meet you and learn about your, what you do and how Hawaii is. Give me a call or shoot me a text. Yeah, of course. Give me a call or shoot me a text if you need anything else, and have a lovely rest of your day, okay?
All right, you too. Thanks so much.
All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Anything you want to say off the top of your head? Off you go.
It's an honor and a privilege. I'm excited to see where this thing goes.
Okay. How long you been doing this for?
I got licensed and contracted January 22nd of 2024.
What industry are you from originally?
So I came from door to door. I did pest control for 2 summers, and then I had a brief stint back home doing construction for a minute before getting back into sales.
What was the biggest thing that you learned from pest that translated best into insurance, since that's 2 completely different fields?
Yeah, I think just all in all, the sales experience side of everything, learning proper tonality, learning how to read people. Even though it's telesales, I'm a very big believer of trying to create the picture of what that person actually looks like on the other end of the phone to make it as much of an in-person interaction as possible. And the other thing that I think pest control especially helped out with in this transition is being comfortable actually asking for the deal. Some other industries, when people come in, they're just strictly appointment setters and they're great at the intro and everything, but they're not comfortable actually asking for the deal. I'd say that's one of the number one things that pest control really got me comfortable with.
So give me an example of like what's asking for the deal for you. Like that might mean something different for everyone.
From like pest control or this industry?
Let's say this industry. What makes you feel comfortable with like talking numbers and that kind of stuff? Like what would you say?
Yeah, just at the end of the day, that's what you guys are having the conversation for, is to initiate a deal. In pest control, it's a little bit more of a negotiation where it's like, hey, I'll do X, Y, Z for you. If I can squeeze you in at this time, I'll do it for a discount of this amount, trying to make it an even trade on each side. Where with this one, you're really getting the client to admit what they need and then just comfortably getting them to say yes to get into an application with you. It's kind of like asking for the deal in this industry, but just being able to fully take them through a sales process from first interaction of the phone call or first time knocking on their door, that first exchange of words, to all the way getting them to getting a commitment from them to purchase that good or that service or that product.
So what do you feel like on a day-to-day basis from the beginning to now, what's led you to your success? Like what's something that's a consistent variable that you're taking with you from that industry, you ran with it, and stayed with it through this whole time?
Just be yourself, man. Be yourself. Don't be a robot. Don't try to read the script word for word. Don't get upset when you mess up a word. Don't be afraid to say ums and pause and just be yourself. You know, I talk to people all the time, just like how we're talking here. I talk to them just like I talk to my friends, my family. That's going to make them feel more familiar with me, and that's going to make them trust me even more. Where we've all had the people who call us about something, and you can literally tell they're reading the script, and you can tell that they're pausing because they got to get to the next section of where they're supposed to go on the roadmap, where it's like, hey, dude, let's just talk and see if this would even make sense for you. Just like that. Like, I'm calling people dude, bro, man. Like, it's never like, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. If they're super old, maybe. But for the most part, I am referring to them on a friendly basis. So one little thing that I implement as well is, if it's a dude named Tyler, I'm calling him Ty. Like, I'm trying to assume the nickname and just get it as much of a friend-to-friend basis as possible right away.
Do you feel that helps build your why the best?
I think it helps them admit their why more easier. They're a lot more open to share with me because they feel like they know me and they realize that we're on the same side.
So do you feel like that's earlier on conversation, like when you first get them on the phone, or is it kind of like later when you're trying to like get more into the application?
I think it starts right away. I don't think it's not fully developed right away. Some people you'll develop it with quicker. Some people are going to have a lot of walls up that you got to slowly break down or work your way around. And once you get those walls all the way down, that's when it's going to be fully developed. So it's a matter of gauging where that person's at. But right away, you want to be, doing anything you can to get the walls down instead of pushing those walls up further. So one thing I always say is, like, the sale starts right away, but the first thing we're selling on is them giving me more time to talk to them. I'm not trying to sell them on the product right away. I'm just trying to sell them on listening to me for another 5 minutes.
So your biggest challenge, like what's made you like kind of like put your head in the wall, like you need to fix something to make sales better in this industry? What's something that's like been a pain in your ass, like that's vulnerable, like that you learned and now it's made you successful?
Yeah, I think the hardest part for me was always just the consistency of it. It's really easy to, start to get in your head when you have days where you make 20 dials and close 4 deals. It's easy to assume that every day is going to be like that, and then the next day you're 200 dials in and haven't even had a presentation yet. It's very easy to start to doubt yourself or second guess it, as well as just like one big thing for me is if I go too long without a conversation, it's very easy to start to wander off a little bit. So finding a way to stay sharp and implementing a lot more habits now than I did at the start to really have a good, solid mental foundation when I go into the day.
Do you feel like that in this industry, you're more tailored to a higher vocabulary since it's a little bit more of an intelligent product than pest control?
My vocabulary is very minimal, my friend. I wouldn't say I use any, exquisite words. No fancy vocabulary. I mean, most of the people I call are in very rural areas. Those are just people that my personality gets along with better. I talk to people with millions of dollars in the bank, and I talk to people with $1,000 of Social Security coming in. I talk to them all the same way. Like I said from the start, just like they're one of my friends. Dude, man, stuff like that. Very, very friendly. The high vocabulary just isn't who I am. So if I try to use more sophisticated words, it would very clearly not be me.
That's top the best of the best right here.
Yeah.
Love it. How do you keep dishing out all these amazing questions one after another?
It's just in my head. Like, it's something that I feel like that.
I'm gonna come back and. Do you have any more for Cal?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep asking questions. Yeah. So, give me a rundown of your best week. What did that look like? How does your day-to-day look like? Or do you feel like you kind of base a lot of like your standards on that best week, or do you feel like you are hungry to beat it?
Yeah, I always want to beat it.
What's the best week?
17K. 17.1. It was. Policy is a good question. I guess I've always tracked it as AP, but I think it was most policies I've ever done in a week was 12 or 14 in a week. Like 12 fully written policies is the most. So Yeah, I mean, I always want to chase it. Like, I never want to be complacent. I never want to just be happy with where I'm at. I mean, the thing about it, when I set my goals and everything, what I've found is that when you set your goal for 10K on the week, you know, if you want to do a 40K month, you set it for 10K a week, you're going to have weeks where you're going to do 6 to 8K, and you're going to have other weeks where you do 12, 15K, somewhere in there. It's going to always fluctuate. You're never actually going to hit it right on. But just constantly raising my standard so that way my bad days are still somebody else's really good days.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So but what I'm getting at is like, what's like do you keep a consistent schedule? Like because you told me that was the one thing you struggled with. Did you tighten up on that? Do you feel like more sharper now? What's the things that's changed?
Yeah, the biggest thing that changed was moving to Chicago here. So back before, I was in just a one-person office back home in Michigan. There were no windows, nothing. It was literally just me all day. And, you know, fortunately, we have a system here that's so easy to get plugged into that you can do everything virtually through Discord every day with other people. But having the office every single day where it just brought a bigger sense of accountability to where there were other people I was going to see every day. It's a lot easier to hide behind the camera than it is in real life. Like, everybody notices when you're not at the office versus when you just turn your camera off on the computer. So ever since I moved to Chicago, I've been at the office. I don't think I've missed a day in terms of actually going into the office. Even like this week I was sick, I still came in at like 4 or 5 p.m. just to get a couple hours in. So having that environment where everybody's hands-on, and an active environment every single day to get plugged into has really helped a ton. Now it's every single day. I'm at the office by 8 a.m., not leaving until about 6, 7, even 8 p.m. some days.
So do you have a story from like somebody that was successful when you were getting started that passed on to you that you remember, like you use that advice still to this day?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd want to learn from like everybody's story, you know. I think there's bits and pieces from everybody's stories. Like, Gabe helped me out a ton when I first came on with being very understanding of where I was at, because I would do a big day, you know, or like I'd sell like 3K before lunch, before 11 o'clock, and I'd just go take the rest of the day off. And he just told me about like, he used to be in the same position doing the same thing, and just like highlighting how much the consistency really helped amplify him. That was just like one thing I really related to. Like, I want to learn from everybody else's failures so that way I can get to where they're at quicker without ever actually having to do that, if that makes sense.
It does. What stood out to you from a failure that, you don't have to name anybody, but like what's a failure that like made you kind of shape up that you feel like you were slipping into?
I mean, honestly, the biggest thing was smoking weed all the time. Like, I used to, every single night. It made me so lazy without even noticing it. Like, it just brought me back to this comfort zone every single night. And then every single morning it'd be that much harder to get up. It'd just take me back to like a much more comfortable spot where, especially in this industry, like, you want to make yourself very uncomfortable. The more uncomfortable you are, the quicker you're going to grow and scale to that next level.
So with that being said, do you feel like you're sharper?
So much sharper.
Like you're not just like slacked, you're not just like, you know, I can go home today, fuck it, let's just go smoke at the house. Like, do you feel like that with a sober state of mind, like you're clear and concise, you know what you want to go, like you feel confidence, like you're more clear, like your decisions is what I'm saying.
I'm very intentional with my time now. Right away, it's just quicker to get the ball rolling. I feel like it's the big thing. A lot more clear on my goals, my vision and everything, and just a lot more intentional with my time because of that.
Okay. Excuse me. I'm trying to think.
That's what you said about the weed. I have people I know that smoke weed, and I tell them it makes you lazy, and they argue with me.
Yeah.
They're so blind.
I used to argue too.
Yeah.
I used to argue too.
I function fine.
I've been sober for 9 years, bro.
Nice.
And it's like, I don't even feel like I ever touched drugs.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's why I asked, 'cause it's like probably recent for you. But at a performance level, do you see yourself like, so coming from the pest industry, what was your best month?
In pest, it's a great question. In my best summer, it was like right around 150K in like 4 months. So I think one of my best months was probably like right around 30. If I had to guess, I don't know exactly.
What was?
Commission's different, right?
Yeah, commission's different there. So that was like a big reason why I left and switched, was the pay structure of everything there was way different. It was like, I mean, I can sure say it was 42% commission off of each deal. But with that, the reason why I switched was, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it's still a decent commission, 42% level on every single deal you sell. But from there was back end things that would go on. Technicians wouldn't show up to the job. Technicians would show up to the job, would just be very unprofessional. Like, it was like after I made the deal, it was just fingers crossed that thing stuck for the year. You know, like there was nothing I could do besides like give the client my phone number and be like, hey, if anything goes wrong, like please call me or text me and let me know and I'll try to get it fixed for you. So, you know, a lot of drop offs with that in the back end that were completely out of my control. The pay just wasn't very transparent as well. Very typical door-to-door story of like pay was late, not getting as much as you thought you were going to get. You know, not getting a guarantee of getting paid for the work that you put in. Really sucked. Like everybody wants to get paid for what they're doing. So kind of just to piggyback off that, like the reason why I left that to come into insurance, what really made the most sense was that it's a completely regulated industry. So we're paid out directly from the provider. There's nobody, you're not paid out by me or Jonah or anybody like that. Like the providers pay you out directly, direct deposit. There's no real waiting game on your money. It's 3 to 5 days after the policy issues, as long as the client makes the payment for it. Like it's 3 to 5 days after. Way higher commission as well. Like you can get all the way up to 140% commission, which I didn't even know was possible. Everybody comes in at a 70, so it's already a jump to start. And then just the end game of like, with this industry, I actually own it. So one day when I want to go leave, like when I left Pest, I didn't leave with anything besides some debt. Just some debt and some fingers crossed about some more back end pay to come in to help white that. With this, like I could go leave. I mean, obviously I'm just getting started in the business, but in 3 years I could go to leave and there's a AmeriLife will offer to buy me out and pay me for my book of business and everything that I built here. So there's just the longevity side of it, as well as the short-term side of it for people is so much higher as well. It's like, it was really just honestly a no-brainer to make the switch.
So if you being at a pretty good percentage of like success where you are to this day, so I see you on the boards a lot. What do you feel like you need to work on now?
Dude, it's just, you know, I think managing time to the most effective, being as intentional with my time as possible. I've gotten a lot better with it, but there's always room to improve on that, making every single minute count. Whether it's, you know, the speed to getting a client on the phone for days that I'm dialing, or not letting my time get sucked into other places that it's not as valuable. I would say that's the number one thing for sure.
Audio going? Yeah, 1,000%, yeah. So
Okay.
it's on a different menu.
So, your time as being a new agent, what you can do, what you've done, maybe propel yourself faster or just get better.
Not take time off. Yeah, just like take every single day act like I've never sold a policy for literally as long as you can possibly do it. Just like ignore your bank account, because with this industry it's going to come quick. You're going to hit your goals that you have very quickly, and it's easy to start to coast once you hit that. But just put your head down, dude. Act like you've never sold a policy before and just dial every single day.
I got that tape way back. I wake up broke every morning at 0.
Yeah, I think like if you want to talk about like the number one hindrance to me when I first got started, like that was it for sure. It wasn't as much of luckily, like this is a good problem to have. It wasn't as much of like actually being able to sell problem. It was, I would sell and then I would see, you know, okay, well, if I do the math off this, I've got like 10 grand already coming in this month, which is awesome. So like what, I mean, I'll go golf today instead. And it's like, okay, well now I'm in the golfing mode, so now I'll go golf again tomorrow. And then, you know, like one of those cancel because it was a one-legger. You talk to the wife, decide he doesn't want to do it, and then another one charges back. It's like next thing you know, that 10 turns into 8. And this isn't the case all the time, but it does happen for sure. Like people, you sign up one-leggers all the time. Just write more business. Like it's really not a factor.
Well, someone that's listening that doesn't know what that is, you like want to shed some light on it.
Yeah, so a chargeback, I mean, it's a thing in any sales job. The way it works in our industry is you're going to get paid 75% of your commission up front. So that reference I already make is, let's say you've got a $1,000 commission that you're supposed to be getting. You're going to get $750 of that 3 days later, 3 to 5 days later. If they cancel within the first month, they're going to get all that first payment back, and you're going to get hit with a $750 chargeback because the provider's already paid you for it, but that person's no longer in contract. And the reason why you get paid so much is because the provider is paying you based off of the year's value. So when they pay you that $750, they're expecting them to stay for at least 9 months. If they don't stay for those 9 months, that's when you get a chargeback. But the way the chargeback works is it just simply goes as a debt to that provider. And that's what I mean by just write more business. Like as long as you're actively writing and producing, chargebacks really are not a thing because you're only 10 to 20% of your business is ever actually going to charge back. So if your first deal charges back, it might be a little bit scary, but like I've had $3,700 charge back. I had one deal with $3,700 charged back and I wrote it off by the end of the week. Like as long as you keep plugged in, keep writing, it's really not a factor at all.
What are you more comfortable selling? Like what, because there's so many different products in life insurance. What do you feel most comfortable?
Most comfortable with? It's a good question. People who need it, like people who actually need it.
Like IOLs, mortgage protection, and like what do you feel like you're more fluid in?
Mortgage protection, 100%. I think it's just something that literally everybody can benefit from. It's like, hey, it's just you in the house, so it's just your income. So what you really need is the living benefit side. And a little cherry on top is if, you know, you do die, it'll pay out as a death benefit, whether it's to your mom or your dad or your uncle, your cousin, whoever it is, somebody's going to get that still. Oh, and here's the best part. Since you're young, it's going to be super cheap. And here's an even better part. If you pay just a little bit more, you'll get all your money back at the end if you don't use it. Like that's simply a no-brainer for most people. Or it's like, hey, both of you guys, you know, they're like 40, both their incomes are dependent on it. If either one of them die, it's going to be very tough for them to stay in the home, as well as if either one of them lose their income, it's going to be very tough for them to stay in the home. So they need both those boxes checked off. So now it's like a double win for them. As well as when they get older, they're going to need time for their kids to sell the house or for them to figure out if they can stay in the home. So that's when you just go equity protection. It's like, I honestly don't believe there's a single person who like wouldn't benefit from it, whether they have $5 million in the bank to pay it off tomorrow or not. It's something where they can put $100, $200 a month towards and get $300,000 out of it. I don't really know anywhere else what other investment you can do that.
You mentioned the return of premium, like where you pay all your premium and you get it back at the end. How do you decide which clients you're going to offer that to, and do you give them the option to choose which one, or do you guide them which one's the investment? That's something I have a problem with. It's like when I bring that up, like leave it up to them to choose, or do you kind of like guide them? I guess.
In terms of the return of premium option?
Yeah, because I had a client the other day that kind of seemed like it would have been a good thing for them, but I didn't want to give them too many options and overwhelm them at the same time. You know, like a confused mind always says no. You know, so what's your balance?
It depends on the client. Depends on how much they're making a month. If they're only bringing in $1,000 a month.
He's a wealthy client, so.
Yeah, so if was he over 5 Gs a month?
Yep.
Cool. Over 5 Gs a month. How much was it for just the normal full mortgage?
It was like 300 something.
300 something. So it was probably what, like five, 600 for the return of premium. So that one's a little bit tough because you got to really decide like how much does he have to put towards it. Because just because he's making over 5 Gs a month, like he might.
spend his money.
He might have $5,000 of expenses a month as well, so.
He's 10K.
Okay, so if he's bringing in 10K, he might still have.
I mean, some people are smart with their money, always money.
Yeah, exactly. And that guy's he's making that much because he's smart with his money. He works hard for it, so he wants to make sure it's protected. So it's like, hey, let's make sure at the end of this you get all your money back. That one is one that like I would have ready for and like kind of just show it, but I would just probably guide them more towards normal mortgage protection as well. But
normal, when you say normal,
not return of premium, yeah.
So you guide them towards not return premium.
Probably. I mean, I would still bring it up to them if I felt like from the conversation with them that they could fit $600 in the budget. It really does make sense to just get all your money back at the end of it if you don't use it, as well as if you do end up using it, then you get the $300,000 paid out or whatever.
I mean, we could talk about this for hours, but I would always say, take that extra money that you put towards return of premium and invest it in something. Because ROP, you're just getting back dollar for dollar what you put in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no gains in the market.
Mm-hmm.
With inflation, you're just killing the money. What do you think?
I mean, it's a fair point, but like they're going to be paying for mortgage protection anyways.
True.
They might as well get their money back at the end. Here's the thing, how old was that guy?
35.
Okay, so it's probably a lot of coverage then, if it was that much. That guy, 30 years, he's going to be 65. When it's that much of a price difference, when it's like $600, I don't really know if it's worth it for somebody else either, because that $300, like you said, could go somewhere else for it. Especially when they're smart with money. But when they're young and they're healthy, and it's like either $40 or $80 a month, it's like, come on, dude. Like, just put the $80 in.
Yeah. So have you ever had the option, because I seen him the other day, like thinking about like looking over someone's expenses and what they have already as life insurance coverage. Have you ever converted mortgages to IULs?
Like
how's
to
that conversation go? Mortgage protection. Yeah.
Mortgage protection to an IUL, like an actual like properly structured IUL, or are you talking about like an Americo IUL or IULE?
Just like in your experience, have you ever done that?
I've never sold an IUL, never sold an annuity. Mortgage protection is my bread and butter. I guarantee you there's clients in my book that I probably could, but I just didn't I didn't do the transitioning of it. Because here's the thing, like they're calling us about mortgage protection, right? Like they just want a policy that's going to make sure the home's paid off. So that's what we're talking about. And then I am gearing more towards annuities and like these IULs and stuff now, but just getting into the industry, I just wanted to really master mortgage protection first.
Like, do you feel like that you as a sales rep and like as like a medical underwriter, do you feel that product knowledge has helped you with your confidence as far as like choosing different options, explaining the options? Do you feel like that's helped you the most?
I wouldn't say the most. I think it does help. You want to be an expert in whatever you're doing. So like to know the different providers and the different underwriting of everything, it definitely helps. Because one, it's going to help speed up the transition of the sale, or the flow of the sale is going to be a lot smoother when you know right away where to put them. But with that, there's so many resources that are available, like insurance toolkits, the underwriting grid sheets. Like there's so much stuff available to just find the answer super quickly that like in terms of product knowledge, like I never sat down and like studied the grid sheets or anything like that. I would just plug it into toolkits and then kind of just like see what it would tell me.
Right.
You know.
I'm gonna pause it right here just because it's like they usually do like 28.
One call close for sure. One call close for sure.
You do more one call closes than booking appointments.
Yeah, I try to pretty much only do one call close if I can. It's the hardest part about this job is getting people on the phone. Like getting people into a conversation is the hardest part, whether it's dialing for the first time or getting to pick up for an appointment. If I can get somebody on the phone, I know I can talk to them. I know I can buy my time with them. And then with most people, depending on if they're at work or not, I can most likely get into a presentation with them.
Even if they're at work?
Even if they're at work. Yeah. Because here's the thing, it's like, what's the most important thing to you? Probably your wife, right? What's your biggest asset? Probably your home. This is the coverage that's going to protect both of those when you no longer can be. This should be the most important thing to you. So like make the time at work, because 9 other people have tried to call you and you haven't gotten it set up yet. So let's just get this taken care of real quick.
Anybody else have any other questions? I want to like spread the content as even as possible. Yeah. But like you have like a lot of good information. All of you guys do. It's just like
you're next, bro.
Me next.
Up there next.
Oh yeah, I have this little policy.
Couple months.
It's just it's helping me soak it in because it's like.
Yeah, but you're gonna be a great leader too.
Yeah.
You will.
So here's the thing. What is the best advice you can give to new hires that you feel can get them their first 10K either month or 10K week? What do you feel like that? Give it top 3.
Top 3 things to do a 10K week as quick as possible. Be around people who have done more than 10K a week, who are consistently doing more than 10K a week. People whose standards are like 10K a week should be the average. Like that should be your bare minimum. Be around those people. Get plugged into their systems. Second thing would be just be a professional. Like you think about Kobe Bryant, LeBron, Michael Jordan, like any professional athlete really, they're just consumed with it. They're doing extra reps in the gym, they're doing extra practices, they're staying late, they're there early. That's why they're the best at what they do. So be a professional. And the third thing I would say is just do the damn work. Just put your head down, make the dials. You're gonna trip over sales. If you're plugged in with the right people that are consistently doing it at a higher level than you could even imagine doing. If you're plugged in around those people, first thing that's gonna happen is your belief's gonna come up the longer you're around them. So week 1, you might not believe you're capable of doing the 10K week, but I guarantee you by the end of a month of being around 4 or 5 other people that are consistently doing 10, 15, 20K weeks, you're gonna start to believe that you can too. And when you're complementing that with doing the extra work, staying late, doing the extra reps, your confidence is going to start to grow in yourself because you have more sweat equity put into it, that you just feel like you deserve it, and the universe is going to align you with that as long as you're doing the damn work.
Another one. Top 3 books that has helped you or just information for mindset, skills that you actively use?
Yeah. Okay, I'll do both of those for you. So we'll do the books first. The books are great, man. But like books are so important. I feel like it's something that's so slept on right now because everybody's so sucked into Instagram, TikTok, and all these social media things. Or even like buy a paper copy book. Like audiobooks are great too, but like there's nothing like sitting down, reading the book, taking notes in the book, everything like that. You're going to consume so much more. So first thing I'll say to preface this, like buy the paper copy, do it right, read it multiple times, really get it ingrained in your mind. First book I would say, this is going to be like more of a skill side of thing, more of a sales skill side of thing. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Dale Carnegie. That's just a great like all-time book for sales right there, in terms of just how to handle yourself as a salesman, different persuasion tactics, how to understand people. That'd be all 3 of these are going to be great. I don't want to put them in order. Like that'd be the first one I recommend there. Second one is going to be Atomic Habits, because if you have bad habits, you're going to have bad results. The habits are going to be the backbone of your success for everything. Like it all comes down to habits, belief, and then actually doing the work. So Atomic Habits is going to be great for helping you set new habits that are going to be needed to actually succeed in a commission-based industry. And then the third one, this is just my favorite book all time. It's more of like, I almost want to say like spiritual book, but it's called The Alchemist. It's just all around just a great read. It's a short book. It's all about, you know, how the universe will align with you based on your desires, and just like how much control you actually have over your life. Being the creator, not the victim, is the main thing for that. Then what was the other question?
And then just like, what would you say like that from each of those that you actively use? Like, what's something that like you can pick anything out that stands out from those books? Name like 3 things. Doesn't have to be from every single book, but like 3 things that you actively use to this day.
In terms of like mindset and everything, anything like that.
You live by.
I think the biggest thing, I guess I'll just kind of give one from each book. That work?
Yeah.
So for the How to Win Friends and Influence People like to talk to people that like them. So be interested in your client. Like I said from the very start of this conversation, like be yourself, be organic, and then actually care about the other person. That's the number one thing from that. Atomic Habits, number one thing I took from that is like we're so wired to this like award mindset where like some people I feel like go overboard with setting new habits of like, okay, I'm just going to do an ice bath every single day, workout, sauna, read, all this stuff. Like they just try to cram all of it in at once. It's like, hey dude, like celebrate the little wins is kind of one thing that I took from that. So like, you know, give yourself an award for doing that right. Like one of my things is like, I have one game I like to play on my phone. It's like my little like relaxation thing. It's like the one thing I do to relax. So as long as I, you know, went to the gym in the morning, worked all day, ate healthy that day, like hit all my checkpoints for my habits that need to be done daily, then I give myself that 30 minutes of unwinding on my phone. Like that's like my award for that. So that's what I would do for that one. And then with The Alchemist, just become very aligned and very clear in your desires. Like what is it that you truly desire in the world, and what are you willing to do to get that? And then just visualizing and manifesting on it every single day to the point where, like, I think one of the best examples for me is when I sit down and meditate, like I see myself in 3 to 5 years as like a completely different person. Like when I go into this meditation, like I'm me personally, but I like have this conversation with this completely different person who's me in 5 years with the car and the house and the wife and like everything that I desire, he already has. And then like I sit down almost like this setup here and like get to know him, spend more time with what that person is truly like. So that way every single day I can walk more like that person. And then it's just a matter of time before I actually become that.
To spin off that, I like that. What do you see for yourself as a man, you know? How old are you?
24.
24. So as a man in 5 years, so you'd be close to 30, 29. What do you want out of that man? Is it character? Is it money? Is it a house? Like, what do you like personally see? Like, what do you want? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 5 years, 29. I mean, I want to be like, the big thing is I just want to be out of the rat race. Like, I don't want to ever have to check my bank account. I don't ever want to have to be worried about bills coming up. I don't want to ever have to worry about, especially like with kids in the picture. I don't really think kids would be in the picture in 5 years. But it's going to be like getting right around that time for like kids to be coming around and stuff too. Like I don't want to ever have to worry about like groceries for them, anything like that. I want there to be zero financial stress at all. But the money that I have, it's going to have a deeper purpose than that. It's going to be one, like I said, just not having financial stress so that way I can truly enjoy just like every day with my wife, my kids, my family, everything like that. Being able to enjoy it without like what's the word I'm looking for? Without being like sucked into just like the consumerism of everything in today's world. I like one big goal is like my mom worked 3 jobs like her whole life, had me at 19. So like one thing I visualize a lot is like walking with just like a fat ass briefcase of cash and being like, you're good, Mom. Like just breathe, please. Like you're good. So being able to retire my parents is a big thing for sure. So just like having a lot of very meaningful things tied to the money that I'm gonna be making, because this industry is very driven on money. I think all commission based is like, that's why people get into it, is either to make a bunch of money or to have the flexibility and the free time, or both, is the big thing. So my money's gonna be going to very intentional places that are gonna be very meaningful for me.
As of now, with like the money that you have made this year, how are you with managing like your day-to-day living expenses? Are you very meticulous towards it? Are you kind of relaxed? Like, do you feel like you need to sharpen up in a few areas? Because do you have the habit of most people where they do, like, they lifestyle inflate whenever their pay income comes in? And are you one of those people, or you live at the very base minimum but try to stack as much as you can?
Yeah, I think one, I had to upgrade some things in terms of lifestyle for this job and for my success. So like I had to take on extra expenses for an office. Like I had to take on higher rent to move out here. So those things are obviously, more expenses than I used to have back home. When I was living at my mom's house and stuff. Like that's way more. Like I went from 0 expenses to now I've got an office, an apartment, still paying for my car even though it's not even here. So I had to take on a lot more, but now that I've taken all those on, it's leveled out for sure. Where I'm not spending my money on anything unless it's for the business. But if it's for the business, I'll spend every single dollar I have. Whether it's like taking an agent out to dinner, or a flight for an agent to get out to Chicago, an Airbnb, leads for an agent, leads for myself, CRM, like software, whatever it is. If it's going towards the business, then I have no problem putting the money towards it because I know it's going to come back.
Now, I'm asking just from like a standpoint of just like, there's a lot of people that they just see big checks and they don't realize like that money is not like something you want to just be stupid with. So that's why I'm asking those kinds of questions. Because new agents, they see people getting C8s, they see people living in high rises.
Yeah.
But you have to have a work ethic to match. Right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, otherwise you're going to start to drown. And like I was just saying, like you want your money to be going to the right places. And don't get me wrong, I've spent money on some consumer things that like I didn't really need to buy, but I just wanted to. Like that's kind of celebrating the little awards. But I'm not buying a Mercedes or a BMW or anything like that. Like I don't even have a car here because I just don't need it.
I don't think there's nothing wrong with like getting like nice things. I'm talking about living way above your needs. Is what I'm really saying. Like, do you feel like that having like a very smart mindset towards your day-to-day expenses, like that's the variables you can control? Like that's what you try to focus on, just to make sure you're always keep increasing your income.
You got to. I mean, you're a business owner in this industry. If you're not, then your business isn't going to be profitable.
So people thinking about coming in this industry, they're used to being W-2 employees. With you saying that, what do you feel like are some tips for like business owners? Getting trackers, like how do you track your expenses?
Well, first thing is I have a grading scale for all of my agents who come in with me of, where I think they're at in terms of everything. Not like a ranking of like who's better than others, but like I have different classes that I put agents in, and that's going to decide, who gets the priority of my time and who's going to be the one that really gets to reap the rewards of like how big this business is going to grow with us here. So knowing where to delegate the funds, not just throwing your money at anybody who's coming in, like let your agents be bought in as well. Because I feel like with this industry, like that's where a majority of your money is going to go as a business owner is to new agents, where like you're going to have to buy Airbnbs, like you're going to incentivize, at least me personally, like I incentivize flights, I incentivize leads. Like I'm all about giving money back to the agents, but I have to make sure that the agents that money is going towards are the right agents to be receiving those awards, and also making sure it's the right amount to be going there. Because if I give one agent that's, one of the lower tiers a $600 flight, that's going to take away $600 that could have gone towards my number one agent, where like I might not need it right now, but then lead expense, all this stuff comes up. I could have really used that $600 over here more.
Okay. That's just something that like most people don't think about.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to go also like to get more questions? Because we did like a really short one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So, I mean, great fucking talk.
Yeah, for real, bro. This was awesome.
We talked for
Apple Pay, you can use the vending machine.
One of those is 70 milligrams of caffeine.
So,
Thank you. That's really cool.
you can go across. I'm just gonna like count down. 3, 2, 1. So, you brought up a great point. Tell us about like how this has helped you get out of the hole. You said how much you were in debt?
Like almost 10 grand.
Run it through. What put you in 10 grand?
So like I was talking about before with the whole door-to-door thing, like there was just not money coming in when it was supposed to. And I wasn't, I'm definitely fully to blame for the money that I did have coming in. Like it wasn't like I was making pennies, but I was just spending way too much, thinking I had a lot more coming in. A lot of deals fell off in the back end. Like 42% of that 150K rev that I was talking about fell off. So I only got paid on about half of it. And then the paychecks were late as well. So just ran up some credit card debt. Very easy to do nowadays, especially. Just spending more than what I actually ended up having coming in. And so yeah, before I came in, I was, like I said, almost $10,000 in debt. I was back home doing construction. I was doing, normal days were normal 8 to 4. But there were some days where, there were certain projects where we'd have to stay until 7, 8 o'clock at night as well for, $20 an hour. So I started like trying to chip away at it and everything. And then I just knew that I needed to get back into sales because I knew I had put two years into it, tons of reps, tons of sweat, especially with knocking doors, like tons of videos watched. I just knew that like sales was going to be the vehicle to get me out of it. It was just a matter of finding, the best one to step back into. So I interviewed at tons of different places. Like I looked into going back to door just at different companies, different industries in door to door, and even interviewed at a car dealership. And then good friend of mine, Gabe, that you guys talked to as well, he had posted about, he had made like 30, 40 grand in a month. And I was like, all right, bro, like I gotta know what this is all about, So I jumped on a call, bro, with him, Jonah. He laid out everything that I had kind of touched on earlier in terms of the commission, the structure of everything, and it just made sense, bro. Just like I said before, it just simply made sense. So I quit my job right away as soon as I got done with that call. And licensing, contract, and everything like that. Like it was a solid month of no money coming in for a minute, which kind of racked it back up, especially with lead expense and everything. So my first week, bro, I had 3 deals that like I completely sold, but didn't know how to fully like close it out in terms of like writing an application, running the right quotes, knowing what provider to put them to. So that was like $3,000 right there. That I was like, damn, dude, like I really needed that. Like I really could have used that. So I called Gabe and I was like, hey, dude, like I got to come to Chicago. Like I got to learn hands-on. I literally spent like my last dollars on the toll roads and then had to borrow money from my mom for food for the rest of the week. Borrowed like $100, was living off like lean cuisines for the week, sleeping on an air mattress. And long story short, by the end of that week, I had done like 9K in revenue. It's like 7K in commission up front and just like that.
So how did that feel? Like coming from a place of just literally like eating frozen meals, having nothing in your account, your debt actually in the red. Like how did that feel for you?
Dude, I mean, I wouldn't. Yeah.
It's okay. Like,
yeah, no, 100%. I remember just like driving home afterwards, just like I couldn't even believe it. Like I couldn't even believe like how quickly it all changed. But I also remember like before heading down being like having that doubt and that worry about everything of like, dude, I need income, this and that, and just the uncertainty that everybody goes through and just being like, no, fuck it. Like I'm going to figure this out. so like having that turnaround time in that week on that car ride home, I was just, I was emotional in the car for sure. All happy emotions though, for sure. And one of the big things too is when I went out to dinner, Jonah took me out to dinner that weekend to kind of like celebrate my first week and everything. And we were at like one of the nicest restaurants in Chicago. So going from the lean cuisines all week, those frozen meals, to like one of the #1 restaurants in downtown Chicago, and like Jonah paying for the full bill, like also made the opportunity very real to me as well. And that was just like one moment that really made it sink in for me too.
Was that a lot?
No, it was just, hey dude, I need to figure this shit out.
Really?
Like, yeah, I just, because I knew I only had so long in the industry with where my bankroll was at before I was going to have to go back to getting a steady income coming in. So I was like, dude, I don't care. Like, if you can, like Gabe told me before, he had an air mattress and it was at a much different apartment than where we're at right now. The thing fucking sucked. It was like so cold, and like I forgot to bring a blanket and pillow, so I was literally just like bundled up with extra layers. Like I said, spent like my last dollars on tolls, like borrowed $100 from my mom to just get by for the week. But I was just like, I just knew that I was going to figure it out. I knew if I went down to Chicago to do it, I was going to figure it out. And I knew if I stayed home, like I was going to probably end up out of the business.
What was like the crucial part that transition? Because you said that you had the sales, just was it the technical stuff, like the underwriting and getting the right carrier set up, the options? Was it that, like the kind of more like the technical stuff?
Yeah. How to actually write the policy, how to actually get into the e-application, because there's so many tabs when it comes to each provider, which provider would be the best. Really, honestly, looking back on it, just simply overthinking everything as well. And then not having that professionalism or that certainty with the client of like knowing that was going to be the best place for them. Just like,
do you ever
all
listen
that.
To calls?
Do I what?
Do you listen to calls to get better?
To like other people's?
Yours.
Oh, mine. Yeah, I've recorded a couple, for sure. I did it a lot on the doors too. Recorded a lot of pitches on the doors. And I actually just got a second phone as like a personal phone to keep work and business separate, but it's also going to be like a content phone to like record more calls, not only for me, but for all my agents coming on as well. So that way they have some like live stuff to listen to. Cause like I said from the start, like I'm very not scripted when it comes to my sales process. So to like even like try to write out a script for my agents is very hard for me. Because it's like, dude, it just depends on the client. So I think the content will definitely help a lot for any new agent, whether they're mine or not. Just having, the more resources you can lean on, the better. Like I used YouTube a ton when I first started in this industry.
I wrote my script out just from typing it in a lot of my sales calls.
Yeah, the one that I have made up right now, I literally just like turned on the voice part and I literally just like role played it into the mic. Like, that's why there's nothing pretty on it. Like there's no colors, there's no proper spacing, nothing. It's just like this because it's literally word for word like how I would say it in like a perfect pitch,
What do you feel like that is like this tone you're speaking in right now? Is this how you're like speaking on the phone?
For some people.
Yeah.
For some people, yeah. It kind of fluctuates though. If I get Miss Betty on the phone, I'm like, okay, Miss Betty, like this is how everything's gonna go. Like I'm a lot gentler, I'm a lot softer. If it's like
blue collar dude.
Yeah, blue collar dude, I'm a lot more stern, a lot more like I'm cutting the fluff. Especially if it's somebody who's already in sales, it's like, hey dude, like I'm not here to bullshit you. Like this is how it is. Here's what I'm here to do. But at the end of the day, I want you to know like I'm just trying to help make sure you and your family are in the best position possible.
Yeah.
Like knowing which people to play which way is a huge factor in the sales, because if I try to play a little old lady like she's a blue collar guy, she's probably going to hang up on me and think that I'm a scam or something. And if I try to play a blue collar guy like he's Miss Betty, he's going to think I'm like talking down to him like he's stupid or something, Like blue collar guys, I bump their ego up. The old ladies, I just talk very gentle and soft with, like, hey, everything's going to be okay. I understand you just want to make sure your daughters are taken care of. Like correct me if I'm wrong here, but what you're kind of looking for. Just like very like passive with them.
On mortgage protection, what was the best sale that you had so far, like most AP?
Most AP, it was that $3,700 deal that charged back. That's been my biggest deal so far, $3,700.
Why did it charge back?
Because honestly, what it came down to was I had like completely sold him on the importance of getting the full mortgage covered, and he didn't have the money to do it. And I even double checked with him because it was, you know, like $360 a month or something like that, whatever it came out to, like in the $300 a month range. And he was only bringing in like $4K a month, and his mortgage was already so much. Like deep down, I knew that realistically he probably couldn't afford it, but that's what he was calling me about, and that's what we had just spent, 30 minutes talking about, and he picked it. And I was just like, I honestly didn't think he was going to. Like, I showed him a 1/2 and a 3/4 option too, but he picked it, and I was like, okay, like, John, you're sure that this is going to be comfortable for you each month? Because aside from getting qualified for it, the next most important thing is making sure that this payment's going to fit in the budget for you each month. Otherwise, it's going to do no good for us at all, right? And he was like, yeah, no, I'm going to make sure this fits in. I see the importance of it. And then first payment came around, and it was like the day of, and he called me and he was like, hey, like, I've been thinking about, like, I can't do it. Like, I want to, I can't do it. And at that point, they had already started the draft of it. They'd already paid me out for it. So it was, that honestly, just to like touch on chargebacks super quickly, like that's where all of the chargebacks have been, is that initial payment. I don't think I've had a single one where it's been a month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months later. It's all been at the initial payment. So like, getting them started, them picking too high of options, or them not being financially ready at that time for it.
What's your biggest deal? $3,700? I'm surprised. You never have a $4,000?
No.
Show bigger numbers.
Bro, I show some big numbers.
Really? They just never take.
Well, I call rural areas. I call a lot of rural areas.
We call Hawaii. Hawaii got big money.
Yeah, Hawaii does have some big money. It does have some big money. I would have, I mean, there was one that would have maybe been bigger, like close, I think it was like a little over 4K, but he ended up not getting approved for it, so I don't really count that. I got a massive $800 a month presentation tomorrow, though, so might be a different story soon.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Hey, Robert. Is this Robert?
It is.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. You?
Excellent. Thank you for asking. Yeah, my name is Ben. I was just giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage, and we handle the mortgage protection for Truist Bank. Your property on Avenue
I sold that back in October, man.
Oh, okay. No worries then. I'll take it off. Mark that down here. Do you have a new mortgage now, or are you guys renting?
No, I hadn't done anything. I sold that one back in, I believe we closed on it the 16th of this past October.
Really? Okay. So you're just renting right now?
Yeah. Where are you at, in Florida?
Yeah, I'm over here in Tampa, Florida. Yeah, you ever been?
Yeah, been there a lot. I used to haul new cars and stuff for 29 years. I was looking on my tabs the other day. There was some little place there, north of Tampa that has, I'm a senior, that has senior places. I'd like to have me something else, but I can't buy up here. Everything's, of course, it's high everywhere.
Maybe move down here next.
I'd love to live in Florida if I could just get something arranged made to find something that I, could afford. Like, I got a little bit of money. Is it a lot more
expensive here?
Do what?
Is it a lot more expensive here?
I guess some areas, I guess. I don't know, but I got a text from you the other day, and I didn't respond to it, basically because I done sold the house. But I got your text.
Okay.
I appreciate you getting in touch with me.
Yeah, of course, man.
What is the mortgage rate now? I want to say 30 years. What's it?
Oh, so I handle the mortgage protection, which is essentially a life insurance policy. Yeah. Do you already have your life insurance taken care of?
I'm so old I can't get any more life insurance.
Really? How old are you?
Yeah. I'm
78
years old.
Oh, you're still young. You can get life insurance up to 89 years old. You don't have any
Yeah,
life
but
insurance right now?
no, I don't have anything. I had some policies, but they ran out. I had about a little bit over 500,000 there at one time, but they was
Oh, you had a term.
term stuff after a certain amount of years they run out, and to keep them it about
Mhm.
doubled or tripled, you know. But
That's right. That's right.
I've
Do you
tried
have?
some
Do you know?
insurance.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that. Do you know what a whole life policy is?
Yeah, what gains value and stuff.
Yeah, it has cash value and it never expires. So, the premium always stays the same. It'll never go up on you, and it's guaranteed to pay out no matter how long you live, even if you live forever.
Well, why don't you mail me some of your stuff? Let me see what I got.
Okay. Yeah. I can mail you something for sure. My job here is as a broker here. I have access to over 50 carriers though. So, what I can do here is, ask you some health questions, and then I'll narrow down here for you, kind of like, like a travel agent does. I'll figure out, which one of the carriers would be best for you based on what's affordable for you, and then I can mail you out a packet on whatever you get approved for. Does that sound fair?
Well, I don't know. The health is pretty good. Because one thing where I used to try to get some insurance policy back, I think it was 1983. I used to play a lot of sports.
Wow.
And
really?
tore my legs, knees, and stuff up playing ball, baseball, things like that. And I got a blood clot in my leg, but that happened in 1983. And I used to talk to insurance people, and they would bring that up. They wanted insurance because of that.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, I've never had any problem with it. It's just it's been that many years, and I stayed in the hospital a long time with it, and I've just stayed on that blood thinner ever since. I'm still taking it, but I've never had no other problems or anything. But anyway, I'm so old and everything. We'll just let it go.
Well, I can see what carriers take blood thinners. We have a few of them that do. Well, let me ask you this: Are you married, or do you have any grandkids?
No, it's just me.
Kids?
It's just me.
You. Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I got a daughter. She's 55.
Oh,
I believe,
that's nice.
54, 55.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Any grandkids?
Do what?
Any grandkids?
Drinking.
Grandchildren.
Yeah, I got two. Yeah.
Oh wow! Congratulations, that's amazing. So yeah, I can see what whole life policies we can get you for your daughter and your grandkids. I can tell you what options we'd have for them. Do you kind of know what you're doing for final expenses yet? Like burial costs? Do you have that covered?
So that's already taken care of. I'm being cremated. I've got that done, paid up, done taken care of.
Okay. Perfect. And do you have any other need to leave them? Do you want to leave a legacy behind for them? Just any, when you pass?
Yeah, I've
Would
got.
that be something you want to do?
Like some
you got
CDs
some savings
and money market, things like that, where they will go to my daughter. But as far as insurance policies, I don't have anything. I've tried several places. I've tried one guy there about 2 or 3 months before I sold my house, and he never did do anything. I think he was with that Minnesota Life or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, they're a good company. Yeah. What did he tell you?
Well, no, can't even remember. You had some kind of a payment. I don't know. He basically just quit calling me. He came to my house and sat there and talked to me and told me how good it was and everything, but it just didn't go through or something. I never did hear any more from him.
Well, the thing is, when Minnesota Life, they just have one product, and if you don't get approved for it, they're kind of out of luck.
Yeah.
But since I'm a broker, I'm like I said, I'm a travel agent. I have access to all 50 of the carriers. I'm guaranteed to find something here that you'll get approved for. It's just a matter of what your budget is. Do you have an idea of what your budget would be, and I can look for you what we have?
How much I'd want to pay on it or what?
Yeah, I can tell you how much coverage you can get based off your budget.
I know it's high. I know that. Because of my age, I understand that, but I'm pretty good health. I had that blood clot go back, but I've never had any more problems from that. And I'm 78 now, but
78.
I don't know. It's probably not even worth messing with.
Well, I'll let you know. It's really whatever budget you have, I can let you know how much coverage you get for it. It's totally a sliding scale. There's no set cost. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
So if you want to
I've tried different like insurance people and stuff, and it never does work out. I used to deal with.
Well, I won't let you down this time. I'll make sure you're taken care of for sure. I've never let anyone down. I always find coverage for everyone. But, I mean, if you, sorry?
They like to have $100,000 there one time. I think I was going to pay like 300 and close to 350 a month.
It gets expensive. It gets expensive for a high amount like that.
I'm not going to, it ain't worth it. I've got a little bit of money left for my daughter that she'll be okay. My grandchildren, and we'll just let it go. But I appreciate you calling anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give you a number before you go just so you know how low it goes, just so you kind of have an idea.
I'm going to get over here to the station.
Before I give you a number, do you have a pen and paper to write down my license number? I am required to share my license number with you. Or do you want me to just read it out to you?
That's what I'm looking for right now. I got plenty of paper laying here, but I can't find the pen.
Okay.
I bet it's right where I left it. Damn. Hold on just a minute.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay. So my full name is Benjamin Szentpaly. Let me know when you get to the last name. It's a little hard to spell, so sorry in advance.
Okay.
That's S as in Sam, Z as in Zebra, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, T as in Tom, P as in Pam, A as in Apple, L as in Lucy, and Y as in Yellow.
What was the one before the Y?
L.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay. Got it. Okay. So it looks like here, let's just say, for example, $50 a month. That gets you from, this is day one coverage. That's $4,000 in coverage. $100 a month gets you 8,000, and it goes up from there. 150 gets you 12,000. Does that kind of give you an idea?
150 for 12, and what was the 8,000? 100.
8,000 was for 100. Yep. And that's day one coverage, no waiting period. Does any of those sound affordable to you, or?
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Well, what we can do is I can see if you get approved. Which one would, if you would want, I can check which one, what you can get approved for. Just let me know which one sounds best to you.
About 8,000.
The 8,000? Okay. I can check that. Before I submit the application, I would need some info here, like your beneficiary. So let's go ahead and get that filled out. Who would be your beneficiary here? Would that be your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you want anything for your granddaughters or just 100% to your daughter?
No, just all to her.
Okay. Got it. And what's your daughter's full name? Okay.
Lynn.
Yes.
Well, I guess her maiden name was.
And then does she have a middle initial?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what would be her date of birth? Okay. And then do you have a good phone number for her? Oh, there. Okay. All right. So we'll see if we can get you approved for that 8,000 for your granddaughter here. That way, you know. Oh, sorry, your daughter here. That way, you know, when you lay down your head at night, you know that you're going to be leaving her some extra money behind. That's always a good thing. Let me see here. What day, if we do get you approved here, what day of the month would you want the payment to go through? Usually on the first, usually good for you, or?
Yeah.
First, okay. And then who do you bank with? Is it a checking, savings? Truist? Is it a checking or savings?
Yeah, and also with the Legacy Federal Credit Union. I'll do this
Okay.
through Truist.
The Truist. Okay. Is that a checking or savings?
It's checking. I got the CD and the money market stuff with them.
Gotcha. Okay. Checking. Okay. Now you how long you been living in North Carolina for?
Basically all my life.
Oh,
I've
wow.
worked out of Virginia Beach some for a while. I had to, like I said, I haul new cars. Ford Motor Company had a plant there in Norfolk, Virginia, and I lived up there for a little while. That was basically because of my job. But I've mostly been here in North Carolina most of my life.
Really? Okay. So this was kind of like home base, but you did a lot of driving.
Yeah.
I see. But you thinking you want to move out of North Carolina now?
Nah, I'm probably gonna stay right here.
Stay. Where does your daughter and your grandkids live? They all live there near you?
Yeah, stay about 20 minutes down. They live in a little town called North Carolina, about 20 minutes below me here. I'm right here near.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to move away from them. Unless they all move to Florida with you. That would be great, right?
Yeah, my golf courses is all here.
Oh, you got golf courses there too? Yeah, then you're all
I
set. You like to golf a lot?
Yeah, I usually go 2 or 3 times a week if the weather's not too hot.
Oh man, you're living the life. That's that's a healthy amount of golf you're playing there, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like they have Truist here on file here. It shows the routing number here, so I'm going to read that out to you so you can confirm it. The only thing it doesn't show is the account number. Do you have a check or a bank statement that you can confirm that? Because I'm going to read it out to you here.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, now I got to get my glasses. Don't ever get old. When you get old, everything goes bad.
Oh man, tell me about it. I already wear glasses. I already have terrible vision already. So hopefully it doesn't get any worse.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So the routing number I have is 053101121. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I was looking at a legacy checkbook. Let's try.
Oh,
again.
legacy. Yeah, this is the truest. This is 053101121. Is that
That's
correct?
it. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then go ahead with the account number.
It's
0016. All right, and then they're going to check your medical record here with the Medical Information Bureau. In order to check that, they use your social. So go ahead with your social. 445. Okay. Lastly, they're going to check your driving record and make sure you don't have any felonies on file. That would be with your driver's license number. Do you have your driver's license on hand?
North Carolina.
Oh, you got that memorized, huh?
Yeah, I did. I was in trial.
good.
You always had that.
What was it? You got too fast. Okay. Got that. So were you born in North Carolina?
Yeah.
Were you? Oh, okay. Pretty close to where you're at now, or you guys kind of moved around?
Yeah, right here in the same area where I'm at now.
Oh, wow. That's great. You have a long history there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does take about 1 to 5 business days to see if you get approved. So I'll be giving you a call back in that time frame. And if you do get approved, it takes 7 to 10 business days from the mail the packet out to you. Like we spoke about earlier, they're going to mail that out to you. So you make sure you have my number saved. If you don't receive that packet in the mail, I'll call them up for you. I'll have them resend it back out to you. Okay.
What number? The phone number?
My phone number. Yeah. Do you have my phone number written down? I know you took down my full name and my license number. You want to write down my number too. I'll give you that whenever you're ready. All right. And then also when you get that packet in the mail, of course, if they approve you, hopefully they approve you. When you do get that packet in the mail, write down my name on there because I'm the underwriter that assisted you. And I'll be the one that, if anything happens to you, I'll be the one that directly deals with the insurance company to make sure that your daughter gets paid out fast, okay?
All right.
Okay. Lastly, I'll give you a security code to write down because I'm sure you watch the news. There's a lot of AI, like artificial intelligence and different scams out there. So I want to make sure that if anyone does call you, make sure that the security code that they have it. Otherwise, they're not with us. Okay.
All right.
So that security code, whenever you're ready. Got that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. And then I'll have you write down. We had you here for $100 a month is the premium, and that's for $8,000 in coverage. And you'll have that all in the mail as well. It's going to be a 10 to 12 page pack with all the info. You can always call me if you have any questions. Okay. Perfect. You got all that information there?
Yep.
All right. Perfect. I'll be giving you a call in a few days, letting you know if you were approved. But for today, it was a pleasure helping you and serving you. Do you have any other questions for me before we go?
No, I don't. I'll do it.
All right. Yeah. Give me a call, shoot me a text, me anything else, and have a lovely rest of your day, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Your first month until now, what do you feel like that you improved on, that you noticed that made a huge difference?
It's a good question. I think I noticed the biggest difference I knew was my certainty level on my profitability. So that's a huge thing in life insurance is you're buying leads and then you're just taking a leap of faith and trusting yourself to make an ROI on those leads. In the beginning, there was that uncertainty. I was like, oh, I'm spending a certain amount of money on leads. I don't know what my ROI is going to be on this. Now, a few months in, I know when I buy these leads, I'm going to make X amount of money because I know my numbers. I know my closing percentage. I know it's just a money printer. You put this money in, this is how much I'm going to get out. And you just have that, it's like that consistency now, that confidence in myself now that I know what's going to come out of it on average.
When you were first started, were you nervous? Was it hard for you to overcome objections that were more technically related, like product information that you were unsure of?
Yeah, so the key thing when you're first starting, and if you do have issues with product knowledge, is just to be transparent with your client and say, hey, I'm new to this, but I'll find out the answer to that. And your clients are going to respect that. They're not going to see you as some uneducated guy who's like trying to lie. They can see right through a lie if you try to tell them, something that you don't really know. So you're going to have a much better success saying, hey, I don't know the answer to that, but let me get back to you. And you call your upline, get the answer to it, and you're going to have a much better success, being transparent.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Kian.
Yes.
Hey, I was giving you a quick call here. I work with the brokerage, and we handle the mortgage protection for First Horizon Bank. Are you doing okay today?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. I was just wondering if you could help me out for a second. Your file that's associated with your property on just came across my desk earlier, and it was showing as incomplete. So I was just looking to get it cleared up for the both of us, okay?
What's incomplete?
So from my end, what I can see is that it looks like we had sent you that notice in the mail regarding the mortgage protection. That's the coverage that would pay off the loan if you get sick, disabled, or pass away. Are you
talking about an insurance policy?
Correct, the mortgage insurance policy. So if you were to pass away or get sick, it would pay off the loan for the home.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I just wanted to reach out because, you did the right thing. You called in and followed all the steps. But shortly after, I signed a junior underwriter to help walk you through it. It looks like they never fully closed out the file. Was he ever able to help you with this?
Well, no, and the reason is I was diagnosed with lymphoma in July of 2021. Oh. And I went through treatment, and I was diagnosed cancer free as of June of 2022. And
okay.
He said,
congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm cancer free, and I have been now for 2 years. But he said, and no insurance company will touch me with a 10-foot pole.
Okay.
Not till I get to 5 years.
I see. Okay, not until you get to 5 years. Now, I'm just a manager here in the area, but what I can hopefully check and just see is I believe you spoke with a junior underwriter, so they don't have access to every carrier for the state of Florida. Now, I can maybe set you up with just to talk with my senior underwriter to see if maybe there's a carrier out there that would potentially take you with those current health conditions that you just mentioned to me. Would that help you more if I did that?
Well, I have enough life insurance, but if I could have bought the mortgage insurance, I would have. Basically, what these guys said is, yeah, we'll sell you a policy, and I don't remember the number. I mean, let's say it was much a month, and if you die in the first 2 years, then we return your premiums. I said, well, I already got adequate insurance to cover this loan and then some. Fortunately, I bought it when before I was diagnosed, and it was when I bought this house. And I can't remember. It might have been when I bought the house before this one, but I've got adequate insurance to cover this. So if they'll write me a regular policy that's somewhat reasonable, great. I'd look at it. But, most of them are saying only 2 years out, we'll write you like a $50,000 policy. It's going to cost you $5,000-6,000 a year. And if you die in the first 5 years, then we just return your premiums. Well, call me when you got an insurance policy. Yeah. So if you got an insurance underwriter that'll do better than that, great. If you don't bother, because that's what they're. And it's not just yours; it's all of them are telling me this.
Okay. Yeah. So what it sounds like to me is just that it's that 2-year waiting period or the 5-year waiting period with the return of premium that just isn't doing it for you. You want something that's day one coverage and that would be the right amount of coverage for the dollar amount that you're spending, right?
Yeah. And if they can do it, great. But if they can't do it, I get it. I mean, I've been told no, but I mean, there's a pretty good chance nobody's going to sell me life insurance the rest of my life. Well, I've got a couple million in life insurance. I'll be fine. But if I could have bought it, I would have taken it. But, nobody, they all say, oh, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. Well, then when it comes down to it, yeah, we can do this. But what you're really buying, I mean, I think somebody offered me like $150,000 policy. It was $12,000 a year. And for the first 3 years, if I died during those first 3 years, they would return the premium, not the policy. Well, doesn't do me much good.
Yeah, I can understand that. If you can give me just maybe a minute while I put you on hold, my senior underwriter is actually right next to me. Let me just run this by him real quick and see if it's even worth taking a look at for you to take it further and see if there's maybe even one carrier that would do it that wouldn't have a waiting period. Give me 1 second. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies. Thank you for being patient. There is 2 companies that would. I'm not saying that they would 100% take you without the 2-year waiting period, but they're worth a try. One of them is called American Home Life, and the other is called Royal Neighbors. Now, what I can do is just. I do have to get going right now, but I can schedule a time for you to speak with my senior underwriter. And he can just, go through those health and financial questions with you just to see if you would get approved for that one. Would that help you? Okay.
Yep.
Let me check his schedule. What's the latest you'll be home today?
When will I be home tonight? Between 10 and 11 p.m.
10 and 11 p.m.
That's it.
Okay.
That's Central Time.
Central.
I'm in Wisconsin right now. I have a home up here also.
Oh, I hear you. Okay, in Wisconsin. Okay. Central Time, 10 or 11. Okay.
So if you're, because I saw in here you're in 813. I think that's Tampa area.
Oh yeah. Have you been?
Well, yeah, I live in West Palm, so I've been to Tampa numerous times.
Okay, awesome. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you're talking there. It's going to be between 11 and midnight Eastern time.
Yes, that is correct. His schedule is a little bit hectic because he does have his appointments usually after 5 when people are off work. But is tomorrow probably a better day for you? He might be able to do 11 to 12.
Tomorrow is not a good day for me. I got a lot of stuff going on. I have an appointment in Green Bay in morning, so late tomorrow would be, I'd be available like after 4 o'clock Eastern.
Oh, after 4 o'clock. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let's do that instead then. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock Eastern. I'll just to make sure you have enough time. I'll put a gap in there. I see he has a spot open at 5 o'clock for tomorrow.
Hey, can you send me a text or an email? I'm driving, so I can't write anything down, and I won't text myself.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna put it in his Calendly, so you'll get an automated update for the meeting tomorrow and a reminder as well. Okay, that works. Is there anything else I can kind of answer for you right now?
No, I don't. I think I'm kind of, and we'll see. I mean, I've talked to several of them. We'll see what they say, but there's not a very good chance that anybody's going to take me for a couple more years.
Okay. Well, at least it's worth a shot. I appreciate you, having the patience to keep trying, I guess, and taking. I'm not
trying. You're trying. I'm just answering the phone.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just note something down here for him that would maybe help him. You said you already have life insurance policies. Do you know if they're terms or whole lives, or if they have living benefits, things like that?
There's 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
The big one is $750,000. I believe that is a 10-year renewable term. One is $500,000, and I'm not sure about. I think that one is a term also.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one is a $250,000 policy, and I can't remember. That's the oldest of the 3.
I see. Do you remember roughly when you got that one?
8 years ago.
8 years ago. Okay. 8 years ago. It's looking like that one is possibly a term as well, just because the amount is still up there. It's pretty high. Unless the payment on that is very high as well. Do you know how much you're paying for each of them?
No. I'd have to look. I don't remember.
Okay. No problem. All right. And let me see. Do you know the companies that they're with? Are any of the companies?
One's Reliastar. One's and I don't know which one's which. One's Transamerica.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell you who the third one is.
Okay, that's not a problem. Is it? But it's not the ones I mentioned to you, right? Not American Home Life or Royal Neighbors.
It's not.
Okay, perfect.
And the reason I know is I've never heard of those 2.
Awesome. Okay. Well, the only reason is because they allow only one policy per. Otherwise, there's some complications that arise, but typically it's just one policy per company. Okay. I'll put it down here, and I'll send you a text here shortly with the Calendly for tomorrow at 5 Eastern. Okay?
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye. Ben, sorry, I'm a couple of minutes behind. I was just running behind schedule here. You spoke to one of my junior underwriters, I believe, Kian. He told me that you just needed to pass your file to me. I'm the manager here. I have access to all the carriers here. I'm going to take a look at it here for you. How are you doing today?
Good. When I talked to him, I told him, I said, look, I was diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma in July of 2021. I was declared cancer-free in June of 2022. I'm 2 years now cancer-free, and pretty much nobody will sell me a standard insurance policy today.
Okay.
So I have multiple policies, amounting to, I don't know, $1.5 million or something like that. That's fine. So I mean, I'm. It's not that I'm going without life insurance. I have it.
Yeah.
Now, could I add to it? Absolutely. But if I can, I can. So tell me what. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what he was telling me, that you already had 1.5 in coverage, but you're still looking to add some extra. You just can't get anything to get you approved.
Well, no. Everybody does the same thing. They'll all offer me a policy 1, 2, 3 years. If something happens, they'll return the premium and won't cover you. I said, I'm not interested in that.
I see.
I've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
And
he was. Go ahead.
And I've, having the policies I currently have and my financial condition the way it is, it's not that big a deal, but if something was available, I'd take it.
Yeah, so he told me it was a big deal for you to find something that didn't have a waiting period.
Yeah, otherwise I'm just going to wait, which is what I've been doing.
Right. Okay. So I do have a few options here that don't have waiting periods that we can check for approval here. It really just comes down to how much coverage you're looking to add on. Do you have any idea how much more you're looking to add on?
Probably somewhere in the 500 to 750 range, depending on what kind of price they're going to charge me.
Okay. And so the way it works is the highest likelihood will get you approved for our whole life policies. Are you aware of the difference between whole life and term policies?
Yes.
Okay. So as I'm sure you're already aware, whole life policies, they usually max out at about 50,000. So we just go with a couple of different carriers to get to the amount that you're looking for.
I'm really not. I'd rather have a term policy.
Okay. Yeah. The only thing is terms. You can't really have any history of cancer. That's why.
That's why nobody will touch me.
Right.
So,
exactly.
so are you telling me that the term policy guys are never going to take me?
Most likely. I mean, I'm looking right now at all the carriers, and if you have any history of cancer, it's basically across the board. It looks. Let me see. There might be some that are 10-year, if it's been greater than 10 years.
I'm 60. I'm 67 this fall, so if I had a 10-year, that'd be fine.
How? I'm at 10 years since the cancer. How long has it been since the cancer?
I'm cancer-free since 2022. 2 years.
Okay, so I'm looking through right now. The earliest you can get a term is after 5 years. I'm looking at. There's a few options here that after 5 years they'll start taking you again. So you have.
That's kind of what I figured. That's what they've been telling me.
Right. Now, do you know the advantages of whole life over term?
I don't think there are any, but go ahead.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. So I'm not sure if you're aware.
They are. I think the whole life policies they give the advantage to your agent, but other than that, no.
To the agent? What do you mean by that?
Well, the reason everybody tried to sell me whole life policies when I was young is because the agent commissions. That's what they were interested in back in the day. So I've lived my whole life with buying term policies.
So I can explain to you how commissions work. So I'm all about.
I really don't want to do that.
No problem.
I'm interested if you can get me a product. If you can't,
right.
It's not up
I was
to
just
you.
going to tell you the commissions, they aren't different from whole life or term. My interest is just to get you coverage. The commission's the same no matter what. Sure. I just want to make sure you're helped regardless of what you get. The advantage for the whole life for you, there's no advantage for me. The advantage for you is the whole life, they're guaranteed to pay out. If you do Google search on terms, the percentage of them actually paying out is 1 or 2%. You can search that. The insurance companies, they do a really good job of figuring out the odds of you outliving the term, and they make sure that
the odds of them actually paying out are super low.
Well, my wife was one of that 2%.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry for your loss.
Yep, she died 17 years ago.
Oh, wow. I'm sure you've had some time to, mourn and.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. It's a part of my life. It's a part of my life that was. So, but thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. But and then also, the whole lives they have the cash value. Are you aware of how that works?
I am.
Okay. Are you aware of the percentages of how much goes towards cash value, how much goes towards the cost of insurance? Can you explain that to you?
I am, because I've got a couple of whole life policies on my kids. I bought them when they were young.
Okay. When they were young. Okay. Yeah. That's one of the main benefits. It's about 50% of the value you put in for your premiums gets saved for cash value, and then you can take loans against that if you want to take some cash value out, which is a benefit since the whole life is more expensive than the term.
Well, right now in my case, they're all going to be expensive.
Terms are always cheaper if you can get approved, but in the case of the whole life, when you do have a more expensive payment, it just balances out with the amount of cash value that's going into a savings account essentially. So it's essentially the same price. You just get to keep the extra money you put in. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. I can give you some options. It might be close. It might be $1,000 to $1,500 for the amount you're looking for, but I can give you some exact numbers. Is that kind of breaking your heart, but that budget range, or is that?
No, I know it's going to be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
To keep my last policy, one of them, and I forget which one. I believe it was the $500,000 one.
Mm-hmm.
I bought it. It's 10 years. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can continue it without a medical clearance, but instead of costing me, like $900 or $1,100, whatever the number was, I don't remember. Now it's $6,500.
Oh,
so that's
no.
That's what you mean when you say, that's when you're talking about an well, it is too much. But if you're me, you can't give up the insurance you have. So I agree it was too much, but it's also all I got.
Okay. So how much are you currently paying for the life insurance you currently have?
Couldn't tell you.
Not sure. Okay.
I really couldn't. I don't keep track of that. I got to have it. It is what it is.
I see.
It's kind of like your utility bill. I couldn't tell you what my utility bill is because I'm not shutting off the air conditioning. How's that?
Right. Well, let me learn more about you. I mean, what is kind of like who's dependent on you? What do you have the life insurance for? And what's the situation
I own two homes.
If something happens to you?
I own two homes. I have one in Wisconsin, one in Florida.
Okay.
They're very valuable homes. One's worth around 1.5, 1.8. The other one's worth right around 2.3 million.
Okay.
There's a mortgage on each one of them, and I just looked the other day. The mortgage on one is at $400,000. The other one I just bought 3 years ago is at $700, like $730.
Okay.
So that was my primary. That was my primary interest, was to make sure that if I check out early, that my wife has the cash to either buy the home, buy the mortgages out, or B, not buy the mortgages out and sell the house, but it gives her then lots of options.
Okay, I see. All right. So is that you said 1.1 million in mortgages? 700 and 400?
Yeah, it's close. Okay. It's probably closer to one was actually, I think it was 390 something, and then the other one was, wish I could remember. Let's call it 750 because I can't remember.
Okay.
I looked it up, but I don't. So it's about 1.2, 1.1, somewhere in there.
Okay, that's a good ballpark. Okay, and then you have 1.5 in current insurance. So you would be paying off the mortgages and leaving her.
I wouldn't be doing anything. I'd be dead.
Well, yes, of course.
I'd be dead. So nope, I wouldn't be doing a thing.
You're funny. I like your humor.
Well, you gotta go through what I went through. You really, hey, the big things I sweat. The little things I don't. I really don't.
Yeah. I like that. You have a good outlook on life. What are you?
I
are
do.
You retired?
I do.
You still working?
Oh no, I'm still working. I own
Oh, yeah?
I own a grocery store. I just sold a chain of convenience indoor tanning stores.
Wow.
I own 12 of them, and I sold 8 of them to my general manager. I just finished that deal in January.
Okay. How did you get into the businesses?
I'm a third generation grocery store operator. I started working for my dad when I was 9 years old.
Oh wow. Is it like a mom and pop type of grocery store, or is it a
Oh no,
chain,
no. Have you heard of?
So your father was he just owned a few of them, and your grandfather did as well, and you just passed it on. I see.
Nope. I built my own 41 years ago. Yep.
Wow, that's amazing.
Not really. Just takes a lot of perseverance.
Absolutely. Throughout the different economic crisis we go through, and outliving all of them is the hardest part, right?
Yep.
Exactly. Okay, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. I do want to make sure I get you what you need. What we can do is I can submit some applications, see what you get approved for, and then I can let you know it takes about 1 to 5 business days on the instant approval products we have. We do have fully underwritten products, but with knowing your medical history, I wouldn't want you to submit a fully underwritten product, because if you get a denial on a fully underwritten product, you're basically not able to even apply for any other coverages at that point. It ruins your record. Does that make sense?
I think it already happened to me.
You already got a fully underwritten policy in the past?
I don't know if it was fully underwritten.
So that means they took blood work, they came out and took
Yes.
financial statements and everything. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a fully underwritten policy.
So what now if they ask me if I've ever been denied, I can't lie to them. I have been.
Right, of course.
And I'm going to tell you something. This was prior to me being diagnosed with cancer. The sad part about this, I think it was an agent screwed up.
It's very possible.
Because I never got a reason that they denied me.
Yeah,
they said it had to do with my blood work, which my blood work was actually normal back then. This was prior to 2019.
Oh, okay.
But I did get that $750,000 policy after I got rid of that agent.
Okay. All right. Well, good riddance there.
It's a shame too. He's a friend of mine, but he.
I'm sorry.
I think he screwed up. So anyway.
Possible. Yeah, I mean,
but you
sometimes
just full disclosure. If they ask me if you've ever been denied, I was denied once.
I'll definitely make sure I say that on the application. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Your friend that
all my health records right now. Well, I shouldn't say that, because in the middle of all this, what set this off to start with is I had an erratic heartbeat, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but eventually they did a CT scan, and they found that the tumor I had was the size of a hot dog on a bun.
Oh my God!
Underneath, it was good size, but what they thought at the time was that was causing the erratic heartbeat because it was laying right on top of the sac that surrounds your heart. I forgot what that's called. It's like the peluminium or something like that.
You probably know more than I do from what you've been through.
Long story short, turns out they're wrong. During the course of my treatments later in, I started treatment in July. In December or November, I think it was, my heart starts acting up again, and they do it's called a nuclear stress test, because when you're under chemotherapy, there's no way you could do a regular stress test. And they did it. They found that I had a blockage. So I completed the chemo, and in January of 22, they went in and did a angioplasty, and they found my circumflex was 70% blocked.
Oh my God!
Now the circumflex artery
well, that's not serious. My uncle just had one done. His was 95.
Whoa.
And his wasn't a circumflex. His was one of the arteries running to his body.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to get some water. I gotta
Yeah.
go here. Anyway, what the circumflex artery feeds the node in your heart, controls your heart rate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why my heart rate was, and I had all these crazy rhythms. And they kind of solved all the problems at one time. So now the problem with that is now, when you go through this, I am now considered a cardiovascular patient.
I see.
But now, aside from that one artery, they said everything's clean. I go in every year. I just went, matter of fact, this morning and did my once a year checkup. My blood work's fine. My blood pressure's fine. They did an EKG. Said, we'll see you next July. So I made my appointment for 2025. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But it's going to be another one of these where you're going to have a hard time getting me right now. If I ever can buy life insurance again.
Well, the way the simplified issue products work, they don't require any blood work. They just go off of your medical record that's on file from the Medical Information Bureau. So we'll just run that. It checks your prescription history. If it doesn't see anything cancer related in the last 2 years, there's a lot more options there. I do have some that, basically what we'll do, you just tell me what a good budget is that you're comfortable with, and then I'll tell you how much life insurance we can get you approved for. I'll get you approved for as much as I can with the budget that you give me.
Huh. Well, I don't know what whole life costs. So how's that?
Well, that's what I'll find out, because it's really going to depend on what level. There's preferred, there's modified, and of course there's graded. I'm not going to get you anything graded. We'll only get the things that are day one. And then I'll let you know how much coverage you get approved for. And we can date it out. I'll date out the applications, to the first of the month. That way, if you don't want to move forward with them, we can just withdraw the applications after they get approved. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be shocked if you get this approved. Nobody else has so far. But I am 2 years now, so.
Okay. So.
I've been shocked. Oh, by the way, I've been shocked before.
Okay.
I've been shocked before. And I like Tampa, by the way. I live in West Palm Beach. I don't know if your junior underwriter told you. I live down in West Palm, and I deal with a company up there. It's called. They're a manufacturer of skincare products, and they make tanning lotion.
Right, because you do the tanning salons. That makes sense.
Yeah, I still kept 3 of these. I kept 4, and then one of them we lost the lease because of they built an apartment building where we're currently at, where we were at.
Okay.
So that happens, and we kind of saw that one coming.
Right.
We got on month to month about 3 years earlier because the store was kind of like, we'll keep it running as long as it's going, and indoor tanning's a tough gig.
I bet, but West Palm Beach, that's like the headquarters of the people that need that, right?
No, we don't do business in West Palm Beach. We're in Wisconsin.
Oh, really? Oh, you're in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's where I am right now. I have my second home's up here. This is where I'm born and raised up here.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess there's probably an equal need up north too, because people don't really go outside much, right?
People go outside. I don't know what you. Now I'm a Florida guy now. And it's funny too. The people here in Wisconsin think that the people in Florida spend the whole summer indoors.
Oh, so we have like opposite viewpoints of each other. That's so funny,
isn't it?
As I figure, it's up north, it gets cold up there, and then down here they think we all stay inside because it's too hot and we stay in the AC, right?
All right, you're familiar. That's exactly what it is. You're familiar with the Green Bay Packers, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I'm at a. I think it was a playoff game because it's. It might not have been. It might have been first time that the Dallas Cowboys came to Green Bay in a number of years. This is some 20 years ago. And the temperature at kickoff was right around 5 degrees, somewhere in there.
Oh, my God. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you're thinking, nobody goes outside. So 2 guys bought tickets from North Dakota. They came down to the game. They were sitting next to me. I'll never forget this. And they're down there, and the stadium's going crazy because Green Bay is just beating the snot out of the Dallas Cowboys. Like I said, this is back when when they were getting their butts kicked by him, and right after Troy Aikman had gotten a couple Super Bowls, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if Aikman was the quarterback. He may or may not have been. Long time ago. But here's what I remember. The temperature is 5 degrees. It's sunny, so it's a nice day.
Oh.
The wind isn't bad. Okay? The two guys next to me from North Dakota, they came with their insulated coverall. You've probably never seen one or heard of it, but it's a big thing that's, you know, people wear them to stay warm. At halftime, they opened the tops off and sat on them because they were too warm.
Well, those guys are from North Dakota. They
don't know any better.
Yeah.
It was so funny. So I'm laughing, and it was hilarious because you're looking, going, it's 5 degrees, and you've seen it on TV. Guys take their shirts off in the, you know, in the 0 degree weather. These guys weren't that. They were just too warm. They were just too warm, so they took the tops of their insulated coverall off, and they roll them underneath and they sit on it, you know, so it's out of their way. And they're sitting there in their flannel shirts. I'm laughing, going, yep. There are some people talk in the South about, how do you stand the cold? And people up here, I mean, my grocery store manager up here, he can't stand it when it gets over 70. He goes crazy.
Oh my God, he would die up here. I mean, down here.
He died down there.
Oh my God. So what do you guys have down in West Palm Beach then?
A house.
Oh, a house. Okay, but no businesses in Florida, just all up in Wisconsin. Oh, okay.
But I spend about 9 months a year down there.
Okay.
I'm here from around the middle of June till the middle of September.
Okay.
Then I come back at Christmas time. My mother's alive. My wife's mother's alive.
Wow.
So we come up a couple weeks.
I have 2 date of births on here. Which one is yours? This or the?
Is my wife.
That's your wife. Okay. So that makes you how old? Okay.
And I got my first Social Security check. I think it was in May or June. I can't remember.
Oh, well, that's fun. We like government money, right?
Well, it's just, you know, I'm kind of stupid not to take it. Remember, I got a health issue. You got to live 14 years past your 70th birthday to make it make sense not to take it.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
You'll find that out someday. That's the way the tables are set up.
Hopefully they keep Social Security by then.
Well, you know what? I said that my whole life, and it's still here.
Really?
And our government's broke. Yeah.
The government is broke. Very broke. So hey, I didn't even give you my full name or my national producer number, so I'll have you write that down. Do you have a pen and paper? I am required to give that to you.
Sure. Can you send it to me on an email?
Yeah, I can do that too. What's the email to send that to?
At Gmail.
Okay. All right. Since you're not looking at it right now, I am required to just verbally tell you my license number. You can just confirm that you've heard it. Okay. My license number is 210-191-79.
I bet you know that like your Social Security number.
I do. I'm not reading it out. It's in my head.
Yeah, that's right. Because you got to tell everybody you know it like your Social Security number. You have to.
Yeah, it is. It's essentially our Social Security number as an insurance agent. So you're spot on. Okay. So then I just need to confirm a few other things. Are you a smoker?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. And then what's your height and weight? Okay. And right. And no criminal background, right? I'm assuming no.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, perfect. And then I'm going to get to work here for you, find what options we have. What is did you think about what budget you would kind of want me to look for?
Well, I guess, I'm spending $6,000 for a $500,000 policy.
Mm-hmm.
I'd spend $10,000 for $1 million policy. I mean, because then if it was a whole life, then I wouldn't have to worry about it. Then you got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So whole life. I mean, that's insane that you're spending $6,000 right now. I know for sure. I mean, I can get you enough coverage for everything more than what If Royal Neighbors, they do up to $5 million in coverage, and I know it doesn't go up to $10,000. That's crazy.
Well, it is,
I'll
but
look,
you know, everything's got crazy since I got.
Yeah. I will look. I'll look for options, up to 5 because I don't even think we need more than that.
Okay.
And then I'll get back.
But what
to
I
you
do
on
is
that.
I start replacing these policies because
Exactly.
they're all going to do this to me eventually because they're all
Right. Yeah, just get all whole life. It's going to be cheaper than these terms. These terms are ridiculously
Well, they're
expensive.
they're going to be really expensive now. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it is what it is.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start checking out the boxes here. 1 second for the application. What I'll do is I'm not going to do it all on the phone right now because there's a ton of carries I need to do. What I'll do is I'll just take the information down and then I'll.
Yeah, just you got my email. Just whatever you need, keep me informed. Let me know.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm
it's
still
gonna
be shocked. You think you got faith in this, but I've been shocked before. So
okay. So for the applications, what they do is I'm basically submitting it as if you want it, but we can always withdraw it if you don't. I'm gonna draft them out to start on the 1st, so that way you have time to figure out if you want to cancel the other ones. You have time to move everything around if you get approved. But in order to submit the applications, they do require social and the banking. Are you going to be using a checking or savings?
yeah. You really think I'm going to give you my? I just got my checking account hacked because my wife did a real screw up. You really think I'm going to give you my banking information over the phone to a guy who tells me he's an insurance broker? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no,
You're
I
not.
understand.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm telling you right now.
I just finished. Not even finished.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I completed, and I'm not sure all of these because my wife did this to me back in May, early June.
Do you have an iPhone?
No.
No. Okay.
Then,
how about you have a computer where we can hop on a Zoom call?
Yeah. Why?
Okay. I'll send you a link to my Zoom, my personal Zoom room, and we can hop on a Zoom, and I'll show you all my credentials on there. Because I'm with you. I wouldn't give my info to any stranger on the phone either.
You sound like a really nice guy. Your young guy was pretty junior. I could tell. He's pretty new.
Yeah, he is brand new.
Yeah. I get it. Everybody starts somewhere. I got no complaint with that.
Yeah. So, if you want now, if you have any extra time now, we can hop on the Zoom now. If you want to schedule another time to hop on the Zoom, that's fine. In order to submit the applications, I do have to submit them with, full intent, what banking you'll be using. They'll need your social to look at your medical report. Like I said, they run it with the Medical Information Bureau.
I don't care about my social because that's out there. AT&T shared that sucker with the world.
Really? Really? I usually have the most trouble with people on their social because they're really, they're really secure with their social.
I use LifeLock, so I've never had a problem.
Okay. And then, banking is the easiest because, banking, the routing account is on a check that you give to strangers. So that's
Isn't that the truth? I just told my banker that. I said, you guys make such a big deal about not disclosing bank information. I said, as soon as I send somebody a check, they got my banking information. It's right there.
Exactly. Yeah. What was the problem you had? You said you were hacked?
No. My wife got convinced by some guy that she thought was from PayPal that's told her that we had to get the money back in her account. So she loads a software on her phone.
Oh, gosh.
And then she opens not just one, but 2 different banks' accounts. So I've had the same checking account. Now, mind you, this bank has been bought out and changed. You know how that works, for 45 years. And now I got to change everything.
That's annoying. Did you just finish doing all that?
Right. Yeah, well, the old account's still open, but it's on a lockdown. So stuff comes in and they'll call me and then I move it to the new account. It's just in the ass.
Okay. I see. Well, I just sent over, are you at your computer? I just sent over the email with my link to the Zoom on there. We can hop on there.
I am not.
Oh, you're not.
I am not in front of my computer, as a matter of fact, no.
Okay. Did you want to schedule another time, or are you going to go into?
I will. But you're running me out right now, so let me take a quick look.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning would work.
Tomorrow morning. Okay.
That work for you?
Yeah. Let me check my calendar. I do have a 9 a.m. already. Would a 10 a.m. work for you? Or is that too late?
10 a.m. Central or Eastern?
Eastern.
So that's 9 a.m. here. Yeah, it would.
Oh, right. You're in Wisconsin, right? Yeah, that would be 9 a.m.
I'm on Central time here.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, that would be 9 a.m. That works for you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I will schedule that out for you. And then, yeah, that link will be on your email, so we'll just meet on there tomorrow morning. Okay?
All right. That is, let's see. Oh, God darn it. You said 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Eastern, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it in.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure talking with you today, and it was nice meeting you. And
Take care.
I'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Story of like how you were able to get into this industry.
To go like to the beginning, I didn't know anything about sales a little over a year ago. So I decided to get into door-to-door to work on that skill. I felt like that was a skill set I was missing that I needed to work on. And I figured door-to-door would be the best way to develop that skill. And so I spent a good year in door-to-door. I got stories, man, I could tell you. I'm really confrontational on the doors and really aggressive. So I ended up getting my fair share of stories out of that. So eventually I had to get out of it because of that. The last thing that happened to me, some dude attacked me with a shovel and I blocked it with my hand, and it was not pretty. I still have a scar here from it. But after that, I had seen one of my guys that I did solar with, jump into here to do life insurance, and he did amazing his first month, better than I had ever done in solar, and I was always selling more solar than him, so I had to come in and give it a shot myself and see how I would do. I figured I could definitely do more if he did more. So, and then I did. I came and tested it out, did better my first month than I ever did in solar. And from there I was like, yeah, this is it. I'm not even going to try to do both. I'm just going to do this and focus on this and, build a team here instead of, I was starting to build a team in solar at that point already. And I just totally dropped that and fully transitioned here. And I love it. I love every aspect about it. I love how we get paid directly by the carriers instead of waiting on solar installers and depending on, install teams to install solar and all those issues that come about with that. And then, the installer is not paying you out, and just so many problems I had with that industry that are solved here now. Yeah, on the door, you have to be super, super quick and still act calm and collected. So on the inside, you might be like, fire going off, but you have to look very calm and professional on the outside. And that's something you have to master on the doors.
When I hear you on the phones, you're very calm, very smooth.
You could say anything to me. You could say anything to me, and I'm going to act level. You could tell me, someone passed away in your family. You could tell me you inherited $2 billion. I'm going to act the same way either way and not act, surprised. Because when someone senses your emotion changing, they can tell that you're not that professional as you may seem to be, or you're not as confident in your ability if something is throwing you off, and they can sense that.
So in the beginning, what did you suck at? Like, what was this guy, Colin mentioned that he had struggles with the underwriting, the logistics of it. What did you suck at?
I had a lot to work on coming from solar. I was strictly setting appointments because I was not good at closing deals in solar. And the main reason I wasn't good at closing deals is because I didn't have the reps, the opportunities to keep practicing it. Because you would spend all day knocking doors, maybe get 1 or 2 appointments, And I didn't want to waste those opportunities. I wanted to send them to a closer to actually get them closed. I didn't want to waste those opportunities practicing myself. So when I came into life insurance and I'm setting 10, 12 appointments a day, that's when I really got to develop my closing skill. And actually, closing is, it's a lot of trust. Setting appointments like, I'll agree to meet up with your guy. But when you're actually closing, they have to trust you with their banking information, their social security numbers, their driver's license, all the personal information. That's a whole other level of development I had to work on when I got into this industry.
What is it? What's the skill of closing that? Because whenever I hear you on the phone, it sounds like I'm speaking to a doctor. That's how you sound. It sounds like when you're going through the MIB report, it sounds like I'm speaking to an actual doctor. So how did you feel like? Is that what the sauce? Is that the sauce that you found? Is to approach it like that?
Well, yeah. When you can demonstrate that you know what you're talking about, and you can demonstrate that you're a professional, that's a big way of building trust. Absolutely. So when they're telling me a certain condition that they have, and I already can guess what medication they're taking for it, that immediately is giving me brownie points for them. They're like, oh, well, this guy must know what he's doing because he knows exactly the medication they take already, And that's just something that comes with time. You start to learn all the medications. It's pretty repetitive, actually. Blood pressure, lisinopril, thyroid, levothyroxine, just to name a few. There's diabetes, Jardiance, metformin, Ozempic. It's not that hard.
Right, but it's just coming into the industry, what do you feel like you need to work on?
Shoot, I'm a student of the game. I'm always looking to learn new things, and we have some amazing people here. Whenever I come out to Chicago, I'm here. I'm a student, and I'm here and I'm absorbing things like it's my first week. I have my lid on my brain wide open.
Just what did you learn?
This feels like one of those sport panels, after the game.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I admire about you is even last night, you were dialing in bed Hawaii.
Yeah.
And it's just I see that's from every top performer here, you're treating me as
it's a job. I treat it like it's a job.
Yeah.
And I'm my own boss, so no one's going to tell me when I need to work, so I have to tell myself when I have to work, so that way I never have to have a situation where someone's telling me what to do. That just motivates me enough that, if you don't want anyone to telling you what to do, you better tell yourself what to do and fulfill what you tell yourself you're going to do. Be respectful to yourself. If you tell yourself you're going to do something, do it. Because that's how you keep your self-worth and your self-confidence, is when you fulfill on your own things that you set for yourself. Yeah, getting into door-to-door was a huge self-development journey for me. It's really a communication development. You're becoming a better communicator. Being behind the camera for so many years, and of course I had that one-on-one conversation with my clients, but it's not so much you're selling those people. At that point, they're already sold. You're just delivering a service. So I never really had to have a sales skill in the past. I always relied on other people to bring me clients or have referrals, and I was just done with it. I had a business partner I was relying on to bring all the business to me, and I said, I'm sick of this. I need to have that talent in my own. I need to have that ability on my own. I can't rely on people for sales anymore. It was my biggest crutch. So I just dove in and developed that communication skill that I was lacking. Starting with setting the appointments, and then came into life insurance and worked on the closing. I could probably get back into solar and do closing now more confidently, but not that I'm going to. There's still all those issues with that industry. So.
Also too, just to spin off that, I see that you are more balanced and more relaxed. And what do you feel that has driven that?
Oh, just all the rejection and all the, it stacks over time. Nothing phases you anymore.
Yeah.
When people curse you off, people, waste your time, 2 hours of your time, and that can make you really mad. But at a certain point, it's there's not much
I haven't seen at this point that bothers me anymore. I just shake it off and I act fresh and brand new for every person I talk to. Because if you bring that contempt or anger to the next client, you're setting yourself up for failure. So you've got to keep your head up. It's the same thing on the doors too. If someone yelled at me on a door and I bring it to the next door, they're going to tell. So you have to have that internal voice that's keeping you up. Have that abundance inside of you that people can feel that positivity coming from you. And it's all about that self-talk.
What's been like your consistent month, like cap that you're like?
My minimum?
Yeah, your minimum, yeah.
20K.
20K.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, that's a lot of money for a lot of people.
Right.
So break that down to me. Like, what allows you
easy.
to consistently hit it?
It's an easy answer. I'm trying to get an 80K month. Always. That's my goal. In solar, that was my goal. I just didn't have the right tools with the product, with myself. But I'm always going to take the blame on my own. I don't like to blame anything but myself. I will take the blame 100% on me for not being able to hit an 80K month when I was in solar. But still, now I'm still working on that. And I'm shooting for an 80K month. That's why if I fall short, I'm always at least at 20K. It comes down to how big your goal is. It's like the 10X rule with, Grant Cardone. He says, set a goal 10X higher than you would normally think. That way, if you fall short, you're already, 2 or 3X higher than you would have thought, So that's how I think.
So what do you do to maintain? Like, what's your day-to-day look like? What's Ben's Monday through Friday, Monday through Saturday?
Well, I think Gabe went over that earlier. It's just always waking up, or was it Cal? But always waking up thinking you're broke. Always resetting your bank account at zero every day. Even if you did close a $50,000 deal the day before, it's like nothing. They can be taken away from you any moment, Something can happen in your life that can change everything, and at any moment, every day we wake up is a blessing. And, there's no excuse to slack off any day ever, because we're so blessed to even be able to have this opportunity. And it's not even about me, it's about the families out there that there aren't enough agents in this country to serve all the demand we have. And it's my duty as a life insurance agent to serve these families that are looking for coverage that just haven't come across the right agent yet to properly serve them. So, even if my bank account's looking good, it's not even about that anymore. It's the families that need someone that's coherent enough to explain how this works and help them understand that they need it. There's not a lot of people that can do that.
What's a memorable story from a client that you had that touched you?
Oh yeah, I had some. I deal with a lot of my clients. I don't know why it's such a weird. What's the word? It's something that repeats. It's like very consistent. Something that consistently I see is it's somebody that has like disabled children, or those are that's always a sale somehow. Like they are just the most empathic clients that I have that see the most need for it, because they have people that rely on them. Those people they're always like super impacted and super grateful when I can get them this coverage, because if something happens to them, their kids are super reliant on them. They're not just a normal situation where they're just normal kids that have their own jobs. These are kids that they're like grown adults. They're adult children essentially that need that extra care, and those clients are always my favorite because I'm able to help them the most.
Everything's going great financially. I actually want to upgrade coverage. At that point, we can always do it. So now on the flip side, if you're like, hey, Dustin, Ben, things aren't doing the best financially, medications, some of them might have to get back onto it or whatever, then we'll just lower the coverage at that point. We can always do that, okay? So before I go into the pricing, our job, like I said, is no matter what, that you are put in the best position financially first. So just understand that before we go into them, okay? I understand that. Cool. So The first one, this is the one that I think is more of a non-negotiable, just given your situation. So I know you told Ben that you guys owed like 71. The file had you guys owing 61,750. Is that accurate, or is the 71 accurate? You think 71's more accurate?
But we paid 9 cents. Alright, well, my better half says 71.
Okay. Just because at the beginning of the call you told me about percentages and the last guy didn't know them. I don't want to be that guy. So, this one's going to be with Circa. This one, I'm going to have you write down the benefits. So tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, so the correct spelling is C-I-C-A, and it's actually called SICA.
Okay.
So this one's going to be a whole life policy. So it's permanent coverage, meaning if you die, it's going to pay out, it's guaranteed. So not if, but when. The second thing is that it's level coverage, meaning that the premium that you would pay this month would be the premium that you would pay until you passed. So it's never going to increase on you.
Premium doesn't change.
Yep. And then the last thing, and the most important thing about this one, and why I tell you to prioritize it, is that it's true day one coverage, meaning when we get you approved for this one, if you passed away tomorrow, your lucky misses over there would get $20,000 deposited, via check, within the week of us getting it and reporting the death certificate. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So that one, let me know when you're ready to write down the pricing. That would be $111. And then I want you to write down the coverage, which would be $20,000.
So $111 a month?
Correct. So that would be 28% of what you have left on that loan. And that's the one that bare minimum, before we hop off the call, just from talking with you, is the one that we should submit before anything. Okay? Let me know when you're ready for the other ones, because I told you we'll Frankenstein this thing for you.
What are you thinking?
So let's not make the decisions yet till I have all the options with you guys, so that way we can make a real educated decision with all the information, okay?
Alright.
Okay. So these next two, they're gonna be guaranteed policies, meaning that they'll accept you. Now the benefits of that is that we know that they're gonna approve you. And then it is permanent coverage. And then the last thing is that it's level coverage, meaning the price will never go up. The only drawback to this one is just that there's a 2-year, what they call a waiting period. So what that means, Thomas, is that if you pass away tomorrow or in 6 months, your wife, she would get the premium plus 10%. So whatever she paid or you paid in that policy, plus 10%.
And it's SOL.
Correct. So think of it as like a secured savings account that's going to guarantee 10% profits. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So for these two, there would be two separate ones. The first one would be $25,000 in coverage. And then that would be $199.87.
Okay, I got that.
And then the second one would be $10,000 in coverage. And that would be $139. And now, I don't think, if you want me to be honest with you, I haven't gone through your guys' bills with you guys, but based on your medications, I'm sure you pay a pretty penny to those.
Well, it's not going to work.
Yeah. So,
You won't be able to afford it.
yes, sir. So, here's what all of my clients do in your guys' situation. Has anyone walked you through what an equity protection looks like?
No.
Okay. So as you could tell, if we tried to cover the full mortgage, it would essentially be like paying a whole nother mortgage payment. So none of my clients actually do that in your situation. Just what all of my clients do is they just put together an equity protection plan, which is a much more practical and affordable way to protecting the mortgage.
What's that?
So this is going to look a little bit different for every client, so I want to figure that out with you and Mrs. What was her name, by the way?
Sue.
You said Sue?
Yeah, S-U-E.
Okay. Same last name or different?
Different for you.
Okay. Would you spell that for me? That way I make sure it's correct.
D-R-D-U-E.
Cool.
I said D-R.
Now, do you remember just about roughly how many, or what the mortgage payment is? Or does Sue?
It's 601.
601. Sweet. Cool. And then if you guys were to sell the home tomorrow, how much do you think it would be worth? Like, how much do you think you'd get from it?
Oh, my. What? You think 10,000? Yeah, we have solar out there, so.
Oh, let's go. Me and Ben also know our way around solar. So, cool. So about 90K.
Yeah.
Sweet. So it looks like you guys have about 20K in equity, huh?
I don't know.
Well, 71 or 90 minus 71 is close to it.
Yeah.
But would you guys say this is a forever home for you guys?
Yeah, I will be.
Okay.
No.
Perfect.
Well, no.
Okay. And then do you guys pay anything extra towards the mortgage?
No.
Okay.
You make these solar payments.
Cool. How much do you guys pay on your solar?
206.
Okay.
No, it's 202.
202. Do you guys have Lakeland Electric over there? Duke, Tico? Anyways, cool. So here's what we can do. When Sue, like if something happens to you yesterday, right? Would the home be going to Sue?
Yeah, they went to her.
Okay, cool. Now, I know these questions probably sound redundant, so just bear with me. I promise we're going somewhere. Now, would Sue be planning on keeping the home, or would she be planning on selling the home?
Keep it.
Okay, cool. And then, I mean, for you guys, like, really the most amount of insurance you need would really be, if you're planning on keeping it, what a lot of our clients do is just anywhere from 1 to 3 years of your mortgage payments paid for. That way it allows you guys, you know, Miss Sue, time to really like mourn, grief, recover, and figure out in a financial situation how to move forward in a healthy manner when that time does come that you do pass.
Okay.
Okay. So, excuse me. So what we can do is just kind of put in a perspective for you guys. Is that 20,000 with Sika? What that will cover. I'm just doing math for you so I don't misspeak. Would cover 2 years plus plus 9 months. So it would be just about 3 years that it would cover the mortgage payments completely paid for. That way Sue doesn't have to worry about anything but just making sure that she is okay mentally. Because just from talking with you, I know that you're a light and that she loves you very much. Or else she would have definitely screamed me off the phone 3 hours ago.
No comment.
Exactly, right? Now, what a lot of my clients do in your guys' situation is they do more of what we call his and hers. And what that means is usually clients have one that's pretty healthy and the other one that, you know, there's just medical things that were listed, like yourself. Doesn't mean you don't live your life or anything like that. It just means that medically, just like you told me at the beginning, insurance companies don't really like you, right? So what those families do,
I know so much.
what those families do, like yourself, is they really put together just about 3 or so years of their mortgage paid for with the husband that has like the medical issues. And then what they do is they put together more of a plan where if something happens to the wife, that the husband gets something as well. And usually that, because they're female, insurance companies, they live longer, so it ends up being less of a liability, which means it's cheaper.
I understand that.
So here's what I'm gonna do is, just to kind of show you an option, give me about 2 minutes or so, just to kind of show you what 1 year's and 2 year would look like worth of mortgage payments, just for you. And let's focus on you first, see what makes the most sense. And then after that, we'll look at what it looks like for Sue, okay? Does that sound fair?
Fair.
Cool. I'll be right back. Could you do
7,000?
I know you're
I know,
You're fine. 40.
40 what?
21. 80, 41.
All right, Thomas, you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Still got that pen and paper handy, right? Do me a favor and flip over the paper, Thomas.
Already done that.
Perfect. And I want you to write 1 year of mortgage payments. And that's going to be $7,212 in coverage. And that's going to cover 1 year of your mortgage payments. And that's only going to be $40.21. Let me know when you have that written down.
Okay.
And then I want you to write down 2 years of mortgage payments. And that's going to be $14,424 worth of coverage. And that's only going to be $80.41.
Okay.
And then we'll have you rewrite it down so it's in the same spot. 2 years and 9 months worth of mortgage payments, which is going to be roughly $20,000 in coverage, and that's only going to be $111. Now, out of those 3 options, you let me know what's comfortable, affordable, but more importantly, practical for you and your situation.
Hang out with you, Friday. Okay, first year, $212. And your mortgage monthly payment for the insurance for $40.21 a month for 1 year. For 2 years, the $14,424 of mortgage payment, okay, and the monthly payment for the insurance is $80.31 per month. For 2 years and 9 months, $20,000 is $111.
This is so much easier than the doors.
You're really good.
Thanks, dude. I watched a lot of your trainings.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, cool.
Probably. I don't know.
I love it.
That little thing.
How long did you do the doors for?
Started Vivint 2019, 2020.
You're fat. You got your years put in there.
Oh yeah, I sucked starting out, dude. 6.5 weeks, knocking.
Wow.
Not a single sale.
What a story.
From like 1 p.m. to like usually 10 or 11. People hated being in my car group.
I'm still on.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, we're going to say no to all of it at the moment. Because our financial situation, we just really can't squeeze any more out.
Okay.
You've done everything you can and then some. I highly appreciate that with unbelievable satisfaction what you both have done for us. But at the moment, our financial situation, we just can't squeeze any more out of 2 pennies at the moment.
Okay. I can understand that part. And Thomas, I don't want to take up too much more time.
No. I understand what you have done and everything. And we're gonna do the Russian roulette on our side. And I'm gonna say if I can last another 20 years.
Fair enough. Let me ask you, do you already have something put in place for when you do pass to make sure that that burial and all of the cost is paid for?
Oh, she's got life insurance on herself at the moment.
Okay.
Something on me. So we are covering that side of the world.
Okay.
But I understand what you are saying and concerned with, but that base has been covered. But we just can't squeeze any more change out of our pockets at the moment. And everything you've done for us and gave us options, you have done farther than anyone else has ever done for us. And I appreciate it with a highly big thank you. And you keep up the good work, and you tell your partner over there you've done a fantastic job too. So,
Thomas, I appreciate the praise. The reason why I ask, and I hear your words, is mainly because, like I said, we're a brokerage. We're operating with 35 carriers, we've already been here this long. What I'd love to do for you, just so that you guys know you have the best coverage out for what you currently have, is not right now, but when you have your policies, just find out the coverage and how much you pay, and then we'll just shop her rates, and by her I mean Sue, and make sure she has the absolute best coverage for the fairest rate, because like you said, you can't squeeze any more out of 2 pennies. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, well, for her coverage, she got it 15, 20 years ago, and it's been the same rate ever since.
Okay.
Whole term and everything. She makes sure she got the best deal.
Okay. Perfect. Now we also do health.
Yeah, but we're gonna pass on it.
Okay.
And I know. You did a fantastic job.
So I appreciate that, Thomas, but let me ask you, I know you mentioned, you said that Sue had term coverage, right?
I understand what you're trying. I understand, but I've got to get going. They pay full benefits. It's all taken care of.
Okay.
She's a whiz.
Well,
a wizard.
I asked that because that should be expiring soon, no? If you guys had it 15, 20 years.
She's on top of it. She pays every month, stays on top of it, and it's continuous.
Well, do you know what term means, Sue or Thomas?
Yes, I know what terms mean. It has a beginning and an ending.
Yeah. And if you got it 15, 20 years ago, the longest term you can get is 30 years. I've been doing this for a while now. The longest you can get is 30 years. Trust me, I wouldn't have been on the phone for 3 hours with you guys if I didn't care. This isn't coming from a place of greed. It's coming from a place of love.
I understand, but she says it's still going, it's going strong, and I cannot go against her, and I will not.
Of course not. Absolutely.
Hey, and thank you for everything.
Of course. Thomas, we'll be in touch. You have a blessed one.
We tried everything.
Fuck, dude, we tried everything.
You did great.
Fuck that guy.
That was amazing, bro. Great control, great speed.
So before I got into life insurance, I came from door-to-door sales where I was selling roofs in Michigan. And so when I was selling roofs back in Michigan, that's where I came from. It was the first time in my life where I felt like I actually was making the kind of money that I wanted to make. And so it was kind of crazy looking back at it at the time to have such a successful year, the year prior, and then totally drop everything just almost immediately to join this industry. So the reason I did that is I just saw so much upside, so much potential, not only like within the next few years, but I saw like just an exponential path in this industry. And I knew that it would be a little bit more difficult than what I was previously doing. But I think, you know, the more challenging it is and the more that you have to kind of go through and learn, the greater the reward is going to be at the end. So I just looked at this a couple years down the road, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years down the road. And I just saw so much longevity in this career as opposed to what I was doing, knocking on doors, selling roofs. I think it all comes down to belief in what you're actually selling people. So when I was selling roofs, we did insurance claims. So, go out after the storms, help homeowners, get those roofs covered after, they experienced loss or damage to their property. And that was very, very easy for me because I knew what we were doing was so beneficial to the homeowners. And so I knew what we were offering them compared to what we were getting in return. Just didn't compare. So it was very easy for me to do that. And obviously you still face objections, but the whole point of it is when you believe in what you're actually offering the clients, the objections do not get to you as much. And so the transition then to life insurance, and understanding that the people that we are serving and helping have actually reached out in some form or another to us to get some information on some type of protection that they're looking for. So as you go through, the one thing is when you're on the phones, you're going to talk to a lot more people. So you're probably going to hear a lot more objections because you're just going to have more conversations. But when I know that the belief in what we're doing is so much more beneficial for the client than anything that we're going to get paid, it really does not matter to me what a client has to say, because I know that I'm putting their family in the best position. And it doesn't matter how they feel about me, what they think about me, what they say to me. I know at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, they're going to be in a much better position after talking to me than if we never spoke at all. And so that's the biggest thing. So I guess fortunately for me, I haven't had my first claim yet. Obviously, there's stories that we hear from agents every single day who are, paying out these death claims, or whether it's on the living benefits, and you truly do see the value in it and how much it's kind of almost just changed the path of some of these families' just financial lives. But I can also tell you situations on the flip side, which is actually more unfortunate, where someone will request this information. I try to get a hold of them. And then finally I get a hold of them, and it's like, oh, my husband passed away. Sometimes, I remember one, it was like a month ago. One of them was like a week ago. I had one lady who sent in a request, and I could never get a hold of her. And finally I got a hold of her, and she's like, no, I was just diagnosed with cancer. And I asked her when, and she said it was a month ago. Knowing that she sent this request in over 3 months ago, and I tried to get a hold of her, And so, you just can't take anything for granted. One, you never know when anything could happen to you, or, we all know stories of people in our lives that either passed away or had some type of major illness when, you would never think that would happen to someone like that. So I've had those stories on the flip side, and it just goes to show you just how important this actually is, regardless of who you are or what situation you're in. It's always better to be protected before something happens.
And for a new agent that doesn't know, what does that mean if they just got cancer in terms of qualifying for life insurance?
If you're diagnosed with some type of major illness, like a cancer, the chances of getting the coverage that you want or that your family would need just totally just slims down to almost nothing. Right, because the insurance companies aren't going to, insure you for thousands and thousands of dollars if you're a risk, a health risk, and cancer is a risk. So it just severely cuts their chances of getting the benefit that they want for their family. Oh yeah, and I've had, that's the other thing too, is like almost every phone call I get after I help a family, they're just so grateful. They're so thankful. I've had phone calls, and keep in mind, these are like my first time talking to these clients, and they're sharing stories with me about how important this is, and they're on the phone with me, they're crying on the other end of the line, and quite frankly, I've truly no idea who these people are other than the 10, 15, 20 minutes that we spent together, but it shows you, one, how important that this is, and then also how important that this is for them. And that's also kind of back to what you asked earlier about what kind of helps me get through the objections, is stuff like that, knowing just how important it is, and knowing that, maybe someone's having a bad day, maybe I called them at the wrong time, and maybe they want to let some anger out or whatever it is over the phone, but just knowing that, the next call or the next call, doesn't matter, is going to be that family that truly is waiting for this. The biggest thing I can say is getting around other top producers, top performers, and people who have that same outlook on this industry that I did, who understand how important it is, who understand that, we're not just here to make money, but the impact that we have on the clients that we serve and the agents that we help is much greater than any commission that we could receive. And so when you really shift that perspective and you're just grateful to be in a position like that, like you kind of put the money aside and you just understand that, we're just doing our job. So, our job is to reach out to these people. Our job is to help them with the information that they requested. And so one thing that's just helped me, even stay here for 2 years, because a lot of people, don't even make it 1 year. The turnover rate in life insurance is very high. So it's around 90 to 95% of agents drop off within the first year. And so the reason I feel like I was able to make it 2 years is, one, I just knew how important this would be for my future. Like I said, I had the long-term vision. So there really was no option to quit. But on top of that, just understanding how important it is and how blessed we are to have an opportunity like this.
How has this changed your life?
It's changed my life in a lot of ways. It's given me so much freedom to where, not just like financially where I'm in a better place, but time, and truthfully, like I think work and career is like something that a lot of people spend so much time on and they focus on so much, but so many people just do not like their current situation, whether it's like, where they work or the industry that they're in or the amount that they get paid. So many people are just unsatisfied with their job. That's why, I feel like you see a lot of people when Monday rolls around, they're not too happy because they got to go back to work. Or when Friday rolls around, they're very happy because it's finally time to leave work. Where, we're here on a Sunday filming this, and it's just such a blessing because I feel like every time that I get to work, it doesn't feel like work. I don't check a clock. I don't have a time frame where I feel like I need to be home by, just because I enjoy what I'm actually doing. And so that alone, like the peace that it's given me, just like the happiness that it's given me to like not have to stress about that, is everything. And that's part of the reason why it's changed my life so much. Is it's also made me more peaceful in other areas of my life because I'm just very very happy with where I'm at, and I'm very happy with the opportunity here and what we get to do. And I would say it just all trickles over to every area of my life.
Another question I had to ask, kind of piggybacking off your experience for 2 years. What is the most common thing you see agents do that makes them quit? Like what is the common denial? Is it lack of dials? Is it just lack of confidence? Like lack of correction? Like they can't take the correction? Or what do you see like to make someone not be part of that 95 to 80%?
Yeah, it's a mix of all of those. I think it all comes back to just one is like their belief in themselves, and on top of that, just when you look at the overall structure of what we're doing here, you work for yourself, like you set your own schedule, your earnings are uncapped, so you determine how much you get paid, and that's strictly based on the work ethic and the coachability, like how much are you going to learn, because the more you learn, the more opportunities you have to make more and more money. So I think what a lot of people do is they're not coachable, but two is like one of the main things is they don't have that belief, or they don't have that discipline to figure this thing out, especially when you are full commission. It's not what most people are used to. Most people are used to a guaranteed paycheck based on how many hours they work. But when you don't get paid hourly and you strictly get paid on your skill level and how much time you put into your craft, it weeds a lot of people out because there is another step or another level that they have to continue to progress to. And they simply just give up on it. Maybe the emotional toll is too much.
So what's your day-to-day schedule look like?
So day-to-day, so wake up around 6, hit the gym. I go to work. I'm pretty much at work by 8, working up until like lunch. I'll take a lunch, and then I'm working until about 6:30, or depending on the day, sometimes I'm there until 7 or 8. it just depends. Like I said, it's kind of flexible, which is such a beautiful thing. And then I'm back at home, pretty much ready to do it the next day. So it's really not like a crazy schedule. It's kind of typical to what most people have in like a corporate setting. But the one thing I love about my schedule is I dictate that, and I don't, report to a boss or anything like that. And so it alleviates a ton of pressure on me.
Up to looks like 70% of the total face amount while you're alive. Okay. Obviously, you would pay, obviously the full 110,000 in the event of the passing. So, what that comes out to cover you for the full 110,000, where the rates will never go up and the coverage will never go down. This is going to stick with you until you pay off the loan. It comes out to about $52 a month. Never changes on you. So this is going to stick with you. And at being 52, with these rates, giving the living benefits, that's really good. In terms of, obviously the diagnosis with the diabetes at 49. So that's for the 110,000. We always like to give two options for covering 100,000. Because just in a few years, you're going to have to pay down to 100,000 anyway. So covering 90% of the loan comes out to 48. So it's about a $4 difference there. Okay. So for 110,000 for the full mortgage is 52. For 90% of the loan at 100,000 comes out to $48. Okay. Out of these two options here for CO, which do you feel like would make the most sense for you? Okay. That's 100,000 coverage. Yes, ma'am. And because I'm all about budget, I want to make sure it fits in the budget, it makes sense for you, and it checks off all the boxes. Okay, perfect. So let's shoot for that one. So, what's nice about American Amicable is they will actually give us an instant decision at the very end. So we'll actually know pretty quick if we're able to get you fully approved, okay? So give me one moment. We'll go through this. No autoimmune issues, no disabilities.
I'd like to welcome a very special guest of honor for the first ever Better Life podcast, Mr. Ben Szentpaly. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Mo.
Absolutely.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here, and I'm excited to get to know you and just have a conversation with you, man.
Yeah,
excited.
Likewise, man. No, we got connected a couple weeks ago. And, we're working with the same groups and we're in the same networks now. And I mean, you've been nothing but supportive since I started inside of this space.
Yeah.
And I look up to you and I see the things that you do. And I've had a lot of people talk to me about you and some of the things that you've done.
Oh, really? I'm excited to hear what you heard.
Yeah, definitely. People have spoken about you very highly.
Awesome.
And so I'm excited to get to learn from you. You are an inspiration to me.
Really? Thank you.
Absolutely.
You as well.
Thanks, man. You are an inspiration to me. I told a little bit about you to some other people that are inside of our group.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm excited to have this conversation with you and get to learn from you.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you start off whatever you want to know.
Yeah.
I'm
So let's just go let's just go like early days. Tell me kind of like the background of Ben.
Right. So I'm born like a photographer. Right out of the womb, I was born with a camera in my hands. So I'm a photographer from birth. And then at the end of high school, I started a company. Had a photography company, did weddings, did portraits, did everything. Then I pivoted to helping businesses grow their social media, websites, all different types of brands, Lamborghini, Marriott, different types of high-end brands. And then I just realized
I don't want, this isn't a passion anymore. I have these clients that are breathing down my neck. They're picky. I'm not able to have my creative freedom that I originally loved to have when I got into photography originally. So I decided, hey, also business was not what I wanted to be either, because I wasn't the best at sales. I always ignored getting good at sales and would rely on other people. So I looked for a business partner that was good at sales, and I had several different failed business partners there where I was trying to get, more clients with my photography. After the second, or I think it was my third business partner with my photography business, I decided, hey, I'm going to go get good at sales. I had enough of this. I need to face this head on. So I got into door-to-door sales. I went on Indeed and I looked for door-to-door sales positions.
Were you scared of sales at this point? Like, did you not want to? Let me say not scared. Were you avoiding it? Were you like avoiding?
I've been avoiding it. Yeah, I've been avoiding it my whole life.
Why were you avoiding sales?
That's a great question. My mom, she always told me sales isn't for everyone, because she had sales her whole life. She'd been in sales her whole life, and she always was talk negatively of sales growing up. And I was like, oh no, sales isn't for me then.
How did that belief because I believe that, we are the formulation of our beliefs. The beliefs that we have carry with us into our actions.
Right.
So like, how did that belief from your mother saying sales isn't for everyone or talking negatively, how did that shape you as a person when you first started getting into business?
Yeah, I always thought I should delegate it, because I realized, it's probably not for me, because my mother didn't think it was for her. So I was like, oh, well, she's my mother. Oh, I'm probably the same. just assumed. I just assumed the whole time and never even tried it. And slowly but surely, even when I was in my first partnership in business and they knew all this stuff about sales, I would kind of listen in on their calls and just try to hear what they were doing. And it was always very interesting to me, like the psychology of it and just the types of questions they ask to help build a why and build a need for a product was super interesting to me. And I didn't know why yet at that point. And then when I really started studying sales and getting into door-to-door and watching tons of YouTube videos on how to get good at sales and psychology, I really realized this is what I actually love. I actually love it even more than photography.
So you originally started off with like this passion, and you were following this passion.
Yeah.
And eventually you were like, I'm not actually. Would you say you stopped becoming passionate about that thing?
When I had to make money from it, yeah.
When you had to make money from it, you stopped becoming passionate about it.
Exactly.
Okay, makes sense. And then you make this decision like, I'm working with all these different people who are supposed to bring in sales.
Right.
They're not holding up their end of the bargain.
Right.
I got to take that responsibility to confront this myself.
Exactly.
Learn this myself so that I can actually take control of my income, take control of my finances.
Exactly.
So you decide, okay, I'm going to go learn this thing. You get into door-to-door sales. What did you start selling?
I started internet with Verizon.
Okay.
Door-to-door boxes.
Yeah. And how was that when you first started?
Oh, I killed it. First week, I did 26 sales. My first week, I was the record for the company. My first week, I was like, wow, holy shit. Sorry, excuse my French, but like, what? I didn't realize I was going to be able to be good at this. So I was like just shocked, and my ego got to me a little bit. I was like, whoa, okay. And it's, I told my manager, she was trying to micromanage the crap out of me. I said, I don't do that. Look, I just set a record. Your first week in my company, I'm going to work when I want to work. And then we've just batted, heads for a month, and then I got into solar after that because I just had to get out of that.
Yeah. So never labeled yourself as a salesperson. Like,
no.
I believe we're all salespeople, and those who don't know that they're salespeople are probably pretty bad.
That's true.
That's
true.
But we're all salespeople. And those who embrace it and are like, yeah, I'm a salesperson, they typically tend to do better in their lives.
Yeah.
So you go through life, you don't have this belief of yourself being a salesperson. You're thinking it's not for everyone, etc. You come in your first week in door-to-door sales, you break the company record, you have 26 sales. What did that do to your mindset? Like what shifted in you after because when I look at this and I hear this, I'm like, okay, I used to have these beliefs are actually
not true
and now you have adopted new beliefs. What did those new beliefs do to your mindset and help shape your life afterwards?
Well, I already kind of knew when I was getting into it that I needed to develop this skill. It's a communication skill, and when you can communicate clearly with people and get your ideas across, you can get a lot more done in life when you can convey your ideas properly. So that's what I realized is like I need to work on it. So my mindset had already been changed before I even tried it. And then once I realized I was good at it, it just cemented my vision of what I needed to do.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so was the idea that you were going to go into sales, learn the skills, and then go back into photography? Was that the original idea?
I can't deny that. It probably was.
Okay.
But I realized once I got into solar that, and I'm attaching myself to another product that I don't have to worry about delivery. I realized, hey, I don't ever want to worry about delivery anymore or deal with client experience ever again. Actually, I realized I actually just only want to focus on this one thing. I'm always very, focused on doing one thing and doing it really well. Mm-hmm. and delegating the rest. And that's what I did with photography. I was like, I'm going to be the photographer and you guys be the salespeople. You guys do all that other stuff. And I'm going to focus on being operations. Mm-hmm. And I realized, wait, I don't even like operations. I'm not going back to operations. Mm-hmm. So
mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
When you first got into sales, was it that I wanted to learn or I wanted to make money?
Well, to be frank, the money was never good. The photography business was always like a net zero. I was barely paying myself for 2 years straight, waiting for some, kind of big deal. We would have a huge photography team.
More so when you started getting into door to door. When you wanted to learn sales, when you got into door to door, was it so that you could learn sales, or was it so that you could make money?
It was both. I was struggling financially, and then once I started doing well financially, I just decided I'm having fun. I'm enjoying. Like, that's the number one thing. Are you enjoying what you're doing? Yeah, I am enjoying what I'm doing. Is the money good? Yeah, money's good. And then went from there. I did solar door to door for a year.
Okay, so you started with your passion, then you made a switch. What's more important, to go after your passion or to do the thing that helps create financial freedom for your life?
Absolutely. I saw this the other day. He said, somebody said, don't do your passion for money. Find something that makes the money and then become passionate about that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. And so your advice to people who are like, oh, well, I want to follow my passion, you would say...
Just figure out what the best way to make money is, become passionate about that.
Uh-huh. Would you say you're passionate about what you do right now?
Absolutely. What I do right now, life insurance, is way more than the money. Like, we're helping people in incredible ways. Like, this is life-changing, especially for the current state of the market and the way the economy is looking. We're 75% of America is living paycheck to paycheck right now, and getting a life insurance policy where if something happens to them, their family's taken care of is huge. Like, they can put their head down at night and know that their family's taken care of no matter what, anything happens to them. And that's an amazing thing to be able to offer to someone.
Tell me a little bit about like why you transitioned out of door-to-door solar. And you did you go straight from door-to-door solar to selling life insurance?
I did.
Okay, yeah. So tell me about this. Okay, I was in door-to-door solar. I decided to go into life insurance. Tell me about like how all that went down.
So when I was doing solar, again, top guy in the company, I was doing setting though. So I was the top setter. So you come from solar, that means that you're the one that's knocking the door, cold doors knocks, talking to people, and, we're just watching TV. You have to break their preoccupation, get them to be in a conversation with you, and then get them to be open to the idea of sitting with someone that's called a closer. So there's a setter and a closer, just for anyone watching that doesn't know. In solar, that's what they do. So I would set up an appointment with someone that would come and sit down with them. We call them the engineer, or site planner, whatever solar company, they have different names for them. So I was the top setter. The guy who was second below me, he's like, I need to make more than this. I was happy. I was making $30K a month. I was like, this is the most I ever made. Let's do this for another 2-3 years and then figure out what I want to do after that. And he's like, I need to go make $1 million a year. This isn't enough for me. I'm like, he has huge. I was like, okay, that's good. I like to see bigger goals, and seeing people shoot for bigger goals. That's really inspiring. So I was like, okay, yeah, you go do that. I'm gonna watch you from the sidelines. I've just been skeptical about life insurance for a long time because there's a lot of these pyramid things. There's a lot of, selling your friends and family. I've avoided the industry forever because I was worried about getting into the wrong opportunity. So I watched him go, and he showed me his bank statements, and I was like, okay, this is legit. So I came in first month, submitted $37K. I was like, okay, all right. I'm not even gonna do solar at the same time. I'm not even gonna do both. this is it. I'm coming.
So you're making $30K a month doing solar.
Yeah.
And then your first month selling life insurance, you make $37K.
Yeah.
So like, do you do that from home, from an office? What'd you do?
Yeah, I did it from home. Mind you, I mean, if I have a year of door-to-door experience, I feel like you can't go without saying that, because not everyone's going to have an amazing first month
100%.
in this. It's like I did the work already. I already developed myself. So if you're new to sales and you come into this, it might take you a year to get to that point because you don't have that prior experience. But by all means, some people knock it out of the park, and I did.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's awesome. So, you know, typically like, you know, when I'm recruiting somebody and I'm talking to somebody,
right.
like I ask them, like, how much are you making? It's the first question I ask. If they're in solar, I'm like, how much are you making?
Discovery.
And if they tell me I'm making $40K a month selling solar, I tell them, great, continue doing that.
Right.
So what's your take on somebody? Let's say they're doing $40K a month in solar.
It's such a good question.
Yeah. What's your take?
There's more to the money. There's more than just the money.
Yeah.
Because the money, it might be the same, but now you're in the AC. You're doing this. You're not out in the heat anymore. And then also there's payment structure. There's the way we get paid is quicker. We get paid in 2 days for most carriers. And then there's also how are we getting paid? We're getting paid directly by the carriers. There's no middleman. There's no installer, you know, going out of business. And then you're out of, like, all this work you did is gone. There's none of that. And then the structure itself, like if you actually want to build a team in solar, you got to have all these direct contacts in solar. You have to know the installers, and then they have to give you a really good red line. That way you can have a team. And it's just like so many moving parts. You come into life insurance, you have direct contact with all of the carriers, and you can, the way it's structured, you can build a team, and you're getting paid directly by the carrier. Your team's getting paid directly by the carrier. It's all so cohesive. And I wanted to build a team. I had a YouTube channel I was growing with solar and had all these people coming in. And then my manager is like, yeah, if you want to recruit people, you're only going to get this tiny amount. And then if you stop selling solar, I'm not even going to give you anything. And I was like, okay, this isn't what I want to do. I want to build a big team and not have to do this forever. This doesn't make sense. And if I do this forever, great. But eventually 10 years from now, I stop and I have no team. The future wasn't there for me. Mm-hmm. And also this industry isn't there forever either.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of reasons I can dig even deeper on.
So we're going to rank two different things.
Go ahead.
What would you rank quality of life doing door-to-door solar on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, I was in good shape, getting a lot of steps in. You know, that's one thing. I have my treadmill at home now, so kind of the same thing. But quality of life, I mean...
quality of life selling solar, number 1 to 10.
Well, our company wasn't doing blitzes.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, some people get to travel and do that. I wasn't. I was stuck to my one area, and I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't take a vacation, or, you know, if I want to go to Europe, you can't just go knock doors in Europe. If you want to take a vacation, you're not going to make money when you're gone. When you're on vacation, you're not making money. Now, if I want to go on a trip to Europe, which I did back in June.
When you went to Europe in June, how long did you stay there?
Full month, May 30th
30
to
days.
June 30th.
30 days. How much?
30 days.
And you sold insurance while you were there?
I did. I had to prove the concept.
Okay. How much money did you make while you were on vacation for 30 days?
$15K.
$15K. Well, most people spend a shit ton of money. They don't have an opportunity to make money. Right. They're away from revenue.
A lot, so.
You're spending a lot. Too. Away from revenue generating opportunities.
Right.
You can't even go and sell while you're there.
Yeah.
But you were like, I'm going to make money while I'm traveling, enjoying Europe, and you made $15K.
Now, mind you, that's a 6-hour difference. If I had gone south, maybe like Colombia or something like that, I probably could have sold a lot more, but I was limited on time of when I could sell. So that was like 50% of my selling ability over in Europe, because I could only dial from like 2 p.m. to, by the time it gets to 10 p.m., the sun's going on. Like, I've been exploring in the morning.
Yeah.
So I'm just like,
the energy's a little bit low.
Yeah. But, you know, if you go to, let's say, like, go south, you can dial from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. just like we do here. And, you know, if you want to take 3 days and make money, and then, like, you can do a much bigger month if you go south than you go that way.
So what's that number then for quality of life selling door-to-door solar? 1 to 10.
That number?
Rank it.
Like a 5.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Doing what you're doing right now, what's the quality of life?
is it wrong to say 10 out of 10?
There's nothing wrong with that. No.
I mean, nothing's perfect, so 9.9 out of 10.
9.9. Okay, so I saw you posted on Instagram. You were top producer for the first week of August. You wrote 54 policies in that week.
Right.
Now those results aren't typical.
No.
So share with me what it took to do that and how that happened.
Now, a policy is $1,000, so I did $54,000. I didn't do 54 policies.
Okay.
So I wrote $54,000, and 50 of it was one client.
Aha.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, 44 of it. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then I did 10K in other sales.
Yeah.
So I did like 2 or 3 other policies.
That makes sense.
So it was one guy. He had cancer 2 years ago, and he wanted as much insurance as he could possibly get. So I had to write him a bunch of different whole life policies that are simplified issue, so he didn't have to get any medical work, blood work done. So we literally wrote him every carrier I possibly had, and we maxed them all out. But I do that a lot. I mean, this is it's very much like work smarter, not harder. I try and do set up these types of scenarios as much as possible. I did it my first week too. I did a huge stack. My first week, I did 15K my first week. And that was because of that. It was one client I did 10K with versus, people that come in the first week and try to write $1,000 policies. It's going to be a lot harder. Work smarter, not harder,
Let me ask you this. 92% of insurance agents fail within the first year.
Yeah,
and they don't make it to year 2. Why do people not make it? Why do 92% of people not make it into year 2?
They're not obsessed. They don't have a why. That's when I was first getting into solar, I was watching a guy named Ashton Buswell. Have you heard of him?
Yep. From Legacy.
Ashton
from Legacy.
Yeah, I was watching one of his interviews. Or it was just a video he's talking on camera, and it was like the most impactful thing. I was sitting in my backseat of my car, just like chilling from the AC. Like I was out like in the trenches, knocking doors. And I was just like, let me just like watch some, figure out like some tips real quick. And I come across this video and he's like, if you're out there knocking doors and you don't have if you don't write down a list right now of things you want and why, you don't have that real drive of why you're here. And he's like, just stop what you're doing right now and write down a list of things you want out of life and what you want to achieve. So I took a moment there and I just started writing things down. And then I always I have a pinned note on my phone. I have all the things I want, whether they're material, whether they're like family values, things I want, family goals, material goals, location goals. And I wrote them all down. And then that's when I started doing record months in solar already, because I had an actual reason for it. So going back to your question, you have to be absolutely obsessed and driven to achieve exactly what those goals are. And if you don't have them written out, you have no reason to you could write one policy and then tomorrow you have no reason to get out of bed, because does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Somebody brand new, let's say they're 2 weeks into this and they're struggling. They're not getting the results that they expected they would get. They're facing a lot of resistance.
Yeah.
They're now maybe starting to believe less in what they originally signed up for.
Yes.
What would you say to that person?
Try everything and listen to your mentor. So try, different variations of tonality. Try, with a high voice, try with a low voice, try with a quiet voice, try with a loud voice. Try everything. Because if you're just doing the same shit, I keep saying this shit.
You're good. No, cussing is great.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're doing the same
it's
shit.
It's Mo Falah, bro. Dude, you're on brand.
All right. If you're doing the same shit over and over again and it's not working, your shit stinks. And you got to try something else. So there's also a mixture to it. You also we have scripts that were given from top producers. They work. So don't change the script. But what I'm saying is try low, try softer, try louder, try higher, try lower, and figure out what works. My first week, I was figuring out my tonality, and that's what I was adjusting. And I found that, quiet, and soft and monotone was what worked best for me. And once I did that, it just clicked. It would be appointment after appointment after appointment versus before I was getting hung up on. And it just, once you find that formula, it clicks. So if someone's struggling, I would recommend you figure out what works for you that way.
Okay. Who shouldn't
be involved in this type of career?
Yeah, that's an easy answer. People that can't handle rejection, and also people that need a boss, people that need to be told what to do. Because when you get into this industry, you need to be the shop owner. You have to be the one that shows up and opens up the shop and sets up shop, and you show up there for your clients every day. You're not going to have a boss telling you that you have to show up and make the coffee for the clients day. You have to be the one that goes there and make sure those clients get their coffee, because to make an analogy right there, you're not the barista. You're the owner of the coffee shop.
What's the number one trait that you think somebody needs in order to do well in this type of business?
Well, you have a lot of people that we have here in our team are previous business owners, so they know what it's like to be a business owner. This is no different. It's just a better business model. Mm-hmm. The leads are here, the product is here. But
what about more like a character trait? Like what character trait does a person need? Like what's the number one character trait a person needs to be able to do well in this?
If you're a born entrepreneur, this is the best business model for you. If you're not an entrepreneur, I can't really recommend it, because you're gonna have issues with drive and motivation, and one or two policies a week is gonna be enough for you. But if that is enough for you, they're gonna charge back, and you're gonna fall out of this business. You have to be very, very consistent, and every day you start with zero in the bank account. You don't even look. You don't get complacent. You don't get happy with a certain number, because that's what'll get you dropping out of this business. Absolutely. All right, we're switching gears now. I'm going to be the host. We're going to re-welcome Mo, because we're switching gears. So Mo, thank you for coming on to my podcast now, because this is my podcast.
Yeah, great.
I'm hijacking.
Great to be here. Yeah, excellent to be here.
So Mo, let's do the same thing. Tell me about you. Tell me a little about from the womb to your first business, how you became who you are, and then tell me about your first business and how you became.
Yeah, so I've always been like a troublemaker, always growing up. I didn't like to follow the rules. I always felt that rules were meant to be broken. Yeah. Anytime I would challenge authority my whole entire life. I always challenged.
That's so relatable.
I always challenged authority.
Yeah.
Just because somebody's older than you doesn't necessarily mean that they know more than you.
That's right.
And my whole entire life, I've been someone who's been guided by intuition. Mm-hmm. Like I was just having a conversation with my mother, a couple weeks ago. I saw her, we went to Italy. And
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and it was really great. And she told me that ever since I was a little kid, it was so funny. She said, ever since you were a little kid, you would always fight to get what you want. Yeah. She said, whenever you wanted something, you didn't care about anything else. You had no considerations of anyone's feelings. You didn't care if anything got in the way. You always went after what you wanted, ever since you were literally 2 years old. And I was like, holy shit, that's so me. It's so me. So I was born with this drive and with this desire. And all growing up, I had a lot of people tell me, be realistic, things to make me be smaller, think smaller. Oh, you can't have that. Oh, that's only meant for the rich. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's this. Oh, that's this.
Yep.
But it literally, all of it was just in one ear and out the other. I couldn't listen to any of it. And I'm so grateful that's something that I was born with. There was so much so many people go through life and they hear this stuff and they just listen to it. And they actually adopt those beliefs for themselves, and then they become their beliefs. I never believed that. I always believed that I was going to go out and do something incredible.
Yeah.
And I remember being in the second grade. It was 2001. No, it was 2002. I was in second grade, and our teacher, Mrs. Roth, we had this exercise, what do you want to be when you grow up? And literally, I said, I wanted to be rich. That's all I wanted to be.
Wow.
And they're like, no, you don't understand the assignment. That was it. It was you don't understand the assignment. What job, what career do you want? And I didn't have an answer. I had no answer of what I wanted to be. And it's so interesting how I just never let go of that. And because I had those thoughts, and because I was thinking in that type of aspect, I'm a big believer that what you think about starts to appear more in your reality, right? It's if you have a Mazda Miata drop top convertible, you know, before you had that car, you probably didn't see many of those cars around. And then after you acquired it, you probably started to see more of them on the street.
Sure.
It's not like everyone was like, oh shit, Ben got this car. Now we got to go copy him. They were always there. They just were never part of your reality. And so what happens is that what you think about most and what you bring front of mind most actually starts to appear there. And what you're not thinking about is never actually there. It's actually there, but you don't see it. You don't have any awareness of it. So because I think that I was operating in this basis where I'm always thinking about doing great things, big things, I actually was able to see it. I had the awareness. And so things that for myself looked like opportunity, I would actually take advantage of it, and it could be right in front of you. It could literally be right in front of somebody else and they couldn't see it.
Yeah.
But because I'm thinking about it, I see it. So those are early days. Always been just a hustler, grinder, always wanted to find a way to make a buck. Always wanted to find a way to make a buck. Arbitrage was something that I did quite often. Like I would find things that were like $1 in like literally middle school, central, intermediate school, 5th grade, 6th grade. I'd find things that were like $1.
Wow.
And I'd sell them for $3 just to kids.
That's
Always just try. I don't know why. No idea why I had this fixation and desire. It was like literally, it was an obsession about going and finding ways to make money. And so that like,
you didn't even have that inspiration from you. It was just inside of you.
Yeah. Like, dude, like sometimes like, you know, if like I'm at like an open market, like, you know, obviously you can't do it at like I don't know, like a regular store or whatever where you can go and bargain and negotiate. Like, but anything that's like an open market, if something's like $10, I'm gonna try and get it for $8, and I don't need to save the $2, but it's all about the game.
Yes,
it's the game of
it's
negotiation, and like sometimes I don't even want the product.
Just see what they say.
Yeah, but like I'll end up buying it because I won. You know, I won the game. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, like I guess that's, I don't know if that really answers the question, but that's just somebody who's always wanted it ever since I was born.
That's cool. I can relate to the troublemaker. I was kicked out of 5 preschools.
Nice.
When I was 3, so definitely
Congrats.
a troublemaker like you. I definitely didn't realize I wanted to be rich until much later on because I didn't have, like, you had it in you somehow, but I didn't have, my family just was very modest and just didn't want nice things and live a nice, like, fancy lifestyle, which I
My
realized
family
I wanted.
either. They did, like, that wasn't like, we come from just like middle
Right.
lower class, nothing crazy.
But it's funny that you knew you wanted that even though you didn't even see it.
No.
Because I didn't even know it was a thing. I just maybe see it in the movie, and it didn't inspire me really until I got around people that had that. Then I like could see it in front of me. Then I started wanting those things. But you just had it in you inherently, which is so interesting to me.
I just always wanted more, and I still want more. Like I have a desire to have more because I know that like if I have more, I'll be more.
To me,
let me change that. I know that if I'll be more, I will have more.
Right.
But first, I have the desire to have, and then I have to elevate who I am so that I can go and get it.
Yeah, it just for me, it had to be activated in me. You just had it. Yeah, this is cool. So tell us more about like the actual once you actually started getting into business. What the businesses were, your journey through all of them.
Dude, I mean, it started like real early, like knocking on doors so I could mow lawns.
Oh, so you did door to door,
like
right off the bat.
Dude, like 10 years old maybe, like knocking on doors.
You're like,
in my
let's do
neighborhood.
sales. I want to be a sales guy.
Well, I didn't want to be a sales guy. I just wanted to go get money.
You want to make money. Okay.
That's it. I didn't know what I wanted to be. All I knew is that I wanted to go make money.
Wow.
So I would go, I'd knock doors, and then finally, like when somebody said, yeah, like let you do it, I'd like run home and grab my lawnmower.
That's so cool.
Like my parents' lawnmower, and then I would just go and mow their lawn and get paid $20, and then that turned to snow shoveling in the winter.
Yeah.
And then like I'm just like some little kid, they probably feel bad for me, so they just give me it.
Wow.
And then we got into the silly bands game.
I remember that.
Yeah, I was selling silly bands.
Yeah.
And then whatever, anything I could get my hands on. I got into the weed game, so I was selling weed a ton. Literally started because I started smoking weed. I don't smoke anymore. I haven't smoked in like several years at this point. I like to smoke weed, but weed costs money, and I didn't have money at 15 years old. So I learned that I could buy, a bag for $60, an eighth for $60, and then
Smoke some yourself.
I could sell that for $70.
Right.
So I would take half a gram for myself to smoke,
and
then sell it for $60. I break even. And then
free weed.
Free weed, yeah. So like I just had to figure it out.
Yeah,
There's always some way. There's a problem. I got to figure it out. So that's what I did, and then I ended up I didn't even realize I ended up scaling a business out of that. So I literally had a full scaled out business of weed. People who would go do pickups, people who'd go drop offs. I'd give them cuts, like service, fulfillment, customer success. Like,
that was your first experience.
It was my first, and I didn't even realize what I was doing. It just like, I just fell into it, and I just naturally, like, I just knew what to do. I had this intuition. When I tell you, intuition has guided my entire life, and it guides my life now. Like now it's like intuition that controlled. Like I put it into a certain place, and I let it just go.
When did you realize you had to cut the switch and like, oh, this is illegal. This is getting too big.
Well, I almost had my life taken from me. I got held at gunpoint in my own apartment.
Whoa.
And then it was just like, oh shit, like I gotta fucking get out of this.
Okay, that'll do it.
So I got out of it for a bit, and then I got myself into some deep shit, and I ended up getting back into it again.
No.
And then eventually I was just like, I'm gonna either end up like dead or in prison. This game sucks. And then that's when I left. And that's when actually I found my first like direct mentor.
Okay.
And he told me, my first direct mentor told me, and this guy was very successful at the time. I was 20 or 21 years old. He was 26 or 27. Drove a white R8, had the white G-Wagon, penthouse, like just crushing it.
Sweet.
And he told me the only way to get rich in life is through sales. And I was just like, I've been wanting to get rich. You're looking for this rich thing, right?
Yeah. You already had been doing it. You just didn't realize that that's what it was.
I didn't realize I was doing sales. No.
Right.
And then he said, come to Toronto. I was born in Toronto, so I was living in Ohio at the time. He said, come to Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take you under my wing. I'll teach you how to sell. So I went to Toronto, basically sold under his wing, learned the direct sales game.
Selling what?
HVAC and water systems, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and water systems up in Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
We eventually moved to Miami, started selling the same products here.
Under your own company?
Under his company.
Oh, okay, still his company.
Under his company.
Okay.
And then the financing wasn't the same as it was in Canada, so we weren't really helping the customer the way that we originally were. Eventually, a bunch of different things happened. Started my previous company, which scaled to 9 figures, ended up exiting that one about 2 years ago. And after about a year off of trying to figure out what to do, decided to now start Better Life Financial Group, where we are financial services and life insurance company.
Whoa, you skipped over a whole part there.
I did skip over a whole part. I've spoken about the whole part like many times, but we can get into it if you have questions about it.
Let's hear. Wait, so you went from HVAC to solar. I want to hear about the solar journey.
Let's see, the solar journey. I mean,
how'd you get into it?
Met a guy while I was on an appointment, and he was like, "Dude, you're incredible. You should come work for me."
Do solar instead. Okay.
Yeah, and then I was like, "Oh no, solar sucks. It's not good. Not good for people. Too expensive. Blah blah blah."
Mm-hmm.
And then was just at a pivotal point where I was like, "I'm kind of done with this." And then I found his card, and down somewhere inside my car. Called him up. He explained it to me, and I was like, what? Like
they're saving money and they're.
I was like, holy shit! They're getting it for free. It doesn't cost them anything. The government's paying them money. You help the planet. Like what? There's no catch here. Like this is great.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just like, I'm gonna sell everybody. That's the light bulb went off in my head. I was like, I'm gonna sell everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Started selling it. Recruited some people. Recruited more people. Built out.
But you had connections with installers and all that, so you had your own company.
From the start, I never started as a salesman. I started as a dealer.
Oh, okay. Because he explained it to you, but you didn't go to work for him.
I did. Under his company, the way their model was is that you just came in and you became a dealer.
Kind of like insurance.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got set up properly. Like, thank God. Like, I got set up to start as a dealer.
Oh, wow.
So I had to I was forced to learn how to build like an actual legitimate business.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then and then just continued recruiting people, realized I needed infrastructure, hired administrative, hired operations, hired project management, and continue to scale. And, we ended up having 5 offices across the nation, Los Angeles and San Diego, but we relocated San Diego up to Fresno.
Mm-hmm.
And then we opened up Tampa, and then we opened up Houston, and then we opened up Miami. So we had 5 physical office locations. At our peak, we had a total of 125 salespeople selling 250 accounts a month.
Wow.
Over $10 million a month in total sales. And we ranked that company to the 44th fastest growing company in the nation by Inc. magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And then after 2.5 years, I sold it to a private equity organization.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It was fun. They were great years. And now I look back at the industry and I'm like, solar's just not it anymore. You got to be in the right vehicle. And
it was a good time.
And Darwin says, Darwin says, he who's most likely to adapt is most likely to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're still inside of that space, it means you just haven't adapted. Like I'm looking for like, okay, and if something dies in life insurance and financial services, if something dies here and it's not the thing, I'm going to be the first person to pivot and go and find the thing that's the most adaptable. Like I need to make sure that I put my people in the greatest opportunities, because I don't look at business the way that I look at business. I look at it in the eyes of a salesperson. I'm a CEO that operates organizationally, but with the mind of a salesperson, which makes me build businesses focused around how do we create the greatest offer for a salesperson to come in. Because if you have an incredible offer for a salesperson to come in, plug into that platform, sell a product, have all the resources available, they'll be able to serve clients at the highest capacity and then enrich their lives and enrich the lives of the people that they help. And so every time I look at a business, the first thing I think of is like, okay, is this a good offer for somebody to come into the platform?
Absolutely.
So my mind thinks of like the salesperson, and then I think of like, okay, can I recruit 1,000 people into this? Can I recruit 10,000 people into this? I didn't think I could recruit 10,000 people into the solar space.
Really?
But
why?
So many restrictions with scalability, geographical limitations, problems with installers, problems with permitting, problems with engineering, problems with number of people that can own your product, number of homeowners that can actually have it. Your TAM, your total addressable market is small. I went to conferences all the time, and people, you know, when you go to conferences, you network with tons of people, and I couldn't sell 90% of them. And I'm somebody who likes to sell. But like in this product, I can actually sell the entire nation.
Yeah.
The entire nation is my market.
Yeah.
I can go, and Nathan's over here behind the screen. And after this conversation, I could be like, yeah, Nathan, we're going to do some of this, blah, 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 blah. 30 minutes later, he signed up for a life insurance policy.
Right.
I can't do that. Nathan probably doesn't own the home that he lives in right now. Nathan, you own the home you live in? He rents the home he lives in. I can't even offer him, even if he wanted to. I can't even offer him a solar deal, even if he wanted to.
Right.
But I can offer him, an infinite banking concept policy.
Right.
I can offer him an IUL that builds cash value.
Yes.
I can offer him a lot of different things, but I can't do that in solar. So my limitations are there. I just didn't think I could get to 10,000 people, and I care more about impacting the lives of people that come into my organization, more so than just the customers that we serve. Now, customers that we serve are tremendously important, but that's the responsibility of our salespeople to take care of them. My responsibility as a business owner is to create the best possible platform for the salespeople to come in, enrich and better their lives, train them how to take care of their people, so that then they go and take care of their customers ultimately.
Totally. It makes perfect sense. It's the best. There's no physical aspect of our business like where solar was.
No.
Right?
No.
It's all air, essentially.
We're selling air. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's true. But it's not, snake oil.
No. It's a great product.
It's a great product.
It's a great product. Once I learned about the infinite banking concept, it blew my mind.
Tell me about that.
It's just like, it's a no-brainer. Like, why would you have any cash in your bank?
It makes no sense. What is infinite banking?
Fuck, I'm still trying to figure that out. But I learned.
I'm still trying to figure it out too.
Yeah. So I think
I know what an IUL is.
Infinite banking works like this. Basically, you become your own bank. You are able to set yourself up. You have an insurance policy where you can have a portion of it allocated towards insurance and the other portion allocated towards actual cash value. So we set this guy up yesterday. He had $28,000 going towards insurance per year.
Okay.
And he's able to fund that policy with an extra $350,000 a year of cash value. So every single year he could put $350,000 in cash into that policy, and $28,000 goes towards insurance. After 30 days of him signing up for the policy, he has access to 90% of the money that's inside of there.
Okay.
So for example, let's say he puts $100,000 towards this policy, like he funds it with $100,000. 30 days after he funds it, he can actually borrow up to 90% of that. So he can put $100,000 in there, borrows $90,000 at 4% interest. The $100,000, since it's a loan, actually still remains inside of the policy as cash value.
Right.
They guarantee a dividend and they guarantee interest. Right now, it's roughly about 8.5%. So you can put money into this policy. It acts as cash because you can pull the money against it. You borrow from it at 4%. You can take that $90,000, go invest it into real estate, get 15% on that, and you basically arbitrage 11% on all of your money, and you can continue funding this thing. It is basically the same as cash. It's liquid, and this is exactly what banks do. Banks do the same exact thing 100% of the time. You just go to the bank and you give them the money, and then if you want to pull it out, they literally go and borrow other people's money and they use it. It's the same exact thing. So like it just makes no sense to have your money in cash because it also gives you coverage, also gives you death benefit, and you don't have to pay the loan back. So like let's say you borrow that $90,000, you don't have to pay it back. You can let it come out of your death benefit. So if your death benefit is $250,000, when you die, rather than death benefit being $250K, your death benefit's $160K. Wow. So you don't actually have to pay this thing back. It's pretty crazy.
And then on top of that, it's tied to the index.
It's tied to the index, so it never loses. You can never lose money.
It's growing.
It always ever grows, and because you're pulling it as a loan, your cash value remains the same. And every single year that you're putting more money into it, it just continues to compound. It's actually mind-blowing. When you take a look at a full graph and an illustration of how this thing works, it absolutely blows your mind at how many people, one, don't know about this, and two, how much money is actually available.
It's interesting how you explain it. I never thought of actually putting a lump sum into an IUL like that.
It's not an IUL.
Oh, it's not an IUL.
It's not an IUL.
Okay.
There's only about 4 carriers in the nation that can actually offer this. And most people write infinite banking concepts incorrectly.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
It is not an IUL. People who don't know how to actually sell this sell an IUL as infinite banking.
Oh, it's not.
2 totally different things.
Okay, so I need to learn this still.
If you pull money out of your IUL, the cash value, your cash value depletes.
Oh,
so you don't make you
can't take a loan against your IUL. You can have to take a.
You're actually pulling out the cash that's in there.
Oh.
Infinite banking, the cash remains in there. You're pulling a loan against it. Since your cash is still in there, it continues to compound and grow.
Okay. Now let's say you have an infinite banking. Is this a policy still?
It's a policy.
Okay. So if you have an infinite banking policy and you take the money out, how is the actual insurance company making money if you took the money back?
You're taking a loan from it because they're taking the money.
You don't have to pay the loan back, right?
No, because it just comes out of the death benefit.
Right. Okay.
They're loaning it to you at 4%.
Makes sense.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That does make sense.
It's pretty crazy. When I saw this, I was like, holy shit! Like, I'm gonna fucking sell everybody.
I love it. I can speak on this opportunity. Literally, I felt like when I got into this, how amazing an opportunity was. I felt like it would have been selfish to not, bring people under.
It is. It's extremely selfish. If you don't recruit somebody and you have an opportunity to change their lives, you are being entirely selfish.
Yeah, just to take this opportunity myself and just sell insurance and not tell anyone about it, it's completely selfish.
So people have like this, like when I never wanted to sell insurance. I never wanted to be in the insurance business because when I think insurance, I think of Jake from State Farm working in some crummy corner office, baggy pants, baggy shirt. It's like, ooh.
Sounds boring.
Oh, you sell insurance? Like that's my original take. And then I actually started to like learn more about this and I was like, holy shit, this is different. So like, give me like your take on insurance because you probably had some
the people you meet, first of all, just like the clients I have. I love my clients, and the way they thank you after a sale is unlike any other industry. Like you sell a Wi-Fi box to someone, that's like, okay, they have internet. You sell solar to them, okay, they save some power on their electric bill. This directly is affecting their family and the people they love, and they're just so grateful that now they're leaving a legacy behind for their family, and it's awesome. I love it. Like these are people that never saved money their whole life, and now they're gonna be able to leave money behind, even though they've been irresponsible their whole life. To tell the truth, I mean that's what I said. It's 75% of America, but they're not screwed because they can get a life insurance policy and still leave something behind.
Makes sense.
So Mo, after you exited your company, you were living pretty comfortably, right? So what made you decide you wanted to get into another venture and do it again?
Yeah. So after I exited Simple Solar, I took about a year off and I went and I did all the things out there that everybody said was going to make you happy. You know, I bought the cars, traveled the world, got all the nice things, all the things that everybody said, yeah, this stuff makes you happy. This is what you're going for. And when I stopped working and I stopped being a productive member to society and a productive member to this planet, I went into probably one of the darkest places that I've ever been to. And I had more money than I've ever had, more money than 98% of the planet. literally people would look at this and majority of people would be like, I would trade everything to have what you have. And I was in one of the darkest places of my life. And I realized that money doesn't make me happy, but production makes me happy.
The journey.
Excuse me?
The journey.
The journey. While you're going through the journey, you hear people say it is about the journey, and you're like, fuck that bullshit. It's not.
I just want to be rich.
I just want to be rich. I just want to be rich. And I will say that once you get rich, if you stop having success, you will find yourself going dark. And so I was like, I have a gift of being able to help people. I know that I can change lives. And as I looked back at the happiest moments of my life, were when I was going through struggle. It's when I was going through hardship. It's when I didn't know if I was going to overcome this obstacle in front of me. It's when I had bills due the next week and I was like, I don't know where I'm going to make this paycheck. I don't know where I'm going to make this check to be able to make it happen. And always consistently tackling life like there's a puzzle that needs to be solved and getting creative enough to be able to get that win and overcome it gives you so much confidence in yourself and creates so much growth that I realized that actually going through problems, solving them, helping other people, finding ways to win, and taking other people alongside me, because it sucks to be successful on your own.
Yeah.
And those who say it's lonely at the top just don't know how to bring other people with them.
That's so fire.
And so if you can bring other people with you and you have that ability, it's your responsibility to do it. And so I realized ultimately, 1, I was dark by not being in production. 2, money in itself didn't make me happy. The effort of going out and getting it created all of the morale that I needed to get me excited to wake up in the morning. And helping other people become successful is truly the measure of my own success.
That is so good. Oh my God. And the journey, it's like, I feel like that now again, that I'm in this vehicle. I can feel the path and see the future of it. And it gives you that fire again.
Well, what's the most you wrote in a month?
Most I've submitted.
Yeah.
Was 54,000
in 1 month.
Yes.
Yeah.
So submitted. And then, Foresters was a big one. They denied this gentleman because he had cancer 2 years ago. So he actually ended up getting about $30,000 in AP off of this one guy.
Yeah.
And then I did an extra 10 on top of that. So it was 40,000 issued in 1 month. Which is great from the comfort of my home. I talked to a couple other agents. I was speaking to another agent the other night, and he was telling me his current schedule right now is he wakes up in his boxers and he starts calling, and then he goes to bed. I'm not saying I would recommend that. I mean, go have more of a life than that. But he's like, I haven't seen outside in like 2 days. I'm like, dude, you need to go outside. But the fact that he can do that is pretty cool.
Tell me what a schedule looks like for somebody who wants to win.
I mean, he's doing good, but like he goes to the gym at night. He's not like
but for yourself, like
for myself,
or for what you tell your team.
I recommend you figure out what works for you. Some people love that 5 a.m. morning routine, ice bath, cold plunge, read the Bible, meditate, love that, and they do great. Some people, me personally, I like to roll out of bed and just start dialing right off the bat, because my selling style is actually like very monotone and very like low energy, because you don't want to come off as a salesperson. If you come off like a 9-to-5 person, even though we're not a 9-to-5 person, you don't want them to feel your commission breath in this industry. So when I'm fresh out of bed, it's like my best time to make sales. I get the most sales when I'm like groggy and fresh out of bed, that 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. It's just crazy. It's funny. But that's what works for me. Some people, they have a whole 3 hours, they've been awake, they got their workout in already by the time they start dialing. It's not me. So find what works for you.
Knowing what you know now, if you could go back in time to your 18-year-old self, what would you tell him?
So I listened to your story of how you always wanted to get rich. I always just wanted to get famous and then get rich from that. And I would go back. I mean, I wouldn't change anything, because everything happens for a reason, of course.
But what advice would you give to yourself?
What advice would I give to myself? But if I went back and told myself when I was 18 what the right thing to do was, and I would have missed out on all this experience of just like, stories. I have this like struggle story somewhat of like trying these things and trying to make it, which I wouldn't take back for the world. But I don't necessarily wish someone came and gave me that advice when I was 18.
Yeah.
Like to get into sales, and that's actually your calling, is that you should do that. I
like your story.
Yeah.
Your story is great. I love the fact that you were taught like that sales isn't for everyone.
Right.
I love that. That's huge.
Isn't that crazy? Like age is just a number, really. Like you could be at 35 right now and just discover sales is your thing.
Yeah.
And for me, it was at 24 when I discovered this. You discovered it already when you were, 18?
3.
You were 3. But when the guy you met, he's like, you need to get into sales.
Yeah. Like 20 years old.
You were 20.
Tell me about the opportunity to be a business owner under the Pinnacle platform.
Yeah. So I've looked around. I've seen. Luckily, Pinnacle is my first company I've worked for in life insurance. But after being in the industry for a while, I've seen what other opportunities there were out there that I dodged. Luckily, and these businesses from day one, you don't own your clients, so they have your book of business. So if you decide to leave, they take your residuals. Pinnacle, day one, you own your business, you own your clients. No one can take it from you. And I've just heard stories that like I'm so glad we're at Pinnacle. Pinnacle is their slogan is people over profit. I've heard some stories where you're a 10-year veteran in the industry and the company sells your leads to their new clients and they take your business from you, or just crazy things like that I know I'll never have to worry about because I'm building it under the right platform. Mm-hmm. Just nightmares I've heard. Why do people fail? Is it because of their motivation or what is it?
So I'd say the biggest reason why people fail is they underestimate the amount of effort that's actually required to be successful. Like ultimately, if they knew what was actually required to do it, first of all, most people probably wouldn't actually get into the space. If they realize how much, like, because you worked your ass off to get to where you are.
Oh, yeah.
I've worked my ass off to get to where I'm at. And truly, they come into this thinking it's going to be a cakewalk, it's going to be, a breeze, and they don't really understand how much effort it truly takes. And the people who ultimately win understand that they're going to eat shit for the first 30, 60, 90 days, and they're going to absolutely suck, and they're going to be awful. And any win that comes in the first 90 days should just be bonus. The first 90 days, anytime you start anything, and 90 days is generous. Like really, it should be like longer. 6 months, a year.
Yeah.
Your first year, starting in sales, you need to be thinking, I'm not doing this to make money. I'm doing this so I can get educated. Because first, you need to develop the skills. And the first year is literally just skill development. Mm-hmm. Year number 2 is application and actually going to hit your goals. Mm-hmm. So I just think that most people fail because they think that they're going into this to make money, but you should be going into this to get educated. And then ultimately, once you're educated and have the skills, you can then go ahead and transition that to money making.
Absolutely.
And so if somebody could simply take their thinking and expand that time horizon on what it's going to take to become successful, instead of thinking I'm going to go and become a millionaire in a year, to being like, I'm going to become a millionaire in the next 5 years, they're going to have a way, way higher likelihood of actually achieving that. People need to stop with the social media and thinking the instant gratification, and somebody else is 22 years old and they're driving the Lambo and they're doing the, like, first of all, most of it's fake. Most of the shit, 90% of the shit that you see online is fake. It's not real. People aren't making that type of money. Sure, some are, but 90% of them are not. And then they think that if they don't start something and have a Lambo in 90 days, that they need to jump to the next fucking thing. People these days now do not spend and invest enough time to actually build something meaningful. Wow. Everything's short-sighted. It's short-term. They don't think about the future, and they face so much resistance in the first 90 days that they ultimately just give up and think it's not going to work for me. And the reality is they just keep repeating the same 6 months of their life over and over and over and over again. And they call that living. There's so many people out there that have 20 years of sales experience, but it's 1 year of sales experience at 20 different places.
Yeah.
They can't stay obedient to one thing. They can't stay committed to one thing. And so instead what they think the problem is the place where they're working. And all that is justification and neglecting the fact that you aren't taking responsibility, that you're not good enough. And once you take responsibility for the fact that you're not good enough and that you just need to buckle down, stay focused on one thing, and fucking commit to that thing until you get it right, you're never going to have success.
Right.
You're never going to win, and you're never going to actually get to a place where you want to go.
You're saying that made me realize actually how lucky the timing of because I probably would have quit. Because I was around for 2 years, I was around good salespeople, my previous business partners. I was around the sales. And when I actually got into it, it was like a light switch. I just turned it on and got into it and started with already this background knowledge. But if you are jumping in, let's say you're at a 9 to 5 and you have never been around salespeople, you don't know anything, and you just jump right in, you're going to have a hard time. I think that's probably why I had that success early on. I was very lucky that I already had people in my vicinity that were doing sales that I could actually draw from. So yeah, it's really, you're right. You have to be able to do the 90 or a year of, 6 months or just learning. And if you can figure out, if you're not going to make money during that time, you have to figure out a way where you can be around it, but still make money, because you can't go homeless. Maybe find an administrative job in in a sales environment where you can still make money, because you're gonna suck. Not everybody can take a year to learn sales. You have to think about it realistically, right?
Well, I mean, if you're doing the right actions, you'll make money. But most people just don't do enough action.
Right.
It's just underestimation. You can suck in sales, and in your first year through that education process, and still make more money than you would a regular job. You can suck in sales.
You can really, really suck.
Yeah, you can really, really suck in sales, and in your first year still make more money than you would a regular place, so long as you actually put in the numbers. As long as you put the numbers in, you could be the worst fucking salesperson on the planet.
Right.
If you're hitting the if you're hitting the numbers, if you're hitting the dials, if you're talking to enough people, and you're presenting your product to enough, and you're presenting your product to enough individuals, you will make more money.
I'm just trying to take an unbiased viewpoint, because you and I both came from sales.
Yeah.
And when we got into sales, we just killed it. But I'm trying to think from an unbiased standpoint where they didn't have any previous knowledge at all.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's kind of hard to.
But dude, the numbers are the numbers.
The numbers are the numbers. Yeah.
The numbers are the numbers.
Yeah.
If you hit these numbers and you talk to these many people.
Some people have no social skills at all, and they get into sales. Are they not meant for sales?
People who have no social skills are fantastic at sales, because people don't think that you're a salesman. They don't think you're a salesman, and so they're so their guard is down. If I come on the phone with somebody I have so much more sales resistance than most people, because I get on and they're like, dude, this guy's fucking good.
He's too outgoing.
Well, I have to fucking tone my shit down.
Yes.
I have to tone my shit down. I gotta talk bored. I gotta talk uninterested.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to change my tonality to do that. So somebody who doesn't have social skills, they'll be great.
Yes.
Can you read a script? Great. If you can read a script, you can sell a policy.
Right.
That's it.
What about handling objections?
You have a script.
You have a script.
Handle
Which we
objection.
do.
You got a script.
We do. We have scripts for objections, everything.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Check this out. The number one place where you're going to learn information is going to be through failure. Because here's what's going to happen. You're going to start something, and then customer is going to say something that you don't know the answer to, and you're going to fall right on your face. And then you're going to go ahead and call your mentor, and you're going to be like, hey, this person said this. This is what I said back. They're going to be like, no, that's not what you say. This is what you say. The next time that you get that same exact objection, you're not going to say the same thing you said last time. You're going to say the new thing.
Yes.
Because you felt so bad about not knowing what to do. You're like, fuck, how do I make sure this doesn't happen to me again? So then you go and actually learn the information. So failure in itself is the highest density form of information and education that anyone can possibly learn.
Totally. It's good to fail.
100%. You have to fail.
We are taught against it.
You cannot.
In the school system to not fail.
You cannot.
We're taught it's a bad thing.
Yeah. Failure is a prerequisite to success.
Yes.
The master has failed more times than the beginner has even tried.
That's right. That's right. And we say this in sales, you want to get as many no's as possible. You want to focus on a no goal.
No means next opportunity.
Next opportunity.
That's what no stands for. All no stands for is next opportunity.
I love that.
Yeah. And but you get paid for the no's.
Yes.
If you got on the phone and you talked to 100 people and all 100 people said yes to you, do you think you're going to make $100,000?
Yes.
Like if everybody who did sales, everyone in the planet did sales,
okay.
and every single time you offered a product to someone, they're going to say no. Do you think it's going to be worth $100,000?
It's not highly a sought after skill then.
No, it's not a highly sought after skill.
Mm-hmm.
No, but the reason why we get paid $1,000 a sale is because you had to go through 20 people saying no to you.
Yes.
In order for you to get paid that $1,000. So really, every time somebody said no to you, you got paid $50.
Yes.
If it takes you 20 no's to get $1,000 sale, it means that every time someone said no to you, you get paid $50. If I told you, hey Ben, we're gonna go walk into the street right now, and you're gonna go and talk to 20 people, and every single time someone says no to you, I'm gonna give you $50 cash. What's the first thing you're gonna do?
Yeah, it's a good incentive.
Dude, I'm gonna go and try and talk to 20 people as fast as possible.
Right.
As quickly as possible. I'm gonna go and try and talk to those 20 people, because talk to this person, boom, $50. Boom, $50. Boom, $50. You just don't see that money.
That's what a salary is.
Well, what do you
That's
mean?
what a salary is, because you're not getting paid commission. The boss is taking all the money when you get a yes, and you're just taking complacent $50 for every call.
That's it.
That's salary.
Yeah. You get paid $50 a call.
Do you want to get paid $50 a call, or do you want to take a big commission when you get a yes? I'd rather take a big commission when I get a yes.
Well, you don't get paid $50 a call on salary. You get paid like $3.12.
Oh yeah, I'm just making an analogy. You're getting paid by the hour.
Yeah, you're getting paid by the hour.
And the boss is taking all your commission.
Yeah, the best thing about commission only is that you get all the upside.
Yes.
You get all the upside. If you're on a salary, that means your boss is getting all the upside.
Exactly.
And if you're
They're
already
taking the risk too by hiring you and paying you every week.
And they should get it. They should take the upside.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking on the risk.
They're taking on the risk.
Yeah, but instead, if you're already doing the actions, you're already doing the work, you're communicating with people, you're operating in service, it means you're already doing work. So you know that you can do the work.
Yes.
All you have to do is switch over to commission only. Now you get all the upside. If you're already doing the work, it makes no sense why you're on.
If you're taking salary, it just means you don't see your full self-worth.
100%. Ben, it's been really great speaking with you, learning from you. I'm sure this stuff's going to be super valuable for those that are watching. Before we end this thing off, are there any last tips or pieces of information that you would want to leave the viewers with?
Yeah. I mean, if you didn't pause the video and do it when I said it earlier, go and make a list of your why and figure out what you want out of life. And, set big goals. Set high, unrealistic goals, because you might be surprised. They're actually a lot more realistic than you'd think.
Ben, where can people find you at?
My Instagram is @bsent, BSZENT. On YouTube, Ben SIG, short for Solutions Insurance Group. We have our full sales calls on there, full trainings, our lock-ins. So we have lock-ins where we go and we dial together. I film those. I film every other agent's full sales calls with them as well. Just go on there. If you're interested in this industry, it's basically a full audio book. They're like 10-hour-long videos of life insurance. You'll know if this is something you're going to want to do from those videos.
Great.
So
Thanks, Ben.
Hi, I'm Ben. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How can I help?
So I met up with Mo this past weekend, and he told me that you explained to him infinite banking. I was wondering if you could give me like a quick rundown of what you explained to him.
Absolutely.
And it's only through Lafayette, right?
Yeah. So, do you know anything about infinite banking or what?
I know that you can put money in, and then you can take it out, and it keeps growing at the amount that's in there, basically.
Yeah.
That's what I know.
So to make infinite banking as simple as possible, essentially all you're doing is changing where you put your money first. Okay. So essentially when you deposit your money into the bank, for every dollar you put in your bank account, the bank can loan out $10 because they're leveraging your assets. So if we do what the bank do, then that's how we'll become wealthy. So essentially what you do is you funnel your money through the policy. You pull out money in the form of a loan. The reason we pull out a loan is because you can't tax a loan. And then the life insurance aspect of it is like the FDIC insures your bank account. So the life insurance insures your money in your policy. So if you never pay the loan back, your death benefit is the collateral.
Okay. Okay, that's what you're saying.
And it builds uninterrupted compounding interest. So it's a concept of, would you rather have a penny or $1 million today or a penny that doubles every day for the next 30 days?
Right, absolutely.
So like I just did one right now, and I just designed this policy. This is for a debt-free life scenario. So this is to help someone get out of debt. So essentially what we're doing is there's no more out-of-pocket expense for them. We're just making their money work more efficiently for them. So essentially, here, let me pull up, share my screen. So essentially what we're doing is we're reallocating any funds that they're using to overfund the policy. And then, and funneling it through their infinite banking policy. So instead of them being in debt for the next 5.5 years, they'll be out of debt in 1 year and 3 months.
Wow.
And they will recapture over $8,000 in interest they would have paid. Here, I'll share my screen.
That's really cool. Do you have a past in like financial plan? Are you like a...
No. No, I just find this stuff fascinating.
Wow.
Okay, so...
What did you do before this?
Before this, I had a startup, an app-based marketplace for sustainable, ethical companies. And before that, I was a teacher. And before that, I was a bakery restaurant owner.
Wow.
So no financial services background whatsoever. But I just like find like...
That's cool. I just find that the people that are previous like actual business owners do the best in this industry. Even better.
For sure. Like I definitely have the entrepreneurial drive, and I think that you definitely have to have the drive. Like 3 things that that are really important here is having business acumen,
Absolutely.
the drive,
This is a business.
the wherewithal to make it happen, and then like if you have the because here's the thing, like the first business I ever started cost me $500,000 to start.
Wow.
So when you can get into this space and you can start a business with $1,500, like that's insanity.
Right.
And then be cash flow positive in less than 30 days.
Cash flow positive in 30 days. Yep. Nuts.
Like most businesses don't break even for years.
Right. It's true. Because if you spent $500,000 at the beginning, you don't make any money in the first year, and then maybe $100K the second year, and it's like,
no, it's crazy. So this is like awesome. I love this space so much. So essentially, we're front loading this with $6,000.
Okay.
Because that's what he has. Liquidate his TSP.
And this is
because
Foresters?
he's no longer correct.
Okay.
Yep. And so the monthly premium is going to be $311.73. So year one, he will have put in $9,740, but he'll be able to pull out $8,766 to pay off a chunk of debt. Yeah.
Cool.
And then we essentially keep funding it through and the Foresters policy, the Foresters illustration isn't as good. So if I pull up, hold on, let me pull up a Lafayette one, because it's just easier to explain with a Lafayette one. We can accomplish the same thing unless we're dealing with big money, but the Lafayette policy is easier for someone to see the benefits.
And what product are you using on Lafayette? Because they have like 20 different products.
Yeah, so it's the participating whole life.
Participating whole life, okay. They have, there's like Heritage, Contender, Patriot, Liberty, Sentinel, Protector.
You usually always use the Patriot if they're under if they're a juvenile or they're over the age of 50 or a smoker. I use Contender.
Okay, juvenile.
Otherwise, I always Patriot.
Okay. Patriot. Okay.
Can you still see my screen?
Yeah, I still see your screen.
So just for the purpose of is that it's easier to explain with this illustration for your first time, I will.
Do you do a lot of these?
Yeah, I try to.
So you do mortgage protection leads, then you kind of pivot to getting them to do these?
So it depends. So the one thing with infinite banking is you have to meet people where they are. Like I have definitely lost sales because this went so far over one's head. Because even though I knew it was the right thing for them, it was so far over their head. So I have learned very specifically when to use infinite banking because most people cannot grasp this concept or they get overwhelmed and confused. People don't buy.
Oh yeah.
So for this policy, just so you can kind of see, so like, so this doesn't have the front loaded on here, but essentially they put in, so here has the cumulative premium, so we know how much they're putting in. So like by year 6, they've broken even. So year 7. So they've put in 23,900, and they now have, 20 this year, 27.
They break even on the 33,000 one.
On the 942. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so year 10. They break even. And then, but year 6, they now have 100% cash on cash return. So they put in $3,418, and they have an increased net cap value of $3,574. So that means every year from here on out, they'll have at least 100% cash on cash return. Because the next year they put in $418, their increase in net cash value is 37, and then it goes. Their premium has to drop off, and then they
cash on cash return. What do you mean?
So like they put in $3,248, and their increase of net cash value in the policy is higher than what they're putting in.
Oh, okay.
So like put down here, like a year 20, they're putting in $3,248.
Yeah.
Their increase in cash value is $6,757. That's 200% return on your money.
Oh my God.
Because that's the concept of compounding, right?
Wow.
And so there's a guaranteed interest rate and then a dividend payment.
That's really cool. That makes sense.
So it gets crazy. So like if you look here, so this is...
I'm assuming you have one yourself, right?
Yeah, I've had one for a long time.
Oh, okay.
I actually have 3.
You have
because
3?
you'll max out where you can't put any more money into it.
Oh my God.
Because you don't want it to mech and create a modified endowment contract. So this is what I'm doing right now. So like I said, he'll be 100% debt free in 1 year and 7 months instead of 5 years and 2 months. This person doesn't actually have that much debt, but if you look here, their actual consumer debt is $27,978, and $7,700 of that is interest that they'll pay.
Amount of interest you're scheduled to pay.
Yeah.
This is if they take a loan from their policy, or no matter what?
So yeah, so this is utilizing infinite banking to pay off their debt. So like if you, like here's, they're pulling out and making, so like in the initial,
but if they have debt, why are they putting money into a...
Because they're changing where they put it first. If you just pay off your debt, your money's gone. If you put it in here first and then pay off your debt, then your money's working for you here.
Okay. That's really sick.
And then it all compounds, so you gain more. Your money's working for you twice, right?
That's crazy.
So once you grasp the concept, it's like literally mind-blowing what you can do.
Right.
And your money grows uninterrupted compounding interest. So this dividend and increase in cash value will be there whether or not this money is loaned out to you or not.
Okay, and then so once you pay off the debt...
It's not a policy, so this is just a participating whole life policy. What makes it infinite banking is how you utilize your funds. So it's a concept of using other people's money, because when you take a loan, you aren't actually taking money out of your policy.
Oh, why not?
Because you're taking it from the insurance company's general account, because your money's in building uninterrupted compounding interest.
Okay. So once they pay back their debt, then they pay back the debt to the insurance company, so they don't have a loan on the policy.
Exactly. But if you never pay it back, when you die, it just comes out of your death benefit.
Right. Of course. Yeah, go ahead.
Junell, a quick question.
Yes.
So is there so wouldn't it be smart to just put all your money that you make, like your income, in here first, then borrow against it?
So yes and no. So like your everyday expenses, no. But anything you're utilizing for like purchasing any sort of asset, so like cars, your real estate portfolio. And so I call it like an opportunity fund. So like myself, how I utilize my policy, and granted, I've had my policy for 7 years now, so it's on fire. So like when I first got my policy, I front loaded it with $30,000, and then I immediately pulled it out and purchased a car. And then, so I no longer have a car payment because I bought it cash, I own the car. That money in my policy, building uninterrupted compounding interest, but then I want to pay myself back. So as the banker, I created, okay, I'm going to pay myself $800 a month car payment back to my policy. But what I actually did was I leased the car to my company. So that's a tax write-off. That's now a business expense. And I'm paying my policy loan back. And then that money, 2 years later, I now have a down payment for a rental property. So I pull the money out again and I purchase an income producing asset. Wow. And then you keep funneling your money through your policy, and then you utilize it as a tax write-off because the same thing, I own the car outright, but I now lease it to my company.
Oh, that's right. And every lease payment is a deduction as an expense, right? Okay.
Exactly.
Cool. And then another question is, like, I've heard some people say that if you put a huge down payment or like put in a bunch of cash up front first, that it's a little bit more risky in terms of lapsing or something else. What did they mean by that? Or is
so that I don't think that's in banking. I think that's an IUL. Like I would never put a lump sum in an IUL because with an IUL you have to have such a large death benefit to support that lump sum that it's not worth it.
Okay,
Let me see if I can.
This isn't an IUL. This is just a whole life policy, but it's also indexed with the stock market, right?
No. So this is a participating whole life policy. So there's only actually four companies in the entire nation that can do a true infinite banking policy. Because when you own a policy, you are a mutual owner of the insurance companies. That's why you're getting a dividend payment. So like normal insurance companies, the stockholders get the dividends, right?
Right.
So with this, as a policy holder, you get dividends. So this is your annual dividends. You're getting paid from the company as a mutual owner of the company. So you're getting a guaranteed interest rate and a dividend payment. So it has to be a participating whole life policy, and that's why it's guaranteed.
Gotcha.
So an IUL performs based on how the indexing strategy performs. There's also fees. There's also surrender fees. There's policy fees. There are caps. There's like to me, this is an opportunity fund. And an IUL is an investment alternative and a long-term strategy. Like I would never put an IUL in place for someone that wants to touch their money sooner than 10 to 15 years.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so I guess what would be the advantage of getting an IUL versus a policy like this? What?
So if you so for like a common person who is looking for, so I write IUL solely for retirement planning. If you are 10 to 15 years to retirement, you have at least 10 years till retirement. I actually like to have at least 15 years to retirement, and you're looking for a 401k alternative, an IRA alternative, a investment alternative to grow tax-free retirement income, I will sell you an IUL all day long. If you are someone who wants to utilize your money now, like I don't want my money sitting somewhere and not being able to touch it for 30 years. Right. Like that's insane. Like with inflation and depreciation, like that's what you're doing. You're like forcing your money to try and outwork inflation. And so if you put it in an opportunity fund like this, you get to utilize your money twice.
Right.
Like, so the other thing that I just started doing is private money lending. So I will loan money out of my policy to someone else at 12 to 15% interest, and I'm making money in my policy. So essentially I'm now making 20% on my money.
That's crazy. That's absolutely, and you had one for 7 years now, so the cash value is probably big in there, and you can lend a lot more. That's awesome.
Exactly. And then I have one that's like 2 years old and one that I just got like a year ago. Because you'll get to a point where you like can't overfund it anymore. So like if you look here, like in this policy for this woman, we front loaded it with $50,000 and then she's paying $1,000 a month. But we'll hit a point where she has to stop putting additional funds in, so it drops her off, and then eventually it gets to where we cannot put any more money in there, otherwise it will mech. And if it mechs, then Uncle Sam thinks they get a chunk of your money.
Thanks. Gotcha. So are you don't have to make any more payments and towards like the policy anymore either?
Nope. And look, here she will have paid in $452,000 and she'll have $898,000. Mind you, this money has been working for her elsewhere the whole time, and this money will still be in there. And then it gets like crazy. Like, I mean, she'll be old, but like in 40 years, like she will still have only put in 452,000 and she'll have $1.1 million.
Yeah, that's insane. Okay, yeah, I'm just one more question here, like a follow up on the last one. So I know people, like, if they're cool with waiting 10-15 years for retirement purposes, but wouldn't this essentially just do the same thing but just have better benefits? So
yes, and the other thing that I will tell you, and this is me, so take it as a grain of salt, you will never see an indexing strategy perform as well as it's illustrated. You just will not. It will never happen, especially with fees, caps, all of that. Like, it just will never. So I always try and lean on the conservative side when I'm setting expectations for people. Like, if it performs better, great, but I don't want people coming and expecting to have, when they retire, $1 million and they only have 600,000. So I always lean towards the conservative side and the moderate growth, because that's actually probably how it will perform. And what happens to your IUL is not guaranteed. It still is better placed than a 401k, in my opinion. Anything above a company match, always better to put somewhere other than that, because you have no control over it. But this is guaranteed and liquid.
Right.
Like, where can you put $62,000 and immediately pull out $54,000 and not have it still be growing for you, right, as if you never took it out?
Nowhere. Yeah.
So do you use that that car story that you did for yourself to explain it? Because that made a lot of sense for me. Is that how you?
Yeah. So it depends on. So I always try and meet people where they are. Like, typically you can kind of see when people have the aha moment, and then you can also see if people totally aren't grasping what you're saying at all. And so that's why anything like this I always do on a computer screen, right? Because then I can see their face. And I typically don't introduce this strategy to someone unless I know that they can grasp the concept or they've heard of it before. And a lot of people have heard of this, and it's what they're looking for and they want it. Right. And so then their mind is just blown. Like, so you can look at it also like a mortgage, and this is your equity. So you're taking a HELOC. Like, I've explained it like that as well. Like, you know, like, this is you're building equity within your home.
Right. And that loan that you take out, it's 2%, right?
No, so right now it's 4 with Lafayette and 4.5 with Foresters.
Okay.
The interest rate can change. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher. But it is simple interest, so it's always just, there's no like,
doesn't compound.
Like on a credit card, there's like, so it's simple interest, annual simple interest. And the spread you have will always out. So like, whenever people are like, what's the interest rate? And that's what they're focusing on. I'm like, you're focusing on the wrong number. You need to look at the spread, because of what your money's doing for you. It will always outbeat the interest rate. But I also think, like, so the guy who did my infinite banking policy before I was in the insurance space, he does a lot of really good content, and he like just now he did 2 policies for his parents, right? He front loaded them with a bunch of money and made his parents' retirement funds, and now he pulls out loans every month to pay his parents' retirement income, right? And then when his parents die, it will pay off all those loans, and then any excess will get paid to his trust to then start a new policy on one of his children.
Yeah. Wow.
That's
a great strategy. Yeah.
Are you grasping this?
No. Yeah. 100%.
I'm not.
You're not?
No.
So, well, let me see if I did.
There's a whole bunch of stuff she said that I'm not grasping.
Let me try to restate it so I can better explain it. Not better explain it, but just like maybe help Ben understand. So he took out a policy for both his parents up front and paid a bunch of money into them, okay? And so what he's able to do then is it has a huge amount of cash value. So for their retirement funds, let's say they need like $50,000 a year to pay for their expenses, their home, and everything else. So every year they'll take out $50,000 from that policy, but it's not deducting from the cash value. The cash value is sitting there growing.
Right.
It's deducting from the death benefit.
Yeah.
So let's say that since they front loaded with a huge amount of money, that death benefit, for example, is like, this is probably wrong, but like $2 or $3 million. Okay. And then, so now that death benefit just gets less by like $250 or $50,000 every year. But their money's still growing in there. And, you know, the delta between the death benefit and the cash value, if once they die, that money, whichever one's higher, either the cash value or the death benefit, that will go directly into a new policy for him. Which is, and then that will just start growing at that point, which is.
Because if you look here, so like the death benefit is always growing because it has to be able to be excess of your cash value. Like it will never, your death benefit will always grow larger than your cash value. So even we have $1 million of loans outstanding, their death benefit is now 1.2 million.
Right. So it would just be 200,000.
Like yeah. 2.4 million, like now they have 2.49. Like their death benefit grows as their cash value, because essentially what you're doing is you're buying more insurance every time your cash value it grows. You're paid up additions.
Okay. So yeah, the death benefit will just, whatever you get is the death benefit minus the cash value into the, okay.
Minus any outstanding loans.
Minus any outstanding loans for sure. Okay, cool. Is there like a max limit people can fund in this type of policy with to start out?
No, so you just can't put more than, hold on, I'll tell you exactly. You can't put more than your 20% of your income. And you can't put, hold on, I'll give you the exact numbers. Okay, so
that guy that did the, that put into 200,000, that means he's making $1 million a year.
Well, he's making more than that, but yes, he's making at least. So essentially, so if you make 0 to 75,000 annual income, you can put up to 15% of your income. If you make 75,001 to 150,000, you can put up to 20% of your income. Over 150 to 300, 30%, and then if you make over 300,000 or higher, it's based on an underwriting discretion, so it's their discretion. So anything bigger we usually submit with a cover letter. And then you can also do it based off of your net worth or your gross business income. So like if your net worth is $2 to $5 million, you can put up to 40% of that in there.
Wow. Okay. Nice. And then typically, how fast can one overfund it? Let's just say like they start with the big amount, like they cap it out at 20%, and that's as much as they can put in to start up. And then how can they put in any amount that they want after that in the policy?
No, so that's the thing when you design it. So like, okay, so look here. Let me see how this one is designed. So this one doesn't have any additional. So let me pull up another policy. Let's see. So we can actually see. Okay, so we can actually look at this is the policy example. This one, we didn't actually do this one, but so this policy right here, the annual premium is $28,899.99. Of that, the cost of insurance is $3,500, right?
Yeah.
So the base coverage, the term coverage, so these two numbers equal this. So this is the only thing required to go in the policy because that's the cost of insurance. So this is the minimum required, right?
Yeah.
But in this policy, we can put in the first 7 years an additional $25,435.25. So that's how much wiggle room we have before we hit a mech and the IRS is like, whoa, 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 you're making too much money in here. We get our piece. And then after year 1 through 7, we left enough wiggle room for an additional 25,000. A lot of times you can only front load it on the front, but this guy specifically is really young, so we can keep a term rider on here for a lot longer than a lot of people. So like depending on the age, once the term rider falls off, so you can actually see here, the term rider falls off, so his death benefit drops from 3.5 million to 3.1 million because his term policy drops off after 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he can overfund it for so long, because he is so young, because the term rider is 30 years versus if someone is like 50, we're only going to put a 15-year term rider, so they can technically only overfund it for 15 and sometimes even 7 years, depending on what they're throwing in there. Does that make sense?
That one you lost me a little bit. I get a little confused.
So because essentially what we're doing is we're putting the cheapest possible term rider on here
Okay.
to allow us to be able to overfund the policy.
Gotcha.
Because you have to
Okay.
have so much insurance to have so much additional cash value going in there. Because you have two buckets. One is for cash value or paid up additions. One is for the cost of insurance. And you have to have a certain amount of insurance to insure your cash value.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we put the term rider on here, because we all know whole life insurance is really expensive. So instead of having a bunch of whole life, because look, $85,000 in whole life is almost $3,000 a year, versus $500,000 in term coverage is $500.
Oh, that makes so much sense.
Oh, it's like a hybrid. Okay, cool.
You can do both in one policy. That is really cool. I didn't know that.
Okay.
And so essentially that's what we're doing, is we're putting some, so like,
Can you do
Okay,
that on
so here-
Foresters and Lafayette? You can do the term riders?
yeah, so I'll show you right here just so you can kind of see. So this is a policy. Oh, did I get logged out? I have to log back in. Hold on, let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me log back in and then I'll show you. Okay, so this is the Advantage Plus Whole Life. So we have all the info in here, and then we go to the death benefit and funding. We want to have a specified premium face solve. So say we wanted to do $500 monthly, and then we go over here to the riders, and we want to put in $500 monthly. So what's going to happen is it MECs. So see, policy year one, it MECs. So it becomes a modified endowment contract because we don't have enough insurance to support that. So we go down here and we're going to add a bunch of term insurance until it stops. So right now we have 300,000. So if I
Okay.
go to 500,000,
Still making.
it's calculate.
Oh, there
so
you
it
go.
stopped.
Stopped. Okay.
It no longer met. So then I back off a little and go, okay, well, is 400,000 enough?
Yes. Oh. Yes.
Yes. So then I'll back even more. Is
350.
350 enough? Because you don't want to have excess insurance unless you need it, because
Right.
the excess insurance.
So
So yeah, so
375.
400 is going to be the magic number there.
Okay.
And so then I leave it at 400 because it's no longer a MEC. And the policy is good, so we'll run the illustration. And then also you can look here. So at the 7-pay test is what little wiggle room we may have based off of that term rider. So I'll just show you that so that kind of makes sense. So like you look here, the cost of insurance here is only $66.72.
Oh wow. Okay.
So the term rider for 400,000 is only $19.95.
Oh, because it's 10 years.
And then, yeah, and then the the whole life insurance 50,000 is $46.77.
Well, does it become a Mac after the 10 years?
No.
No. Okay.
So this policy will never make.
Okay.
So
Even though
then
the term
if I
ends?
go down here, it will show me right here. So this is the 7-pay premium. So the $12,925.51 is what can go in annually before we trigger that MEC.
Oh, okay. Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Questions?
I think I'll need to watch this over and over again a few times.
One quick one came to mind. So that 12,000 number is what you can overfund, and that's between years 1 and 7. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do that all in one payment, like the first month that you get the policy?
Yeah. Like this policy specifically, year one, they are putting in 12,864, and then so the next 6 years they can put in an additional 6,000, whatever it is, to get to that number if they want.
Okay.
And all that additional 6,000, those 6 other years would go directly towards the cash value.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So like I have a lot of like commercial real estate investors and like construction guys who fund all their projects through their policies.
Yeah. For sure. Okay. So 6,800 is additional how much they can put in each year without, and that's just cash value that goes straight to cash value.
So anything additional would go directly towards the cash value. And that's how much they can put into not MEC.
Sweet. Not MEC. So they can put that every year, or every, like for the whole 7 years they can put max 12,925.
Each year for 7 years. Yep.
Oh, each year. Oh, okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought it was just for the whole 7 years. It was 12.
No, so it's for 7 years they can put in that additional amount of money. But you have to put it in the beginning, because if you don't put it in years 1, 2, 3, 4, then they aren't all of a sudden going to let you put it in at the end. They start to average out what you do. So if you look, actually, let me see if I can do that. It should tell you. But yeah, essentially that's just the number for the first 7 years.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to give me your number, I will text you a really good 10-part video series that will really break down
yeah, please do.
how I learned this and how I got into it. And this is the guy who I actually did my policy with when I first.
Sweet.
Nice.
And they create a lot of really good content to help you grasp the concept. Obviously, their goal is to get you to become their client. But
Absolutely. Do you just like a personal question, do you think everyone should have this?
yes, and I think every 1099 employee ever needs one designed solely just for paying their taxes.
Okay. And part of that is like, you already mentioned the car, right?
Are you saving right now for your taxes? Like, are you putting away money for your taxes that you're going to have to pay at the end of the year?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so where is it?
It's in a savings account. I put about 20% aside to the side for that.
What's it doing in your savings account?
Nothing. It should be max funding my policy every year for this whole life policy. Yeah.
And then you take a policy loan, you pay your taxes, then you funnel it back through, and then let me tell you, by year 5, your taxes are like free.
Dude, what was your reaction when you first learned about this? Because I'm sure everyone's is just like total awe. They either are completely confused, or they like you said, they have that aha moment. What was that like for you?
Well, so the whole thing is once you grasp it and you get it, you like want to tell everyone you know. But the whole thing is like most people, like I said, like you can't, people like, unless someone is open-minded, this makes no sense to them.
It's like almost like the classic saying is too good to be true, but this is like way too good to be true. Like it's like hitting the max.
History. The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Morgan Stanleys, like they have all the wealthiest families through history utilize this concept. These policies are, every time a child is born into one of those families, they get a policy.
That's insane. Yeah. It's
like
just
it's
like
true wealth building.
It's crazy that they advertise this as IULs.
Well, and that's what hurts is people like, I like literally have people like, oh, I have an infinite banking policy. I'm like, let me see it. That's an infinite banking policy. And then there's also companies, so like Penn Mutual is a company, you can do a participating whole life policy with them, so you can technically utilize it. But the problem with them is they are a direct recognition loan company. So what that means is when you have a policy loan out, you're only getting paid on what's still in your policy. So it's still beneficial, but it's not as good as it could be.
So the 4 is Lafayette, Foresters, Penn, and then one other?
No, so Mass Mutual, I wouldn't call Penn Mutual a true infinite banking policy because they are a direct recognition. But Foresters, Lafayette, Mass Mutual, One America.
Last question, I'll let you go. What are your opinions on Dave Ramsey?
Have you ever met anyone who has successfully done what he says to do?
Successfully? No. Maybe
Exactly.
I don't know enough people. I'm young, so.
What, following the baby steps?
Yeah, like
Here's the thing, I'm sure his process works, but who can actually complete that process? Like, I don't know a single person. I've never met anyone, even people who are obsessed with him.
Yeah.
Have not successfully done what needs to be done with him.
Got through every baby step, saved up for retirement, stuff like that. Because he calls infinite banking a scam, and I'm sure you know that, right? Yeah.
I didn't know that.
He calls it a scam.
And that's another, meeting people where they are. Like, I think term insurance is a sham. Like, you pay for something for 30 years and we hope we get nothing, right?
He thinks term
that's
insurance is great.
Exactly,
really?
but he owns a term insurance company.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't even know that stuff.
Follow the money. Literally, any question you ask why, follow the money and you'll find the answer.
Exactly. It's profitable from to say infinite banking is a scam.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
And so it's like, who do you listen to?
Dude, I didn't know that. That's actually so hypocritical. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
100%. But I just feel like I'm sure and that's the other thing is meeting people where they are. Like, if someone's a huge Dave Ramsey guy, I'm not going to be the person who changes their mind. So I'll sell you term all day long.
Exactly. Right.
So you just have to meet them where they are, because it's like the same thing. Like, if someone has been doing something one way for the last 35 years, who am I to change their mind? You know what I mean? So some people you drip on for a really long time, and it's the same thing with annuity sales. Like, I have a lot of, I call them assets under influence, because I now have an influence. I've built enough rapport and I'm influencing their financial decisions, but they're not ready to come assets under management. And so it is like, if you drip on them long enough, or what you say happens, they'll come back to you.
Right.
After the market
But it's
crashes.
definitely a long game.
Yeah.
Like, mortgage protection, final expense, all that is quick and easy. When you get to the advanced market stuff, it's a lot longer sales cycle, and it is a lot. I don't know. You definitely get customers for life, and you definitely get referrals, but it's just a different sales cycle.
Yeah. I could tell, I already knew a little bit about infinite banking, but someone that just doesn't know anything, I feel like this would take 4 or 5 calls.
Life-changing, literally life-changing.
It is, literally.
Junell, be honest, do you have to work anymore, or do you just do it for fun?
Well, so I had a business before this, so I see the success in this, but sometimes I feel like I treat it like a hobby. But I'm passionate about helping people, that's why I do it. I have had success in past businesses, so this is fun for me, I guess. I don't need this to pay my bills or live my life.
Okay.
I do this because I see the long-term value, and then I also am passionate about helping people, if that makes sense.
Well, we appreciate your service from
Thank
all
you.
of Pinnacle.
Awesome.
That you have going forward down the road while you're still alive and paying off your mortgage, and whatever type of life-changing events that happen to you while you're still alive and paying off your mortgage, right, within that 20, 25, or 30 years, right? If you go through any of those, medical situations or issues, or any of those life-changing events, you can cash out the entire policy. Okay, so that's what mortgage protection is. It's quite different because it gives you those benefits and those coverages, so that if you go through any of those health issues, right, you can call the insurance company, let them know what's going on. They're just going to request for a doctor's note from your primary care doctor. Once they get that doctor's note from your primary care doctor, they're going to process it, and then they're going to approve it. Once they approve it, they can either mail you a check of the entire policy itself, or they can deposit. Right. Right. Like I give it. Right, I give you a great example. So my dad has so many health issues. My dad had cancer. My dad had heart attack, stroke, whatever you name it. Right. So if my dad had this policy, because we had a house. We lost the house because he passed away. We couldn't afford paying it. Okay. So if my dad had this mortgage protection policy, when he had that heart attack, he had the stroke, he had cancer, he was going through all those health issues and those life-changing events, we would have been able to cash out the entire policy. That makes sense. All we had to do is call it. All we had to just call the insurance company and let them know that, hey, you just had this, you had this, you had this, all this is all right, and they would have been able to cash out to them the entire policy at the time. Makes sense. So that's what it's like, having a long-term care coverage while you're paying off your mortgage. Does that make sense? So that's the benefit right there. So you don't have to pass away for your family to get that money. I mean, God forbid you have any of those health conditions, right? But if you ever do have those things, you know for a matter of fact, you have that benefit inside the policy that you can, call the insurance company and let them know what's going on, and then they'll send you a check for, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, whatever it is that you decide to get. Okay, well, I'm about to break down for you. All right, so the carrier I'm going to recommend to you is called Foresters. Have you heard of Foresters before? Yeah. Okay. So Foresters is out over in Buffalo, New York. They're one of the top tier carriers in the country. They're rated A for excellent by AM Best. AM Best is a law firm that does all the reviews for the insurance carriers in the country. So they're rated A for excellent by AM Best. They said that's perfect. They have never missed a payment claim, and they also have a high reputation what they do. Okay. So I'm going to break down the prices here for you, and then we'll go from there. All right. So if you want to get $600,000, if you want to cover the entire mortgage, which is $600,000, it's going to be $447. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And then, if we come down to 500, want to do 500,000, it's going to be $373. Yes, sir. There you go. And then if you want to come down to 400,000, it's going to be exactly $300,000. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, but I wouldn't. I hope you don't get sick though. I would. Yeah. Right. You never know. Right. Exactly. You're right. You're so right on that. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. It does give you those benefits. Yes, sir. It gives you that. So if you go through any of those life-changing events, you get up in hospital. This is 25 years. This is going to cover your entire mortgage for 25 years. So for the next 25 years, yes, sir. So if you go through any type of health issues down the road, yes, sir. This is mortgage protection. Yes, sir. Okay, you're not understanding what I said earlier. Mortgage protection is. Okay, let me listen to what I gotta say. Okay, mortgage protection is a type of life insurance product. So it is life insurance. Okay, it is life insurance. It's not regular life insurance. Does that make sense? It's not regular life insurance. It's a type of life insurance product. Does that make sense? So it's based off of a mortgage protection. Is a type of term life insurance product. Right. Yeah, if you have a heart attack, you have a stroke, you have cancer, you end up in a hospital, you have critical injury where you can't work no more, you end up in a city living home. Those. They do have a list, but it's pretty much whatever type of health conditions, whatever type of health conditions that happen to you, while you're still alive, paying up your mortgage. And then whatever type of life-changing events. When I mean health issues, I mean stuff like heart attack, stroke, cancer. You have been in hospital for like weeks or months, or when I mean life changing events, for example, you ever seen in the home, someone's come feed you, bathe you, take care of you, stuff like that, right? That's what I mean. So if you go through any of those conditions, right, you can cash out the entire policy. For example, my dad passed away in January 2020. Okay, so when he passed away, he had a stroke. He had 4 strokes to his brain. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. No. So it's not. So just because you get old doesn't mean that like if you get sick because you're old or whatever, like you have cold, you have a cough or whatever stuff like that. We're not talking about those kind of conditions. Sense. It's not like cough. It's not like cold. It's not like none of this. We're talking about like you have a heart attack, you have stroke, you have cancer, you have hepatitis A, B, or C. Like the list, like for example, let me list that for you. So if you have a heart attack, you have stroke, you have mini stroke, you have congestive heart failure, you have a pacemaker that puts your heart, having to help you, pump your heart. You have angina, you have stents, you have high blood pressure. You have, well, not high blood pressure, but you have diabetes. You have neuropathy, you have cancer, you have lupus, you have RA, you have COPD, you have anxiety. You have to go through dementia, Alzheimer's, serious stuff, right? That's what I mean. So if you go through any of those serious conditions, then yes, you have to just call the insurance company, let them know that you just had this condition and going through this, because at that point, it is life-threatening. At that point, you have to figure out, okay, are you going to survive or what's going to happen, right? So you can call the insurance company, let them know what's going on. They're just going to press a doctor's note from your primary care doctor. Once your doctor faxes it over to them, they're going to process it. They have to go through a bunch of verifications and all that stuff more, validate everything is correct, everything and more. And then once they prove it, they'll either mail you the check for the entire, $400,000 or so, or they can direct deposit to your bank account. Okay, so that's pretty much what that is. It's like having a long-term care coverage while you're still alive, paying off your mortgage. Does that make sense? But God forbid you go through any of those things. But if you were to pass away within that 25 years, your family's going to get $400,000. Okay. Yeah, if you pass away, right? If you pass away, your family's going to get $400,000. Yeah. So what I would do if I were you, if the budget is your main concern, then I would go with $400,000. It's $300,000. It's more enough to cover the mortgage. That's pretty good. Okay. But if the budget's not an issue for you, then I'll either go with the entire $500,000 or the $600,000. Okay. But out of those three, So your son wants to pay it for yourself, you said? Okay, gotcha. All right. Did you? Okay. What is your son's name? Mike. Mike Basso Bacon? How do you say your last name? I'm sorry. Basso Bacon. Okay. What is his phone number? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, so you said that was 818-919-3137? Okay. Tell your son Mike that I just spoke to you, and I'll be calling him shortly before the end of the day, okay? Just let him know, and then I will schedule a time with him. Okay, sure. Gotcha. Okay, what day you want me to call you back? We'll call you back either Thursday or Friday. Okay, do you want me to call you back either tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday? Friday. Okay, what time is good for you Friday? Okay, let's see what it's like. Friday, I do have a 9 o'clock available in the morning. I also do have 11 o'clock and also the 1:30. What time? 11 o'clock. If you're in California, that's going to be what, 8 o'clock your time? Oh, what's the time? I got you. So that's going to be 11 a.m. over there in California, right? Okay. Now, our office is over here in Columbia, South Carolina. You know where that's at? Okay. You're good. You're fine. You know the University of South Carolina, USC? The Gamecocks? We just won the women's championship last year. This year? Gamecocks, South Carolina. Yeah, you remember the USC Gamecocks? Yeah. So that's where our office is at. We're right next to USC, so that was pretty cool. Okay, so California. I'm gonna call you back around your time, 11 a.m. your time in California, and then that'll be Friday. I'm also gonna shoot you over. Did you write down the numbers I gave you? Okay. Once we hang up the phone, I'm going to shoot you over test confirmation of those numbers that I went over with you, and then also shoot you confirmation of appointment on Friday at 11 a.m. Okay.
Hello. Hey, Raymond. This is Ben. I work with the brokers that does the mortgage protection. I just need to confirm a few things with you, and I'll let you go, okay? So you put your date of birth here as...
Okay. Wait, hold on. Before we get to do anything, mortgage protection, what is this call about?
So you put here that you want to leave some money for your family if something happened to you, so you were to get sick or pass away. Is that correct?
Hold on one second. Yeah, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this. This is something I did on Facebook. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me about this. Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm the underwriter that was assigned to you. So we're a brokerage that we have over 30 different carriers that offer mortgage protection. So my job is just to ask you about 5 minutes of health questions, and then
let me just
based off of that.
I got a couple questions for you. Go ahead to your whole spiel. Mortgage protection is for people who own a home, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, if you pay rent, then it also can provide an income replacement if something happens to you, so your family can stay in your apartment or wherever you live.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
That's what Yeah, it does. Okay.
Okay. So you're renting currently?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Oh, before we start, I am required to give you my full name and my national producer number, which is essentially like my social security number as an insurance agent. If you want to grab a pen and paper real quick, just let me know when you're ready.
I'm with you. I'm ready.
Okay. So my full name is Benjamin Szentpaly.
Szentpaly?
Yeah.
Okay, spell that.
Yeah, so it's like St. Paul, but in Hungarian.
Oh.
So it's
okay.
Yeah, so it's S as in Sam, Z as in zebra, E-N-T, C-A-L-Y.
Okay.
Okay.
St. Paul.
And then Yep. And then my national producer number is 210-191.
Mm-hmm.
79. Got that?
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason we share that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I just sent over like my contact card, your text. Did you get that?
Yep, I just heard the beep come through.
Okay. So yeah, the reason we share that is we had to go through extensive background checks. We had to be vetted by all the insurance carriers, get fingerprints, and go through tests to get that license number. So that's the reason we have to share it with you, just to let you know that you're not speaking to some random person off the street. You're speaking to a licensed field underwriter, okay?
Okay.
All right, so the first question here is, are you a smoker or non-smoker?
Smoke.
You
I'm
smoke?
trying to quit though. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
That's good. Yeah.
All right, continue.
Okay, non-smoker.
All right, yeah, so I'm just typing this into our system here with all 30 of the carriers like Aflac, Transamerica, Mutual of Omaha, Foresters. I'm sure you heard of some of those. And after you answer the questions here,
I'm interested in Aflac. I'm listening now.
Oh, really? Have you heard of Aflac before?
Yeah, I've
Gotcha.
been knowing about Aflac since they came to the scene many years ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, if they're if they come up as one of the cheapest options for you, I will let you know.
Okay.
Do you specifically want a specific carrier, or do you just want what's going to be the most coverage for you at the best
Well,
price?
the most coverage at the best price, but I know Aflac is such a great insurance.
Yeah, they are. They've been around for over 100 years, and their prices are usually really good. So they usually are one of the cheapest. But I'll let you know what comes up here. But okay, so what was your height and weight? Okay. And then your weight?
I'm around something like that.
30. Okay.
Somewhere in between there.
Okay. And you said that the date of birth here is correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. 1971. Okay. And then that would make you what?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's your current occupation?
I work for a company called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's
it's a car lot.
Car manufacturer? Oh, car lot. So you work for a dealership?
You work for a dealership, yes.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Do you do the sales or you like?
No, I was in maintenance, but
maintenance?
I'm gonna be in like customer service area, shuttle driving,
nice.
Stuff like that.
Okay. All right. And then after taxes, what would you say is your average monthly income?
I do. Well, I get Social Security, so I just work part time.
Oh, okay.
So they max out my Social Security, so like about $1,100 a month.
Okay. So $1,100 from Social Security, and then what would you say you're getting?
No, I get like 12 from Social Security, but the job max out my max what I can get. So it's like $1,100 a month. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't earn more, or else you can't get the Social Security.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that would be $2,300 total.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now for the health questions. Have you had any major surgeries in the past 10 years?
Yeah, I just had one last month. I don't know if my back surgery will be considered a major surgery. I had two, I forgot the name of the surgery, but I had 2 titanium rods and stuff put in my lower back. My 5th and 4th vertebrae. But I'm coming along much better. Just had it 23rd last month, so I'm up and around already. And about to go to physical therapy now, so I'm doing real excellent. No longer with the walker and all that.
You must have been having a lot of pain before that surgery, huh?
Yeah, prior to the surgery, a lot of pain.
Oh, yeah. It's feeling better now?
Oh, much, much better.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, wow. Yeah. Amazing. Modern medicine, right? It's incredible.
Yeah. Didn't do the medication stuff, just the surgery.
Okay, so they didn't give you any medication?
Well, they did, but I didn't take. They did while I was in the hospital, but after I didn't get no prescriptions. Once I was released from the hospital. No, I didn't ask for any, and they offered, but I turned down.
Oh, good.
I'm not.
That's really good.
Person, right?
That's the main thing, actually. Whether they approve you, the carriers, is what medications you've been prescribed. So it's good that you denied it. It's really good.
Yeah, I denied that. Only medication I'm on is I'm a type 2 diabetic, and so I take medication for that.
Okay, what medication are you taking for the diabetes? Is it
Glipizide?
Glipizide. Okay.
Mhm.
Glipizide. Okay. And how long have you been taking that for?
Oh, I say about 6-7 months.
Oh, okay. So pretty new. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Just this year. Matter of fact, I wouldn't even say that long. Probably more like 4 or 5 months.
Okay, just 4 or 5 months. Okay. So probably around March or April?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And was your A1C reading less than 8%?
Yes, my last A1C was a 7.
Perfect. And you're in the state of
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm over here in Tampa, Florida. You ever been out here?
Now, I've been to Florida before, but not Tampa. Yeah, I'm sorry about y'all last night, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. This Miami Dolphins, y'all got, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, y'all got handed it to y'all.
We did.
Bad.
I heard.
Bad. Do y'all need a tissue?
You're funny. Okay. All right. And then any other medications?
No.
No, okay. Glipizide. All right. And then other than so you don't have a mortgage. So how much are you paying for rent every month?
$775.
$775. Okay. And who's living there with you?
Me and my wife.
Just you and your wife. Okay.
Yeah.
Any kids?
Yes, I do. We have a 29-year-old son.
Oh, nice. Okay. Just you and the wife. And is your wife working? Does she have an income?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Gotcha. So that's the main reason you're looking to have some type of coverage in place? That we should
Right. I want something after if something was to happen. Because I already have life insurance through State Farm. And I have burial coverage and all that stuff and everything. But
very good.
I want something extra that will help, even like, for say I'm in a car accident or something happened or whatever, anything, I die. You know what I'm saying? I want her and my son, to be left with something even more past what I've already got going that they be taken care of. Yeah. That's why I looked into this.
Okay. So how much coverage do you have through State Farm right now?
I think it's 25,000.
Oh, okay. So like a final expense.
Yeah, my final expenses and all that. Yeah.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with accidental policies?
I've heard of them, but tell me more. Like, I understand if it's an accidental death, it will pay double and stuff like that. I've heard things like that in the past. So, yeah.
Right. So, that's an accidental rider where it pays double. That would be something you put on a whole life policy and it would pay double, yes.
Right.
There's something that's separate that's called just an accidental, standalone policy. And it doesn't have any medical qualifications. It's just a flat fee because, an accident can happen to anyone, whether they're healthy or unhealthy.
Right. Anything can happen.
Right. So those, the accidental, it's usually about like $50 a month and it's like $250,000 in coverage.
Oh, okay. So it's like $50 a month for accidental. It's just a flat rate, and so it's separate from the other. And it's just $50 a month, and then it pays $250,000.
Yes, about that. I have to get the exact number for you. But if that sounds like something that would that be what you're looking for?
Something like that sounds real good.
Yeah. Because I see you already have whole life, and I could get you extra whole life coverage if that's what you want, which would cover any cause of death.
That's what I thought I was doing for extra whole life. So if something was to happen to me, or even if I wanted to borrow against it later on, because I'm looking at go into business down here. So, something that I can work with. Like I said, I'm trying to leave something. Make sure, because that day gonna come for everybody, right? Even though I'm trying to avoid it as much as possible. I know that it happened, and so I want something to be taken care of for them, so they're both have something to work with past all my final expenses.
Okay. So that's why it's good you're working with a brokerage, because we do have all those different options.
Okay.
What do you think's going to be better for you? The whole life, just extra whole life coverage, or maybe a little bit of both? Maybe an accidental and some extra whole life?
Tell me more about them both, because like I said, I showed interest that something maybe a couple of years down the road I can borrow from it to start a small business. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, I see what you're saying.
So tell me all my options and what.
Okay. Well, the main factors with your options would come down to your budget. How much extra do you have to put towards the insurance every month?
Okay. I understand. And so that will determine which one I will qualify for. Okay, well, I can probably, like I said, I don't want to commit myself to this. That 50 a month is perfect, but I mean, I could possibly do more, you know what I mean, for this situation. You see what I'm saying? Looking at my options and what I'm trying to do in my life, because I'm in good shape. I'm not in bad shape other than my surgery, me healing from that. I'm good. I'm not having no problem. I'm in the process of trying to quit smoking now, like about to start doing the patches and all that. So I'm working on myself, and I'm about to get into the gym, hop back starting the day. And
Nice.
I changed my eating habit completely, you know what I'm saying, due to my diabetes, trying to be on top of everything. So, it's not like I'm decrepit, no, this and that. No, I mean, I'm still good. I'm still active. I'm even getting more active as I'm, going through this process of healing, right? I'm going through now. So, I just want to, I don't see myself going no time soon, and like I said, I'm trying to avoid all that as possible. So, but, I'm taking major steps to, change my life. And so there's things I want to do and things I got on the burner right now that I want to incorporate all this together.
Okay. Wow. I love hearing stuff like that. You sound like you're putting some good work in and improving yourself, and that's always good to hear. So congratulations on that.
Baby, can you give me one more cup, please? Okay.
So, all right. So I have a few options here for you. So do you have a pen and paper handy still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, let's go.
Okay. So I'm going to give you some options for rent protection. So that means that you'll get, no matter any cause of death, anything happens to you. Also, this will have cash value because their whole life. I'll give you an option for 1 year, 2 years, 6 months of rent payments for your wife if anything happens to you. Okay. So you can make 2 columns. You'll make a column for the rent protection, and then you make a column for accidental. Okay. On your paper, you got that?
Okay, so rent protection and accidental.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the rent protection side, 2 years.
On the rent protection side.
So
So on the rent protection side, it'll pay up to 2 years. Continue paying my rent for my wife. Okay.
Yep. So just write down 2 years, 1 year, and 6 months, and I'm going to give you the price.
2 year. Okay. 1 year. They got 2 year, 1 year, and 6 months. So I'll probably go for that 2 year one.
Okay. Well, yeah. It'll depend on the prices too. And also these are subject to approval. We do have to submit an application today to see if we can get you approved, and I'll call you back in a few days to let you know. And at that point, you can decide whether you want to.
Well, before I even put in the application, me and my wife will discuss this. I'm looking at all my other options, and then I'll decide which ones I want to go with.
Well,
and then
Well, like I said, we shopped around here for you. I have every carrier that's available to you in the state of Missouri. So I saved you the step of him having to shop around. The main thing here is going to be to get you approved. So you can talk to your wife, of course. That's expected. If you submit the application, that doesn't mean you have to take the coverage. Does that make sense?
Okay. All right,
All right. So just let me know after I give you all the options here, just let me know what's comfortable and affordable for you. And then, okay. So for the 2 years of rent protection, that's going to be $74.
Okay, $74 a month for the 2 year protection.
Yep.
Okay.
And then for the 1 year, it would be $37.
$37. Now, will these rates stay the same?
Whole life.
Whole life. Okay, great. So it never go up. All right, that's what I'm saying. All right.
And then 6 months would be $18.
And 6 months is $18.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. And then for the accidental side,
Okay. On the
I'll give
accidental side.
I'll give you 3 options there as well.
Okay.
Now these are guaranteed approval, so it's just coming down to what option you want.
Okay.
So it goes up to 500,000.
Thank
so
you.
for 500,000, it's
It goes up to
$67.
500,000. Okay.
Yep.
Hold on one second. Up to $500,000.
And we can change these anytime, by the way, Raymond. Okay. So
And I
call
can
me up
adjust these at any time.
Yeah.
So let's say if I start a business and the business is going good and everything and blase, blase, then I'm
You wanna
able
add more
to,
coverage.
add more coverage. All right, great.
Yeah. So I'll be your agent that's assigned to you. So if anything happens
Okay.
to you, I'm the one that deals with the carriers
We'll
to help
deal
your
with
wife.
it. Okay.
Yep. So I'll be the one that's directly contacted, and she'll have my number. You give me her number as well, so I put her number on file. Or you also contact me for changes as well.
Okay. All right.
So for 500,000, are you ready for the accidental?
Mm-hmm.
That one is $67 a month.
It's $67 a month for the 500,000 accidental.
Mm-hmm. And then for the
Hold on one second.
250,000, yep. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yep. And then for the 250,000 accidental, it's $36 a month.
250,000 accidental is how much a month?
$36.
$36.
And then I'll give you one more option for accidental. That would be 100,000, and that would be for $17 a month.
So the accidental, that'll be $17 a month.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. I got that down. Now, all right, so let's say I got the rental protection, so in case something happened to me, and I say I get the accidental, I'm just going to go with the 2 highest too, okay? So let's say I get the rental protection for 2 years, so that'll pay my rent or mortgage or wherever I'm at in my life for 2 years for my wife. And let's say I get the highest accidental, which is 500,000. Those prices will be combined together, or how does that work?
So the rent protection would be through a company called Sika, and the accidental would be through a company called Mutual of Omaha.
Okay, the accidental is Mutual Omaha, and rent is called. Hold on, let me put this in.
So the 500,000 with Mutual of Omaha was the most. That's the highest they can go. But with Sika, with rent protection, you can go higher than 2 years if you want. I was just giving you like a few options based off of your income.
On the Sika, spell that for me.
CICA.
CICA. Okay. And now it can go up.
Yeah, I could give you 4 or 5, whatever. But I was just giving.
Oh,
you
so I can do how
options.
many years? You're just giving me affordable
Yeah.
options. So I can do a 4-year, 5-year rent protection, or mortgage protection. Either or, it continue to do that for all those years. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. I got that down.
Okay. So for now, you want to stick to the 2-year and the
let's stick with the 2-year and the 500,000 accidental.
Okay. Now, for your beneficiary, that would be your wife, right? What would be her full name? How do you spell that?
Neil or Regina or what? Which one?
Oh, just the whole thing. And then what's her date of birth? that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then a good phone number for her. And that was your spouse. Okay. Did you want your kids as contingent beneficiaries, or did you just only want her on there?
Yes.
Yes?
I want
Okay.
I want them both on there.
Okay. Do you want them all as primary, as split, or do you want them just as contingent?
Tell me the difference.
So contingent is only if, your wife isn't around when something happens to you. Then it would fall down to them. If they're all on primary, it would be percentage split between all three of them. Contingent means 100% of her.
Yeah, that's a hard
You can always
decision
change it.
because
You can always change
I
it.
can always change it. Yeah, because let's say we're not together in a car accident or something. I get in a car accident,
right?
She's not there. You know what I mean? But then if we die at the same time, of course, it would all go to him. But I think I'll make it contingent.
Okay.
He's asking me how do I want to do it, like as beneficiary, right? And I can have it where it's just you 100%, or I can have it where it's split, where you and Raymond is on there, and y'all both can.
How do you have it currently with your State Farm?
Okay. I ain't even mentioned my grandkids yet. Yeah, I have 2 grandsons, 2 and 1 year old.
Oh, you do? Okay. How do you currently have it set up with your State Farm? Is it just your spouse?
Yeah. Well, actually, my son's my beneficiary on my State Farm.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So for the rent protection, though, it would go to your spouse. That would make more sense.
Yeah, the rent protection, I will want to go directly to my wife.
Right.
That way, you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So we'll just put your wife, and then, we can put the contingents on there if you want, or we can just leave it. What would you like?
Let's just leave it. And on the accidental, I guess, that would be contingent.
Yeah, we could do it on the accidental. Okay. All right. And then, I'll take it down for what you want for the accidental. Contingent for accidental. Okay, what would be your contingents for the accidental? I mean, who?
It would be well, my wife. I mean, because that's just straight out, right?
Yeah.
Or contingents are split. Well, no, let's split it.
You can split the primaries or the contingents, actually, however you want.
Yeah, let's split
primaries are first, contingents are secondaries, essentially.
Yeah, contingents.
Okay.
That way, both of them can, because let's say she's not.
Right.
Let's say something happened to me years later, and she's not well, and then I pass away, and so I want my son to be able to handle everything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'm trying to think of all options to make sure.
Of course.
All different scenarios. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Because I don't know. I mean, if I knew, then we don't know.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. So you want me to put your son, you said?
Yeah, and his name is.
And his date of birth?
Got
it. And then do you have his phone number?
Not on hand. I have to look through my phone.
Okay, that's fine. You can always text it to me. You have my phone number whenever you get it.
Okay.
All right. And then I just wanted to make sure, the numbers you picked here, is this going to be comfortable for you? 12, 24 months down the road, it's still going to be something that's always going to be affordable for you?
Yeah, that'd be affordable for me. Yeah.
Okay.
And I may increase it down the road depending on what's going on in my life. Like I said, I got a lot of things on the burner. I'm trying to, I got things working. So
you said you want to start a small business, right? What do you think?
I'm looking to open up. Well, before my surgery, I had access to a building in another little town, like 30 minutes south down from me.
Okay.
And I was looking to open up a micro dispensary.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if y'all in Florida, y'all know y'all got medical. But
yeah, we have dispensaries here.
Yeah, okay. Well, here in Missouri, I help legalize the medical here. I work with people.
Did you? That's awesome.
Yeah, on the initiative, and so that's the business I'm actually going into. I'm a licensed caregiver, cannabis caregiver now, and so I'm looking to open up a co-op or a lounge where people can come and get their CBD products and
Very cool.
yeah. So I got some things on the burner, and I'm working towards. So that's why I'm looking further down the road, saying this may increase. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
What would be the address you would want on file to where the policy would be mailed out to?
Right now, I'm at.
Do you have any criminal background, DUIs, felonies, anything on record?
Well, I did back in the day when I was young. I had
long time ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
I've never done a prison time.
Okay. Now, the insurance carrier is going to need to confirm your identity, and for that, they will need your driver's license. Is that a Missouri driver's license?
Yeah. Missouri driver's license. I have to go to my ID number. But, I mean, yeah. I can text that to you as well.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. I'm downstairs now, and we just about to have breakfast when you called, but I'm listening.
Okay.
So I can send that question along with my phone.
Are you you said she's getting it right now?
No, I said I can text you that information along with my son's telephone number.
Oh, okay. Now, all right. So as soon as you're approved, I can have it so they can start your first payment then. That would mean, like, if you see your first payment come out, that's good news. That means you're approved. I can do it that way, or you can have it start on a certain day of the month.
I would probably want to start it at a certain day of the month, around like the 3rd, something like that.
Okay, the 3rd. Okay.
The 2nd or the 3rd, something like that. And I'll start it around then, at the beginning.
Okay. So the 3rd, and then you'd want it to recur every month on the 3rd.
Yeah, I like to recur.
Okay. Okay. And are you going to be using a checking or a savings account?
I have both, so I'll probably use one.
Did you open that account in Missouri?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it looks like they have your bank on file here, so that it auto-populates the routing number. So I'm going to read that out to you. The only thing it doesn't show is the account number.
Okay. I don't know if I would have to look at my bank statement.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to read it out to you here. Yeah, let me know when you have it pulled up.
Yeah.
All right, I have here 387. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then go ahead with the account number.
Okay, I have to go pull up a bank statement, but can I text it to you as well, too? Yeah.
Yes. Is it not next to it? It's a separate.
No, I don't have the paper form in front of me, and I can go on the phone, but yeah, it's
okay. All right, I'll put that blank there. So I'll put it in after. All right. All right, now the insurance company is going to run you through the Medical Information Bureau to check your medical report. Yep, in order to check that, the insurance company needs your social. So go ahead with your social. Is that correct? Okay. And then what's a good email address for you?
At gmail.com. And I prefer everything sent to me as a text, though.
Yeah. Oh, text. Okay.
Because email just goes through a junk mail.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. And, yeah, they're going to be sending you everything in the mail, like policy packets and everything that you can review.
And everything that's coming in.
Yep.
Yeah, and you have a 30-day free look period if you want to make any changes. So nothing's,
Okay.
totally permanent until, you have everything's how you want it. You can always make changes.
Now, let's say I buy a home while I got all this, right? And I go over the mortgage. Now, the type of insurance I would get with my home, I would do where if I was to pass away, to automatically pay off my mortgage.
Your mortgage.
That's
right.
Yeah, I would choose that type of insurance to make sure my wife takes care of extra stuff. So how would that affect my policy?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So this is totally portable. It moves with you no matter whether you're at the apartment, whether you get a house. This will still cover 2 years of payments for the $775. So if your mortgage is $775, it'll cover 2 years of mortgage payments.
Okay, so let's say I have that insurance in place and my mortgage is paid off at the time of my death. Will my wife still receive that income? Would it pay? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously my insurance will pay off my mortgage, so my wife will still receive that 2 years or whatever my mortgage is. Okay.
She'll get that $775 a month for 2 years, no matter what.
That'll come to her. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, all right, almost done.
I'm just trying to think of all scenarios. Get the best that I can get for my money, and most of all, make sure that it's protected.
Are you able to grab the driver's license and the check while we're still on the phone? So
Yeah, hold on one
completed?
second. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me go upstairs and I can get that.
Okay.
And actually, a checkbook. A check. Yeah. I'll try to get my checking account. My route number and all that.
Yep.
Okay. My driver's license number is.
Okay. Got it. And then you had the account number as well?
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hello?
Yep.
All right. You say that again?
And I said, do you have the account number as well?
I'm about to look that. You know what? I'm going to see. I can probably go right into my, because I do online banking. I got you on speaker. So I can probably go right into my account and get that.
Yeah.
Now, y'all don't deduct anything until I say I'm ready, right?
Yeah, we have it set for the 3rd. And I'll be calling you back way before then to let you know your approval and if you want to make any changes at that point.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see where I'll find that. Okay. My routing number would be... What did you have for my account number?
I have for your routing number here 01387. Is that correct?
Okay, that's correct. And my account number is...
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and also make sure you save my number in your phone. The number I'm calling on is our office line. So let me give you my actual personal line that you can reach me on anytime.
Can you text that to me?
Yeah, that's the number I texted you on. So you can save that number, the one with my card.
Okay. Yeah, it should be on your card, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me look at that text now. I'm going into my text messages. Okay, Benjamin. Yeah, nice picture, Benjamin.
Thanks.
All right, it is 1813 7703.
That would be correct.
Okay, great. I just saved this text and I have you.
Now that number, I can't receive text on that number, but I can receive. I'm sorry, it's so confusing. I have a couple numbers, but the one I'm texting you on is my actual phone number. The other one is a business line. It doesn't receive text. Sorry to confuse you, but you can just save the number I texted you on, just to be the easiest.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I see the
772.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, cool.
And then you want to put life insurance next to my name that we can remember.
Right.
You know, if you
that's
can't
what
forget
I'm
my name,
about to do.
you can just
I'm
search
doing
insurance,
that. I'm doing that now.
Yeah.
And let's see, Benjamin, my nephew's name. And I'm gonna put life insurance.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. Done.
All right. Done. All right. Yeah. And when you get those packets in the mail, just shoot me a text. Let me know you got them, or you can call me if you want to go over them.
Okay.
And
How
also
long
just
will it take
my,
to come to me?
it should take about 7 to 10 business days.
Okay.
Usually. Okay.
All right. Great.
And yeah. And yeah, write my name down on those packets so you know I'm the one that you contact.
No, certain took care of me. All right. I appreciate that, dear.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Did that be all?
So yeah, that's all. I'll be calling you in a few days to let you know you're approved. But
all right.
today was
and
a
then
pleasure.
I'll be waiting for the package and all that stuff to come in the mail.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any other questions for me before we go?
No, right now that's all.
All right, then you're all set. You have a lovely rest
All
of
right,
your day.
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
You're
you
welcome.
too, Ben. Bye bye.
All right,
Hey.
bye bye.
Hey. Hello.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, and good luck this season with your football team.
Thanks. All right, bye bye.